My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 5481 to chapter 5632. Disciple also told me that you've matured a lot recently and aren't as silly as before. But I didn't expect that you haven't changed at all after seeing you today. She was still so silly. Xianxia looked at Murong-sun in bewilderment for a moment before suddenly pouncing forward and tightly hugging Murong-sun with both arms. She wailed, "Eldest senior sister. I really didn't think that I would be able to see you again in this lifetime. I originally thought it was a dream meeting, but I didn't expect everything to be real." Xianxia picked up Murong-sun's sleeve and wiped the tears on her face. She wept and lamented, "It's good that you're back, senior sister. I can finally hand over the burden on my shoulders to you. In your dreams." Murong-sun couldn't resist retorting. She threw away the hand Xianxia was using to wipe her tears and disdainfully swept her eyes over her. "Second junior sister, the sex future depends on you. I, your eldest senior sister, came back on this trip to recuperate. Old. You look like you've relieved yourself of a burden. It makes people uncomfortable just looking at you." Xiaoxi's eyes widened, and she raised her voice in disbelief. "Eldest senior sister, you're actually trying to shirk your responsibility?" Scram. Murong-sun took a step back and turned her head to look at the expressionless Arbor. "Disciple, come here." Hence, as soon as she called out, Xianxia and the others all pounced over with a whoosh, trapping her in the center of the crowd and preventing her from getting out. Murong-sun originally wanted to pretend to be strong and joke around a bit to smooth out this sorrowful atmosphere. However, when she turned around and saw Xianxia and the others crying their hearts out, her eyes involuntarily reddened as well. She truly couldn't continue pretending. Moreover, the little stoic expressionlessly said, "Master, it's not shameful to want to cry. Go ahead and cry. Disciple won't laugh at you." Murong-sun forcibly held back her tears. What an expressionless traitor, Murong-sun thought. She raised her hand to stroke Xianxia and the others' heads. Thousands of words converged into a soft sigh. "Thank you for your hard work." She didn't just miss out on time these years. She also missed out on her disciple's growth. She felt regretful just thinking about it. In the days before the full moon banquet, Arbor had been cultivating with his son in the star field. Whenever he had some free time, he would use it to draw talismans and refine pills. He had prepared many things for everyone. She became more and more skilled at drawing talismans. The 11th jade slip of the golden talisman jade tome had also been opened. Arbor felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had drawn talismans countless times in the past. Now that he thought about it, he must have learned it from his master and martial uncle after his soul explosion. He had already broken through to the 11th level of the Spirit Division record, and a 12th branch meridian had been formed in his divine veins. She stayed in the star field for 10 days, but it was 4 months in the outside world. Not only had his talisman skills improved, even his alchemy skills had improved by quite a bit. Presently, not only had Arbor successfully advanced to become a divine-grade great talisman master, he was also an extremely outstanding divine-grade alchemist. In the past, he would have to spend an entire day and night to make the soul-returning pill. Now, he only needed an hour to make it. After all, this fellow had nothing to do, so he guarded the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron in the star field and continuously refined soul-returning pills. Now, every soul-returning pill she refined could reach the level of a black-veined pill. Her pill refinement skills were extraordinary beyond compare. However, it was her talisman art. Sir Jojo frowned. The probability of her drawing a sacred-grade golden talisman was still 50-50. In other words, she could draw at most 50 sacred-grade golden talismans out of 100 talismans. The rest would still be purple talismans. But even so, if these words were to spread out, it would still frighten others. If old Master Mu knew that his granddaughter could draw a sacred-grade golden talisman out of every 2 talismans she drew, wouldn't he faint from fright? Currently, she had drawn at least 10 divine-rank sacred-grade golden talisman storage jade talismans, which could hold about half of the entire Dragon Flame City. It could be said that ordinary cultivators could live a carefree life with just 1 sacred-grade golden talisman storage jade talisman. What made Arbor the happiest was that the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron's 9 stars were shining brightly after her relentless feeding and pill refinement. Only the crescent moon in the middle was still dim and lightless. Now, the deterrence her colored glass cauldron fire released was no different from a sacred fire. Sir Jojo was very happy that his little cauldron could develop to its current state. After all, when he first saw it, it really was an unprepossessing little lousy cauldron. Today, Mo Lian had returned early in the morning. He drew close to her mysteriously and whispered into her ear, "Xiao, I found something." Arbor looked up and glanced at him. "Tomorrow is our son's 1-month-old banquet. Why isn't Duanyu here yet?" Prince Mo secretly ground his teeth. These past 2 days, Xiao had asked this question the most. Duanyu was so annoying, Duanyu was so annoying. Duanyu probably won't be able to come. Mo Lian answered expressionlessly. This guy was far away in Qingzhou. Why would he come? Why would he come? Sir Jojo was rather displeased. He took out a jade ornament and hung it on his son's waist. Look, he's already given the gift, so why isn't he here yet? This jade ornament was probably a token that could mobilize a portion of Songzhou's manpower and resources. It was also very likely that it could mobilize the royal palace guards. Hence, this jade ornament was probably the symbol of Songzhou's emperor, representing power and wealth. Duanyu, this idiot, gave this toy to his son as soon as he made a move. Prince Mo lowered his head to look at his expressionless son and complained in his heart. Why was her son always so expressionless when he saw his father? Her son was as soft as a glutinous rice ball. He hugged his father and called him father. He was so cute. What was wrong with his son? Arbor was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and saw that the jade ornament hanging on his son's waist had disappeared. He guessed that his son had taken it back into his inner world. The couple's lips twitched. At the same time, they felt that the way their son looked at them with an expressionless face was inexplicably cute. What was going on? This little thing actually knew how to store precious things in its inner world so that it wouldn't be carried around by others and stolen? Arbor glanced back at his husband and said expressionlessly, "Your son is so much like you. She's as stingy as you." Then, he sighed and shook his head. Before Mo Lian could reply, flabbergasted, the little stoic had already stood up and pattered out the door. "Just now, I heard someone report that the person from Ming province has come." Mo Lian picked up her son in exasperation and followed behind her. "You're still going to welcome him? When did his wife become so close to ACI?" The crown prince instantly felt a sense of crisis. "Who's welcoming him?" Arbor was baffled. "It's time, let's go to the dining room." Mo Lian was speechless. "Wife." He hurriedly chased after her with the baby in his arms and hugged her with a smile. "I was talking to you just now. You didn't even respond to me halfway through." Arbor turned her head to look at him. "Did you find that mysterious hall master?" Mo Lian was a little discouraged and shook her head. "I didn't find any trace of that mysterious hall master, but I saw Luo He, the deputy hall master of the Talisman Incantation Hall." "Luo He?" Arbor frowned slightly. "Oh. Jojo, aren't you curious at all?" Mo Lian poked her round cheeks with dissatisfaction. "Besides Luo He, guess who else I saw?" Arbor's eyes brightened. "That mysterious great master Yi?" Mo Lian broke into laughter and shook her head. "It's Mu Xiaoxue." "So it's her." Arbor responded faintly, her expression slightly disdainful. "Your Highness, Crown Princess." Eunuch Chen hurried over and couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw them. "His Highness the Crown Prince of Ming Province has arrived." "So what if he's here?" Mo Lian retorted exasperatedly. "He even specially came to inform them." "Heh, so what if he's here? Does he expect them to line up to welcome him?" Eunuch Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said seriously, "The Crown Prince of Ming Province wants your Highness and the Crown Princess to treat him to a meal." Mo Lian was very unhappy. "Why do you want to treat him to a meal again? Didn't you treat him to a meal every day when we were on the island last time?" Arbor nodded her little head as if they had a common enemy. "No. Let him go out and find a restaurant to eat." Eunuch Chen's mouth twitched as he complained incessantly in his heart. "It's the Crown Princess. Even if the two of you don't treat him to a meal to welcome the Crown Prince of Ming Province, wouldn't the palace's kitchen be able to make a sumptuous imperial meal? asking someone to eat at a restaurant on the street was truly unheard of. Xianxia came uninvited. I hope the Crown Prince of the Divine Prefecture can forgive me. As the voice fell, a young man wearing an iron-gray cloak walked over with straight legs and appeared in front of everyone. The maids and eunuchs of the Eastern Palace couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. Xianxia's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the two people on his stern and handsome face. His lips were tightly pursed, and his gaze directly went past Mo Lian to land on the child in his hands. Seeing that the Grand Master looked like he was going to beat up the Crown Prince and steal his child, the palace maids and eunuchs silently raised their legs to block the Crown Prince. Their family's little master was still young. He was not even a month old, so he could not be scared of anything. Xianxia strode over and rudely pushed aside the eunuch in front of him. Get out of the way. What are you doing? Arbor roared with his eyes wide open. Xianxia's hand paused as he glanced at her angrily. He already knew how protective this guy was of his own people. Back then, he threw some weapons at Morong Sun and her group, but this D*MN girl looked down on him from beginning to end until today. It was as infuriating as it could be. Xianxia's handsome face darkened as he stretched out his hands in Baby Mo's direction. Hand it over. Hand what over? Do you think it's an object? Mo Lian and Arbor glared at him ferociously at the same time, looking like they were eager to protect their child. Hand it over for a hug. Xianxia said awkwardly with a cold expression. Xiaomu immediately reached out and took the child from her husband's arms with a protective expression on her face. She glared at Xianxia and said, "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to take revenge on my baby? You saw that I wasn't easy to deal with, so you had a brainwave and wanted to trip my baby up?" Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and he looked at Xianxia sympathetically. Sure enough, smoke was already coming out of the latter's head as he choked on his anger. I'm telling you, no way. Arbor roared at him again. She hugged the baby with both hands, but her eyes were still glaring fiercely at Xianxia. Xianxia retorted exasperatedly, "Do you think I'm like you? Heartless and emotionless with a stoic face. Do I need to lay my hands on a baby? Hand it over." Arbor turned her head angrily. Husband. Mo Lian was used to being called by his wife, so when he heard his wife call him that, he immediately took a step forward and rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was going to pick a fight with Xianxia. Xianxia was so angry that he was amused. He took out a palm-sized jade fan from his sleeve. There were even some pearls and jade tassels hanging from the bottom of the fan. It looked exquisite, small, and pretty. I'm here to give you a gift. Don't be ungrateful. F***ck, rushing over to give him a gift. This couple really made his heart ache every time he saw them. That darn lass, darn lass, darn lass, so many years had passed, but her temper was still as bad as ever, just like when they first met. What a vicious and petty person, Arbor blinked. She only felt that her hands were empty, and her son had already floated in Xianxia's direction. The couple was instantly speechless. This son was too immoral. Why would he automatically float over as long as there was something good? Xianxia was also taken aback. He didn't expect that the baby would come over on his own. This tiny baby, not even the size of a cat, was suspended in midair and staring at him expressionlessly. Why did this scene make one's scalp go numb? Why was the child of the Crown Prince and darn lass so different from other people's babies? Xianxia followed the baby's gaze downwards and landed on the jade fan in his hand. He hurriedly handed that exquisite little thing over. He himself didn't understand what was going on. It was clearly a baby in front of him. Was it possible for him to hand it over? Does the other party have hands to hold it? Just as he felt that his actions were strange and comical, he saw a flash of light on the jade fan in his hand, and it disappeared in an instant. Xianxia? Did this kid inherit Jojo's fine tradition? How did he receive gifts so quickly? Moreover, this little fellow had put the jade fan into his inner world. Dark Yas felt that this thought of his was somewhat terrifying. What kind of person could have an inner world? Only 1 in 10,000 people would be able to open their profound veins. Although the divine land was rich in spiritual power, it was rare for a child to be born with an inner world. Baby Mo stared at the person in front of him expressionlessly. After receiving the gift, he silently floated back to Arbor. The child did a beautiful somersault in the air and landed perfectly in Arbor's outstretched hands. Everyone was speechless as they stared at the swaddled baby with strange gazes. Arbor looked at Dias expressionlessly and curled the corners of his mouth. He forced a smile that didn't look like a smile. The child resembles his father. Please forgive me. Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had received 10,000 critical hits. Xianxia was speechless. He glanced at Arbor. I heard that the people from Tianyun sent you a special letter a few days ago? You're quite well informed. Arbor glanced at him indifferently. The letter asked you to go to Qingzhou? Arbor didn't reply, but his expression clearly implied his tacit agreement. Xianxia couldn't help but become agitated and grumpily retorted, you aren't really thinking of going, right? You're usually so smart and arrogant, so why do you like to drop the ball at crucial moments? Sir Jojo glowered at him as he silently took out a shiny golden club from his inner world. Mo Lian twitched her mouth and wanted to go up to hold his impulsive wife's hand. However, Xianxia, this death-seeking fellow, continued to prattle on in front of Jojo. Do you know the situation in the kingdom of Qing province? Right now, it's completely blocked by countless zombies. Don't joke around if you go. Let me tell you, that's where I came from. With your strength alone, it's impossible for you to sneak in, unless you force your way in. You must be clear-headed. Didn't you see that Duan Yu hasn't made much of a move for so long? He's such a black-bellied and shameless scoundrel. Something that can make him treat it so cautiously definitely isn't simple. Perhaps there's something incredible hidden inside and outside of Qing province. You must not walk right into a trap. You'll be out of your mind if you go. You're the one who's out of your mind. Arbor abruptly raised his golden club and smashed it at Xianxia's head. Mo Lian couldn't resist covering her face with her hands. Xianxia was even more frightened, and he immediately turned to flee. I'm saying this for your own good. He furiously turned back and roared at her, don't think that you're so capable. I couldn't beat you several years ago because my spirit meridians were sealed. But that doesn't mean I can't beat you now. I'm telling you, I'm just giving in to you. Your virtue is because you've been spoiled. But do you think that the Qing family's pack of ambitious thieves will give in to you like I did? If you dare to brandish a knife in front of that old geezer Ziqin, he'll dare to send several hundred zombies to gnaw you to death. Io. Xianxia tilted his head to the side and dodged a fiery meteor. When he turned around to look, he saw the little stoic stopping with a spurious smile. She raised the golden club in her hand and retorted with a single word, long-winded. Xianxia was so angry that he turned around and glared fiercely at Mo Lian. Prince Mo, baby Mo, who had been stuffed into her husband's arms before the beating, floated up on its own again. This fellow was like a spirit on her back, drifting along with his mother. Wherever his mother went, he would follow, always hanging behind his mother's back. This strange scene made the corners of everyone's eyes involuntarily twitch. Arbor slapped the club in his hand and said angrily, who told you that I'm going to Qingzhou? Xianxia glanced at her. Given your character, how could you not go? Jojo-sama glared at him. Xianxia calmed himself down and continued, you have to know, that is the headquarters of the Tianyun organization. You also said that this organization, Tianyun, has accumulated power for over 100 years. It's just that it's only gradually surfaced now. It's clear that the faction behind it isn't small. Even a swindler like Duan Yu has to be cautious, so how could you go there and act rashly? Arbor silently glared at him when she heard his long-winded speech. Humph. You all understand him quite well. He made it seem like Sir Jojo was the only one who didn't understand him. Jojo was disgruntled and turned to glare fiercely at her husband before turning to trot away. Her son followed behind her and floated along. This scene was inexplicably bizarre and comical, and the onlookers couldn't help laughing. Mo Lian silently turned back to glance at Xianxia as she grumbled in her mind, it's fine if you two are quarreling, but why are you glaring at me when you're upset? Xianxia was even more at a loss for words, and he turned to glare at Mo Lian again. This little ancestor, can't you listen to the main point? After listening for half a day, she said something along the lines of you two understand him quite well. What does she mean? Is she angry? Mo Lian irritably rolled her eyes at him. Isn't it obvious? How can she leave if she's not angry? It's all that guy Duanyu's fault. It's fine if you don't mention him, but Jojo gets even angrier when he's mentioned. The irritated Ming province's crown prince casually picked someone to berate. However, Mo Lian was amused by his rascally behavior and irritably retorted, "Do you think it's easy to bully him just because he's not here? You're venting your anger on him when there's no one to vent it on." She was used to berating Duanyu, but it was usually her berating him. Why did it feel a little jarring when she heard someone else berating him? She inexplicably wanted to retort. Humph. It must be because there were too many things troubling him recently, so he was also irritated. Simply baffling. Mo Lian turned to leave in a huff as she casually muttered, "It's not like he's your punching bag." Ming Yasi glared at her departing figure and angrily asked, "Hey, why are you leaving too?" "Hey, I'm here as a guest, but you're not even going to treat me to a meal? What kind of freaking hospitality was this? Why don't you ascend to the heavens?" The royal maids and eunuchs who had been watching a good show quickly turned around and pretended to be busy wiping the tables, stools, vases, and curtains. They secretly turned to look at the Ming province's crown prince, who was hopping mad. Everyone silently felt that the Ming province's crown prince seemed a bit miserable. They didn't know what was going on, but they just felt that this guy seemed to have been completely ignored. Arbor stomped around the garden for a long time before she realized that her son was like a little shadow, floating behind her. This child usually didn't make much noise. If you teased him for a long time, he might just give you a lazy response. Arbor thought it was a little funny. She reached out and hugged the child, caressing his little face. "Son, mother isn't angry. Mother just feels a little annoyed. Why do they all think that I, your mother, would be impulsive and brainless? Humph. Don't you think they are stupid? They are the brainless ones, not mother." Baby Mo's black eyes stared at Arbor and suddenly blinked. Arbor immediately kissed him happily. See, even her son was blinking at her in approval. As expected of her son, he could understand everything she said. A bunch of brainless fellows. How dare you say that your mother is stupid? They are the real idiots. The little stoic muttered as she walked past the flower path with her son in her arms. Suddenly, she turned her head and shot a cold glance over. Attack talisman, attack talisman, attack talisman. She threw out 3 god-rank attack talismans consecutively, landing in the direction of the flower thicket. Following the 3 bangs, Arbor's gaze instantly chilled. "Do you think this crown princess can't see you because you have an invisibility talisman stuck on you? Come out obediently, and I can still consider sparing your life." Reveal talisman, reveal talisman, reveal talisman. Arbor's fingers moved, and she threw out several dozen reveal talismans in all directions. They were as fast as shooting stars and instantly landed in the flower thicket. Streaks of talisman energy flowed past, and under the whooshing of light and shadow, 2 sneaky figures emerged as expected. However, they abruptly hid behind a tree. Arbor chuckled and abruptly struck out with her palm. "You're courting death." With a crisp bang, half of the short tree was immediately snapped in half by the wind from her palm. Arbor recalled her son into the star domain in passing before swiftly darting over and viciously smashing her fist down. When Ming Yasi and Prince Mo rushed over, they saw the little stoic ruthlessly smashing her opponent's big head with her fist. The group of hidden guards stood expressionlessly on the side, wielding swords and sabers, but no one stepped forward to help. Ming Yasi's mouth twitched. He felt that the little stoic seemed to be even more violent than before. He couldn't bear to look straight at her, but he still couldn't resist shouting, "What are you all standing around for? Attack!" How could they let their master charge forward alone while a group of hidden guards leisurely watched from the side? They really were a bunch of insensible fellows. The hidden guard leader abruptly glanced at the Ming province's crown prince. That contemptuous gaze disgusted the Ming province's crown prince. F***ck, this guy even dared to despise him. Seeing that Ming Yasi was about to jump forward, 2 of the hidden guards very kindly extended their arms to block him. "You probably don't understand our crown princess very well. Our crown princess didn't call for the crown princess personal guards today. This means that the crown princess doesn't need us to attack at the moment, and you don't need to go forward and help. If you help, the crown princess probably won't be too happy. Ming Yasi, as expected, you guys have captured the crown princess's heart. These words were extremely reasonable, so Xianxia stopped and silently stood to the side. He glanced at Mo Lian, who was also watching with folded arms, and harumphed. You actually found a group of considerate hidden guards. They quite understand their master's intentions. Mo Lian conveniently cast him a glance and sneered, why don't you take a look at who hired these hidden guards? How can the people I recruit be bad? Xianxia instantly didn't want to talk to this person in front of him. He turned his head and didn't look at him. Mo Lian couldn't help but curl her lips. She cursed in her heart, you make it sound like I really want to talk to you. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. You'd better stay away from me. However, Mo Lian ignored him, so he couldn't resist turning back to say to Mo Lian, you probably don't know how deranged that guy Duan Yu is in the kingdom of Qing state, right? Mo Lian looked at him expressionlessly. Don't even think about trying to sow discord. This monarch will not listen to your untruthful words. Did you know that Duan Yu would have people use you and Zhou's name to go up the city gate tower to shout insults every few days? Oh, that's right, you probably don't know, but Duan Yu had someone build a watchtower outside of Qingzhou to allow his subordinates to go up and curse in the streets every day. He's mainly hiding in the back and not saying anything, but he's using you and Zhou's name to scold us. Tell me, why do you have such a bad friend? Mo Lian, the kingdom of Qing state was a small kingdom to begin with. The entire kingdom was even slightly smaller than Dragon Flame City. As long as they could invade the kingdom of Qing state, they could basically invade their capital within a day. Hence, Xianxia seriously suspected that Duan Yu, this idiot, might have discovered something, which was why he hadn't made a move yet. His subordinates used 18 different styles of cursing and even said that they were following your and Zhou's orders to participate in this war of words. Mo Lian, you don't know, right? That guy has done so many deranged things behind your backs. Who says I don't know? Mo Lian was so annoyed by his words that she couldn't resist rebuking him coldly. This time, it was Xiaxia's turn to be stupefied, and he stared at him in disbelief. You knew? Realization dawned on him. So it turns out that you and him are secretly communicating with each other. Then does Zhou know? Zhou definitely doesn't know. Prince Mo wished for nothing more than to slap him to death. Do you know how to speak? What do you mean by communicating with each other? What kind of F*** words are you using? You scoundrel. Scram. Who are you telling to scram? Xianxia glared at him. You better be more polite to me. I'm not that person from many years ago who could be casually beaten and scolded by you. What a pitiful child. While they were speaking, Arbor had already swiftly ended the battle. He kicked the two fellows who were forced out by the appearance talisman and kicked them in front of Mo Lian and Xianxia. Everyone silently retreated, leaving a suitable distance to continue spectating. The little stoic charged forward with a golden club in her hand. Without any explanation, she smashed the two people who still wanted to get up to the ground with two bangs. She took advantage of the situation and kicked the person in front of her, sending him tumbling forward until he reached a hidden guard. The group of secret guards very considerately retreated a bit, forming a perfect encirclement, trapping the person in a circle. As long as the guarantor didn't escape the encirclement, the rest would depend on how the crown princess would perform. As expected, the little crown princess didn't disappoint. She threw down two binding talismans, making it difficult for the thief to escape even though he had spun a cocoon around himself. Both of them were bound by the binding talismans and couldn't move for a moment. Arbor leaped forward and viciously smashed the club into that person's back, directly knocking him to the ground. Speak, did that hall master of charms send you guys to scout for information? Arbor stepped on that person. Don't try to deceive me. I know you guys are people of the blessed ones. With the enhancement of invisibility talismans and aura-concealing talisman matrix, it wouldn't be believable if they said they weren't disciples of the blessed ones. But how could the two of them sneak into the garden of the Eastern Palace? The two of them were only at the high level of the spirit realm. The young crown princess knew very well that with their skills, it was almost impossible for them to get past the many spies outside the Eastern Palace and the various checkpoints to get here. So these two people should have come in through normal means. She sized up their attire. Sure enough, they were dressed in eunuch attire. Moreover, this kind of eunuch attire should be the attire of the kitchen in the backyard. Prince Mo's expression instantly chilled. He beckoned for Huifeng to come over and quietly instructed, "Pass down my orders. Strictly investigate every courtyard and place to see if there are any outsiders who have snuck in. Once discovered, kill them on the spot." Yes. Huifeng knew the severity of the situation, so he immediately accepted the order and left. At the same time, the young crown princess stared coldly at the two who had committed suicide by consuming poison on the ground. If he died, then so be it. He could still ask questions even if he died. He could ask for more details. Xiao Mu's lips curled into a sneer. With a flick of her finger, 2 strands of talisman energy emerged from the 2 soul-summoning talismans and instantly burrowed into the 2 people's foreheads. Although Arbor couldn't see the souls, she could sense the talisman energy within the souls. Thus, she coldly questioned the 2 wandering souls the moment they appeared. Unfortunately, the other party knew very little. This was also what she had expected. After dispersing the 2 wandering souls, Arbor turned to look at her husband with a dark expression. Tomorrow definitely won't be peaceful. The next day, before the sun had even risen, everyone in the palace was already busy with their respective duties. Today was the little imperial grandson's 1-month-old birthday banquet, so they had to make it a perfect one. Actually, everyone had already started preparing half a month ago. Today, everyone was just in their respective positions to ensure that no mistakes were made and no one caused trouble. The banquet was held in the Eastern Palace's Xianxia Hall. The little imperial grandson was placed on a small jade bed in the warm room, watched over by 2 wet nurses and 4 palace maids. When the banquet attendees arrived at the Eastern Palace, they all eagerly looked at the little baby. Once this baby was born, he would be a precious and pampered child. Putting aside the fact that His Majesty had pardoned the world for his sake, this child's parents were also such extraordinary people. He inherited his parents' terrifying talent and caused a huge commotion with 3 days and 3 nights of heavenly tribulation and lightning punishment as soon as he was born. Such a little baby would definitely have a bright future. Princess Consort Kong was overjoyed as she held baby Mo. Several first-rank titled madams also surrounded the princess consort, laughing and playing with the baby. The baby remained expressionless and did not smile. There were no fluctuations in his heart. This calm little face made the princess consort very amused. She waved a small jade ruby in her hand and called out, "Little dumpling, little dumpling." Suddenly, she realized that the jade ruby in her hand had disappeared. Princess Consort Kong looked at her palm in confusion, then took out a golden pendant from the jade plate at the side to tease the baby. The 2 wet nurses who were squeezed by the group of madams couldn't help but facepalm. The little imperial grandson was now at the age where he was interested in everything. Basically, as long as something flashed in front of his eyes, the little imperial grandson would treat it as his own possession and silently store it in his inner world. No one knew who he had this problem with. After this happened a few times, the princess consort noticed that something was wrong and called out to the wet nurses in surprise, "Nanny, Nanny, does this child have an inner world?" A slightly older wet nurse said with a smile, "That's right, princess consort. The little imperial grandson had an inner world when he was born." Not only that, the little imperial grandson was also the youngest godly realm expert in the 3 continents. Wang Fei couldn't help but roar with laughter. She reached out to tap the little baby's pearl-like forehead. "Io, auntie's little darling, why are you so cute?" When the little stoic sent people to invite the titled madams over, everyone was in the middle of a heated game with the little stoic royal grandson. Their so-called game was to take out good things from their pockets and dangle them in front of the little prince's eyes, only to see them disappear one by one. After repeating this several times, the group of women actually laughed heartily. When Princess Kong returned to the main hall of Xianxia Palace, she was very happy to see Jojo. She kept telling her about baby Mo's interesting stories. Arbor first glanced at her, then was slightly stunned, and then looked her up and down a few times. Princess Consort Kong immediately looked down at herself and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Jojo?" Arbor blinked and looked expressionlessly at Princess Consort Kong. He raised a hand to grasp her wrist and quickly took her pulse. Subsequently, Sir Jojo looked at her with sparkling eyes and said crisply, "Royal Aunt, congratulations." Princess Consort Kong was a bit baffled. "Jojo, what are you congratulating me for?" "You're more than a month pregnant, Royal Aunt." "What?" The little crown princess's voice wasn't soft, so there were many people in the main hall right now. Today was the little imperial grandson's 1-month-old birthday banquet, so the male and female guests weren't seated separately. Instead, they were all in the same hall. When the little stoic said this, not only did the nearby titled madams and royal court officials hear it clearly, but some of the patrician family's madams and young misses also heard it. Princess Consort Kong instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression, and her voice trembled slightly. "Jojo, you didn't deceive royal aunt?" Arbor stroked the back of her hand and said with a nod, "Royal aunt, it's absolutely true. It's been more than a month." Lu Lanyun couldn't help but tremble in her pleasant surprise. Arbor was already on guard and knew that Lu Lanyun must be very excited right now, so he hastily helped her to sit down on the side. "Royal aunt, I'll prescribe a nourishing prescription for you. You just need to take it once every 3 days. Your body has been nourished very well, and the child is also very healthy." "Jojo." Lu Lanyun couldn't resist crying tears of joy. She held Arbor's hand and nodded repeatedly. "Royal aunt is really... I don't know what to say. It's all thanks to you, Jojo. Don't mention it. We're all family, so it's only right." Arbor was speaking with Lu Lanyun. Just then, he heard cries of surprise from the door. Prince, hurry, and help Prince, hurry and help him up." What happened? It seems like the old prince was too excited when he heard that the princess consort was pregnant, so he tripped over the threshold. A madam explained while suppressing her laughter. Arbor couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. When he looked up, he saw Prince Kong running over aggressively, as though he was seeking revenge on someone, Princess Consort. The old prince jogged over and hastily grabbed his wife's hand, asking excitedly, "I heard them say that you..." Princess Consort Kong couldn't help but chuckle when she saw his stupidly excited appearance. She nodded at him with a smile and said, "It's Jojo's conclusion after taking her pulse." Then it was undoubtedly accurate. In this world, who didn't know of Xianxia's alchemy skills, the old prince couldn't help but laugh until his eyes turned into slits. The crowd of courtiers and upper-class women hurriedly came forward to form a circle, smiling as they congratulated Prince Kong and his wife. Nowadays, the old prince found anyone pleasing to his eyes. Everyone he saw had a good expression on their faces and he laughed heartily. Arbor was also very happy. Auntie Emperor's sufferings were finally over. After her body recovered, everything would be better in the future. Arbor took the time to visit his son in front of the jade bed in the warm room. She picked up the baby and played with him for a while. Then, she patted the baby's swaddling clothes and coaxed him to sleep. Only then did she gently place the child back into the small jade bed. After covering him with a small blanket, she slowly stood up. "All right, let the child sleep for a while. There's no need for so many people to stay here." "Yes." Everyone saluted in unison and left one by one. In the end, only a wet nurse was left in front of the jade bed to watch over the child. Arbor also turned to leave, but when he reached the door, the corner of his mouth slightly raised into a sneer. The atmosphere in the Three Mountain Palace's main hall was excellent. It just so happened that the little imperial grandson was 1 month old, and they also heard that Prince Kong and his wife were expecting a child. It really was one happy event after another. The emperor and empress were also very happy. However, it was in this joyous atmosphere that a wet nurse who had been beaten bloody ran out of the warm room and shouted in panic, oh no, the little imperial grandson has been taken away." Bai Wuxiao jumped up from his throne and sternly rebuked, "What did you say?" The wet nurse fell to her knees with a thump. She kowtowed repeatedly with all her might and cried, "Your Majesty, this old servant deserves to die 10,000 deaths. I was unable to properly protect the young master." Just now, a black-clothed masked man suddenly appeared behind this old servant and viciously smashed this old servant with an unknown object. Fortunately, this old servant's head was hard enough and did not faint. That thief snatched the young imperial grandson and escaped through the window. When this old servant chased after him, I discovered that the servants outside the warm room had long been drugged unconscious and were lying all over the floor. "Your Majesty, it's still not too late to chase after him. That person should not have escaped from Three Mountains Palace." Just as they were speaking, someone among the guests exclaimed, "A black-clothed masked man." Everyone hastily rushed out of Three Mountains Palace. Sure enough, they saw a black-cloaked masked man jump onto the wall with a whoosh. He seemed to be carrying something in his hand. The Empress was so frightened that her entire body trembled. She pointed at the wall and shouted sternly, "Stop him!" Hundreds of hidden guards flocked over and flew out after jumping onto the wall. However, the black-cloaked masked man was faster than everyone else. He had already jumped off the high wall and swiftly concealed himself. Xiaomu stomped her feet and suddenly called out Baby Ye in an extremely pretentious manner. She then flew out with a whoosh and leaped onto the top of the wall, disappearing without a trace. Everyone was startled by her shrill cry of baby. Prince Mo, who was standing beside his lovely wife, couldn't help but silently raise his hand to cover his face. His wife's acting was really fake enough. Sure enough, the quick-witted Empress immediately sensed that something was wrong. She turned back and glared fiercely at her son. What's going on? These two brats, she didn't know what they were scheming. They actually didn't tell her, causing her heart to clench for a moment just now. Her daughter-in-law's baby was too casual and careless. It didn't sound like she was really anxious. Hearing this little rascal's cry, Empress Bai was instead relieved. Ming Yasi understood this pair of black-hearted people even more. He hurriedly lowered his voice and asked, "What are you guys doing? Where's the child?" The crown prince ignored him and followed after them in a flash. Seeing this, how could Yas wait idly? He hurriedly brought his men and rushed over as well. Xiaomu chased after the black-clothed and masked man with quick steps, wretchedly shrieking, "Baby, let go of my baby." The secret guards silently cooperated and couldn't help but wave their sleeves to wipe off the cold sweat on their foreheads. "Master, your words are too fake." Arbor blinked. How could it be fake? I've seen people act like this on stage when they lose their children. Xiao, he didn't know what to do to save his little Masta. Sometimes, Master Silver looked exceptionally intelligent, but other times, he felt like an idiot. Arbor threw out several revealing talismans and screamed miserably, "Come out, hero. Everything is negotiable. Let go of my child. I'll promise you anything you want." Sob sob sob. Xiao, blurg, next time, he definitely couldn't let his Master Silver go and watch those messy dramas that were put on the stage. What was all this about? Recently, Despondent Pavilion had been putting on some bitter and tear-inducing dramas, and it was especially popular with the madams and young misses in the capital. Xiao couldn't help but facepalm. Master Silver had learned a lot. Arbor stopped and looked around with teary eyes. Suddenly, hundreds of black-clothed, masked, and uniformed pursuers emerged from the bushes, surrounding her in the center. Arbor covered her face with her handkerchief and sobbed. Xiao was speechless. "Master, I'm begging you, can you not act so pretentiously?" Xiao really wanted to tell Master Silver that her high and mighty image in the past had already been established in everyone's hearts. No one would think that she was a weak and helpless little wife. As expected, the hundreds of masked men in black all looked at her in astonishment and exchanged glances. "Be careful of traps," one of the masked men said in a low voice. Master had once instructed that the woman in front of them was extremely difficult to deal with. She was cunning, ruthless, and vicious. But why did it feel like Master's description of the woman in front of them didn't match? Therefore, this woman must be pretending. However, there was also a possibility that Master's calculations were very accurate. This woman's weakness was the child that they had captured. As expected, Master's guess was right. A child was indeed the most important thing to a mother. Once the child was captured, no matter how strong a woman was, she would have to obediently submit like a little lamb. The crowd opened up a path for the man holding the baby to walk over. This person was the leader of the masked men who had grabbed baby Mo and jumped onto the wall. At this moment, his vicious little eyes were shining. He held the baby tightly in one hand and let out a sharp and cold laugh. "Arbor, you didn't think that you would have such a day, did you?" Master Jojo held her handkerchief and stared at the baby in the man's hand with watery eyes. She stretched out a pair of small claws and called out weakly and pitifully. Baby Prince Mo and Ming Yas, who had rushed over, couldn't help but look at each other silently. Jojo's act wasn't over yet. Master Jojo, who was possessed by the drama queen, used her handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said pitifully, "Big brother, please have mercy. If my son loses a single hair, I will definitely make your entire family pay with blood. Not only that, I will also make you disappear into thin air. Not even a single hair of yours will exist in this world. Her voice became colder and colder as she spoke. He raised his head and stared at the other party with a pair of cold and merciless eyes. Xianxia, who was holding the baby, felt her body stiffen. She couldn't help but shudder. The gaze of this D*MN woman, Xiao Mu, was incomparably frigid, just like the icy soul pearl. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be frightened by her. Seeing Arbor take a step forward, Xianxia couldn't help but take a step back with the baby in her arms. She then turned around and ran, one hand still tightly clutching the baby's neck. All of you, back off. If he dares to chase, I will kill him. Sir Jojo's eyes lit up as he hurriedly shouted, "Baby!" She shouted frantically, "Don't move, don't move." After saying that, one of them hurriedly chased after him. Like I said, the show is halfway through. If you quit halfway, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Since these people were targeting her, she had to meet them no matter what. Mingyash chased after him for 2 steps before Arbor shouted, "Don't move." He turned to look at Emolian. What's that in that person's hand? Xiao, that cunning little scoundrel, it was impossible for her to leave her son alone in the warm room. He must have swapped the baby long ago. Xianxia grabbed the baby with one hand and ran wildly while looking back. Seeing Arbor chase after him, a sinister sneer involuntarily surfaced on Xianxia's lips. The effect of you chasing after me alone is exactly what I want. As long as you dare to chase after me, you won't be far from death. A sinister glint flitted through Xianxia's eyes, and he abruptly raised his hand. Many black-clothed and masked men jumped out from all directions and surrounded them. Several hundred yellow talismans floated up in the air and circled around the crowd before rapidly gathering around Arbor. Like shackles, they abruptly trapped her inside. Xianxia watched as the little stoic ran headfirst into the talisman formation in a panic and frantically pulled at the talismans in front of her. She shouted in panic, "Who exactly are you? Why did you capture my son? Let go of my son." Baby, a carefree smile instantly flitted across Xianxia's heart. As expected, a woman who lost her child was like a tiger without its fangs and didn't possess the slightest bit of deterrence. That woman's chilly venomous glare just now must have been a misconception. How would she dare to be unyielding with them now? They captured her child, so she could only allow herself to be captured. Enough nonsense. Now obediently walk in here yourself. Xianxia took out a triangular tent from his inner world and said coldly to Arbor. Otherwise, I'll strangle him to death. Faint disdain flitted across Arbor's eyes as she was wrapped in a pile of yellow talismans. She thought they had some way to take her away. But it turned out they only wanted to take her son away to restrain her. Their method of taking her away was also extremely barbaric and crude. Using the space spiritual abode to store her was underestimating Jojo too much. You don't have any other methods? Arbor couldn't help but ask again. Xianxia? Why did he inexplicably feel that the situation in front of him was a bit off? I've cooperated with you until now, but you only sent these few people? Arbor gloomily glared at the several hundred masked men in black. You have to work hard. She clenched her small fists and made an encouraging gesture for everyone. Xianxia. I thought you would send at least 1,000 people to capture me. At the very least, you should send that mysterious hall master of your talisman hall. At the very least, you should send Luo He. Why is it only you bunch of shrimps? Arbor was indignant. She pointed at them and said angrily, Are you looking down on this crown princess? After a round of reprimanding, Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded. What was the situation now? Huh? What's going on? Emolian held back her laughter and cleared her throat. She couldn't help but reveal herself. Alright, Jojo, these are the people in front of you. Arbor swept away the messy pile of yellow talismans in front of his eyes and stepped on them several times. Then, he took 2 steps forward and slapped Xianxia. Idiot. The corner of Mingyasi's mouth twitched. Do you think that no one will find out just because you sent some people to infiltrate the Eastern Palace? That wet nurse was left behind on purpose to help you. Otherwise, we would have dealt with her yesterday. Arbor roared at him in annoyance, his face gloomy and angry. To think that I was full of anticipation, wondering how your Qinhong would deal with me. And the result? Arbor roared at Qin Grass. Useless. Everyone, she lifted the tent in Qinhong's hands and stepped on it twice. You want to take Jojo away with a lousy spiritual abode? Dream on. Where are the Crown Princess's personal guards? A group of secret guards suddenly jumped forward and answered in unison, here. Deal with it. Sir Jojo waved his hand dispiritedly. Boring. She had been excited for an entire day and night, thinking that someone would definitely come to cause trouble for the full moon banquet tomorrow. Perhaps she could even meet that mysterious talisman hall master. After all, she had already gone to the star domain to draw many, many talismans. She had prepared a large number of talismans, just waiting for that mysterious hall master to come today. She wanted to compete with him in talismans, and the result, Qin Grass, this stinky shrimp, came. She had been excited for nothing the entire night, and was so excited that she almost couldn't sleep. Sir Jojo was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Qin Grass had been digesting the meaning of Arbor's words, and now he finally realized what was going on. This damned woman, she meant that she had been waiting for him here since early in the morning. She had predicted that he would come to steal the child. Impossible. Who was she trying to fool? This woman must be forcing herself to be calm to trick him. Qin Grass hurriedly grabbed the child in his swaddling clothes, and shouted sternly, Are you really going to ignore your child's life? Arbor rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to respond to this retard. Could he trouble himself to take a look at the child when he was kidnapping him? The shadow guards had already swarmed forward, and were fighting with the masked men in black. Fortunately, they were in a flat plaza, and there were no obstructions around them, nor were there any plants or flowers blocking the way, so their field of vision was very wide. The battle was about to start, and it was in full swing. The shadow guards were serious this time. Just now, in order to cooperate with the little crown princess, they had been giving way to the masked men of the All-Seer. They had purposely revealed a few openings, allowing them to come to this empty plaza. The crown princess had said before that she felt sorry for the flowers and plants in the garden, and didn't want these innocent flowers and plants to be tainted by the All-Seer's stinky blood. So they had been going easy on the All-Seer. It looked like they couldn't beat the All-Seer, but they had been forcing the All-Seer's disciples onto a straight path. When the two sides started fighting, Qin Grass's entire face was dumbfounded. If he still didn't realize that there was something strange about the child in his arms, then he really would be an idiot. He hurriedly lowered his head to open the child's swaddling clothes, and looked inside, and almost fainted from anger. How could he be the precious little imperial grandson of the divine land? It was clearly a little black mechanical puppet. Seeing him lower his head to look at it, the little golem grinned at him strangely and said, Idiot. Qin Chao was enraged. He fiercely threw the golem that was wrapped in swaddling clothes onto the ground. Who would have thought that after the golem landed on the ground, it would grow in the wind and evolve to a height of 2 meters in a matter of minutes? With a stiff iron fist, it rushed towards Zither Grass without hesitation. Qin Grass was shocked and hurriedly raised his arms to block. A ferocious hammer fiercely smashed into his arms. Qin Grass could even hear a light kacha sound. His arm was almost crippled. It was clear how powerful that mechanical puppet's heavy punch was. Ah! Qin Grass's entire body was sent flying backwards. He did a backflip and landed heavily on the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself with his hands. He raised his head and looked at Arbor, who was looking at him coldly. His heart trembled and his pupils dilated. Fast, too fast, that little stoic simply didn't wait for him to adjust his breathing and regain his composure. A vine whip that meandered like a fire dragon had already swept in front of him. The vine whip landed heavily on Qin Grass's face, causing him to howl in pain. He immediately rolled on the ground, covering his face as he desperately rolled. TSK, the face slapping actually came so quickly. Xiaomu gazed icily at the Zither Grass as she scoffed, Do you think that this crown prince consort is a fool? That you can do whatever you want with him? There must be something wrong with these people's brains, coming to the Eastern Palace to steal her son. They thought that with so many people coming and going at the full moon banquet today, the crown princess would not be able to watch over the child in time and would be able to take the child away. However, they did not know that after discovering that someone had infiltrated the Eastern Palace in disguise, the young couple had already swept through the palace. Within an hour, they had caught 4 or 5 Tianyun spies hidden in various parts of the Eastern Palace. It was the crown prince's idea to leave behind the wet nurse with evil intentions. It would be too easy to switch his son with Dabao. As long as they waited for Princess Consort Kong and the rest to finish fooling around with their son and leave the warm room, they would let Little Tree drag their son into the star domain and let Dabao hide in his swaddling clothes. Then everything would be fine. It was laughable that Xianxia was such a fool. He had pinched baby Mo several times but did not realize that it was a little stiff. He had risked his life to come to the Eastern Palace to steal the child, so he was already panicking. How could he still notice so many details? Therefore, this was also what Arbor was dissatisfied with. She had already prepared everything and was ready for battle, but in the end, the only one who came looking for trouble was Xianxia. Tianyun did not even send Luohe over. Were they looking down on the little crown princess too much? Arbor, don't think that you have succeeded in scheming against me. Xianxia berated loudly. He clutched his chest and struggled to stand up. Let me tell you, don't be so smug. Our Tianyun, whoosh, the vine whip that was covered in sparkling blue flames suddenly slid in front of Xianxia. Once again, the whip whipped away that fellow's vicious curses that had not yet left his mouth. Xianxia was sent flying to the ground by the whip. He sprawled on the ground, and even his breathing became much weaker. A wisp of fear involuntarily spread across his eyes, like wild grass growing wildly. Why did he feel that this perverted woman's cultivation level seemed to have increased by quite a bit again? During the previous battle, the oppressive feeling was not so heavy. Today, when he stood face to face with her again, he could only feel the endless pressure coming from her body. It was so heavy that he almost couldn't breathe. Arbor coldly glanced at him. 3 clusters of blue spiritual cleansing flames leaped up from her fingertips, dancing back and forth around her fingers. Xianxia was shocked. He lay on the ground, motionless. From his soul to the depths of his bones, he was screaming at him, run. He had to escape immediately. Run, 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 if he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have another chance. Now that his plan had been exposed and he had failed to snatch the child, he had no one to rely on. If he didn't escape now, he might lose his life here today. Slurp. Everyone took a closer look and saw a little mouse crawling out from a pile of clothes and running away in a panic with its tail between its legs. But very quickly, everyone discovered that this pitiful little mouse was bumping into walls everywhere. Taking a closer look, he saw that the little mouse was surrounded by defensive walls. It had nowhere to run. Arbor hooked up the corners of her lips, a trace of cold mockery appearing on her lips. She took a few steps forward and raised her hand with a frown. The blue spiritual cleansing flames turned into an empty palm and grabbed the little mouse's tail from a distance. The vine whip in Arbor's hand ruthlessly lashed at the little mouse. I told you not to underestimate me. Her whip heavily lashed at the little mouse's body, almost tearing that tattered body of the mouse into 2. Do you really think I'm that stupid? I let you use the transformation talisman to escape once. Do you think I'll let you escape a second time today? Her eyes coldly stared at Xianxia without a trace of sympathy. This person had been Qin Hong's lackey for so many years, it was unknown how many people he had killed. What was there to sympathize with? Even if he was as weak as a mouse right now, he didn't deserve any sympathy. Xianxia didn't think that even after transforming into a mouse, he still couldn't escape from the vicious woman. He let out a miserable scream, but the sound that came out was the squeaking of a mouse. Arbor coldly snorted. She waved her hand to have the wooden vines form a small wooden cage and threw the fool inside. Xianxia frantically scurried around the cage, but the cage was full of barbs made of wooden thorns. After he frantically jumped around in a panic, he was covered in wounds and there wasn't a single piece of flesh on his body that wasn't injured. Xianxia, this little mouse, had walked right into the trap. At that time, he felt that there was no way for him to live. He collapsed to the ground with his belly sticking out, squeaking for a while. After using the transformation talisman, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Arbor's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. With a move of her finger, clusters of blue flames were thrown into the cage, erecting several blue flame walls around the little mouse. The high temperature of the fire spirit made Qin grass squeak and scurry around, but there was nothing he could do. On the contrary, his originally dirty and dark fur was burned by the blue flames, becoming even more disheveled. Arbor saw that this guy was about to be tortured, so she waved her hand and took out a purple talisman. She said to herself, "Let's see what the effects are." This was the newest talisman she had learned from the 11th Jade Slip, soul-searching talisman. As the name implied, its effect was the same as manual soul-searching. Moreover, its greatest advantage was that manual soul-searching could result in something like a soul explosion, causing the soul-searcher to fall into a dangerous situation and suffer a backlash from the soul explosion. Soul-searching talisman was different. If the other party wanted to explode their soul, they would be suppressed by the soul-searching talisman. In the end, it would be very painful and their soul would scatter. With this kind of soul-searching talisman, there was no need to be afraid of being tricked again. Arbor happily threw out the soul-searching talisman. So what if the other party turned into a rat? In essence, his spirit was still that of a zither herb. As the soul-searching talisman took effect, the rats in the cage let out a series of shrill screams. At the same time, Arbor could selectively receive all the information from the other party's consciousness. Leaving aside some useless information was the important information about the heavenly fate. The soul-searching process lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. As for Xianxia, that pitiful smelly rat, it was now lying in the small cage on the verge of death and gradually stopped moving. Obviously, Zither Grass's divine sense couldn't withstand the pressure of the soul-searching talisman. He was completely finished. Arbor tossed a torch over and burned it to ashes. Only then did he turn to look at the Eastern Palace shadow guards, who were slowly coming to a stop. More than half of the hundreds of Heavenly Fate disciples that Xianxia had brought in with his spatial spiritual abode were dead or injured. The rest were surrounded by the shadow guards and forced to kneel on the ground with swords and knives at their necks. Arbor's cold gaze swept over them. He raised his hand and waved. The shadow guards immediately retreated with the remaining Heavenly Fate disciples. Arbor stomped back to Emolien's side. She raised her small head and was about to speak to him. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind blow past her, and a soul immediately floated over from the side. The little stoic turned her head to take a look. She saw the dull-witted Mo with his long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders suddenly appear beside her. Arbor found it a bit strange that this guy had suddenly appeared after facing the wall and pondering over his wrongdoings for so many days. "Why are you?" Arbor glanced at her speechlessly and raised his hand to hold this wispy soul. It couldn't be that she had gone too far with her acting just now and alarmed Mo. Arbor reflexively covered his face. Cough, her acting just now was indeed a bit fake. "Friends." She reached out to pacify the dull-witted Mo. "Don't listen to my mournful cries just now. I was actually just fooling around with them. I'm really fine." She tugged on that soul and turned around to walk a few steps before abruptly turning her head back. At the same time, Emolien and Yasi also sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air abruptly emerge at the first instant. However, Arbor felt it more directly than the two of them. Because this hidden talisman had suddenly activated at this moment, and the surging talisman energy hidden within it could be considered the first time she had seen such a thing in her life. A life-affirming talisman, it was actually a saint-rank life-affirming talisman. The little stoic's pupils contracted, and disbelief flitted through her eyes. As expected, there was always someone better than you. Could it be that there was still a saint-rank great talisman practitioner in this world? She didn't have time to think too much because the life-affirming talisman pounced at her once it activated. The golden light of the talisman abruptly enveloped her. The two strands of sacred energy that Emolien and Yasi sent over were actually blocked by the light of the talisman and couldn't rush in for the time being. Emolien immediately panicked and flashed in front of Arbor with a leap. She swung her sword at the light of the talisman from a distance. With a swish, a crack as wide as a person was instantly cut open in the light of the talisman that resembled a barrier. In the blink of an eye, before Qiamu could react, she felt a huge force abruptly pushing her from behind. This force was extremely formidable, and it instantly blasted away the wisp of talisman energy that came straight at her. Then, it suddenly pushed her out of the gap and into her husband's arms. Emolien hurriedly reached out to hold her waist. Only when he truly hugged his wife did his wildly beating heart suddenly relax a little. Arbor abruptly turned around, his pupils constricting slightly. Under the light of the life-severing rune, Mo's figure appeared somewhat blurry. Yes, after the death charm took effect, it would definitely capture its target, Arbor. But now, Arbor had been pushed out by Mo. Mo didn't even have the time to change the target of Arbor's death talisman. He could only deal with Mo, who was enveloped by the light of the talisman. Xiaomu was startled, and she shouted, Mo along with Mo Lian, Yasi, and He Chan and the others who flew out of the star field, they all rushed over together. Countless bursts of sacred energy suddenly struck the outer layer of the light of the talisman. Xiaomu had even flung out her vine whip, wanting to yank Mo out the moment the opening opened. However, Mo was right in front of her eyes. She looked like snowflakes that were falling off her soul body. The light and shadow shattered. She had simply disappeared too quickly. Arbor saw her turn around and smile at him. The smile between her brows was gentle. Arbor flew over and reached out to hug her. This person turned into pieces in front of her eyes and disappeared without a trace. No. She couldn't accept it. She disappeared so quickly that Jojo didn't even have time to take a closer look at her. Although her eyes were clear before she disappeared, Jojo could still hear her soft voice. Don't worry, Jojo, my primary soul is summoning me. I'll be fine, I'm only leaving temporarily. We'll meet again, Jojo, but Jojo really couldn't accept it emotionally. Arbor knew that this fellow would leave sooner or later. She would definitely follow her primary soul and follow the sun and moon wheels. But it wasn't today, it definitely wasn't today. They didn't even have time to properly bid farewell or have a meal together. They hadn't even discussed whether the little monkey would leave with her or stay here. She disappeared before her eyes just like that, disappearing without a trace. She couldn't catch her even if she wanted to. Her rationality kept telling her that Mo's soul was so powerful, so she would definitely be fine. But emotionally, Jojo really couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that this slow-witted fellow disappeared before her eyes. Disappeared. Damn liar. Arbor suddenly chased after her, inexplicably wanting to follow the dissipating talisman energy and retrieve her scattered soul. That's right, retrieve it, retrieve it. He could retrieve it. Jojo. Mo Lian hastily dashed forward and hugged her waist. When she looked down at the little stoic's expression, she instantly panicked. The little stoic's entire body was ice cold, and even her palms were sweating. He hastily covered her and shouted anxiously, Jojo, Jojo. Calm down first and listen to me. She's a liar. Xiaomu shrieked. Her beady black eyes bulged as she stared fixedly at Mo Lian, stubbornly holding back the tears that filled her eyes. Who asked her to save me? That life-affirming curse was directed at me. I have the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron protecting me, so the life-affirming curse can't kill me. Why did she have to push me out? What right does she have to die for me without any hesitation? Damn liar. She even said we would meet again. The next time we meet, she might not even recognize me. She thinks I won't forget? The pill she asked me for is called love-severing. Once you start taking it, there's no turning back. Jojo, Jojo, calm down. Jojo. Mo Lian was afraid that she would have another inner demon, so she quickly reached out to hug her and comforted her softly. How could he be a liar? Although she's a little slow, she's a woman of her word. After wandering in the void for so long, I finally met a friend like you. You cherish her, and she also cherishes you. She definitely won't lie to you. What do you think, Jojo? You lied. If she takes that medicine, it's hard to say if she can recognize me. Even if she does, she might not like me anymore. Mo Lian looked helpless. Jojo, you know very well. She went to look for the host soul and the sun-moon wheels. As long as she had the sacred tool, her host soul would be safe and sound. You just can't accept the fact that she suddenly left. Yes, this is too sudden. But we know that everyone must have their own path to walk. Mo Lian lowered his head to look at her while hugging her. She's gone now, but it doesn't mean that she won't come back. Besides, what are you worried about? Jojo is so cute. Even if that dumb girl forgot about you for a while and doesn't like you, you'll always have a way to make her your friend again, right? Xiaomu drooped her small head, listless and listless. That was the reason, but she still couldn't accept it psychologically. At night, the little monkey came back and found out what had happened. He hugged Arbor and cried. After settling the children down to sleep, Xiaomu instead tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what. A raging fire burned in her heart. She sat up on the bed in a flash. Mo Lian sat up as well. She held her little hand. Jojo, can't sleep? How can I sleep when that curse master is scheming against me? This curse master had used a trick. He had sent Xianxia and a bunch of brainless people to the Eastern Palace, but he had secretly ordered someone to place a life-ending talisman and activate it remotely. He had not shown himself, but he had forced her into a panic. He had even made Mo abandon half of her soul to save her. She had no choice but to return to her main soul as soon as possible. Arbor clenched her two little fists. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Even I have to be careful when drawing this kind of saint-level life-ending talisman, Arbor said in a low voice. Because a heaven-level curse master and above is needed to activate the talisman. A life for a life. In other words, that mysterious curse master wanted to use the saint-level life-ending talisman to take Jojo's life. He had to sacrifice someone. Sacrifice himself? That was impossible. Thus, he had to sacrifice some unlucky curse master. The underworld court guards searched the streets and alleys. They reported that they had found Luohi's corpse in a dark alley. It was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The answer was self-evident. This Master Luo was the unlucky curse master. He had used a life for a life, to drag Arbor down to hell together with him. Unfortunately, the curse master had miscalculated. Arbor was unscathed, but Mo had sacrificed herself for this. Thus, in the end, Arbor had lost this round. Her heart was filled with bone-deep hatred for that curse master. If she didn't kill him, she wouldn't be human. Little ball. The little treant knew that she was in a bad mood. After hearing its little master's call, it hurriedly crawled out of the star domain. Dodo ran between the two of them and waved its branch. Mistress, what are your orders? Give me the bone-forging pill you mentioned. Mo Lian was startled, and so was Little Tree. He asked blankly, Master, do you want to eat that sage-level bone-forging pill? Yes, no one below the Paragon stage can kill me. I want this bone-forging pill. But, compared to all the bone-forging pills in the past, this one is exceptionally dangerous. Why, you also need to break your bones and regenerate them. Master, can you do it? Arbor smacked Xiaoqiu's head in annoyance. Do you think your master can't do it? Xiaoqiu immediately shook its head like a rattledrum. The main bank. Xiaoqiu is just worried that Master Silver might be in danger. The little treant obediently took out a shiny golden pill from its tree pocket and handed it to Arbor. Arbor sensed the divine power inside the pill, took a deep breath, and reached out 2 fingers to take the pill. She thought for a moment and temporarily put the bone-forging pill into the fragrance pouch at her waist. After a few days of mental preparation, she would be able to take this pill very quickly. She had to quickly overcome the fear in her heart and face the past and the future. The little stoic clenched her fists and turned to look at Mo Lian, whose eyes were full of worry. Don't worry, Jojo's Lotus. If the other party uses the mirror image spirit locking formation again, your divine sense will be sealed. Mo Lian said gravely, at that time, you won't even be able to enter the star domain. I won't. I have the condensing light mirror, so it can't seal my divine sense. Mo Lian nodded, thinking that was true. His worry receded slightly, but he was still a bit uneasy. Thus, he grasped her hand and muttered, Jojo, are you really going? At noon, he even gave Xianxia a torrent of abuse, saying that he wouldn't take the risk. In the end, he immediately changed his mind after a night had passed. Lady Chow Chow nodded her head vigorously. After careful consideration, I have decided to make a trip there. Listen to me first. I'll bring people with me. I'll bring Senior Sister and the others. Feng Chongqing and the others, as well as Rotten Peach Blossom, will also be there. My star domain won't be sealed off by the mirror image soul locking formation. At a critical moment, I only need to wave my hand, and everyone can come out to help. You, lead the Emperor's shadow guards to reinforce Duanyu. This time, we'll coordinate from the inside and outside. We must annihilate them all. This way, we can restore clarity to the world. Besides, the main battlefield is in the kingdom of Xianxia this time, so it won't affect us. If we don't go this time, are we really going to wait for them to launch a counterattack and fight their way back to Dragon Flame City? This way, who knew how many lives would be destroyed? Mo Lian knew that his wife's words were very reasonable, but he was unwilling to let her go alone. I want to go in with you. Duanyu and Xianxia can coordinate from the outside. Arbor shook his head. I can only be at ease if you stay outside to preside over the overall situation. Mo Lian sighed and suddenly hugged her tightly. He muttered softly, how can you be so cunning? You clearly know that I can't refuse you at all. The little stoic blinked and pinched his handsome face. She said seriously, don't worry, I'll definitely be more careful and won't fall into that damned curse practitioner's trap again. She just didn't know whether the person who used Luo He to secretly harm her was Master Yi who followed Sir Omega Kotoku or the mysterious Hall Master who never showed himself. No matter who it was, they were probably already dead in Arbor's eyes. Jojo, I believe in you. Mo Lian cupped her face and said softly, don't let me down. You're not allowed to get hurt, and you're not allowed to have anything happen to you. Okay. Xiaomu nodded her small head heavily. The two of them didn't sleep for almost the entire night, cuddling and talking for half the night. Early the next morning, Arbor took everyone and bid farewell to Jojo's Lotus. They sat on the Blue Phoenix and flew out of Dragon Flame City. When Empress Bai and the Great Emperor arrived, their daughter-in-law was already far away. This infuriated the Emperor and Empress so much that they slapped the table and scolded their son for his carelessness. How could they let the little stoic go to the Qingzhou kingdom alone, where there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Arbor sat steadily on the back of the blue Luan, flying in the air neither too fast nor too slow. Her mood was unusually calm for no reason. It was so calm, that even she found it strange. Without any ripples, his state of mind was perfect. She even activated a defensive barrier to block out the wind and started drawing talismans out of boredom. Going through the front door was out of the question. Apparently, Duanyu had erected a fort at the entrance of the West Pond in Qingzhou. Every day, he had people go up there to curse and yell, forcing Omega Kotoku to come out and fight. Yet the second young master had never paid attention to him all this time. Arbor hurried along while drawing talismans. She could already see the Qingzhou kingdom in the distance. The closer she got to the Qingzhou kingdom, the more she felt that the air was very polluted. The ending was finished, but the author needed to edit it a bit before reading it again, adding something or changing something. The ending would be released starting tomorrow, and it would be updated 6,000 plus times a day. It would probably be finished by the end of the month, so the author could take a break for a few days. After that, we'll enter the side story and scatter flowers in advance. Arbor forcefully swept away the billowing black fog drifting in front of her. She took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and stuffed 2 pills into her mouth. Then, she expressionlessly stared at the city shrouded in dense dark clouds ahead. The heavenly kismet existed in such a dark, deformed, and perverted nook and cranny. She had prepared many great gifts for them. She wondered if Qin Hong, this old fellow, would be grateful. Qinghuan let out a shrill cry and flapped its wings, charging into a layer of miasma. Arbor only felt her vision darken as she plunged into a place filled with black fog. The little stoic remained expressionless as she sat on Qinghuan's back. If one looked down from above, they would see this little troublemaker holding a fist-sized luminous pearl in one hand while her entire body was enveloped in an eggshell defensive barrier. 3 layers of defensive talisman matrices were set up outside the eggshell, enveloping Qinghuan as well. 1 person and 1 divine bird flew aimlessly along the spreading black fog. Arbor wasn't in a hurry. She took out a roasted corn from her pocket and took a bite before saying aloofly, "Big Green, get ready." If nothing unexpected happened, that Qin Hong should have received the news by now. The little stoic deliberately avoided Duanyu's group's location and entered through the thick fog from above. The first to receive the news would definitely be the heavenly kismet's higher-ups. If it wasn't Qin Hong, then it would be the Omega Kotoku. Didn't that Omega Kotoku tell her to come alone? They must have prepared their men early in the morning and arranged a place to wait for her to arrive. Right now, she brazenly entered Qingzhou's territory and landed at the West Pond's entrance in a very high-profile manner. When she turned her head, she saw 5 to 6 zombies wandering around in a daze. They turned their heads with difficulty and met her eyes. Qingwan transformed into a human and eagerly followed behind her. "Master, should we kill them?" Several whooshing sounds could be heard in the air. His little master had already started attacking without another word. The crow-repeating crossbow in her hand shot out several crow-gold arrows, directly piercing through those zombies' heads and causing them to fall to the ground in disarray. Arbor gracefully put away the crow-repeating crossbow and moved his fingers. A surge of energy pulled the numerous black gold arrows into the air. They circled around in the air and returned to her side. Arbor leisurely released a wisp of water spirit, cleansing the few black gold arrows, then took them back. His eyes flickered as he glanced at a spot not far away. She heard a flurry of footsteps approaching, and a graceful and gorgeous red figure slowly walked up to Xiaomu while leading a group of more than 100 men in black armor. She gazed at Xiaomu indifferently. "Crown Princess, you've come from afar. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." This Miss Xiaoqiran could be considered an old acquaintance of hers. When she was on Seacone Planet, she had been lurking in the Jade Hue brothel. It was said that she had always been in contact with Qingda Omega Kotoku's son. She was a talented woman who sold her skills but not her body. The little crown princess and this person had not interacted much before. Even if they had met a few times, they had only sized each other up and had never really exchanged more than a few words. Now that she saw Xiaoqiran, Arbor was not too surprised. "Where's Qin Hong? Tell him to scram out here." Arbor glanced disdainfully at the group of brawny men in black armor, and a trace of mockery curled at the corners of her mouth. "These little weaklings are not my match. It's best to have Qin Hong invite out that hidden charm master of his to come out." She liked to settle them all quickly so that these people would not jump out one by one and be troublesome. Xiaoqiran chuckled and said indifferently, "Crown Princess sure knows how to joke. Crown Prince Consort, please make a trip with Rand first." Xiaoqiran gestured for her to leave. Arbor glanced at her and suddenly threw 3 spiritual energy balls in her direction and shouted, "Explode." Then, with a swish, he quickly grabbed Qingluan and turned around to run. The poor Qingluan, who was eager to fight, was caught off guard by the little Master Silver and almost slipped to the ground. The corners of her mouth twitched as she ran. The sound of the spiritual energy balls exploding reverberated in the air of the West Pond and instantly attracted the attention of everyone around the base. Quite a number of people rushed over. When Xiaomu saw that someone was coming, she didn't hesitate to throw a spiritual energy ball and explode it. Along the way, he threw more than 100 spiritual energy balls, blowing up the West Pond into a mess. It was a horrible sight to behold. Broken fences and broken walls were in ruins. When Qin Hong received the news and rushed over, he was so angry that his old face turned green. F***ck, he had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant and despotic person. She broke into their Tianyun headquarters alone and used spiritual energy balls to destroy everything. F***ck, he wanted to see how many spiritual energy balls she had for her to smash all the way. Qin Hong didn't understand Jojo at all if he thought so. To Xiqiao, these spiritual energy balls were actually not of much use. The lowest level of spiritual energy balls she had stored was the divine energy ball. The spiritual energy balls were collected along the way when she was in the lower star region of the middle 6 prefectures. Normally, it was useless to keep it, but now, it was useful to use it to blow up the zombies that were slow and not strong enough. Qin Hong led old steward Luo and the others to chase after her. His face was slightly distorted as he raised his finger and pointed forward. "Quick! Take advantage of the fact that eldest brother and second brother haven't reacted yet and get rid of this disaster for me." It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. He was still thinking about how to get rid of this D*MN facial paralysis and help eldest brother and second brother break free from this D*MN inner demon. In the end, this B*TCH barged in on her own. Haha, no matter what her purpose was, she had to die here today. Arbor pulled Qingluan and ran for a while, blowing up the walls in front of them along the way, causing destruction. The two of them crawled out from a pile of dust, coughing and fanning the dust in front of them. Taking a closer look, they realized that their escape had led them straight to the farm. This was not a chicken, duck, or fish farm. What appeared in front of them was a wide pond. There were hundreds and thousands of half-naked undead hags soaking in the pool of special medicine. When they heard the sound, they all opened their eyes and looked in their direction. Qing Yuan was shocked. He raised his hand and threw out the last spiritual power ball in his hand. It landed right in the center of the pool. After a muffled explosion, the originally silent zombies suddenly seemed to have been revived. One by one, they struggled in the boiling pool and crawled to the shore. "Run!" Arbor pulled Qing Yuan, and the two of them rushed over the edge of the pool. While running, he hurriedly took out two 1-meter-long rods from his inner world and stuffed one into Qing Yuan's hand. The two of them swept the rods back and forth, directly knocking the dozens of zombies that crawled to the shore back into the pool. The sound of water splashing could be heard as the master and servant duo made their way over. Xiaomu turned around and dug out 3 divine energy balls from her pocket, tossing them into the pool with all her might. The power of this explosion was different from the small spiritual power ball from before. The explosion of the divine power balls directly blew up 1/3 of the corpse puppets in the pool. Arbor looked back at the crystal cores that had rolled all over the ground. She struggled, but finally gave up. She didn't run back to pick them up and hurriedly left with Qing Yuan. She had to be willing to give up to get something. Jojo muttered in her heart as she ran all the way to the gate that connected the West Pond to the main city. There were already hundreds of disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect waiting for her. Seeing her appear, one of them hurriedly screamed, "Quick, quick, the Lord has ordered us to stop this woman. Regardless of life or death, take her down first." At his command, everyone surged forward. Countless streams of divine energy and spiritual energy simultaneously converged in Xiaomu's direction, forming a brilliant purple and crimson light. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. With a wave of her hand, the Tianji treasure painting suddenly flew out of her consciousness. This Tianji treasure painting had been improved by her husband. The original divine weapon had been refined by her husband and was almost perfect as a divine weapon. When the 12th layer of the Tianji treasure painting was opened and the hidden weapons were released, this group of pitiful people above the spiritual realm in front of her simply became living targets. In an instant, thousands of gravel flew together and wiped away their vitality. Arbor didn't stop. She immediately ran to the city gate and threw a flying talisman to Qing Yuan. There was no need for Qing Yuan to transform again. The two directly used the flying talisman and jumped over the city gate that was thousands of feet high. The main city of the Qingzhou Kingdom was actually only a few hundred miles away from the West Pond, East Mountain, and other places. They could reach it in half a cup of tea's time with nimble legs. The entire Qingzhou Kingdom was about the same size as Dragon Flame City, but this Qingzhou Kingdom had always considered itself a kingdom. If the Heavenly Fate sect hadn't used them as a base, the Qingzhou Kingdom would have always existed at the border of the Tsang Prefecture. Although the Qingzhou Kingdom couldn't defend any of the Tsang Prefecture, it had always been famous for its wine. Qingzhou's wine was famous far and wide, and it was also a special tribute offered to the 3 prefectures every year. It was also because of this that their Qingzhou country, from the country king to the citizens, were all cautious. They never thought that one day, their peaceful life would be disrupted in an instant. This peaceful country would be chosen by the upper echelons of the Heavenly Fate Organization and would be used to create zombies for the Heavenly Fate Organization to secretly plot a rebellion. Now, the entire Qing state, from top to bottom, had become the experimental base of Tianyun. Arbor turned around and looked at the city gate that was high up in the clouds. His eyes were dark and gloomy. "Open the city gates. Stop her with all your might, don't let her run into the inner city of the main city." Qin Hong's exasperated voice came from outside the city gate. Qin Hong's speed was not slow either. At the same time, the city gate creaked, and the 2 towering iron gates were pulled open from the inside. Arbor turned around and saw the old man, Qin Hong, stepping on a plank-shaped flying spirit tool and crossing the city gate. His old face was tense as he chased after them. Qing Yuan turned around and shouted, "Watch the ball." She raised her right hand and prepared to attack. Qin Hong hurriedly stretched out his arms to block in front of his eyes, and his whole body was covered with a layer of defensive spiritual aura. He was ready to be bombarded by the spiritual energy ball, but when he looked up, He saw the little stoic grabbing Qinghuan and running away at lightning speed, and the two of them bounced over 1,000 meters away in an instant. The old man was so angry that his face turned green and white. He roared, "Chase after them. Go seal the main city district's central gate. Don't let the news in. Don't let those two rascals know that this disaster has come in." If those two rascals knew that this jinx had come, they would definitely run to find her at the first opportunity. If they saw that she was chasing Arbor with so many people, perhaps they wouldn't even be father and son anymore. What a headache. Second brother was also in the city today. If he knew, Qin Hong's head felt like it was about to split open. Run. Arbor waved her arm forcefully. Qinghuan, who was running at lightning speed beside her, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She asked quietly, "Master, why don't we fly?" What was there to fly about? The effect of running was what he wanted. Run, run, run. Sir Jojo's little stoic face was taut as she expressionlessly called out several times. Qinghuan's mouth twitched. Although she didn't understand what Little Master was doing, she inexplicably felt that Little Master was very, very powerful. She just had to run with her. Arbor ran at lightning speed around the central city, and Qin Hong led a group of Heavenly Fate black-armored soldiers to follow closely behind. Following them were large batches of emotionless zombies. There were no less than 4,000 to 5,000 of them. The black mass followed Qin Hong and chased after Arbor from all directions, running back and forth inside the central city. When Arbor saw that it was about time, she called for Qinghuan to quickly transform and leaped onto Qinghuan's back. Qin Hong was furious and roared at the sky. D*MN girl, do you think you can still escape from here alive today? Archers, get ready. On the city gate towers, inside the dilapidated pavilions, as long as it was high ground, hundreds and thousands of heads popped out in unison. With a whoosh, they aimed their bows at Qinghuan and Arbor. At the same time, Arbor stood on Qinghuan's back and looked down at the common people with apathetic eyes. Her voice was icy and heartless to the extreme. Since this crown princess has come today. In that case, before all of you die, I have no intention of leaving. With a wave of her hand, a pure black pearl rose from her palm. Qin Hong's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. The moment the Heart of Misfortune was activated, a heavy pressure instantly enveloped everyone below. Aside from the Qin Huan, who was still able to hold on, all the other disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect were bound by the oppressive force. They struggled and twisted their bodies in fear. The disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect who hadn't completely mutated and were still conscious immediately tried to escape this control. However, there was no way to escape. Once the Heart of Misfortune was activated, everything around it would be absorbed by it, except for its own master. Qin Hong suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned a huge black eagle. This giant eagle had a slender neck, a fist-sized head, 8 pairs of wings, and 4 pairs of hooked claws. As soon as it appeared, it blocked out all the light in the area. With a light flap of his wings, a violent gust of wind rose and quickly swept towards Arbor's side. However, what made Qin Hong depressed was that in the next second, he saw that the gust of wind caused by the harpy was directly absorbed by the Heart of Misfortune. It was absorbed. It didn't fall on Arbor at all. It was completely absorbed by the Heart of Misfortune. Immediately after, all the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect who were enveloped by the light of misfortune below also began to be sucked into the realm of misfortune one by one. Arbor stood on Blue Phoenix's back and watched coldly as everyone screamed and screamed miserably as they were sucked into the realm of misfortune. Her expression was cold and unchanging. There was not the slightest fluctuation in her heart, as if what she saw was not a tragic scene in the human world. The fate of the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect who were sucked into the realm of misfortune was not something she cared about. Until all the corpse puppets present, as well as the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect, were sucked into the realm of misfortune. Arbor then frowned and looked at the giant harpy who was flapping its wings vigorously to create a gust of wind. Her gaze slowly fell on Qin Hong. The realm of misfortune absorbed thousands of corpse puppets and disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect, and now it was in a saturated state. It probably could not absorb anything in the short term. Unless, her divine perception once again made a qualitative leap. Or perhaps, the last soul fragment was recovered. Arbor frowned and waved her hand to put away the Heart of Misfortune. She stared coldly at Qin Hong's pale old face. Damn it. Qin Hong clutched his chest. His face was pale as a sheet. The little stoic in front of him was really infuriating. She was simply. She cheated. This fellow threw out a natural mystic realm's heart as soon as she came up and sucked in all the corpse puppets of the Heavenly Fate sect. Now, they really did not even need to fight. Qin Hong looked up and saw that there was not a single person in sight. He could not help but feel angry. Even the large number of archers he arranged were sucked in by the heart of misfortune. Arbor just casually used a mystic realm's heart to absorb 1/10 of their Heavenly Fate sect's power. Seeing her put away the mystic realm's heart, Qin Hong breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow did not continue to absorb it. It was definitely not because of her rotten kindness. It must be because the mystic realm's heart had to first digest all the things it sucked in. Damn it. Thinking of this, Qin Hong's old face instantly turned green. He suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Mirror image God-locking array." Following his shout, black figures darted out from the corners one after another. They held ancient bronze mirrors in their hands as they swiftly shone them in Xiaomu's direction. Various lights and shadows connected into a line and instantly intertwined, neatly forming a grid-like defense line, forming the mirror image God-locking array. Arbor glanced at it. Since she was already prepared, she naturally could not be locked. She activated her divine perception. Little ball. Master Silver, Master, don't panic. We have the light condensing mirror in our hands. No one can lock Master's consciousness. Arbor nodded in satisfaction, but a cracked and panicked expression suddenly appeared on her stoic little face. She exclaimed, "Qin Hong, you despicable person. You used this shady mirror image God-locking array on this crown princess again. Do you think you can get away with it? I advise you not to be too smug." Qin Hong felt an inexplicable headache when he heard her yell a long sentence. When he saw her slightly panicked expression, a trace of smugness inevitably rose in his heart. Ahahaha. Damn stoic face. Even you have a day like this. I'm telling you. Once the mirror image God-locking array is activated, there's no way it can't lock you up. Ha 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 ha. Are you panicking now? Do you feel like you can't use your divine sense? How does it feel to not be able to open your inner world? How does it feel to not be able to use the divine artifact hidden in your conscious? Ha 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 ha. Qin Hong guffawed and swept a disdainful glance at Arbor. If you kneel down and kowtow now and admit your mistake, I can still leave you with an intact corpse. He had to avenge his great enmity. It was all his fault for not being prepared in time and not activating this mirror image spirit locking formation at the first moment. He wasted so much time talking nonsense with this little stoic and ended up losing 1/10 of his disciples and grand disciples. He really hated him to death. Hand over the heart of the mystic realm just now, Qin Hong said coldly. Perhaps I can still consider sparing your life. Of course, that was impossible. As soon as he thought of this demoness who caused his 2 sons to become mentally unstable, Qin Hong's heart burned with rage. He wished he could slap this woman to death right now. He was only fooling her. A cold light flickered in Qin Hong's eyes. Arbor was possessed by a drama queen again, but this time, she learned from her previous exaggerated performance and pretended to work very hard to use her divine sense. She whispered in a panic, divine sense? You damn old man, you clearly know that my conscience is locked, and you still want me to hand over the heart of misfortune? Are you sick? Qin Hong was taken aback and was instantly vexed. That's right, that damn stoic took back the heart of the mystic realm just now. It must have been stored in his inner world or his portable spirit domain. Yes, it was said that this damn stoic had a portable spirit domain on him. It was really too tempting. Unfortunately, she had to die here today. Otherwise, perhaps he could throw her into a laboratory and study her to see if he could extract her portable spirit domain and the heart of the mystic realm. Thinking of this, Qin Hong quickly rejected this idea in his heart. With how protective his 2 sons were of her, no, he couldn't let her live. It was even more impossible to turn her into a living experimental subject. Otherwise, those 2 troublesome little bastards might come knocking on his door to make trouble before the experiment even started. If this matter were to reach the ancestors' ears, then everything that had happened before would be impossible to suppress. Arbor couldn't help but blink when he saw Zhang Heng's sullen face. He asked curiously, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Qin Mu's eyes coldly swept over her. "Stupid girl, you're already at death's door, yet you still have the leisure to ask about other people's matters." Charles, who was possessed by the drama queen, suddenly screamed, "You old thing, you dare to kill me. You've got guts. You're just a cripple whose divine sense has been sealed. You only have a cultivation base, yet you dare to clamor in front of this old man? This old man only needs to press down with his spirit, and you won't be able to withstand it. Don't you want the heart of Arcana?" Of course, Qin Hong wanted it. He also wanted to release the disciples and grand-disciples that had been absorbed by this dead-faced stoic. Qin Hong's eyelids twitched slightly, but his expression did not change. "You have a way?" Arbor nodded and hooked his finger at him. "Why don't you come closer?" "I'll tell you." Qin Hong glanced at her defensively. Yet he saw the little stoic expressionlessly cast him a disdainful look. "What? You don't even dare to approach someone whose divine sense has been sealed? It turns out this crown princess's accumulated power is this great." "Bullshit." Qin Mu was so angry that he couldn't stop swearing. This dead-faced crown princess was truly infuriating. He hadn't even spoken 3 sentences with her, yet he felt his blood pressure suddenly shoot up. Then Arbor's eyes were scornful as he hooked his finger at him again. Qin Hong hesitated, but he still couldn't resist the temptation of the heart of the mystic realm. He hesitantly walked forward a few steps and slowly approached Arbor's side. "What exactly do you have to say? Don't give me that nonsense. I'm telling you, don't even think about stalling for time. This kind of trick is useless against this old man." Arbor cast a sidelong glance at Qin Hong with a cold little stoic face. In the blink of an eye, he pretended to take out a storage talisman and pretended to take out a thunderclap. The third move of the 9 Heavens lightning sword art, 10,000 swords returned to origin. In a split second, it drew upon the power of the lightning spirit between heaven and earth, and a huge sword blotted out the sky. There was a sizzling sound of thunder and lightning. Qin Hong stared in shock at the huge illusory sword hanging high in the air. With lightning speed, it chopped down towards his head. Qin Hong hastily activated several defensive devices. But he heard a series of loud clangs. Within minutes, several defensive barriers were split open by the thunderclap sword. An unstoppable, earth-shattering power of the lightning spirit soared from the sky and smashed down with a bang. Qin Hong was horrified and furious, and he hastily formed a partial godly armor over his head to block it. Unfortunately, this godly armor could only defend against ordinary power, but what he was facing now was the little stoic drawing upon the power of the lightning spirit that existed between heaven and earth. 2 clicks were heard. The little stoic's thunderclap sword immediately slashed open 2 slashes on the godly armor, and even the back of his shoulder blade was cut open. At the same time, this stoic face was especially deceitful and directly sprinkled a handful of unknown poisonous powder. With a whoosh, the white powder rippled in the air. Qin Hong had already sealed off his 5 senses at once, but this D*MN white powder seemed to have eyes and directly came into contact with his wounds, burrowing into them. Qin Hong was thoroughly shocked. His old face instantly turned purple, and a bad premonition grew wildly in his heart. He turned his head and touched the wound on his shoulder blade. "Arbor, you actually used poison? Could this little stoic's methods be any more vicious and shameless?" The fight was going well, but she suddenly scattered a handful of poison powder. She was simply despicable and shameless. Arbor was too lazy to pay attention to this person. Seeing that the poison powder had taken effect, he grabbed Thunder Flash, turned around, and hacked at him from top to bottom. The giant harpy on the other side saw this and wanted to swoop down from midair. However, it was blocked by the divine bird Qing Yuan and they started fighting on the spot. Arbor held Thunder Flash in his hand as he chased after Qin Hong and hacked at him expressionlessly. Qin Hong hurriedly fled in the direction of the center gate. He clenched his teeth and wanted to slip away first. At this moment, he did not know what kind of ghost poison he had been poisoned with. The situation at the scene was extremely unfavorable for him. He could not stay any longer. Qin Hong didn't know if it was his own mind playing tricks on him, but at this moment, he felt that the injury on his shoulder blade seemed to be painful, numb, and itchy. It was extremely uncomfortable. He was so angry that his head spasmed. He leaped up, wanting to speed up and leave. However, he had only leaped up a few meters when he felt his head become heavy and his feet become light. His entire mind was in a daze as he fell from the sky. He crashed heavily onto the ground with a bang. He lifted his eyes, trying his best to glance at the little stoic, but he discovered that everything before him was a blur. In the end, that giant harpy did not have many human thoughts and did not know how to turn around and rescue his master. He didn't even look at Qin Hong and was teased by Qing Wan. This guy went all the way to the southwest, following Qing Wan as he fought and ran. In a short while, he was far away. Qin Hong cursed this harpy's ancestors in his heart. No matter how he roared, the harpy had already run away with Qing Wan. Naturally, he would not pay attention to Qin Hong's roar. In just an instant, Qin Hong felt that his whole person was very unwell. This poison was very powerful. It might corrode the nerves. Now, in just a moment, he only felt numb, itchy, sore, and painful all over. He lay on the ground and groaned in a low voice. Suddenly, he felt a spiritual sword aura fall along his left arm. Qin Hong wanted to block it, but at this time, he could not even form the divine armor. Qin Hong was shocked. The tearing pain in his arm made him sit up straight reflexively. Ah! The sound of his left arm being cut off shocked Qin Hong again. A pair of blurry eyes that could not see anything clearly abruptly widened, and a hoarse yell came from his mouth. Xiao Mu, what did you do? Arbor! Arbor, where are you? Come out! You despicable and shameless villain, you actually poisoned me. Arbor looked at Qin Hong with some surprise. He took out a handful of white powder from his pocket and directly sprinkled it down. So you're not a transcendent god. Her poison powder had no effect on people above the mystique venerable realm. So this Qin Hong looked powerful, but in fact, he was just a paper tiger. He had not even broken through the mystique venerable realm. Or, he had just broken through the transcendent god realm on the surface. In fact, the real cultivation inside was fake. Well, Tian Yun habitually used drugs to make people look strange. It was not impossible to develop a batch of drugs that could quickly make one reach the transcendent god realm. Arbor sighed and shook his head. You jump up and down, thinking about killing me all day long. Have you ever thought that this day would come? Arbor. Don't be so proud, you're just lucky. Before Qin Hong could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp sword aura cut down his neck. Although he could not see, he was not stupid. When he felt the strong wind coming, he quickly rolled on the ground. He rolled to the side with an unsightly expression on his face. His left arm was bleeding profusely. Who would have thought that this vicious and merciless brat would chop off someone's head before they could even finish a conversation? Could it be that she didn't want to know who the higher-ups of the Heavenly Fate organization were? Didn't she want to hear the story behind the Heavenly Fate organization? How could this stoic face be so impatient? Xiaomu expressionlessly glanced at him before raising her sword and charging forward without another word. Since he knew that the person in front of him was just pretending to be a transcendent god, Arbor's lips curled into a mocking smile. His cold eyes flashed slightly, and he arrived in front of Qin Hong. At the same time, the group of black-clothed men holding the bronze mirrors were almost stunned by the audacity of the little crown princess. This person didn't even say a word before he tried to kill their master. Shouldn't the usual routine be to first catch the person and then ask him about the whole story? However, the little stoic had a different routine. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Qin Hong. In any case, they had already come to this point. It was already an irreconcilable feud, so what was the point of talking nonsense? He sent people to kill her MO, so she killed him and all of them in return. Wasn't this a very normal thing? Could it be that heaven forbade people from fighting back? Why were these idiots looking at her with such strange gazes? It was as if she had done something disgraceful. Wasn't this what hubby meant by reciprocating politeness? Arbor's small stoic face was taut. She waved her hand, and the thunderclap sword abruptly rose, absorbing the lightning spirit energy surging in from all directions. Qin Hong, you're dead meat, Arbor chanted coldly in her heart and didn't say another word to Qin Hong. She directly executed the Nine Heavens Lightning Sword Art's third move. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The large sword projection hanging in the air slowly formed, and purple-red lightning suppressed and rolled in the surroundings. It was as if there were small purple lightning dragons soaring in the clouds, rolling back and forth in the black fog. The group of black-clothed men holding the ancient bronze mirror were greatly shocked. After all, not everyone could gather the lightning spirit energy so quickly and release this kind of big move in succession. Furthermore, this crown princess in front of them didn't seem to have any lightning spirit energy. So to say, it was actually this sword, this sacred weapon that actively attracted the lightning spirit energy of heaven and earth. Not to mention these disciples of the heavenly fate sect with mediocre aptitudes, even if an exceptionally talented aristocratic family's young master came here and saw this scene, he would probably be so envious and angry that he would vomit blood. What was this called? This couldn't be called strength at all, this was wealth, all right. Who in the world would have the wealth to buy this ancient saint artifact? The little stoic, who didn't control the lightning spirit energy at all, relied on this sacred weapon in her hand to continuously release the ultimate move for the ages twice in a quarter of an hour. This time's 10,000 swords return to origin was even more turbulent and terrifying than the last time. The instant the large sword projection pressed down on the central city's city gate, it was pushed open from the inside with a creak. The two young masters, Xianxia and Xianxia, led a group of people and looked at this scene in astonishment. It was too fast, thousands of lightning bolts converged into a large sword projection wrapped in purple-red light, and the instant the city gate opened, it swiftly beheaded Xianxia. Fast, so fast that people didn't even have time to react. Everyone could only stare blankly at the beautiful woman with a frosty expression outside the city gate. The little stoic was dressed in crimson battle clothes and was currently standing next to the decapitated Xianxia with her sword in hand. The sword was a good sword, not stained with a drop of blood. She was a peerless beauty, but her eyes were emotionless. Even though her red clothes were stained with blood, it was hard to tell whether the redness of her clothes was more intense or whether the bloodstains made her clothes redder. "I'm here for revenge." His icy cold voice was like a bead falling onto a jade plate, startling Xianxia so much that her heart shrank. "If you have the guts, then hand over the mysterious hall master of the talisman spell hall. This crown princess wants to fight him to the death." The fan and eldest young Sir Qin's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Only then did he react and hurriedly bend down to pick it up. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Why are you here?" He reflexively looked behind her. There was no one in sight, apart from a group of black-clothed men who had been knocked to the ground by the power of lightning. There was no one else. "She came here alone?" The eldest young master was in disbelief. She? Was she crazy? Why did he come here alone? Why didn't Mo Lian, that guy, stop her? What was Duan Yu doing squatting outside the city gate? Why didn't he stop her? They were all blind. The little stoic kicked away Xianxia's corpse like she was kicking a piece of flatbread, directly sending the headless corpse rolling to the side. Du Guling stammered, second young master, the patriarch was killed. Xianxia naturally saw it long ago, but he was still extremely shocked and didn't know what to say. Seeing that the second young master didn't say anything, everyone stared blankly at the fiend nearby, completely at a loss for words. The little stoic was instantly impatient. "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for that curse practitioner. Are you coming out or not?" It was Du Guling who couldn't resist stammering. Our curse hall has many people. You are looking for which one?" After saying that, he wished for nothing more than to slap himself. "Why the hell are you stammering? Why are you intimidated by the little lady's aura? You're simply crazy." The place where the little stoic was standing right now was their heavenly fate's headquarters. She was alone, yet he was still stammering in front of her. It was simply too embarrassing. "The curse practitioner that Xianxia sent to kill me, get out here." The little stoic was concise and didn't want to waste words with them. Mo, whom she raised in the star domain, was killed by them just like that. Although Mo kept comforting her, saying that he would come back, who knew? Mo died because of Xianxia, that old B***tch. He wasn't a gentleman if he didn't avenge this grudge. Killing Xianxia was the first step, and killing the curse practitioner that Xianxia sent was the second step. The little stoic had a score to settle in her heart, and she had to calculate it clearly. Go invite Great Master Yi over, young Master Omega Kotoku ordered coldly. Great Master Yi? The little stoic was taken aback. The second young master explained aloofly, Yi Weisheng left for a day and a night 2 days ago. Now that I think about it, he should be the person you're looking for. He really was a good father. Young Master Omega Kotoku inwardly thought, he secretly sent people to cause trouble at the child's 1-month-old banquet behind everyone's back, right? Eldest young Master Qin was also pondering in his heart, it looks like father probably stepped on Jojo's tail. Otherwise, Jojo wouldn't come alone and talk about revenge every time he opened his mouth. I wonder who my father's men managed to get rid of. Could it be that they injured Mo Lian? First young master blinked and shook his head. The little stoic was so angry that she killed her father as soon as she attacked. It was evident that the situation was a bit serious. If Qin Hong was in heaven and knew that his 2 sons were thinking about this, he would probably be so angry that he would crawl out of the ground. They didn't want to avenge their father. Instead, they were wondering why Arbor was so angry. He was such a good son. The Raksha princess jumped to her feet and screamed with righteous indignation, eldest young master, second young master. Xiaomu came knocking on our door so arrogantly and killed our master without a second word. We must avenge him. Young master, please send me out to battle. Princess Luosha clasped her hands and shrieked. The eldest young sir glanced at her with a spurious smile. Rakshasa, you can't possibly be thinking that the little stoic definitely isn't your match just because her divine sense has been sealed by the great mirror image god sealing formation, right? Don't forget, your kung fu is not as good as my father's. Princess Luosha's heart trembled, but she suppressed it on the surface and said calmly, young master, you must be joking. This subordinate only wants to avenge my lord. I can't let my lord die in this B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''h Princess Luosha only felt her heart turn cold, and she hastily cupped her fists and said, we absolutely can't let my lord die in vain. This stoic face is truly hateful. We absolutely can't let her off. The young master's cold glance just now was truly a bit frightening, so the Raksha princess didn't dare to call her AB******tch without thinking, so she cowardly changed her words. Pfft, a low chuckle was heard from the side. The crowd parted slightly, and a peerlessly gorgeous man in purple walked over with a grin. His seductive eyes flitted past the stupefied Raksha princess. Since the Raksha princess is so cordial, then there's no harm in letting her accept the challenge. Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist knitting his brows. Long Yun, this guy, wanted to tire his Charl to death by taking turns. That wouldn't do. He had watched this little stoic grow up. Although she had foolishly walked into a trap and her previous cleverness had vanished without a trace, he still had to protect her. He couldn't allow a bunch of people to bully her. Eldest young Sir Qin, who was about to speak, heard Omega Kotoku's cold voice. Then I'll let you perform. The Raksha princess's glowing eyes stared intently at the smiling, handsome, and distinguished Long Yun. Before she could react, she was instantly doused with a basin of cold water. F***ck. The Raksha princess couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her heart trembled in fright. What kind of joke was this? She merely wanted to perform in front of these young masters. At most, she was just shouting slogans. The young masters naturally knew how strong she was, so how could they let an egg like her run over and knock the stone stoic to death? She almost knelt down before young Sir Omega Kotoku. Last time, she was beaten by the little stoic until her parents couldn't recognize her. This time, she didn't want to be disfigured by the stoic again. Why, young sir, the Raksha princess stammered. Long Yun chuckled softly and was about to mock her when he heard the little stoic's stiff and icy voice. Scram. Does any Tom, Dick, or Harry have the right to fight with this crown princess? Everyone, can you not freaking be so arrogant in the enemy's camp? The eldest young sir coughed lightly and was about to step up to mediate when he heard young Sir Omega Kotoku say coldly, go. The Raksha princess knelt on the ground with a plop. Dead silence instantly descended on the scene. The second young master turned around and looked at her coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. At this point, Princess Luosha knew that for the sake of Tianyun and the second young master's face, she had to do it no matter what. Princess Raksha hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed to Arbor. I am not afraid of you, Arbor. Eldest young Sir Chin's hand that was holding the fan stiffened, and his mouth involuntarily twitched. Rakshasa's terrified face was actually even uglier and more humiliating than his refusal to fight. He was so scared that he was trembling all over, yet he was still so stubborn. I see that you came here alone. Presumably, you don't have any helpers. I'm so scared. What should I do? There was no turning back now. Arbor didn't wait for her to finish her nonsense. Without a word, he leaped forward and knocked Princess Luosha's head with his Thundercrash sword. Everyone, PFFF. Princess Luosha staggered a step and kowtowed to the ground. She prostrated herself on the ground in young Sir Omega Kotoku's direction. Arbor took advantage of the momentum and arrived behind her but in one step before ruthlessly kicking her. The eldest young sir couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his eyes. Then, he heard Princess Luosha let out an earth-shattering shriek, and she shot toward Long Yin like a cannonball. Young Sir Long helplessly dodged to the side. The Raksha princess crashed headfirst into the crowd with a thump. Dugaling, 7 flowers, Gong Song Fong. Everyone simultaneously scattered and ran in all directions. Almost reflexively, they emptied out an area and waited silently. They allowed the Raksha princess to crash to the ground with a thump. This crash was truly too loud. Everyone looked at her speechlessly, feeling that the Raksha princess's fall was a bit unbearable. In reality, the Raksha princess didn't even know where she was right now. She was flying in the sky? She was swimming in the sea. Where was she? Who was she? The Raksha princess lifted her head with a nosebleed. Her face was a bit dazed, as if she had become stupid from the head knock, a load of nonsense. After the little stoic sent her flying with a kick, she cursed furiously. A pair of pitch-black eyes coldly swept over the Omega Kotoku group in front of her before ultimately landing on the Raksha princess, who was standing up shakily. The little stoic abruptly leaped up like an arrow, dashing toward the Raksha princess's back with thunderclap raised high in her hand. Eldest young Sir Chin hastily pulled Fan Meng, who was standing next to him, and the group once again dispersed at the fastest speed. They left behind a circular empty space in the center for the unlucky Raksha princess, who was all alone with her back facing Sir Jojo. It looked like this sword was about to strike a certain someone's head again. The Raksha princess abruptly turned around and knelt in front of Arbor with a plop. She hugged her calf and wailed tearfully, Crown Princess, please be magnanimous and don't strike my head again. I'll really be an idiot if you strike my head again. She finally saw through it now. The little Crown Princess looked at eldest young Sir Chin, young Sir Omega Kotoku, young Sir Duga Ling, Vice Hall Master Meng, and the others standing here all by themselves. But in reality, she was freaking Raksha who was all alone. Woo, why the hell did she want to run her mouth and say that she wanted to avenge the Lord? Avenge what? She'd almost reported herself to death. Eldest young master's lips twitched as he stared at Princess Raksha. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the side. Rakshasa, what are you doing? Get up. The crowd silently parted again. At this time, a man walked out from the city gate. He was about the same age as Qin Hong. Behind him was the graceful Miss Ran. Zhao Qiran looked calmly at Arbor, a complicated expression flitting through her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was out of control, she wouldn't have asked Second Master to come out. Now, she lowered her head, almost not daring to meet the second young master's sharp gaze. Second Master took a few steps forward with a cold face. Following behind him were 2 tall and sturdy men. One of them was an old man in a green robe with white hair and bangs parted in the middle. Arbor was too lazy to pay attention to the Second Master, but his gaze fell on the green-robed old man. The old man had a faint aura of talisman power flowing around him. It was too obvious. So much so that Xiaomu immediately recognized her. You're Yi Weixing? Sir Jojo asked with a solemn face. Hearing by reputation was not as good as meeting in person. This talisman master who had been at odds with her since Sikong Planet finally appeared in front of her. Black Cat and Chuching Fei's master, Tan Fei's grandmaster. This great master Ye's disciples and grand disciples had spared no effort in plotting against her, from the lower star domain to the middle 6 prefectures and then to the upper 3 prefectures. They had fought with her many times and wanted to kill her at every turn. he finally appeared. Duanyu led 30,000 elites from the 3 prefectures and several 100,000 soldiers to station at the outskirts of Qingzhou's eastern reservoir. It was nearing evening, and the sun was setting in the west. 8th young Master Qi hastily lifted the curtain and walked inside before bowing. Has the underground passageway been completely opened? A certain person, who was wearing a thin white robe and had her hair loosely tied into a bundle, was currently leaning against a large tiger skin chair. Her jade-like fingers were flipping through the map in front of her. She didn't even look up when she heard the footsteps and merely inquired aloofly. Reporting to your majesty, the crown prince of the divine province has arrived. Duanyu's hand paused in the middle of flipping through the map, and he looked up at 8th young Master Qi with a frown. Who did you say came? We have come. Mo Lian lifted the tent flap with one hand and walked inside expressionlessly. Duanyu glared at her before flipping over and sitting upright. Where's Jojo? Ha, the aloof little person in Mo Lian's heart instantly jumped out. She pressed down on another small person that resembled Duanyu and forcefully knocked on his head with a loud thud. I'll beat you to death for asking about my wife so brazenly. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. What are you thinking about with your expressionless face? Duanyu tilted his head and suspiciously glanced at him. This guy had a taut face the moment he entered and didn't say anything. Why was he acting aloof just by standing there and avoiding the cold air? Prince Mo walked over and sat down across from him. What's the current situation? There are tens of thousands of harpies densely set up above the Qingzhou kingdom, and they are reinforced by a formation. If we advance blindly, we will probably suffer. And judging from the terrain, they dug a passageway here, so there should be a corpse-nurturing ground below. We originally planned to break in from here, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to completely open the passageway after so many days. I suspect they have a backup plan in the near future, but we don't know what they are planning after brewing for so long. Duanyu couldn't resist glaring at Mo Lian after saying everything in one go. Why are you interrupting? I'm asking you, Jojo. He was baffled. She didn't want to talk to him at all, so why did he interrupt? Mo Lian tapped on the map on the table. Duanyu moved closer to take a look, and his expression abruptly changed as he glared at him in disbelief. You let her go in by herself? Mo Lian expressionlessly looked at Duanyu. There are nearly 3,000 people in the Star Domain, including the Holy Water Sect and the Feng Clan. But there are tens of thousands of corpse puppets inside. There are also tens of thousands of court guards and 200,000 divine prefecture soldiers in the storage talisman. Duanyu, the corners of 8th young Master Qi's mouth twitched. Duanyu merely pretended not to hear Mo Lian's words. He calmly spread out the map and pointed at a spot in the center. I estimate that the tunnel should be dug open by tomorrow night. When the time comes, we'll bring our men here. Let's enter the city from the east first. When the time comes, use the Godstone cannon to blast open the middle gate and enter directly. Hee. Mo Lian gave him a noncommittal look. Didn't you just say that this Tianyun might make a big move? I wanted to wait a little longer, but we can't wait now. Duanyu directly rolled his eyes at him and grumpily said, Jojo is inside, so I'm worried. Scram. This person's words were especially loathsome. He felt so stifled when he heard him call him Jojo, scram my ass. Duanyu directly ignored him and tossed the map to the side. He asked, I haven't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. Did Jojo prepare good food for me? 8th young Master Qi, he really couldn't bear to look at His Majesty's adorably dumb appearance. Although he was a bit irritated these days because the siege was progressing slowly, how could he not provide for Your Majesty's daily necessities? Mo Lian expressionlessly took out a storage talisman from her pocket and slapped it in front of Duanyu. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Hurry and get down to business after eating. Huifeng turned around and grinned at 8th young Master Qi, who was trying to stifle his laughter. 8th brother Qi, Our Highness and Your Majesty get along like this. Let's not worry about it and help Our Highness arrange a tent first. Okay, this way please. 8th young Master Qi quickly nodded and left with Huifeng. Duanyu silently took out a row of dishes from the storage talisman and a bowl of sacred rice. He then looked up at the expressionless Mo Lian. How could you bear to let her run to such a dangerous place by herself? This guy's eyes brightened after eating a mouthful of fish. This was his favorite colorful divine fish, and this fish was roasted quite well. It wasn't Jojo's cooking. Mo Lien glanced at him and also sat down. She took out a clean bowl and chopsticks. You think I wanted to? You're too unbiased. If you have a stance, why don't I see you stopping her? Me? Duan Yu was confused as he looked at the person across from him in astonishment. Did this guy have no sense of shame? Did he know beforehand that Jojo would go to the Qingzhou base, the zombies base camp? Mo Lien harumphed. Even if you knew beforehand, could you stop her? You're even more unprincipled than me. Who are you laughing at? He thought irritably. What if? I'm saying what if. Duan Yu scooped half a bowl of fish soup for himself with a ladle and couldn't resist asking quietly, what if Jojo was? He made a hand gesture and stared at Mo Lien nervously. What should we do? Do you think Jojo is stupid? She brought the light condensing mirror. Being locked once was enough. If she was locked a second time, what was she if not stupid? That's true. Duan Yu nodded in agreement. Jojo is extraordinarily intelligent, so she definitely won't be tricked by others. Mo Lien said in his heart, I was afraid that my wife would be possessed by a drama queen like last time. Her acting would be very fake and people would see through her. But have you ever thought about it? That Omega Kotoku is crazy. He might do something extreme to Jojo. How dare he? Mo Lien put down her chopsticks and frowned. Her emotions were fluctuating. Hurry up with that tunnel of yours. Dig it overnight. They're working on it as soon as possible. Duan Yu couldn't resist rolling his eyes. It should be ready by noon tomorrow at the earliest. On the other side, Arbor coldly stared at that gray-haired elderly man in a green robe. This elderly man had a head of short hair parted in the middle and wore a tight-fitting green robe with arrow sleeves, which made him look vigorous despite his age. His eyes were sharp and his spirit was hale and hearty, and his back was ramrod straight. Arbor coldly stared at the other party, a merciless flame dancing in her eyes. Yi Weisheng, old man, do you dare to step out and fight this crown princess? The white-haired elderly man, Master Yi, narrowed his eyes and looked up to stare deeply at Arbor. This stare was filled with countless peculiar emotions. Little girl, this old man doesn't want to bully the weak. Great Master Yi coldly refused. You can, without another word, Arbor tossed out a dazzling golden attack talisman at Great Master Yi's face. Great Master Yi was truly shocked, and he swiftly dodged backward. He hastily tossed out a handful of jade talismans to form a defensive talisman matrix, barely blocking that golden light. With a crisp bang, the defensive talisman matrix instantly vanished under the golden light's impact. Yi Weisheng truly jumped in fright, and his entire body practically shuddered. When she focused her eyes again, she only saw the little stoic crown prince Consort coldly glaring at her, her eyes brimming with ridicule. That's right, it was such a joke to say that he was bullying the weak. The little stoic strength was evident as soon as she made a move. This first round of contact already forced this great Master Yi into a fluster and almost made a fool of himself in front of Second Master. When Second Master of the Qin estate saw this, he immediately berated, You audacious woman, who exactly are you to dare come to our Qingzhou base alone to cause trouble? Do you know where this place is? As soon as he finished speaking, the little stoic immediately tossed a dazzling divine power ball at him. Previously, she had practically thrown out all the spiritual power balls in her inventory, so she started throwing divine power balls now. Once she threw out all the divine power balls, she could start throwing holy power balls. Yes, that's right. Not only did she have several tens of millions of divine power balls, but she also had divine power balls made by the divine province's nether court guards and members of the Phoenix tribe. She also had Ji Chen, the Peony Fairy, Boundless Saber, Venerable Immortal Jinshang, and the other board transcendent god realms who made several thousand holy power balls. If you asked her what she had the most in her star domain, it would naturally be the various offensive and defensive treasures that could be used for consumption. She also had a lot of talismans, curses, and pills. Now, with so many divine power balls and holy power balls, it wasn't that the little stoic was bragging. In fact, she had enough capital to challenge the Heavenly Fate sect alone. Besides, she really wasn't alone, no one would believe her even if she said it. Everyone would think that her divine sense and star domain were sealed, forcing her to take out a storage talisman to store it. Actually, she had always kept a low profile and didn't really want to be in the limelight. However, if someone were to stop her from challenging the Grand Charm Master, then she could only let him die first. Because it was too annoying, he didn't want to listen to their long-winded chatter. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to spout nonsense every time? As this thought flashed through the little stoic's mind, she had already made the first move. At the same time that this fellow threw out the God Power Ball, he had already taken a step forward and quickly rushed in front of Master Yi. Lightning flashed like a baton, smashing Grandmaster Yi's head to death. Grandmaster Yi probably didn't expect to meet such a straightforward person. For a moment, he was a little flustered and confused. He had seen the power of the thunderclap sword from afar, so he naturally did not dare to directly receive it with his hands. Pieces of jade talismans suddenly appeared around him and lined up in rows and columns. They slowly floated up and down and coiled around his body to form a solid armor formation. When the thunderclap sword came crashing down, it was blocked by the jade talisman formation and immediately bounced back several inches. However, it quickly attacked again, and its speed was even faster than before. Every time it bounced back, it would rapidly slash down in less than a few seconds. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Grandmaster Yi really wanted to ridicule it as a freak. However, he didn't have time to think about anything else. Every time the thunderclap sword came crashing down, it would destroy several of his jade talismans. This forced him to replenish the jade talisman formations on him as soon as possible. Jade talismans were consumed one after another, causing his old face to twitch and his heart to ache. One had to know that these jade talismans required a very long time just to draw them. He could only draw 2 to 3 of these god-rank defensive jade talismans in a single night. Yet in less than a quarter of an hour, the number of jade talismans he had consumed, the number of jade talismans destroyed by that D*MN Stoic Face's sword, reached as many as 10. Simply hateful, Grandmaster Yi couldn't resist berating angrily, "Junior, why aren't you stopping?" This D*MN Stoic Face was seriously too arrogant. Who exactly gave her the guts to be so impudent in Heavenly Fortune's headquarters? Second Master Xianxia glowered at Arbor and snorted coldly. Xianxia, Xianxian, what are you two standing there foolishly for? Don't tell me you're going to be merciful to someone who barged into the headquarters? Why aren't you attacking yet? Capture him first. When they received the news just now, didn't they say that this intruder's divine sense was already under control? Why did it look like, that's right? Xianxia couldn't resist sneering. The other party was a high-level talisman practitioner. He just didn't know who would emerge victorious between her and Grandmaster Yi. Eldest young Sir Qin glanced at Xianxia with a troubled expression. Second uncle, the little stoic is challenging Grandmaster Yi, so it's best if we don't interfere. Let's wait for them to finish their fight first. Xianxia was instantly enraged, and he turned to glare fiercely at the eldest young sir. Are you? A sudden clap of thunder made him jump in fright, and Xianxia's curses were instantly swallowed back into his throat. When he looked back, he saw that Grandmaster Yi's head had been cleaved by the thunderclap sword. Although he used many defensive spirit tools to block it, Grandmaster Yi had also set up 2 layers of defensive talisman matrices around him. However, a flower of blood still blossomed mercilessly from the little stoic's attack. Xianxia roared in anger, "Quick, someone come quickly and treat Grandmaster Yi." You guys. Xianxia held back his anger and pointed at Duga Ling, 7 Flowers, and the rest who were standing motionlessly in front of him. Are you all dead? These people were actually enjoying the show and didn't mind blowing things up. All of them retreated far away, leaving an empty space in the center, allowing that stoic-faced little crown princess to do as she pleased. He didn't interfere or make a move. He just watched silently. Since when did their Heavenly Fate headquarters have so many onlookers? You're too weak. Arbor said coldly, if you hadn't used Luo He as a bait to create a life-ending charm, my Emoyi wouldn't have been killed by you. I'm going to kill you now to avenge my friend. Do you agree? Everyone looked at the guy in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Grandmaster Yi was dumbfounded and speechless. When the little stoic asked this question, she was especially serious, and her eyes revealed a bit of heavy fury. Eldest young Sir Qian's mouth twitched, and he hastily covered his handsome face with his fan. Actually, it would have been better if the little stoic didn't ask. Which idiot would agree to someone else killing them? Unless their brain was damaged. Since you don't have any objections, then eat one of my charms as well. A cold glint flitted through the little stoic's eyes, and she suddenly waved her hand. I came back late today, so I didn't have time to edit a portion of the content. I'll post it together tomorrow after editing it. A streak of golden light instantly drilled into Great Master Yi. Be careful. Qianxian hastily shouted. But right now, Xianxia and the others were all standing there as spectators. None of them would help, even if Qianxian dared to rush up. She didn't dare to casually receive a talisman of unknown origin. Hence, she could only stand there and shout, be careful. The talisman flew toward Yu Weixing at the speed of light in a split second. Yu Weixing's lips curled as he formed talisman seals with both hands. His robes rapidly swayed as he rapidly blocked the talisman rushing toward him. Everyone only saw defensive talismans being thrown in front of Yu Weixing, simultaneously blocking the other party's torrential curse power. For defensive talismans in succession seemed to block that torrential curse power. However, the little stoic extended two slender fingers. Her robes fluttered, and her eyes were cold as she casually drew talismans floating with golden light in the air. She softly said go, and streaks of unknown talismans as thin as leaves broke through the other party's defensive talisman matrix with a whoosh and mercilessly rushed between Yu Weixing's brows. Soul-seizing talisman. The instant the talisman entered Yu Weixing's body, his mind instantly reacted. The legendary saint-rank soul-seizing talisman, and it was even a saint-rank soul-seizing talisman drawn out of thin air, was this kind of monstrously talented disciple specially born by the heavens to ridicule the mediocrity of all living things. The power of soul-seizing was quite enormous, especially since the other party drew more than one soul-seizing talisman. After 3 soul-seizing talismans fell, Yu Weixing spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Arbor held Thunderclap in one hand as he withdrew his talisman, drawing in the air. He coldly stared at Yu Weixing on the ground. Seal. The little stoic clenched her hand into a fist and drew a sealing talisman in the direction of a flowing talisman to her left, directly sealing Yu Weixing's hastily fleeing soul in her hand. Accompany my MO in death, even if I cut you into 1,000 pieces, it won't be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. Arbor stared at the ball of ghostly fire in his left hand and sneered, directly throwing him into the stronghold's pagoda of punishment. Others naturally didn't know and only thought that she sealed Yu Weixing's soul and stuffed it into her personal storage talisman. Qianxian pointed at Arbor and shouted in fury, You. He was truly too audacious. Not only did this woman barge into the Tianyuan headquarters alone, she even brazenly killed Qin Hong and Yu Weixing. Take him down. Qianxian roared with a cold face. The surroundings were as silent as chickens. Everyone looked at each other, but no one moved. Qianxian was even more furious now. He glared angrily at Gong Songfeng, 7 Flowers, and the others. You guys, do you dare to openly defy the ancestors' orders? Take him down. 7 Flowers glanced at their eldest young master. Duga Ling, Tang Quan, and Tang Li all looked at young master Omega Kotoku. Qianxian was embarrassed. He had tried to take him down twice, but no one listened to him. Isn't this AF** king joke? Qin Xian. Are you two trying to rebel? On behalf of the patriarch, I order the 2 of you to capture her. Now, immediately. Qianxian roared angrily. As the angry roar fell, a large group of black armored guards suddenly surged out from behind Qianxian, roaring as they quickly surrounded him. Qianxian's expression eased slightly. Finally, he didn't have to put on a one-man show with this order. There was some reaction from the back, which saved him from embarrassment. The black armored guards swarmed forward in a fan-shaped formation, encircling the little stoic alone inside. Arbor expressionlessly looked ahead, his icy gaze moving past them inch by inch. The black armored guards were wrapped in layers of black armor and black scarves, so their true appearances couldn't be seen. However, Arbor could clearly sense from the aura exuding from these people that they probably hadn't mutated. It could be seen that the forces in Tianyuan's hands weren't all zombie armies. Zhao Qiran glanced at Arbor with a complicated expression before slowly lowering her head. The little stoic's small face was cold as she emotionlessly watched the several hundred weapons aimed at her. She slowly took a step forward. The fan-shaped encirclement couldn't help but simultaneously take a step back. When she took another step forward, the group of black armored guards couldn't help but take another step back. Until Xianxia angrily roared, "What are you retreating for? Stand firm. None of you are allowed to retreat, do you hear me?" The black armored guards standing in the front row couldn't help but tremble slightly with their weapons. If the little stoic took another step forward, she would inevitably bump into the sharp weapons in their hands. At that time, this little stoic crown princess would probably be injured, and none of them would have a good ending. "Do you think I won't recognize you just because you're hiding?" Arbor suddenly spoke, his tone extremely icy and resolute. "Look at all of you, your cultivations aren't ordinary. You must be the Long clan and Lin clan members who fled to Tianyun." Arbor's gaze swept around and landed on a person in the front row. "Mo Shikong, do you think I can't recognize who you are just because you're masked? You're too disappointing." Arbor's tone carried mockery as he said disdainfully, "Say, you're a grand prince who fled the capital to join Tianyun, but how come you can't even become a small ringleader? You're truly regressing as you live. You don't want to be a proper prince, but instead, you're a lackey who loves Tianyun." "Shut up." Mo Shikong, whose identity was exposed by her, couldn't help but berate angrily. Mo Shikong was indeed standing among this group of black armored soldiers. His face had a trace of depression as he stared at Arbor strangely. Arbor couldn't be bothered to tell him that even if his entire body was wrapped in that layer of black leather and his face was covered with 18 layers of veils, with her current eyesight, she would still be able to see him clearly. What a joke. He even hid his head and tail and stuffed himself into the black armor. Did he think that no one would recognize him? Wasn't it just some people from the aristocratic families of the 3 prefectures who sought refuge with the Heavenly Fate Empire and didn't want to show their faces? These people were really funny. They thought that once they came into contact with Tianyun, they would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. They didn't expect that even a person like Mo Shikong could only be a nominal little brother in Tianyun. Xianxia pointed at Arbor and shouted angrily, "Why are you talking to her? Why aren't you taking him down? Do you want the ancestor to personally appear and instruct you on what to do?" Mo Shikong secretly gritted his teeth and took the lead to step forward with his sword. However, before the tip of his sword could even get close to the little face, a bolt of lightning and fire shot out from the side and chopped the sword in his hand into 2 with a whoosh. Xianxia's face was cold as he suddenly reached out and grabbed Arbor's arm. Grabbing her, he entered through the central gate and headed straight for the inner city. Xianxia was stunned and couldn't help but jump back and scold, "Xianxia, you bastard! Are you really going to rebel? No wonder. Previously, there was news that said that you went to the Pingjin Prairie and destroyed all the lilies that the organization painstakingly cultivated." Xianxia's gaze landed on the Omega Kotoku's finger. The little stoic knitted her brows and turned to look at Xianxia, who was cursing loudly, a chilly glint flitting across her eyes. The second young master was currently tightly grasping the little stoic's wrist and dragging her towards the inner city. He didn't even look back and completely ignored Xianxia's cursing as he chased after them. Xianxia couldn't conceal his agitation under his furious expression. The venerable ancestor was in need of people, yet Big Brother died inexplicably. Now, even Big Brother's stunningly talented son was walking on a path of no return. Then, was he the only one who could shoulder the responsibility for the future after Tianyun? Shouldn't he be the one in charge of all the operations? "I thought you were creating rumors to stir up trouble, but I didn't expect that there's no smoke without fire. You greedy thing, you actually dare to betray the venerable ancestor for this woman?" "Xianxia, stop right there. Are you listening to second uncle?" "Second uncle." Eldest young master Qin stopped him with a chuckle. "Don't curse anymore. Second brother knows his limits." What limits could he possibly have? Didn't you see what he did just now? "I told them to capture that D***MN stoic, but what happened in the end?" Xianxia actually interfered. He really doesn't respect the venerable ancestor. Xianxia couldn't conceal his excitement. He glared fiercely at eldest young master Qin. "Don't offend your younger brother. I must report this matter to the venerable ancestor." "Right, report it now. ha ha ha, Xianxia, this rascal, actually courted death himself. That was truly great. He would overthrow him first, then drag eldest young master Qin down with him. Then, all the remaining power would be his, haha. After being illuminated by eldest brother's halo for so long, he finally had a chance to shine, ha ha ha. Eldest young master Qin looked at this second uncle of his, and he could practically discern his thoughts from his expression. This person was truly foolish. Xian shook his head and closed the folding fan in his hand. He said with a grin, let's go. Fan Meng nodded and turned to look at Qin, who was still secretly laughing. Young master, don't we need to deal with him? Second brother will deal with the aftermath of the trouble he caused. Eldest young master Qin waved his hand and said calmly, we'll go. Go where? The eldest young master's footsteps paused slightly. If he boldly went to visit the little stoic at this time, he would probably be beaten out by second brother, right? Fan Meng lowered her head and gently bit her lower lip. Young master, do you think something will happen to the little stoic? What can happen to the little stoic? Eldest young Sir Qin pondered for a moment before saying, let's go to Crane Garden to take a look. Fan Meng quickly nodded. Just now, the second young master had fiercely dragged the little stoic away. Although the little stoic had a calm expression, why was it so worrisome? At this time, Omega Kotoku had already dragged the little stoic all the way back to Crane Garden where he was currently staying. The little stoic knitted her brows apathetically and forcefully swung her small hand, using all her strength to finally shake off the man's hand. What are you doing? She angrily roared, don't think that I can let you do whatever you want just because I don't have divine sense and my cultivation is not as good as yours. I'm telling you, if you dare. Xianxia closed in on her and abruptly grabbed her slender wrist, glaring viciously at the woman in front of her. So, even if you're about to be beaten to death, you won't ask for help? You're the one who's going to be beaten to death. Just now, when Xianxia rushed over with his men and was surrounded by so many people, the little stoic didn't reveal the slightest intention of asking him for help. Even if there was only the slightest intention of asking for help, perhaps he wouldn't be so angry. The little stoic swung her hand irritably. I'm warning you, hurry and let go. And if I don't? An ominous glint appeared in the little stoic's eyes, and she kicked him. I'll kill you. Dugaling saw this scene as soon as he stepped in. The second young master was kicked in the leg by the little demon god, and then several more times in succession. Dugaling, I suddenly feel like I'm a bit redundant. I shouldn't appear now, so how do I deal with this? The two brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li, crashed into Dugaling's dumbstruck figure and pushed him into the door. Xianxia was in the midst of a violent rage when she suddenly turned around and roared, all of you, scram. Arbor stomped on him angrily and abruptly took out a storage talisman with a wave of his hand. A glittering silver dagger flew out from it, and his eyes were fiendish. You son of a b*tch, are you going to let go or not? The dagger slashed at the place where the two of them were holding hands. If this dagger slashed down, Xianxia's 5 fingers would be broken, and the little stoic's wrist would also be broken. Dugaling couldn't resist exclaiming, Stoic, calm down. However, Xianxia let go first and turned around to avoid the dagger that she abruptly stabbed at him again. He raised his hand and directly swept it away. That dagger left a bloody mark on his palm. Xianxia didn't feel the slightest bit of pain, but she felt like her heart was stabbed by something. She really didn't want to have the slightest bit of contact with him. Second young master. Dugaling hastily ran forward and called out to Ouyang Su, who had just stepped in. Quick, Ouyang, quickly come and take a look at this injury. No need. Xianxia brushed him aside indifferently, and her icy gaze landed on Arbor. She said word by word, you really don't want the Holywood fragment, your wisp of soul remembrance, is that it? The little stoic was startled, and then she sneered icily, would you be so kind as to give it to me? If you say. I won't believe anything you say. Arbor interrupted him mercilessly, the Holywood shard is my sole remembrance. Take it if you want. Even if it's destroyed, I won't even frown. You think I'm here to throw myself into a trap? Let me tell you. When the time comes, even if I have to self-destruct, I will drag you all down with me. Xianxia stared at her blankly for a long time before she suddenly smiled. Arbor thought to himself, why is this smile so scary? His face was full of sorrow and desolation. If another woman who loved him saw this, she would probably be heartbroken. But not only did the little stoic not feel anything, she even felt that this person was especially pretentious. It was annoying to watch. What was going on with that expression of someone who had been deeply hurt by her and bullied to the point that he wished he could die? Wasn't he the one who had been pestering and annoying her all this time? She had already told him not to get close to her, not to get close to her. Did he not understand human language? She already said that she didn't want to have anything to do with him in this lifetime. Arbor, have I ever told you that you're very heartless? When you're heartless, you're scarier than anyone else in this world. You've said it now, the little stoic said expressionlessly. Duga Ling's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Yes, too heartless. No matter who it was, they would not be able to say anything more heartless than Xiaomu towards this picturesque second young master. The second young master suddenly pulled her in front of him, a light green glint appearing in his icy eyes. You're very good, Arbor. He grabbed her chin and enunciated each word clearly, I'll make you remember. Our matters, everything between us. I will use my own method to prove to you that no matter if it's that Mo Lian or that Duan Yu, none of them are as deeply in love with you as I am. You will understand, Arbor. You know that the entanglement between us isn't limited to this lifetime. After saying this, he ignored her resentful kicks and directly dragged this vexing little stoic into an empty room, personally locking the door behind him. When he turned around, he saw Duga Ling's hesitant expression. What do you want to say? Young master, the little stoic, she, is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Amenable to coaxing but not coercion? No. You're wrong, this little thing clearly isn't amenable to coaxing or coercion. Young Master Omega Kotoku sneered and sized him up. You seem to understand her very well. Seeing his unfriendly gaze, Ouyang-su hastily stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Young master, you should treat the wound on your hand first. The wound was bleeding non-stop. The blood flowed very slowly, but it gradually turned into a strange color. It was no longer crimson and seemed to have a few traces of dark green. The second young master sneered and bent down to lick the wound on his hand. It can heal itself. This was probably the benefit of mutating. His body was stronger than before, and he was probably the only one who knew the changes inside. Eldest young master. Two servants' whispers came from outside the door. Second young master said he won't see you today. Eldest young master, eldest young master? Xianxia looked up and saw her elder brother waving the folding fan in his hand as he strode into the courtyard with a grin. The two servants guarding the door were knocked to the ground by Gong Songfeng's group. They looked terrified and didn't dare to make a sound. Stand down. Second young master Qin's apathetic gaze swept across the two servants who had collapsed on the ground, and he waved his hand indifferently. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly retreated. Forcing them to stop, eldest young master Qin had already exhausted all of their courage. Now that he heard Omega Kotoku's words, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Eldest young Sir Qin crossed the threshold and scanned the courtyard. Where is she? You don't have to interfere in this matter, young Master Omega Kotoku said coldly. Second brother, do you know what second uncle said before he left? Eldest young Sir Qin rolled his eyes in exasperation. He said that he was going to report you to Ancestor. What time is it now? You still have the mood to stay here leisurely? Why don't you hurry up and take a look in front of the Ancestor and see what nonsense second uncle said? Humph, the old Ancestor is still in closed-door cultivation. He doesn't have the chance to talk nonsense, Xianxia said coldly. Eldest young Master Qin was strolling in the courtyard. Where's Jojo? I told her about this matter. Eldest young Sir Qin floated to the second young master with a swish and looked at him carefully and seriously. Second brother, you've interacted with the little stoic quite a bit, so you should know what kind of explosive temper she has, right? If you really plan to use force, I'm afraid she'll fight to the death with you and make you lose both your woman and wealth. Young Master Omega Kotoku pursed his lips and stared coldly at his elder brother. He said coldly, I know my limits. What sense of propriety do you have? Look at how your eyes are burning with fury. Aren't you just adding fuel to the fire by confronting her like this? Eldest young Sir Qin waved his folding fan and blocked Xianxia. How about, you let me have a good talk with the little stoic? You're strong, but she's stronger. She won't submit to you. Besides, you need to go take care of second uncle's matters. You don't really want him to report you to the venerable ancestor and make you unable to turn back, right? Besides, don't you need to explain to the venerable ancestor about father's death? Xianxia's handsome face was cold, and he left without looking back. Where's Qinao? Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist rolling his eyes when he saw him leave like this. He looked around the court and said, "Go look for him." 7 flowers quickly dashed out. Duga Ling was about to stop him when Fan Meng reached out to stop him. She said aloofly, "Even second young sir didn't stop our eldest young sir, so why are you stopping him?" Soon, red clothes and green clothes arrived together, and they glanced at the people present with odd expressions. Speak frankly. Eldest young Sir Qin knitted his brows. Could it be that they couldn't find the little stoic in the court? That was impossible. Second brother had dragged her all the way back, so he must have thrown her into the guest room and locked her up. He had red clothes and the others look around, so how could they not find her? Red clothes was speechless, and he coughed lightly before saying, "She's in the wing room over there. But she seems to have fallen asleep." Eldest young Sir Qin, they were still worried and ran over to take a look. Looking in through the caltrop flower window, they saw the little stoic lying down in her clothes, wrapping herself up like a cicada pupa. Her entire body was curled up in the blankets, and only her clean small face was exposed. She was still expressionless as she slept, and the muslin curtains that drooped to the ground undulated slightly in the wind outside the window. Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Royal guards. 2 black armored guards jumped down from the other side of the window with a whoosh. These 2 people were actually quite speechless when the second young sir arranged for them to watch over the little stoic here. They thought that this little crown princess would definitely kick up a fuss and jump up and down after being captured and locked in a room. Who would have expected? As soon as he entered the room, he began to make the bed. Then, he rolled onto it and went to sleep. The 2 of them hadn't told the second young master about the commotion outside and the little stoic sleeping. Hong Yi looked at eldest young master helplessly. "Young master, should we wake her up for a chat? What kind of creature was this? She was actually able to sleep in the enemy's base camp after being locked up in a room by the enemy. Wasn't this ambition a little too big?" Eldest young Sir Qin glanced at her through the window and waved his hand, saying, "Let her sleep. Let's go sit in the forecourt for a while." Everyone was speechless. Was this stoic person a hostage or an honored guest? Arbor hadn't fallen asleep at all. She knew that eldest young Master Qin and the others had been strolling around and chatting outside the window. She pretended to turn her back to the window and used her divine sense to communicate with the sapling. "Qiao, there's always someone guarding outside. Why did you let Tao Hua and the rest out without anyone noticing?" "Master, you can ask Venerable Peach Blossom, Feng Chongqing, and the others to use a transformation talisman to transform into a small animal or something. Then, you can sneak out." That won't do. Arbor hastily vetoed. Although their movements wouldn't seem to be restricted if they transformed into an animal and ran out, it wouldn't be easy to take away even if they found the sapling's fragment and her soul remembrance. After all, the transformation talisman's duration was still very long. If she became a defenseless animal, wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? No. It was better not to harm them. Then, Qiao, go knock out the 2 people outside? Arbor hastily stopped her. "We can't alert the enemy. Wait first." She hadn't even seen that important and mysterious hall master of the talisman incantation hall. She had to think of a way to meet this person. According to Xianxia and Xian, the biggest leader behind the Tianyun Empire should be that patriarch. Who exactly was this patriarch? He had never shown his face from beginning to end. She had infiltrated the enemy's ranks now to figure out the ins and outs of these people. Even if she couldn't catch all of them in one fell swoop, she had to at least figure out who this patriarch was. "Qiao, tell Rotten Peach Blossom and the others to calm down. Don't come out until the right time." Qiao stammered for a while. "They're a little unsettled. Master, Qiao can only do my best to dissuade them." Especially when Emo Shikong and the others had surrounded Little Master earlier, esteemed Peach Blossom divinity had almost jumped out. If not for Chocho's sharp eyes and quick hands stopping her in time, her identity would have been exposed long ago and the Tianyun Empire would know that Masta's conscience had never been sealed. Arbor considered for a while. Chocho, if I directly mention that I want to meet their patriarch, how confident do you think I will be? Chocho said righteously, Masta, His Highness the Crown Prince told you not to act alone. Chocho thinks that you should be obedient. Calm down first. When His Highness the Crown Prince and the others attack the city and gather, you'll definitely see who the Tianyun Patriarch is. Masta, Chocho, I beg you, quickly rein in your curiosity. Arbor snorted and didn't say anything else. On the other side, Zhao Qiran walked into Crane Garden's courtyard and saw eldest young Sir Qin sitting under a flowering tree in the courtyard, flipping through a book. The sunlight was just right. White steam rose from a teacup in front of eldest young Sir Qin, and he was holding a book. He truly looked like a picturesque beauty. Zhao Qiran walked up and bowed. The two people who followed behind her hurriedly bowed to eldest young Sir Qin as well. Eldest young Sir Qin raised his head to glance at them. Miss Ran has arrived, but second brother isn't here right now. Zhao Qiran smiled faintly. Ran didn't come to find second young master. Please forgive me, eldest young master. Ran still has matters to attend to. Please excuse me. Eldest young master Qin raised his chin slightly. Fan Meng's figure flashed and appeared in front of her. May I know what Miss Ran wants? Zhao Qiran was neither servile nor overbearing. This subordinate is here on second master's orders to bring him back. Fan Meng stopped her and said indifferently, there's no need for that. Miss Ran, please go back. Young master, the person is in second young master's court. If I want to take him away, I don't think I need your permission. Zhao Qiran, that person was left in the courtyard by our second young master. You can't have that person just because you want it. Duga Ling couldn't help but interject. I have second master's warrant. Zhao Qiran took out an iron tablet from her pocket and showed it to everyone. Second master is also here on Patriarch's orders to bring him back. If eldest young master doesn't believe me, you can go ask Patriarch. Zhao Qiran's expression was serene, as if she didn't care about everyone's obstruction at all. She was very confident that no one could refuse her request to bring someone back once this iron tablet was issued. This was indeed the transmission token that Patriarch had given second master. Duga Ling's gaze chilled. The second young master was the one who brought them back, so no one could recklessly come to the second young master's court to take them away. That would be openly slapping the second young master's face. Not even Omega Kotoku or the venerable ancestor. Long Min, Long Chong, Zhao Qiran said aloofly. Search them. The youth named Long Chong looked up, unable to conceal the perverted excitement in his eyes. Duga Ling said coldly, trespassers of Crane Garden, die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Quan, Tang Li, and a group of experts jumped down from the rooftops and surrounded Long Min, Long Chong, and the others with cold gazes. Long Min was alarmed and hastily tugged at her younger brother, indicating for him not to act rashly. Long Min was a smart person. Although she was very displeased with that stoic face for harming her Long family to this extent, she still considered the pros and cons. But at least she knew how to weigh the pros and cons in front of her. She knew when to make a move and when to pretend to be a coward. Zhao Qiran came to bring them back on the venerable ancestor's orders, but the problem was that the second young master's subordinates were not to be trifled with. There were no less than a dozen Transcendence Realm experts here. How could they possibly deal with them? Zhao Qiran coldly stared at Duga Ling's group and said word by word, Young Master Dugu, you can't be thinking of becoming enemies with the entire Tianyun, right? Sir Jojo was lying on the bed and could vaguely hear the commotion coming from the front courtyard. However, with her personality of not moving if she could, she truly couldn't be bothered to care. Perhaps, there was internal strife in Tianyun. Previously, she saw that eldest Qin Omega Kotoku's second uncle didn't seem to be a good person. He didn't seem to get along with the two Zither young masters. Furthermore, they didn't seem to be on good terms with each other, whether it was the flying heaven, burrowing earth or the star-picking hull. If she could infiltrate the enemy's ranks and cause them to fall apart, then things would probably be much easier to handle. A strange fragrance suddenly wafted into the little stoic's nose, causing her nose to twitch involuntarily. This smell seemed to be the special poisonous powder on Ding Tingding's body. That's right, this person carried poison from head to toe and had an innate strange fragrance that fused with the fire Qilan Fang snake's poison. Sir Jojo couldn't move, at this moment, other than her mind being especially clear-headed. Her limbs were a bit numb, and it was very strenuous to move them. A faint sigh appeared beside her. I just knew that you little imp was pretending. A slender index finger poked the little stoic's forehead. I'm guessing that your conscious pool wasn't sealed at all. Don't be in a hurry to recruit people. I just want to talk to you for a while. Just a few words. Young Master Long turned around and sat down on the edge of the bed. I'll leave after you answer my questions. If you don't want to see me, I'll never appear in front of you again. Facial paralysis. If I hadn't approached you in a joking manner, teased you, and unintentionally hurt your mother, would you have treated me better? He said softly as his gaze fell on her face. If only he hadn't sent out that invader's challenge letter back then. Then he wouldn't have met her. Or, if they had met in another way, would the ending have been better? Arbor was stunned. His dark eyes were filled with a ferocious light. How could there be so many ifs? If possible, he really didn't want to meet these people. Troublesome. When I met you in the Mystic Beast Forest, you were under some kind of curse, right? Long Yin smiled bitterly at him. After that, you completely lost this memory, right? The little stoic's small face was cold. She opened her small mouth and spat out, nonsense. Don't be so stubborn. Long Yin looked at her and sighed. You don't remember when my mother sent the North Altar Protector to kill you, right? Ding Xian was simply a lunatic. So she had once tried to kill her in the Mystic Beast Forest. How could the two of them have any interactions at that time? She only sent some protector to kill her. Most importantly, Sir Jojo. She actually knew nothing about this matter. Your mother is an abnormal person, the little stoic coldly said. She then knitted her brows and stared at young Sir Long. She asked uncertainly, she thinks I stole her son, right? I heard that there's a type of woman who raises a child by herself and has an abnormal desire to control their child. I always felt that your mother's mental state wasn't too normal. It must be so. Long Yun, my mother was poisoned by that vicious woman from the Long family with the passion-severing poison. I've been carrying this poison since I was a fetus. Arbor couldn't help but be enraged. I didn't do it either. What right does your mother have to do this to me? Her mental illness is acting up and she doesn't like anyone. Long Yun, why do I freaking feel that talking to you is so tiring? Can't you think about what the symptoms of the passion-severing poison are? You're such a blockhead that you can't even understand. Inside the star domain, Venerable Peach Blossom and Feng Chongqing, who were desperately stopped by Chocho to make them listen to Sir Jojo's orders, silently looked at each other. Morongsun couldn't resist covering her eyes and muttering to herself, it's still that punk who's two-faced and knows how to strike first to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, with her disciple's adorably slow-witted personality and slow comprehension of emotions, let alone having a child, she probably wouldn't even have a partner right now. What are you doing here? The door to the room was kicked open, and Qin Xian quickly entered with a cold expression. When he saw Shelian looking at him with a paralyzed face, he didn't know why, but he actually heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Long Yun would act recklessly. It was said that as long as the source of the love-severing poison was eliminated, he would slowly return to a peaceful life. Thinking about it, once the love-severing poison entered the body, it would be like being cut by 1,000 knives and 10,000 ants gnawing at one's heart. As long as the root, Jojo, was eliminated, time would dilute all feelings. This was why Ding Xian wanted to kill Qiaomu back then. It was just that she did not understand why this Charl was talking to Long Yun like a chicken talking to a duck. She felt that it was funny and sad at the same time. You go out first. I have something to say to Jojo, the second son said coldly. Long Yin glanced at Duga Ling, who was standing at the door, and walked out with a sneer. Omega Kotoku, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get him far away. He came back too quickly. It could be seen that even if this person went out to do something, he didn't just place 2 spies outside the door. To be able to rush back as soon as he received the news, this person cared more about Arbor than he showed. Seeing that Long Yun had left, young Master Omega Kotoku flicked his sleeves and closed the door. With a raise of his hand, a light yellow sapling floated above his palm. "Jojo, how about we discuss a business deal?" Chocho immediately exploded with joy in the little stoic's conscience. Master, it's our family's little seven. It's little seven without a doubt. Look at her, she's so pitiful and drooping. She's been ridiculously ravaged by someone. I received news that Sikong Fuling will lead people to set fire to Duanyu's camp tonight. Rewind time to 30 minutes ago. The Qin estate's second master had just led a group of people to the patriarch's place of seclusion, but the moment he left his residence, he was surrounded by Xianxia and his men. Qinao's expression froze, and he subconsciously took a step back. Pointing at Xianxia, he angrily said, "Xianxia, you brought so many people here. Do you really want to completely break off relations with our Tianyun?" Xianxia didn't waste time talking nonsense with him. With a wave of his hand, a short and stout man holding a purple gold hammer chuckled and rushed forward with several dozen subordinates. The crowd directly waved the weapons in their hands, and all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals around Omega Kotoku fell to the ground. Chinao's expression changed. Seeing the one-sided situation, he couldn't help but shout hoarsely, "Xianxia, you disgraceful scoundrel. Previously, you looked on helplessly as your father was beaten to death, but you didn't stop it. And now you want to kill your second uncle. You." Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly shrank. Young Master Omega Kotoku suddenly flashed in front of him at an extremely terrifying speed. 5 fingers that seemed fair but were actually as hard as iron suddenly grasped his throat. In an instant, Chinao's belly full of words were all stuck in his throat, and he couldn't clamor anymore. Previously, Xianxia had rushed to Omega Kotoku's residence after leaving Crane Garden's gate. Because he knew that his elder brother was right. If he didn't take advantage of this time to control this troublemaking second uncle, he might really complain to the patriarch and accuse him to death. Of course, he wasn't afraid of this person going to complain. Capable people, no matter what kind of storm they face, can still remain indifferent. For example, right now. This second uncle, who was jumping up and down, was like a pheasant struggling on its deathbed when his neck was grabbed. He had no ability to resist at all. The second young master had always been disdainful of people who weren't on the same level as him. It was as easy as flipping his hand for him to pinch this noisy second uncle to death. Chinao's pupils shrank in disbelief. Now that his life was in the other party's hands, it was extremely difficult for him to concentrate and focus his gaze on the second young master. He really wanted to beg, but unfortunately, his neck was being held, and he couldn't even make a simple sound. Chinao was astonished. He probably didn't expect that his nephew would attack him right under the nose of the Heavenly Fate Patriarch. Only now did he finally understand that there seemed to be nothing in this world that could restrain this second young master. Even that famous ancestor of theirs didn't seem to be a supreme existence in the eyes of the second young master. His eyes, the 2 jade-green springs were like rippling emerald lakes. Chinao's eyes widened in fright as he stared at Xianxia, who was looking at him from a short distance away in astonishment. A loud sound came from his throat. "Second uncle, if you're willing to tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself, I don't mind taking care of you when you're old." The cold voice of the Omega Kotoku rang in Chinao's ears. It was as if the bell of death had rung for him. Chinao couldn't help but tremble from head to toe in shock. Chinao really wanted to open his mouth and ask him what he meant. He even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but soon, he knew that he would never have such an opportunity in this lifetime. The last sound he clearly heard was the crisp sound of his neck bone breaking. Then, there was no then. The second young master loosened his fingers and glanced indifferently at his white jade-like fingers. He heard the muffled sound of Chinao's corpse falling to the ground. The second young master didn't even look at this second uncle, as if the life he took wasn't his blood-related second uncle's life. And it was merely an insignificant ant on the side of the street. The plump man holding the purple gold hammer chuckled mischievously while rubbing the back of his head. He bowed to the second young master and then waved his hand, ordering people to drag Chinao's corpse outside. As for how to deal with it, his subordinates would handle it. This Xianxia normally relied on the venerable ancestor's support and truly jumped up and down without a care in the world. On his deathbed, he should be able to understand a principle. It was useless no matter who looked after him. He was a weakling and would be crushed by others wherever he went. What a pitiful man. The young master of Omega Kotoku collected his chaotic thoughts. His gaze landed on the little stoic, and he lifted his hand to help her sit up. On his left palm, a wilted sapling was currently bending at an inconceivable degree, its branches coyly extending toward the little stoic. Xianxia raised her hand slightly and allowed that crooked and ugly sapling to hop onto Arbor's body. Arbor was somewhat surprised and glanced at Xianxia. She indeed didn't expect that Xianxia would hand over the sapling's final shard to her just like this. Someone had previously fed this shard with blood and forced it to produce a semi-finished holy fruit. It was currently severely injured. It would be best to immediately store it into the star domain and let the sapling's main body nourish it. However, the Omega Kotoku was sitting here, so it naturally wasn't suitable to do this. Arbor knitted her brows and pondered in her heart. That bastard Long Yun had already seen through her conscience not being sealed. She wondered if he would inform Xianxia of this. Forget it, she would just take one step at a time. Arbor stared at him for a while. His fingers twitched slightly, and he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Long Yun's special ability, poison, could only make her body weak for a while and could not lock her movements for a long time. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Otherwise, I would have fallen into this vile person's trap. Sir Jojo used a bit of strength to adjust his body slightly. At the same time, the wilted sapling had already jumped onto Charles' shoulder. In a very human-like manner, he peeked out from behind her neck and sneakily glanced at the Omega Kotoku. Xianxia glanced over indifferently. The sapling immediately became terrified and hid in Arbor's waterfall-like black silk, wishing that it could immediately merge with its master. Little Ball pitifully wiped his tears in the star domain. Master, our little seven is too pitiful. Why don't you keep it in your storage talisman first? Arbor raised his left hand with difficulty, straightened his body, and asked expressionlessly, "What do you want to do by telling me this?" "I want to work with you." "Don't you hate the heavenly fortune?" "What a coincidence, I've actually long been tired of this organization. I can work with you and help you completely destroy it." "But you..." Xianxia suddenly grabbed her hand. "Promise me, let us return to the past, okay?" Arbor looked at him with a stunned expression. Was this person possessed by a demon? "What nonsense are you talking about? Go back, how do I go back, what do I take back?" Xianxia. "Do you still remember? When I carried you out of the dark dungeon, when I carried you out, you looked at me, didn't you?" Arbor's whole body trembled. Even if it was a long time ago, she was no longer the same person. But every time she thought of the past, she would always feel a bit of fear. She struggled to pull her hand out, angrily glaring at the person in front of her. Xianxia did not notice her angry expression, nor did he notice that her hand had already been pulled away. He continued to recall the past, as if intoxicated by the memories, unable to extricate himself. He grasped the air, muttering to himself, "Xiao, it's okay if you don't remember, I can tell you bit by bit. When I carried you out of the dungeon, not only did you look at me, you also opened your mouth and said your first words to me. Thank you. You said thank you to me, do you still remember?" Arbor's movements were not very nimble, but she still instinctively shrank her body, trying to avoid contact with this lunatic in front of her. Yes, she felt like this Omega Kotoku was crazy. His mouth was full of nonsense, inexplicable. What time was it now? She was already married, living so well, she even had a child. Was he crazy, inexplicably talking about the past with her, or the messy past of her previous life? She did not want to recall the things from the beginning. This person was as stubborn and unreasonable as always. In his heart, he was always thinking about himself, never thinking about other people. If it was Jojo's lotus, she would definitely not force Jojo like this. "Xiao, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree." Xianxia suddenly reached out to grab her shoulder, shaking it a bit, his eyes flashing with an abnormal flame. Xiaomu simply did not have time to say anything before she saw this man walking out in a huff. "I'll go make arrangements right now." Don't worry, it won't be long before everything you want will be realized. Arbor tried to raise her hand, trying for about a quarter of an hour, then suddenly clenched it into a fist. Rotten peach blossoms, come out quickly. In a flash, Xianxia appeared in front of her. Jojo, it's too dangerous here. You should follow me back to the star field and hide for a while. Looking at Omega Kotoku's reaction just now, he was simply crazy. He couldn't leave Jojo in such a dangerous place again. When the Crown Prince attacked, they would then coordinate with him from the inside. That would be more appropriate. Arbor blinked. You and Mayan, help me find soul remembrance. I'll stay here for the time being. Arbor hurriedly interrupted Xianxia's words and tugged at his sleeve. If that pervert takes another step forward, I will immediately return to the star field. The venerable peach blossom divinity was a bit worried and stared at her little stoic face. I think he's a bit crazy. I can't be at ease leaving you here alone. Arbor pursed his lips. He is indeed a lunatic, but no matter how crazy he is, he won't kill me. He still wants to go back to the past with me. If he kills me, everything will be gone. At most, he'll cripple my arms and legs. Arbor suddenly realized with a start that she seemed to have said something strange, and her small face instantly paled. Jojo. Xianxia furrowed his brows and hurriedly reached out to pull her. What's wrong? Me? She actually said something like that just now. Why would she say Omega Kotoku crippled her arms and legs? Strange. His mood immediately tensed up because of this. What nonsense was he spouting? Arbor blinked and tugged at Peach Blossom. Go quickly. Since you're here, if you can't find my soul remembrance, it'll be a loss. Seeing him stare at him without moving, Arbor couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He took out a pill from his pouch and sniffed it. Look, I still have this Saint Rank body forging pill. If he were to go crazy and break my limbs, then I would be able to reforge my bones and regenerate them without any effort. Xianxia looked at her helplessly. This girl had been like this since the first day he met her. She had a deadpan expression and said ridiculous things that weren't funny at all. After Holy Sun Miyan came out, he glanced outside the window. There was no one outside at the moment. The guards arranged by Omega Kotoku had already been taken down by Long Yun. They would probably arrange for someone to come over later. Go quickly, you two. Be careful, Xianxia and Jojo said in unison and looked at each other. Venerable Peach Blossom tugged at Holy Sun Miyan and the two quickly left. Arbor stared at the bone-forging pill in his hand for a long time and suddenly asked, after eating it, when will the effects take effect? It can be suppressed for 3 days at most, the little treant said weakly. Xiaomu had Qiuqiu stealthily drag Fragment Little Seven's frail body back before saying, then I'll eat it. Master, if you take it, there's no turning back. Qiuqiu hurriedly added, aren't you afraid of pain? I have to overcome whatever I'm afraid of. Otherwise, I'll be troubled for the rest of my life. Arbor calmly threw the pill into his mouth. The Saint Rank pill melted in his mouth without feeling anything. Qiuqiu was now full of stars in the star domain. Master, I think you're really, really great. Sikong Fuling truly hadn't expected that she would become the vanguard of the Heavenly Fate army and lead several thousand harpies to launch a sneak attack on the Tsangzhou barracks. But since this was her big brother's order, she could only do as he said. In the middle of the night, according to the original plan, she was leading a group of harpies to attack the Tsang prefecture camp. Who would have thought that they would be greeted by the bombardment of the god's stone cannon? The one leading the team was none other than Mu Xingchen. Sikong Fuling had a slight headache looking at this, but she still proceeded according to the plan in an orderly manner. So the Tsangzhou Emperor had already received the news and knew that they would attack at night. Very good, Sikong Fuling raised her hand and waved. The eagle-bodied crowd that had been following her in an orderly manner suddenly let out hoarse roars. Standing in front of the big tent, he calmly looked at the two people in the distant sky. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Duan Yu raised his hand indifferently. Immediately, thousands of God-tier masters leaped forward and formed a defensive wall under the cover of the defensive glyph formation. At the same time, that group of harpies suddenly ignited with raging flames, and they plummeted from the sky one after another. Duan Yu curled his lips and said apathetically, it's truly surprising that Sikong Fuling would take the lead. I thought that if she and her brother were smart enough, they would hide behind the Heavenly Fate army and wait for them to make the first move. I didn't expect it. Sikong Fuling is actually the first to come. Duan Yu couldn't resist shaking his head. The numerous burning harpies swooped down from the sky and transformed themselves into large fireballs. They burned themselves and threw themselves into the camp. They actually used such a tragic method to attack them, foolishly sacrificing themselves to kill 1,000 enemies. Get into formation. Rongqing, who was standing at the front, calmly ordered. The large group of elites from the 3 provinces had long become accustomed to cooperating with each other after long periods of training. All he needed to do was give the order, and all the positions and coordination would fall into place. A large-scale defensive formation was erected around the camp in a matter of minutes. No matter how many fireballs the harpies rained down from above, it was to no avail. These attacks were all blocked by everyone's defensive formation. Boom! At the same time, an earth-shattering explosion came from behind them. Huifeng and the others' expressions changed. When they turned around, they saw Prince Mo flying towards that rapidly descending figure. Soon, Duan Yu also flew over. The 3 figures were as fast as shooting stars, and it didn't take them long to reach a mountain range near the kingdom of Qingzhou. Vassal Prince Rong knitted his brows and said aloofly, "Ignore them. Get into formation and continue exterminating the harpies." With His Majesty and the Crown Prince of the Divine Province's cultivation levels, they would definitely succeed if they joined hands. Rongqing had already seen who the newcomers were with a startling glance just now. Although the current master of the Sea of Forgetfulness was very formidable, he couldn't possibly be a match for those 2. Sikong Fuling could also clearly see her elder brother being chased away by those 2 from Songzhou and the Divine Province. She was a bit worried and reflexively clenched her fists. She had to break out of here as soon as possible and then rendezvous with her elder brother. Mu Xingchen stood at the front of the crowd and was currently gazing at the dense crowd of harpies in the sky. He clenched his fingers and made a hand gesture. The divine stone cannons lined up behind him started a new round of bombardment. Young Master Mu. Chiba raised his hand, and 2 Godrealm cannoneers quickly trotted over, pushing 2 extraordinary sacred stone cannons whose muzzles were forged from pure black crystals. Mu Xingchen's pupils contracted, and his gaze landed on these 2 sacred stone cannons. The power of the Saint Stone Cannon was far beyond that of the Divine Stone Cannon. If this cannon were to land, it was likely that the half-harpy would vanish into thin air. Then Sikong Fuling, Mu Xingchen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This young lady in front of him was really a pity. 8th young Master Qi did not notice Mu Xingchen's expression. Of course, even if he discovered something, he wouldn't say much. Everything had to go according to the plan. Once someone attacked their camp, what awaited them was death and a baptism of blood. These 2 holy stone cannons were the only gifts brought by the Crown Prince of the Divine Land. They were specially prepared for these rascals. Speaking of which, the Crown Prince of the Divine Land was really surprising and exciting. He still remembered that when His Majesty saw this big gift, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The Holy Stone Cannon was a divine weapon secretly refined by the Crown Prince of Shenzhou. At that time, His Majesty's eyes were probably saying, "This thing is so awesome." Boom! Rumble! The 2 Saint Stone cannons aimed at the sky and fired for the first time in history. Sikong Fuling's expression abruptly changed, and she immediately pulled 3 harpies to block in front of her. Sikong Fuling's body involuntarily fell, and she stomped on the ground. When she landed, the 3 harpies who were hit by the shrapnel from the Holy Stone Cannon were reduced to cannon fodder and were reduced to ashes before her eyes. Sikong Fuling's expression changed instantly, and she looked at Mu Xingchen, who was standing at the front of the crowd, with a complicated expression. Mu Xingchen, I didn't expect that you and I would meet in the end. Mu Xingchen nodded. Miss Sikong, you have your position, and I have mine. Unfortunately, we are still on opposing sides. Actually, he didn't understand either. The River of Forgetfulness could clearly remain neutral and watch from afar, not even interfering in this matter. This was originally a battle between the 3 states and the Heavenly Providence. Why would the River of Forgetfulness interfere? Wasn't this especially strange? Sikong Fuling stared at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. Mu Xingchen, you are a good person. Unfortunately, I have no choice. Mu Xingchen, who was inexplicably labeled as a good person, glanced indifferently at Xikong Fuling. Miss Xikong, you really have no choice? Actually, you made your choice long ago. I can't say anything. Actually, everyone is the same. If it were me today, I would also stand in the same position and help my younger sister. So Xikong Fuling stood by Long Yun's side and helped her elder brother without hesitation. To put it bluntly, there was nothing wrong with that. It was really just a difference in their standpoints. My elder brother, he actually didn't want to join the Heavenly Providence. He did this. I kind of understand, but also don't. Xikong Fuling laughed self-deprecatingly. But so what? I'm already standing here, and there's no turning back. Mu Xingchen, if I die in this battle, I hope that one day, when you think of me, your heart won't be entirely filled with hatred and disappointment toward me. I hope that you can at least think about the predicament we were in the realm of misfortune that day. Mu Xingchen smiled faintly. Think about how you miserably evaded that black dragon? The two looked at each other and smiled. Xikong Fuling suddenly raised her hand, and mournful howls came from the air. Boom. Boom boom boom. The two Saint Stone cannons fired again without hesitation. Although each shot consumed a lot of Saint Stones, which made young Master Chi's heart bleed and his hands tremble slightly. But the effect, that's great, the fireballs of the harpies falling from the sky did not even have time to hit their defensive shields. With one shot, hundreds of fireballs immediately turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. The elites of the three prefectures, who were guarding the ground, held their breaths and waited quietly. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Kill! With a stern shout, Mu Xingchen was the first to leap forward, the long sword in his hand slashing towards Xikong Fuling without any explanation. But Xikong Fuling abruptly jumped up and ran in the direction of the rear mountain like a madwoman. The battle on that side was actually more intense than here. Although Mo Lian was battling Long Yun alone, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, causing the sun and moon to dim. As an onlooker, darling Duanyu cheered for the crown prince from time to time while watching from the sidelines. For example, do you need help? Say it earlier if you need help. Mo Lian, can you do it or not? If you can't, hurry and call me. Aya, that was a good slap. Quick, quick, give him another stab. My heavens, Long Yun, you punk, you're too shameless. You actually used poison? Mo Lian, are you alright? Mo Lian was about to die from this guy's incessant chatter. She really wanted to ask, are you freaking not here to be more of a hindrance? Don't tell me you're possessed by malice and want me to perish together with Long Yun so that you can sit, dominate, and reap, take, the treasure of the fisherman. Me, Long Yun was also about to be annoyed to death by Duanyu. This person was crazy, right? Every time he attacked, that guy would clamor from the side. Didn't he see that he was the one at a disadvantage? Why did he cheer when Mo Lian hit him? But he was unhappy when he hit Mo Lian, a pair of lunatics. He swung his hand to release a pair of heavenly birds, which swooped down to chase after Mo Lian. Mo Lian's eyes chilled, and she immediately summoned 7th Yen as well. At the same time, Duanyu also hastily released his chestnut and pointed at the two heavenly birds in the distance. Hit, hit. The 8-tailed heavenly fox glanced at its master, unable to bear to look at it. It gave an irritated howl and pounced at one of the heavenly birds. Long Yan's expression was unsightly. Didn't you say you would just watch if you didn't attack? Duanyu nodded seriously, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked. I didn't attack. Aren't I still standing here? At the same time, Mo Lian took advantage of this opportunity to fling away Long Yan's hand with her sword, suddenly leaving a bloody gash on his arm. Blood gushed out and dripped down Long Yan's arm. In an instant, his gaze was incomparably malicious as he stared at Mo Lian and muttered to himself. In a split second, the enormous apparition of a fire Qilin fanged snake rose behind him. The snake's mouth was slightly open, and it fiercely flicked out its forked tongue, releasing a loud hiss. Mo Lian's gaze was chilly as she stood there unmoving. A pitch-black lotus flower appeared in his left palm. The moment the shadow of the fire Qilin fanged snake pressed down, the ink-colored lotus rose steadily and bloomed. Suddenly, as if it had come to life, it slightly twisted its leaves and scuttled over. Duan Yu's eyes brightened. This must be the ancient Mo Lian, right? There had always been a rumor that the crown prince of the divine land had inherited the power of the ancient Mo Lian, and his power was extraordinary. It was also his first time seeing the true appearance of the ancient Mo Lian. Powerful, powerful. Indeed, it was hard to find a match in this world. Mo Lian, this brat, with such a powerful force in his hands, was playing around with Long Yin from the beginning. It was really annoying. The leaves of the ancient black lotus suddenly shattered, and specks of black cold stars shot towards the fire Qilan fanged snake's phantom like meteor fragments or the moon covered in black frost. In a split second, the sound of wind whistling could be heard, and the surroundings were as silent as an abyss. The fire Qilan fanged snake's gaping mouth was hit by the countless cold star fragments, and it immediately writhed back and forth in pain. The black shadow gradually fell apart along with the exploding cold star fragments, completely shattering into a pile of fine powder. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes were unperturbed, and his handsome face revealed an icy intent. A merciless black flame appeared in his hand, and he abruptly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already torn through the air and teleported in front of Long Yun. The merciless black flame formed an incomparably pitch-black supreme divine sword that pressed against Long Yun's throat. Don't think about it if it's not yours. The man's lips twitched as he coldly spat out these words. The divine sword formed by the black fire instantly penetrated the other party's glabella, and the latter let out a wretched scream. His figure paused and abruptly rolled back and forth on the ground. His entire body was enveloped by dense black fire. Darling Duan Yu, who was standing on the side, couldn't resist patting his chest. So scary, what a scary stinky lotus. She actually used the black fire to mercilessly destroy the other party's conscience. She didn't give the other party any hope at all. Although she didn't kill him, wasn't it more tragic than killing him to completely sever his cultivation path and completely destroy that person's conscience? Thank goodness, Duan Yu was scared to death. Mo Lian stood up with icy eyes and coldly swept a glance at Long Yun on the ground. She turned to leave with a frown. Long Yun clutched his chest and looked up. He stared intently at her departing figure and suddenly started laughing like a madman. You think you've won? Ha 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 ha. He abruptly opened his mouth and spat out a snake gallbladder. This was the gallbladder he absorbed when fusing with the fire Qilan fanged snake. Now, it had fused with his lifetime of cultivation. Our dear Duan Yu's eyes chilled, and he abruptly raised his hand. Thousands of arrows shot out from behind him like lightning bolts and swiftly swept past Mo Lian, heading in Long Yun's direction in unison. Thousands of arrows shot out in unison. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and slightly tilted her head. She stared at a flying arrow forged from fine iron that abruptly brushed past her eyes. Each arrow was imbued with a god realm cultivation and spirit energy of various colors. Duan Yu, this guy, completely didn't want Long Yun to live. After a burst of wind, Long Yun hastily heard a sharp female cry, "Big brother." He felt a warm body suddenly pressing down on him. Countless arrows ruthlessly pierced that woman's body and even pierced the skin on his chest. But, most of the arrows were blocked by Xikong Fuling. Long Yan's hands trembled slightly as he softly called out, "Fuling. Miss Xikong." Mu Xingchen, who had rushed over with his men, stared blankly at the scene before him. Xikong Fuling was firmly pressed against Long Yan's body, and her back had already been pierced by countless arrows brimming with various spiritual powers. Everyone saw that her body was like a deflated balloon, and blood was oozing out of her body. The various spiritual energies in his body were also colliding with each other, fiercely colliding with each other. Eldest brother. Blood continued to seep out from the corner of Xikong Fuling's mouth. Long Yan's hands trembled as he tried to wipe it off for her. However, the more he wiped, the more turbulent it became. Boom! Under the impact of the crisscrossing spiritual power in her body, Xikong Fuling suddenly disintegrated and completely exploded like an exploding ball. Fu Ling. Miss Xikong. Mu Xingchen clenched his fists slightly. For a moment, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Duan Yu tilted his head. Suddenly, two heavenly birds screeched and desperately escaped from Seventh Yen and Chestnut's hands. They were riddled with wounds and mournful cries as they swooped down, carrying Long Yun on their backs as they staggered away. Duan Yu suddenly tugged at Mo Lian's sleeve. Forget it, don't chase them. Long Yun's conscience was damaged and could no longer do anything. Although Si Kong Foling had blocked countless arrows, it wasn't as if he hadn't been hit. Now that he had lost his divine conscience, his cultivation was damaged. Moreover, the arrow that pierced Si Kong Foling earlier had more or less pierced this guy's body. Now that the spiritual energy in his body was intertwining and repelling each other, he probably wouldn't live for long. Taking a step back, even if he survived, he would probably be a powerless cripple. Proper business was more important, so there was no need to pursue a cornered enemy. Mo Lian threw Duan Yu a look before turning around to leave, dragging him along with him. Duan Yu couldn't resist knitting his brows. In the end, Mo Lian was still merciful towards the Long family. The tunnel is completely cleared. 8th young Master Qi jogged over with a smile, dust flying from his body. He looked as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Okay, let's set off now. Mo Lian also didn't want to wait a moment longer. Who knew how his wife was doing inside right now? Bring some people in first. Duan Yu quickly said, I'll clean up here and bring up the rear. Move faster. Mo Lian glanced at him from the corner of her eyes before turning to look at Mu Xingchen, who had been standing there in a daze for a long time. She sighed softly. I'll leave eldest brother to you. I know. Stop blabbering and scram, Duan Yu urged before instructing 8th Qi to lead Mo Lian to the tunnel entrance. He then led another group and called for Mu Xingchen to join them. Mu Xingchen recovered his wits, and a faint wry smile tugged at his lips. Miss Sikong seriously, she didn't even look back when she left, she just pounced on him without any hesitation and didn't even leave a single word in the end. So when she said she didn't have a choice, she had already made her choice. If she wasn't standing on the opposite side, this loyal and righteous girl might have what? Mu Xingchen shook his head in self-mockery. He suddenly raised his hand and caught something at lightning speed. He couldn't help but be startled. Seeing Duan Yu walking over, Mu Xingchen quickly withdrew that thing into his inner world and turned to nod at Duan Yu. Let's go. The Emperor of Xianxia was truly incomparably ruthless. The scene of thousands of arrows shooting in unison just now was still deeply etched in his memory. This Supreme Emperor did not have the slightest bit of mercy towards people. He waved his hand and gave the order to shoot Long Yun to death with arrows. What's wrong with you? Duan Yu indifferently swept a glance at Mu Xingchen. No, nothing. Mu Xingchen lifted his feet slightly and hurriedly followed. An hour later, with 8th young Sir Qi's group leading the way, Mo Lian led the elites from the 3 provinces through the already opened underground passageway and finally entered the Qing Province Kingdom's city district. The inner city is just ahead, said 8th young Master Qi. Their movements were extremely fast. Based on their calculations, it was estimated that they would be able to leave the passage in another 2 hours and directly enter the inner city of the Qingzhou Kingdom's capital. Be careful. Huifeng suddenly flicked out a dagger. After a ding, the muffled roar of the corpse puppet could be heard from the tunnel. The passageway was narrow and only allowed one person to pass. Suddenly, a large group of corpse puppets came from the front. Although it wasn't too dangerous for them. However, clearing the path was indeed a waste of time. Where's Duan Yu? Mo Lian knitted her brows. Why hadn't he come down yet after dilly-dallying for so long? Just when she needed this guy to throw out concealed weapons, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Duan Yu stealthily chased after the 2 injured heavenly birds with Chestnut. His Chestnut wasn't exaggerating. He said that the 2 heavenly birds couldn't make it, and they really couldn't make it. Before them was a murky stream. It was an extremely inconspicuous stream on an abandoned slope belonging to the Qingzhou Kingdom. The 2 heavenly birds were heavily injured in the battle earlier. At this time, they were lying by the stream on the verge of death, unable to even move their claws. And not far from them, there was a person sprawled on the ground. His light purple outer robe was completely soaked by the stream. That person's entire face was in the water, and his breathing was weak and lifeless. Duan Yu lightly stepped on the wet grass and took several steps forward. Tilting his head, this guy's left hand, which was behind his back, suddenly conjured a silvery white streak of light. Without waiting for an explanation, he threw it at the figure sprawled in the stream. Bam! The attack missed. The originally motionless man abruptly flipped in the air and clutched his chest as he coughed heavily. His handsome face was already pale as he stood by the stream. Duan Yu suddenly smiled. His smile was resplendent and bright, and his pair of peach blossom eyes blinked, pure yet not bewitching. I knew it. A scourge lives on for 10,000 years. You won't die so easily. You. Long Yin coughed heavily, his eyes filled with mockery. You. Duan Yu wagged a finger at him. I don't need you to speak right now. Long Yin knew that he was doomed today, so he silently took a step back and looked at the other party warily. However, at this moment, the slender and delicate figure in front of him suddenly disappeared in front of him. Long Yan's pupils contracted, and he abruptly turned around to look. In a split second, a long sword with rippling silver flames abruptly stabbed into his heart the moment he turned around. It was so precise that it was impossible to resist. Death came so suddenly. He held the longsword condensed from the Devil Emperor's fire in one hand, and blood flowed from his fingers along the sword's hilt, dripping down inch by inch. Duan Yu looked indifferently at the person before him. The other party's painful and contorted expression made him as calm as ever. Why? What? Right, why, this was what young Master Long wanted to ask. Was this person crazy? They minded their own business, and at most, they just had different standpoints. Was there a need to chase him from 1,000 miles away to kill him? At the very least, the person he had always wanted to kill was Mo Lian. It was Mo Lian. What was wrong with this guy? What did he do to provoke him? Mo Lian had told him not to pursue a cornered enemy and let him leave. However, this person agreed on the surface and turned around to kill him. He was really sick. Duan Yu blinked and abruptly released his grip, allowing Long Yin to be stabbed in the chest and kneel on the ground like a pile of mud. The noble, elegant, and graceful emperor of Tsong province took out a clean handkerchief and carefully wiped his hands. He coldly glanced at Long Yin, who was curled up on the ground and not moving at all. You shouldn't have wanted to kill him. You shouldn't have taken out the fire Qilin fanged snake's gallbladder and tried to take him down with you. Long Yin vaguely heard these words, and for a moment, his expression was a little startled and confused. Tsong Prefecture's emperor. This is? What kind of special feelings were these? Could it be that, from the beginning to the end, the emperor of Tsongzhou loved, the crown prince of the divine land, liking his cousin was just a gargantuan pretense that he used to hide things, right? Even before he died, Long Yin felt that he was talking nonsense. He collapsed and did not hear the Tsong Prefecture's emperor's muttering. If you kill him, then what about Jojo? Jojo will cry. You don't like that Death Lotus, so it's fine if you beat him up, but how can you kill him? I definitely won't let anyone hurt Xiao Xiao. Even if it's you, my cousin, I won't let you. Long Yin didn't hear Duan Yu's muttering. At this point, Long Yin had actually completely lost his 5 senses. He couldn't hear, see, or touch anything. In a daze, a white, misty mist seemed to appear in front of his eyes. A young lady dressed in white and with a jade face came out of the mist and walked towards him expressionlessly. Long Yin raised his hand slightly, as if wanting to grab her hand. But in one breath, he suddenly relaxed. He slammed his raised hand heavily on the side of the stream, allowing the murky water to pass through his wrist. Duan Yu's figure abruptly disappeared, only leaving behind a cold sentence. Go and clean up the dragon clan of forgetfulness, especially that troublesome Ding Xian. Don't leave behind any clues. Since the dragon clan of forgetfulness had been silent for so many years, there was no need for them to rise again. The Morong clan of forgetfulness sounded like a pretty good candidate for leader. The air stirred slightly before returning to silence. After some time, a slender figure wrapped in a green headscarf hurriedly ran over from the gurgling stream. That person stumbled over, and when she saw the motionless corpse lying in the stream, tears rolled down her cheeks. Her entire body seemed to have lost some sort of strength, and she abruptly collapsed on the ground, splashing up a few drops of water. She hurriedly crawled over with her arms and bawled as she hugged Long Yun. You little sweetheart, you finally can't run away anymore. Do you still remember that we met by a small stream back then, but you don't have any recollection of it afterward? Back then, he suddenly popped out when she was bathing in the stream. Didn't they form an inexplicable ill-fated relationship? Unexpectedly, as the paragon of the demonic cult, the Lord of Forgetfulness, he actually died in an unknown mountain stream in the Qingzhou kingdom. Do you regret it, sweetheart? The Raksha princess burst into tears, and her tender and alluring face seemed to have aged several years. I already told you not to meddle in this matter, but you just wouldn't listen. Do you regret it now? Do you regret it? The Raksha princess cried mournfully for a while. He raised his head and looked at the horizon. The sunset was red and the sun was setting. She hunched her back and picked up the drenched man. Half dragging and half carrying him, she walked forward. He didn't know where he was going. It was as if there was no place for them to hide in the vast world. Duan Yu hurriedly led his men into the passageway and discovered that Mo Lian and the others were almost done cleaning up the zombies underground. Seeing that he had finally arrived, Mo Lian looked at him suspiciously. Where did you go? There are many harpies up there. We can only come down after we clean them up. Mo Lian glanced at him. There should be a place for corpses up ahead. Duan Yu silently took out the 9 Jade Heaven's Thunder. Crown Prince Rong hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty, this passageway is narrow. If we use large firearms or hidden weapons, I'm afraid the passageway will collapse. Otherwise, the Crown Prince of the Divine Prefecture would have used it a long time ago. Duan Yu pondered for a moment before stuffing the Jade Heavenly Thunder into his pocket. Then quickly clean it up. Manual cleaning was quite tiring. After all, this passageway only allowed one person to pass through, so only 1 or 2 people at the front of the group were bitterly cleaning up the zombies that pounced over. Thankfully, Crown Prince Rong and the others would switch places with the Crown Prince from time to withstand a wave of zombie attacks. However, Mo Lian felt like she had nothing left to live for. How long would it take to clear these waves of zombies? This speed was too slow. If only Jojo was here. He could toss these things into the realm of misfortune and let them perish on their own. There would be no need to clear them. Let me do it. Duan Yu couldn't help but scoff when he saw this guy's bitter expression. Prince Mo silently retreated. As he watched Duan Yu finish off several zombies with a swing of his sword, he couldn't resist asking quietly, "Are you going to, bang?" Duan Yu threw out a burst of Devil Emperor fire, and everyone heard a loud rumble. Everyone instantly perked up. It seems like we've reached the end. It wasn't seems, they had indeed reached the end of the passageway. Thus, Mo Lian also put down the question he wanted to ask earlier and hastily followed the crowd in brandishing their swords, smashing down the wall in front of them. Light seeped in. Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed over. At this time, the zombies were more or less cleared out. Occasionally, a few would crawl out of the narrow passageway, but they would be hacked to death by the elites of the 3 provinces before they could reach them. Duan Yu gestured to the 2 hidden guards at the front to have them go out first. Not long after, they heard a shout. No problem, come out. Everyone hastily ran out in an orderly manner and lined up. They took a deep breath as they faced the setting sun and the red glow on the horizon. They finally came out. The inner city gate was right in front of them. As expected, boom, 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 boom. A strange sound was heard. Mo Lian and Duan Yu's expressions both shifted. They leaped onto the city wall first and ran toward the inner city with a whoosh. The people behind them quickly followed and flew over the city wall with a whoosh, chasing after the 2. As they ran, they discovered that the ramp in front of them seemed to be gradually becoming steeper. No, that wasn't right. The city in front of them was rising into the sky. The entire city was starting to soar. So as they ran along the city path, they felt their bodies slowly tilting backward. The path in front of them slanted into the sky bit by bit and gradually became steeper. Vassal Prince Rong and the others' expressions changed. However, they saw dozens of Transcendence Realm cultivators following the Crown Prince of the Divine Province and His Majesty of Song Province leaping up at the same time. Their figures abruptly disappeared into a thick fog. 2 cold voices came from the sky. Purge the entire Qingzhou city. Arrange for Huang He and Mr. Su to come here and distribute the antidote for the 3rd stage. Let's see if those who haven't completely turned into zombies have a chance to recover. Yes. A thunderous roar resounded from below. Crown Prince Rong raised his head worriedly to take a look. Under the setting sun, the sky was completely covered by thick fog. The main city that had suddenly flown into the sky seemed to have completely disappeared. Arbor leaned against the window and looked down in surprise. After the rumbling sound, the whole house started to shake. She knew that the city had ascended. To make the entire inner city of the main city soar into the sky, it was truly a huge investment. He did not know how long Tianyun had been preparing for this. At present, the entire inner city was enveloped by the flying talisman array and multiple defensive arrays. It was indeed very difficult for Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and the others to break in from the outside. The little stoic was pondering while leaning against the window with her chin in her hands when she suddenly heard a soft sound. When she turned around, she saw fifth young Master Qin standing below the windowsill with a ghastly pale face, looking at her in a daze. You, why would you commit suicide? Walk right into a trap. After he came out of seclusion, a boy servant secretly came to report that the crown princess of the divine province was imprisoned here. He thought it was a fantasy story. How could such a shrewd person like the little stoic come here by herself? Without waiting for Arbor to speak, the fifth young master hastily flipped in through the window and grabbed her hand, saying impatiently, "Let's go quickly. While they're dealing with the patriarch in the forecourt, I'll send you out." Deal with the patriarch? Arbor thought he had been confused for a moment and looked at the fifth young master in astonishment. Is it the one from your family? Patriarch Tianyun? Who's dealing with him? Second brother. Fifth Qin tightly grasped her wrist. Don't say so much. Let's talk after we get out. You're a talisman practitioner, so you should be very clear about talisman formations. I'll send you to the center of the talisman formation. Find a chance to destroy the formation core and quickly escape. The little stoic's heart warmed slightly, and she looked up at this person. When this person first met her, his nose wasn't his nose and his eyes weren't his eyes. Moreover, although she had saved him several times, it wasn't out of bad intentions. One time, she saved him in passing for a mission, and the other time, someone else paid for it, Arbor pondered. Can I go to the front to take a look? You want to go take a look? Fifth young Master Qin was taken aback and quickly shook his head. It's too late. From the looks of it, even with Hall Master Lu helping the patriarch, he doesn't seem to be second brother's match at all. They've turned against each other. Arbor blinked, unable to conceal his excitement. Oh my god, she hadn't even made a move yet someone else had already turned against each other. It was especially comical just thinking about it. Arbor hastily pulled fifth young Master Qin back. Where are the guards outside? I've temporarily knocked them out. I'll take you out first. Where's Du Galing? Du Galing, this bastard, had been standing guard outside the whole time. He's also in the forecourt. How could second brother not bring young Master Dugu and young Master Ouyang for such an important matter like encircling and annihilating the patriarch? Arbor nodded excitedly. If that's the case, I'll be letting myself down if I don't take a look. Tianyun, that dog-shit ancestor, had done so many things in his past and present life. Now that he was being hunted down by his descendants, it would be a pity if he didn't see such a satisfying thing. Fifth Qin hastily grabbed her. Jojo. Arbor glanced at him and pouted helplessly. Okay, let's go. If he didn't want to look, then so be it. The talisman array had just risen into the air, and it was good to find the array core. He had to find Mo Lian and the others in the array first. She suspected that Mo Lian and the others might have also ascended into the sky. However, there were layers upon layers of spirit arrays outside. If they didn't have two capable symbol masters among them, it wouldn't be easy for them to break in. As soon as the two of them left the courtyard, earth-shattering roars and curses could be heard from the front yard. Fifth young Master Qin glanced at her nervously and said in a low voice, Jojo, don't be so curious. Let's hurry and find the exit of the array core and send you out. Who was curious? Wasn't she just leaving the courtyard and finding the noise very interesting, so she couldn't resist taking a few glances behind her? Fifth young Master Qin led her through the corridors and courtyards before finally arriving at a remote courtyard. He pointed ahead. Quickly sense if there's talisman energy flowing here. It's barely discernible. This is a symbol master. No, it seems to be the power of talismans. Arbor's eyes were slightly cold. This is a formation set up by a great symbol master. Hall Master Lu is very formidable. Be careful. Arbor frowned. Hall Master Lu? Who? Talisman Hall's Hall Master, Lu Fuxing. Fifth Young Master Qin said without holding back. It turned out that mysterious Talisman Hall's Hall Master was called Lu Fuxing. Arbor nodded and glanced at Fifth Young Master. I'll be right back. Stay further away and protect yourself. Arbor flashed and entered the courtyard's talisman formation. At the same time, a middle-aged man who was frowning and listening to young Master Omega Kotoku's words in the front yard suddenly had a change in expression. Someone entered the formation. He hurriedly flashed and was already far away. Second young master didn't stop him. Instead, he hurriedly left with him after leaving behind a sentence. Lock him up for now. Hearing second young master's order, the group of Transcendence Realm cultivators led by Duga Ling couldn't help but look at each other. Their gazes focused on the man who was meditating with his eyes closed and was bound by 17 to 18 spirit-binding chains. This person had a white face and no beard. He looked to be about 40 years old. His eyes were closed and his head was lowered. Even though he was covered in spirit-binding chains, he didn't panic at all. This person was their Qin Estate's patriarch, Qin Heijin. Patriarch Black Gold. From the establishment of Heavenly Fate to its current state, Patriarch Black Gold had been behind every step of the way. The Qin Estate relied on pills to develop. Heavenly Fate relied on these corpse puppets and corpse poison medicinal liquid to develop. Patriarch Black Gold had always been the pride of their entire family. He was the core of the entire Qin Estate. But now, Omega Kotoku felt that he didn't need this person anymore. He wanted to let Arbor know that he was the only one who treated her the most wholeheartedly. For her, he could betray his entire family. He could even throw away Heavenly Fate, which was such a powerful force that the Patriarch had created, just for her. He crazily wanted to start all over again and start all over again. He didn't want to care about anything else. Lu Fuxing discovered that someone had touched his talisman formation. Other than Arbor, there was no one else who could think of. He had always known about the existence of Arbor, a great talisman master. To be able to kill so many of Grandmaster Ye's outstanding disciples and make Grandmaster Ye have no choice but to sacrifice Luo He's life to deal with this woman, she was naturally very impressive. He originally wanted to leave her out for a while, but he didn't expect that second young master's sudden attack today would mess up all his plans. Lu Fuxing had always wanted to have a talisman duel with Arbor. For a young girl to be able to surpass Grandmaster Yi in the Tao of Talismans, it was really commendable. But that was the end of her journey. Lu Fuxing's figure suddenly landed in a remote courtyard. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the empty space in front of him. Reveal talisman, reveal talisman, reveal talisman. Lu Fuxing expressionlessly flicked his sleeve, and several talismans were thrown out in front of him. However, the expected figure didn't appear. Instead, 4 or 5 attack talismans suddenly appeared in the air and forced him to retreat several steps. Lu Fuxing clenched his fists. What an outstanding little girl. She was actually able to force him to take a few steps back. In Lu Fuxing's hand, 3 rows of talismans appeared, and he suddenly shot them in front of him. The talisman power seemed to have swayed into a bottomless ocean. In an instant, it was completely absorbed by the emptiness in front of him. Young Master Omega Kotoku and his entourage rushed over. Seeing this scene, their eyes darkened. With a shout, Lu Fuxing suddenly flicked out hundreds of talismans again. This time, the talismans he flicked out were all god-level profounding talismans. As soon as the talismans appeared, ghostly wails and howls sounded all around, forcing eldest young Master Qin and his entourage to hastily retreat. Arbor's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the profounding talisman array formed by the profounding talismans and stared expressionlessly at that person. This person should be the mysterious talisman hall master of the talisman array? Arbor glanced at him and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a sound pierced through the air. Arbor's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly threw out a talisman. She looked at the broken knife that seemed to have jumped out of a storage talisman. In fact, only she knew that this broken knife had been kept in her inner world all this time. Today, it suddenly became restless. The knife was instantly unsheathed. It was no longer as bright as before, and there was even a small hole on its blunt edge. Lu Fuxing looked at the short knife in a daze. Why is it with you? Lu Fuxing stared at Arbor with a complicated expression. Arbor stilled and suddenly remembered what fifth young master had told her. This mysterious talisman hall master was called Lu Fuxing. She had seen and touched the short knife her mother had left behind. The words Fuxing were engraved on it. Your knife? Arbor's expression also turned complicated. She sized up the middle-aged man and asked in an uncertain tone, You? For my mother? Lu Fuxing was agitated. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Arbor with eyes that seemed to shatter ice shards in the night. You deserve to die. Lu Fuxing suddenly started attacking like a madman, repeatedly flinging the talismans and curses on his body at Xiao Mu. Lu Fuxing, are you crazy? Eldest young master Qin couldn't help scolding and hurriedly threw a look at Gong Songfeng and the others. Gong Songfeng, Fan Meng, and the others hurried forward to stop him. However, once a talisman master's talisman array was activated, it would take some effort for outsiders to barge in. Young Master Omega Kotoku's expression was extremely cold as he abruptly turned to glare at fifth young master standing to the side. You brought her here? He abruptly struck out a palm at fifth young master. The mighty force gave eldest young master Qin a fright, and he hurriedly dodged to block it. After a bam, eldest young master received Xianxia's palm. His expression changed slightly, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Eldest brother. Similarly startled, fifth young master hurriedly ran forward and reached out to support eldest young master Qin, who was retreating several steps. You want to take her and run? Young master Omega Kotoku pressed on. Eldest young master hurriedly blocked him with a furious expression. Second brother, are you trying to kill your own brother? On the other side, Lu Fuxing, who was crazily attacking Arbor, had a ferocious expression on his face. Especially when he heard Arbor's mocking voice. You couldn't get my mother, so you're venting your vengeful heart on her daughter? Lu Fuxing, you're truly promising. Shut up. Lu Fuxing shouted angrily. What do you know? What do you know? Chu Yan and I were childhood sweethearts to begin with, and we've long been engaged for life. If it weren't for that so-called marriage alliance between clans, for that **** T engagement, how could Chu Yan possibly betray the love between us for so many years? Oh, Arbor's voice became increasingly icy and merciless, revealing traces of chilliness. Because you love my mother, you hate me, this daughter's existence. Joining Tianyun and aiding the evildoer is your way of loving my mother? Making things difficult at every turn for the daughter she protected with her life and even killing her precious daughter is your way of loving someone? Ha 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 ha. Arbor sneered repeatedly. Lu Fuxing, hurry up and stop using your cheap love on my mother. You're not worthy. When everyone present heard the little stoic's chilly voice, they couldn't help but shiver all over. The little stoic was as frightening as ever when she insulted people. Arbor pushed out a powerful mystic-ing talisman and coldly watched that talisman explode on Lu Fuxing's body, blasting him back several steps. Lu Fuxing, the hall master of talismans and spells, should have known her identity a long time ago. As Long Chuyun's daughter, Arbor and the whole world knew about it. However, Lu Fuxing was jealous of her identity, jealous that she was Long Chuyun's daughter, so he hid in Tianyun and made things difficult for her at every turn. That's right, the stairway talisman this person created greatly troubled her, and it also made her wary of this mysterious existence, the Hall of Talismans and Spells. This was one of Lu Fuxing's ways of loving her mother. To deal with her daughter, it would be best if her daughter died a horrible death and became Tianyun's puppet. Ha 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 ha. What an enormous joke. You're truly disgusting. Arbor's gaze chilled, and he casually threw out a soul-stealing talisman. Lu Fuxing's expression changed, and he instantly pulled a disciple in front of him to block. However, the talisman's remaining power exploded on his body, causing him to retreat several steps and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Go die. I'm your mother's true love. Lu Fuxing's expression changed as he looked at the several hundred soul-stealing talismans flying toward him in astonishment. That's right, this young lady in front of him was a pervert who used talismans. I even dared to kill my own father, so what kind of dog are you, let alone you, my mother's former lover? You dared to scheme against me. I thought you already knew that you would die. Die, die, die. Arbor's eyes were filled with an ominous glint. The talismans in her hand flew out, and the heavy talisman power merged into a ball and bombarded Lu Fuxing's body. Lu Fuxing collapsed to the ground on the spot. There was a large hole in his chest, and his intestines were about to spill out. Everyone stared at the little stoic, flabbergasted. At this time, young Master Omega Kotoku flew straight up and swiped his sword across Lu Fuxing's neck. He then flew in front of Arbor and grabbed her wrist. Lu Fuxing probably didn't expect that he would die here today, in Arbor's hands. He reached out to cover the bleeding wound on his neck, and he stared blankly at the sudden darkness of the night. It was as if he could see a man and woman sitting back to back under the eaves of the ivy-covered corridor. Fuxing, I want to go to the Divine Province's Mu family for a marriage alliance. I already promised my mother. Don't come looking for me again in the future. Lu Fuxing looked at the boundless sky unwillingly. He couldn't tell if it was loneliness, shame, or vexation. His hand tightly gripped that blunt knife. He was a bit regretful. Before Chu Yun left Wanchuan, they fought in a fit of pique. She slashed the knife on the table, and a small chip appeared on the blade. In the end, the two didn't say a word. He thought that there would be a chance to meet again, that they would meet again in the future. Who would have thought that Fuxing was really like a dream? That farewell at Wanchuan turned out to be forever. Now he was lying on the cold ground, looking up at the night sky. There were no stars, no moon, no wind, no rain. Just like when he gave her this Fuxing saber, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. I am determined to be a master refiner. Chu Yun, I'll give it to you. Then you have to work hard. This saber of yours is really not that good. Arbor was pulled back to Crane Garden by the silent second young master. Along the way, he was a little depressed and nervous. He stumbled and fell. When they returned to the garden, young Master Omega Kotoku waved his hand and set up a defensive shield to prevent outsiders from entering. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. He subconsciously felt that something was going to happen. As if he was about to come into contact with something real, he was both excited and nervous. No, it's a strange emotion. Young Master Omega Kotoku seemed to have been provoked. His eyes glowed green as he stared at her coldly. Is it disgusting to not get what you want? He pressed on, his voice sinister. Is it disgusting to not get what you want? Do you think that love that you can't get is cheap? Arbor pretended to be frightened and fell to the side of the bed. She hugged the gauze next to her and looked at him, trembling like a small animal. Little Tree Cho-Cho roared in her consciousness, Master, come in quickly. It felt that something was wrong, as if something big was about to happen. It's okay, Cho-Cho. He won't kill me. Arbor's eyes hid a strange emotion. This emotion came so suddenly and so quickly that even she didn't know what she was secretly hoping for. It was as if some strange memory suddenly flashed through her mind. It was so fast that she couldn't catch it, she couldn't catch anything, she couldn't catch anything. Little Chow, look at me. Look at me and tell me. Should I die if I can't get what I want? His eyes were filled with a thick gloominess, like the prelude to a flash flood. His fingers gripped her left wrist tightly, and he coldly asked, Speak. Arbor's big round almond eyes were wide open. She stared at him coldly with a strange light in her eyes. Crack. The pain of her bones breaking suddenly attacked her brain. However, the strange thing was that her entire heart was much calmer than usual, much calmer and more peaceful. Master. Seeing that Feng Zhangqing and the others in the star domain were all about to rush out and beat up young Master Omega Kotoku, Arbor could still keep a clear head. She ordered Cho-Cho, I'm fine, Cho-Cho. Don't let any of them come out. I'm fine, Cho-Cho. Master. Cho-Cho was so distressed that he almost couldn't speak. She hadn't cried, but Cho-Cho was already crying uncontrollably. Master, doesn't it hurt, Master? It hurts, of course it hurts. It hurts a lot. Arbor muttered to herself, but her eyes were brighter than ever. She softly said to Cho-Cho in her conscience, Didn't you take the bone forging pill? Didn't you want to forge your bones and be reborn? She knew that none of her little friends in the star domain would be willing to do such a thing to her. But now, wasn't it just right? Her mind was clearer than usual, and her eyes were brighter. She stared at young Master Omega Kotoku like this. In her clear eyes, she could almost make Omega Kotoku see his own ugly shadow. "Why aren't you talking?" Young Master Omega Kotoku's eyes were full of malice. He ruthlessly broke another one of her hands. His warm fingers gently brushed her cheek. "Didn't you want to run? I'm guessing that if you can only lie down and do nothing, you won't be able to run anywhere." Arbor suddenly chuckled. Strangely, even she herself felt that her laughter at this moment was somewhat frightening. Why was she laughing so strangely? Her clear eyes stared fixedly at the man in front of her. Suddenly, the figure in the bright red wedding dress seemed to flash past her eyes. Yes, in her previous life, she was forced to marry Omega Kotoku. But on the day of the wedding, Brother Qing, the mournful cry rang in her ears. In front of Arbor's eyes, it was as if the memory fragments were being reorganized. She saw Xianxia in a bright red dress, his eyes flashing with a faint green light, the sword dripping with blood in his hand piercing through Duanmu Qing's chest. That's right, it was like this. Sir Jojo finally remembered. That day was just like now. Xianxia grabbed her shoulders, shook her back and forth, and asked her why she wanted to run and why she rejected him. Yes, he said, he had already given in step by step and begged her. Why couldn't she understand his heart? Yes, there was a deviation in her memory. The mermaid pearl in her body had once repaired her limbs in her previous life. So on the day of the wedding, she was indeed not carried in by someone. Instead, she was led in by someone. Xianxia killed Duanmu Qing and cruelly broke her limbs again on the day of the wedding. He broke them, he wanted her to be unable to run away for all eternity. She could not run away for all eternity. And then, there was no then. Because on the night of the wedding, she suddenly self-destructed in front of him. Hee. Arbor stared at the man in front of her and suddenly broke into a smile. Ever since she was reborn, this unbearable past had been buried in the deepest part of her heart. She had never thought about it and never wanted to think about it. Was the truth actually like this? It turned out that his previous life was 10,000 times more tragic than he had imagined. Think about it, a young lady whose limbs were broken, who could only live like a little worm, who was in a constant state of anxiety, finally regained her mobility one day. The funny thing was, on a certain day, at a certain time, all her happiness was cut off. So in her previous life, she self-destructed in a fit of madness. Haha. No wonder she self-destructed. No one would be able to take it if they were crippled again after just a few days of standing up. Arbor looked at the man in front of her calmly and only smiled at him again. Her smile was strange and calm. She smiled so much that even she felt a little embarrassed. It was indeed a fateful entanglement. No wonder she found Second Qing's crazed gaze bewitching and familiar. As it turned out, she had experienced it once before. Sir Jojo's section break, creak. There was the sound of the door being gently pushed open. Following a few rays of light, there was a little bit of sunlight in this dark and gloomy room. 3 sneaky figures slowly moved in from outside. Bit by bit, he moved in like a snail. When they came in and saw the scene in front of them, the woman in front was stunned at first, but then she could not help but laugh hysterically. The 2 people behind her quickly rushed over and covered her mouth. The woman pushed them away and stepped forward. She pointed to the front with her sharp throat, and her eyes flashed with unscrupulous laughter. Arbor, haha, Arbor. Arbor, you have a day like this. Look at your pitiful appearance. Wow, look at our crown princess of China. TSK, TSK, TSK. Come out and hit me. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Didn't you say you wanted me to die a horrible death? The woman's eyes were full of malice. She quickly touched herself all over and then turned to look at the whip on the man's waist. Her eyes could not help but light up. Seeing the crazy woman, Mu Xiaoxue, raise the whip high, Long Min hurried forward to stop her. Restrain yourself. Don't forget that we sneaked in to see the situation. Yesterday, the second young master dragged Arbor back to the crane garden. The eldest young master came to ask for him several times, and the 2 young masters almost got into a fight. This matter was known by everyone. This morning, Mu Xiaoxue saw that Arbor was not released, so she suggested that they sneak in to see the situation. When they saw it today, even Long Min could not help but be stunned. The young Crown Prince Consort, who was dressed in white, was locked up in an orange-yellow metal cage. Her long hair was scattered, and she looked a little haggard. What was even more frightening was that the young Crown Prince Consort's limbs seemed to be limp and drooping. It looked like her hands and feet had been broken. Long Chong was also excited. Seeing Arbor's misfortune through the cage, he could not help but be overjoyed like Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue raised the whip. How could he stop her? He even egged her on. Hit her properly. If it were not for this bitch, the Long family would not have fallen to such a state. They directly escaped from the capital and came to a place like Tianyun. They could only do small chores. As the eldest young master of the Long family, he was not valued at all. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes flashed with malice. She also could not suppress her excitement and trembling. Great, this damned woman had finally fallen into her hands. Wasn't she arrogant and domineering? Didn't she say that she wanted to make Mu Xiaoxue suffer a fate worse than death? Now, let's see who will be the first to suffer a fate worse than death. Haha. Mu Xiaoxue waved the whip in her hand across the big iron cage. Pa! It caused a spark on the iron cage. She did not know if her eyesight was bad or if she was a good-for-nothing to begin with, but there was no strength in her hand at all. The gap in the iron cage was so large that the whip only hit the cage and did not touch Arbor at all. Long Chong couldn't help but panic when he saw this. He snatched the whip from Mu Xiaoxue's hand and shouted, "Let me do it." What kind of eyesight do you have? Long Chong's eyes flashed with excitement as he lashed the whip on the ground, causing sparks to fly. He shouted in an unclear voice, "Little slut, I'll let you have a taste of my flesh being torn apart." Pa! Ah! A scream pierced the clouds. Arbor expressionlessly looked at the three fools in front of him, his gaze unwavering. Xianxia snatched the whip from Long Chong's hand and whipped him 3 times in a row, causing that fool to roll around and wail in pain. Long Min was so anxious that he knelt on the ground with a bang and repeatedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Eldest young master, spare my life. Eldest young master, please spare my life." Long Chong did not do it on purpose. "Eldest young master, ah." Eldest young master Qin was about to explode from anger. Who was that? That was the little stoic Jojo, the little stoic who had always held her chin up proudly and strode forward without recognizing her own family, putting on an insufferably arrogant appearance. But now, she was in such a wretched state. Even 3 ignorant dogs could casually bully her? Unbelievable. Jojo. The 7 flowers in red and green called out to her mournfully and rushed to the front of the cage, sobbing and sobbing. Arbor sat there as motionless as a mountain, but his brows twitched imperceptibly. "Why are you crying? Jojo, you're too pitiful." Red Shirt, who had reached her hand into the cage, sobbed uncontrollably. Of course, it was just like how eldest young master Qin's lady Jojo had to be high-spirited. The Jojo in 7 Flowers' eyes had always been a little fellow who would act cute with a stoic face. She was a fellow who would hold your hand and seriously ask, "Is Springhouse a restaurant?" When had they ever seen her in such a wretched state? Not only were her limbs broken, but she was even locked in a cage to pass her days miserably. Xianxia, who was standing on the side, didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. She only stammered, Don't be like this. Second young master will be back soon. It's better to leave quickly." "Don't worry, the little stoic, she's fine." "Fine what?" Xianxia couldn't resist retorting, "She's already like this, yet you say she's fine?" He didn't know that this alchemist Ouyang was actually a quack who could lie through her teeth. Ouyangsu said weakly, "Little Miss Chiao seems to be in bad shape. Actually, when I took her pulse, I felt that her body is not bad." "Bullshit." Red Shirt couldn't resist spitting at him. She grabbed the little stoic's hand and turned to say to eldest young master Qin, "Young master, let's smash this cage and take the little stoic away." Right, smash this cage." Bam! A gust of wind shot in from outside the door and swiftly knocked away Qin Xian's outstretched hand. Eldest young master Qin turned around, and his chilly gaze landed on the newcomer. Dressed in red, the Omega Kotoku young master strode in and coldly stared at his elder brother. "Elder brother, I advise you to stop here," Xianxia said coldly. "If you insist on doing things your own way, I'm afraid we won't be able to continue being brothers." Eldest young master Qin's eyes revealed a complicated expression. When he turned to look at the pitiful little stoic in the cage, his brows ached, and tears were about to seep out of his eyes. The little stoic's appearance truly made one's heart ache and was extremely unbearable. "Second brother, have you gone mad? What do you mean by this? This isn't loving her at all. This kind of love is truly frightening. How is this love? It's simply possessiveness." How could the Omega Kotoku young master listen to him? His gaze landed coldly on him. "Eldest brother, please don't casually step into my courtyard in the future. Otherwise, my sword will probably run through your body." I'm not too satisfied with what I wrote before, so I've again and again greatly changed the ending. It's a bit of a headache changing today since there's still a lot of content. In order to not be too hasty in wrapping it up, I won't update it tomorrow night and will release the last chapter or two the night after tomorrow. I'll consider it again. Do you guys have any thoughts? There's probably another 80 million word chapter. Regarding the Omega Kotoku, this person won't be able to clear his name, nor did he ever want to. From beginning to end, he was a bad guy. I'm still hesitating on whether to write him to death. I've combined the ending chapters. This way, it'll flow more smoothly and won't break chapters. Read it together, students. This chapter is a combined chapter of 8,000 words. This person's tone and intonation were both so cold that it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Eldest young master Qin's heart sank to the bottom of the valley as he gazed at his second brother's icy gaze. Second brother had probably really gone mad. From the test just now, he could tell that his second brother seemed to be much stronger than him in terms of both physical strength and ability. After all, he had already undergone 3 mutations after taking the level 5 mutated pill. Even eldest young master couldn't estimate to what extent his current Omega Kotoku had mutated. Because ever since he took the pill, second young master had never revealed any abnormalities in front of others. He still looked the same as usual. But eldest young master Qin knew that he was probably completely different. Madame Jojo was still sitting in the cage expressionlessly. Suddenly, she called out crisply, "Eat." These 2 words were so untimely that the group of people who had been secretly on guard and were probably about to attack all turned to look at her in bewilderment. Eldest young master Qin also quickly turned to look at her, tears surging in the depths of his eyes. Hurry, and prepare the meal." His Jojo was so pitiful. Jojo must be extremely hungry. Otherwise, with her proud personality, how could she possibly give in to the enemy and say something like this? Xianxia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He practically dashed out of the door and hurriedly left the battlefield to find someone to prepare the meal. To be honest, he felt that his thoughts were rather comical. No matter who it was that had their limbs broken and thrown into a cage, it was impossible for the young crown prince consort to be as calm and collected. Yes, this fellow was so calm that it made him so suspicious. He kept feeling that she was faking her broken limbs. After checking her pulse several times, he confirmed that not only were her limbs severely injured, even her veins and arteries showed signs of rupture. But she, was still thinking about eating at a time like this. Seeing eldest young master and the rest coming to rescue her, shouldn't her normal reaction be to hug eldest young master's leg and cry bitterly? The little crown princess reaction was simply, completely out of the ordinary. If Arbor knew what he was thinking, he would definitely spit on his face. Who were they trying to trick? Didn't they know who Jojo was? How could she be tricked so easily? Of course, she was calm. She was the only one who knew that when her limbs were first broken, it did hurt a little. But right now, she didn't feel anything at all. Chocho had blocked her 5 senses and 6 senses. Not to mention pain, she wouldn't feel anything even if she was thrown into a cage and fiercely beaten up a few times. Moreover, she had secretly used her inner vision just now. The meridians in his body were in a mess. That was the effect of the bone-forging pill. If it was broken, how could it be reborn if it did not? Don't worry, she should be able to recover in a few hours. The key point was that after the bone-forging pill took effect, she didn't feel anything. She didn't know if it was because the pill itself was strange, or if it was because her body was strange. Or was it the effect of the shark pearl? Well, the mermaid pearl had been completely unsealed, and her body's bones and tendons were all broken. The mermaid pearl would naturally use all its strength to repair her. He wondered if there would be any conflict with the bone-forging pill. Jojo was a little suspicious. Forget it. Eating was the most important thing in the world. Let's talk about it after eating. The servants and maidservants that Xianxia had arranged to deliver food came in with a series of plates. Eldest young Sir Qin hastily took the bowl from one of the servants and planned to feed Jojo through the cage. Jojo, what do you want to eat? How about some porridge? Unexpectedly, Xianxia walked up quickly and snatched the porcelain bowl from his hand. She said coldly, "Elder brother, there's nothing else for you to do here. Please leave." The eldest young sir angrily stood up to glare at her. Unfortunately, this was Crane Garden, second brother's territory. The other party had already rudely chased him away, so the eldest young sir could do nothing about it. "I'm fine. You guys can leave." The little stoic sat upright and still, replying expressionlessly. Fan Meng had just taken a step when the eldest young sir blocked her with his hand. "Let's go." Even if they wanted to save Jojo, they had to come up with a foolproof plan first. If they couldn't do it openly, then they could only do it in secret. When young Sir Omega Kotoku saw those irrelevant people scram, his expression finally improved. Separated by that large orange-yellow iron cage, young Sir Omega Kotoku sat down in front of the little crown princess. He stirred the spoon in the bowl and gazed at her tenderly. "Xiao, were you obedient today?" Sir Jojo couldn't be bothered to respond to a pervert. If the other party was perverted, could she be more perverted than the other party? The answer was of course not. "Xiao." Young Sir Omega Kotoku lowered his head and gently blew on the spoon before placing a spoonful of warm porridge into the cage. "Did you know? I've always been looking forward to this day. To be able to sit here peacefully and chat with you." Arbor expressionlessly swallowed a mouthful of porridge. Seeing that she didn't refuse, the second young sir was even more delighted, and he reached out to stroke her head. Arbor gazed at him coldly. It had been 2 lifetimes, but when this person stroked her head, it still made her feel as if he was stroking a beloved pet. When he liked it, he would dote on it. When he didn't like it, he would kick it away and punish it ruthlessly. He was really cold and heartless. "Drag them up," young Sir Omega Kotoku smiled as he fed Xiao another mouthful of porridge. Soon, the 2 brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li, grabbed one of Long Chong and Long Min's legs, pulled Mu Xiaoxue over by her hair, and threw her down heavily. The 3 of them fell to the ground in a mess, their bodies trembling from the pain, and their eyes trembling with fear. Sir Jojo was still expressionless. What kind of expression could she have? Tianyan always liked to bite each other, so how could she be kind enough to stop him? She could only watch as if she were watching a show. There would always be an end to a show, and everything would eventually come to an end. Long Chong was already so scared that he curled up into a ball. He repeatedly cowed out and begged for mercy, crying out, spare me, second young sir. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all her fault, it's all her fault. It's this woman who instigated me to come and cause trouble. I was ordered by someone." Mu Xiaoxue was shocked and frightened when she heard this. She was furious and raised her hand to slap Long Chong. "What did you say? How dare you accuse me? If you didn't say that Arbor was locked up here, how would I know about these things with my status? It's all your fault, it's all your fault." Mu Xiaoxue climbed up a few steps and reached out to tear Long Chong apart. Long Chong hurriedly reached out and shook her off. He kowtowed to young Sir Omega Kotoku and cried, No, second young sir, it's all this woman who instigated me to come and cause trouble. She also snatched the whip from me. It's her, it's Mu Xiaoxue who wanted to whip the crown princess to death." Ah! Long Chong was hit in the chest by a force that shot at him. He rolled out and hit his head on the door sill. "You're wrong. From today onwards, she's no longer the crown princess." "Bring the thing in," young Sir Omega Kotoku coldly shouted. A terrifying aura rose from his gloomy eyes. Long Chong was so scared that his whole body trembled. When he turned around and saw the thing that was being carried in, he was so scared that he peed his pants and fell to the ground, unable to move. 2 disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect carried in an iron plate that was about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The grooves at the bottom were filled with the power of thunder and fire. One could imagine what it would be like to be pushed onto the plate. Young Sir Omega Kotoku's eyes flashed with a trace of madness as he coldly pointed at the plate. Tang Quan and Tang Li opened their mouths and laughed. They suddenly lifted Long Chong upside down and threw him onto the iron plate. 4 invisible barriers rose around the iron plate, trapping Long Chong in a space of 3 meters and 2 meters. Ah, 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 ah. Long Chong let out a series of terrifying screams. He seemed to have gone crazy as he stepped on the iron plate with his bare feet. He kept twisting his body and bouncing up and down, only to be slapped down by the barrier above his head. His entire body was sealed in an invisible barrier. He slapped the barrier back and forth but couldn't get out. He could only bounce up and down, trying to avoid the thunder and fire. His feet made a series of crackling sounds. The pain of having his skin and bones flayed was unbearable. The thunder and fire penetrated his body through the soles of his feet and rampaged through his body, wantonly destroying his bones, blood, and veins. Long Chong took out his only defensive spiritual artifact. But how could it be a match for the Holy Thunder? Young Sir Omega Kotoku controlled the Holy Thunder. This kind of thunder and fire was not something that a mere spirit realm cultivator could withstand. Young Sir Omega Kotoku turned to look at Arbor. He smiled and fed her another bite. Jojo, is it fun? Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. Fun my ass, Arbor couldn't get used to seeing him like this. He turned to look at Mu Xiaxia, who was trembling on the side and didn't dare to make a sound at all. He suddenly felt that he wasn't in the mood to take revenge on this quail-like woman. This woman had come so far that she was worse than a beggar on the street. What was the use of her joining the Heavenly Fate Society? Could she change her fate? Could she obtain a future? Nothing at all. If Mu Qingya's spirit was in heaven, she would definitely be angered to death again. Qin, the Qin family has been a pervert for a long time, Arbor said coldly. Young Sir Omega Kotoku's eyes lit up. Ever since Jojo was caught and thrown into the cage, she had lost interest in talking. It was rare for her to be so happy today, so he had to calm down and talk to her more. Therefore, it must be Long Chong's act of dancing on the iron plate that pleased his Charles. Arbor glanced at him. Your family has been a pervert since your ancestor. I don't even need to guess to know that your ancestor is probably a good-for-nothing with no cultivation. Young Sir Omega Kotoku smiled gently at her and scooped another spoonful of porridge to her lips. Jojo, have a few more mouthfuls. Arbor continued to be expressionless. Mu Xiaoxue, do you know? Why is the Heavenly Fate Society called the Heavenly Fate Society? Mu Xiaoxue, who had been huddled in a corner, suddenly realized that Arbor had called her out. She couldn't help but tremble violently. Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly knelt down and prostrated herself humbly on the ground. She kowtowed to Arbor and said, no, she suddenly remembered what young Sir Omega Kotoku had said just now. Long Chong seemed to have angered the second young sir because he called her the crown princess. Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly changed her words. Miss Chiao. Please let me go this once. I swear, I won't dare to cause trouble for you in the future. I can eat vegetarian and pray to Buddha every day. I can light a lamp for Miss Chiao and pray for you. I can do it every day, every night. Saying things like taking revenge on her, killing her, and making her fall into eternal hell was just her own wishful thinking. Although her mother didn't have much ability, she was very good at reading people. She and Arbor were worlds apart. There was no way she could take revenge on him. When she entered Tianyun, she thought that she would be able to emerge as a new force and obtain a different life. She didn't expect that a good-for-nothing would be a good-for-nothing no matter where she went. So what if she took the mutated liquid and mutated pills, other than her body becoming weak and her limbs becoming stiff, she really didn't have any special abilities. Mu Xiaoxue was scared. She was completely scared. She was afraid that if she continued like this, one day she would become an ugly corpse without her own thoughts and memories. She would become a member of Tianyun's army of thousands of corpse puppets, and one of the lowest level ones. She was only fit to be sent to the front line as a pitiful cannon fodder. For the past few nights, she had been tossing and turning, thinking about what Xianxia said to her before she died. Xiaxue, you can't beat her. When Xiaxue thought of this, she couldn't help but cry. Even though this woman's limbs were broken, her veins were broken, and she was locked in this cage. Yet, he still looked so lofty and insufferably arrogant. Indeed, she couldn't beat her. In this lifetime, even if she had a few more lifetimes, she still wouldn't be able to beat her. Miss Chow, please let me go. The grudges between you and my mother have nothing to do with me. Xiaxue lay on the ground, not caring about her crying face. She couldn't stop crying and sobbing, as if she wanted to vent all the pain and hurt she had suffered in this lifetime. Arbor looked at her coldly. She didn't say to let her go, nor did she say to grant her wish. She only said indifferently, Xiaxue, your mother truly protected you too well. Naive, pure, and foolish. If Xianxia hadn't died, she could have continued to live comfortably. Unfortunately, Xianxia had died, and before she died, she was angered to the point of vomiting blood by Xiaxue. Let me tell you, Arbor said coldly. The reason Tianyun is called Tianyun. That's because their Qin family's ancestors, were sick. They wanted to follow Tianyun's fortune and prosper. They wanted to become the master of this world and change the people's fates. Or rather, they started from changing their own fates, and developed to today's situation. Since the heavens are heartless, then let Tianyun take their place and rule over all things in the world. Did you know? They thought they could look down on all living things from high above. Young Master Omega Kotoka raised his eyebrows and looked at Arbor with a smile in his eyes. The little stoic sat there expressionlessly and said indifferently, concoct a drug that can allow ordinary people to watch themselves gradually turn from an ordinary person into a noble person with special abilities. That's right. Even if you were born an ordinary person, you can still become a superhuman who follows Tianyun's fortune and become a powerhouse, right? Why is this world so unfair? Why are some people born with outstanding talent, while others have nothing and can't even open their mystic meridians and walk on the path of cultivation? You have hope after eating Tianyun's mutated pill. Xiaxue looked at her in astonishment, feeling a bit panicked. She felt that what Arbor said next would probably be very cruel. She shook her head repeatedly, and her body involuntarily trembled as she retreated until she reached the corner of the wall. She wished she could wrap herself up and never see the light of day again. But do you think they made this kind of medicine completely for the good of the common people? No. This kind of medicine has very serious after effects. Your mother was in the know and even more so a user. You only saw that she obtained some abilities, but you didn't know that the mutation in her body was also very painful. Only 1 in a million people can obtain rare special abilities and become a powerhouse without paying any price. But the vast majority of them will only walk the path of an incurable walking corpse. Or perhaps, even if they were like your mother, who mutated once or twice and obtained a special ability, they still couldn't change the fact that their body was gradually deteriorating. Xiaxue, your mother couldn't control her body at all because of that kind of medicine, which was why she self-rotted step by step. She didn't want you to follow in her footsteps. She always wanted to fish you out of the big dye vat that is Tianyun. Arbor sneered. But how did you let her down? Sir Jojo looked at the woman sitting paralyzed on the ground with pity, and his gaze coldly swept over her body. I guess you also discovered recently that your body is a bit strange. You will soon be like your mother, rotting step by step, stiffening step by step, and step by step, becoming a monster that you don't even know. Xiaxue kicked her legs and huddled in the corner, screaming involuntarily, J. Arbor, why you have a way to save me, don't you? Probably. Arbor nodded. After Mr. Su and Fairy Huang He's third stage of the medicine trial, the preliminary effect was estimated to have reached the stage of control and gradual healing. However, why should she save Xianxia's daughter? Xiaxue was courting death step by step, and it was Arbor who added fuel to the fire and gave her a push. Sir Jojo stared at Xiaxue, who was crawling over, and said indifferently, Tianyun coldly watched as you stupid people walked into the trap step by step. They were excited, wild, and incomparably excited. Because finally, they felt that they had become the ones who followed the will of the heavens, and could completely replace the heavenly Tao. They are the heavens, and you are a bunch of pitiful ants. If Tianyun wants you to live, you will live, and if Tianyun wants you to die, you will die. Do you know? All of this is just a game for them. Arbor couldn't help but laugh coldly. These ordinary civilians who pursue power, and those cultivators who were cultivated by them, mutated successfully, and then slowly decayed and died step by step. Do you know what these two types of people look like in the eyes of Tianyun's higher-ups? Like a joke. Civilians want to become cultivators, and cultivators want to obtain more supreme power. In the end, they fight back and forth and reach the same goal by different means. They will all die. As for the All-Seer's ancestors and their higher-ups, they coldly watched as you fools put on a great show that shocked the heavens and made ghosts and gods weep. Mu Xiaoxue was stunned, and Long Min was also completely dumbfounded. If Mu Xiaoxue was an ordinary civilian who desperately wanted to obtain power, then she, Long Min, was a cultivator who wanted to obtain further power. What did Arbor mean by this? That they would all reach the same goal by different means, and would all die? No, impossible. This liar was simply lying, wasn't he? Clap, clap, clap. Clap. Omega Kotoku couldn't help but laugh and clap his hands, nodding and praising. My little Chow is still the smart one, seeing through things clearly. His eyes were strange, and there was a light green ripple in the depths of his bright eyes. Little Chow, don't worry, now, everything is over. What you said was originally the ancestors' plan. His decision, after so many years, can't keep up with today's era. Moreover, it has nothing to do with us, the younger generation. I will disband the entire Tianyun, for you. For you. Second young master Qin's eyes rippled like jadeite ripples, rippling like clear water. Arbor looked at him coldly, but he didn't care at all. Because he had long been used to this little cold face, and it was fine once he got used to it. Someone come. Omega Kotoku waved his hand, and had people carry down Long Chong, who had long been roasted into a piece of charcoal by the thunder fire. Tang Quan and Tang Li went to drag Long Min and Mu Xiaoxue. Long Min didn't make a sound, she knew that begging for mercy was useless. But Mu Xiaoxue wailed like a ghost and wailed like a wolf, twisting her body with all her might, shouting harshly, Arbor, Arbor, you can't do this to me. I am your cousin. I am connected by blood, you can't do this, let go, let go. Tang Quan and Tang Li saw that her screams were unpleasant to the ears, so they walked up, planning to stuff her mouth with a rag. Mu Xiaoxue struggled to break free from Tang Quan and flew to Arbor's cage, her hair disheveled as she kowtowed, muttering crazily, let me go, okay? Let me go, let me go. I'll stay far away from you, I'll never seek revenge on you, I'll never seek revenge on you. You're so annoying. Omega Kotoku suddenly raised his hand, and Mu Xiaoxue seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand. She was suspended in the air, stretching out two pale hands, struggling to pull in the air. Her mouth was wide open, and her tongue was sticking out. It was as if an invisible rope was strangling her neck, so much so that she couldn't breathe smoothly. It was too painful. Her breathing slowly weakened, and Mu Xiaoxue's eyes gradually bulged, the blood vessels on her forehead almost bursting. Xiao Qiao doesn't want to talk to you at all, why do you keep bothering her? Omega Kotoku tilted his head and glared at Mu Xiaoxue angrily. He then turned to Arbor and said, Xiao Qiao, if you don't want her to die so easily, I can help you think of a good way. Arbor felt his heart turn cold, and he didn't want to respond at all. Second young master Qin suddenly swatted Mu Xiaoxue, who was suspended in midair, like a kite with a broken string. She was sent flying by his palm and landed harshly outside the door. Zhao Qiran, who had wanted to step through the door, pulled back her embroidered shoes. Her eyes flashed, and she slowly retracted her leg. She looked down and saw Mu Xiaoxue lying on the ground, dying. The veins on her head were bulging, and her eyes were horribly bulging. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to burst. It was a frightening sight. The two young maidservants following behind Zhao Qiran shrieked in fright at her terrifying appearance. Shut up, Zhao Qiran coldly reprimanded, making the two impudent servant girls shut up. Omega Kotoku glanced at Jojo through the cage and suddenly threw out a jade talisman. A stream of light swiftly entered Mu Xiaoxue's body. Zhao Qiran subconsciously took a few steps back, and her fingers clenched slightly under her sleeves. Mu Xiaoxue, who had been lying on the ground, struggled with her limbs with a twisted expression, and suddenly shrank inch by inch. Not long after, a grayish piglet crawled out of the pile of tattered clothes, shaking its big ears, and crawled behind Zhao Qiran in horror. The two servant girls behind Zhao Qiran shrieked again and retreated in fright, crying out, "Miss, miss." Omega Kotoku's thin lips curled into a sneer, and he sent out a stream of holy power to shroud the gray piglet. "What are you doing?" Arbor didn't expect Omega Kotoku to do this. He used the transformation talisman to turn Mu Xiaoxue into a piglet, and now he used holy power to seal her appearance. In this world, how many people could break the seal of his holy power? In other words, if this seal was not broken, even if the effect of the transformation talisman faded, the unlucky Mu Xiaoxue would still continue to live in the form of an animal. Unless the seal of Omega Kotoku was broken, there was no other way. Before Arbor could say anything to stop him, Omega Kotoku reached into the cage and grabbed Jojo's chin. "Xiao Qiao, I don't want to hear you refuse. This will make me mistakenly think that you will be soft-hearted to others. You've never been soft-hearted to me, and now you're soft-hearted to others." Omega Kotoku's cold voice drilled into Arbor's ears, and her heart inexplicably tightened. "I'll be very angry," second young master Qin muttered in his sleep and turned around to stand up. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his hand, and several bolts of lightning and fire landed beside that gray piglet with a swish. It frightened her into squealing and circled around Zhao Qiran and the two maidservants' legs. Her forehooves missed, and she fell down the steps. When the piglet got up, she discovered that her hind hooves seemed to be injured, but Mu Xiaoxue didn't dare to stay here any longer in order to save her life. She hurriedly limped outside. Omega Kotoku didn't call for anyone to stop her. He turned around and chuckled at Arbor. "Xiao Qiao, is it fun?" "Fun your head." Zhao Qiran lowered her head slightly and took a few steps forward to bow. "Young master." The ground suddenly shook violently. Long Min's charred corpse abruptly rolled down from the metal plate. Zhao Qiran's eyelids twitched when she saw the bones fall to the ground with a crisp crack. Arbor's small body in the cage also swayed slightly, and her eyes lit up. As a great talisman master, she knew very well that this shaking meant that the flying talisman array had been attacked from the inside. Her calculations were correct. Mo Lian and the others should have followed the city the moment it flew into the air. It was just that they had been looking for the array core, so they didn't meet up with her. Even Mo Lian and the others would need to spend a certain amount of time to completely break open this formation. As long as someone destroyed this flying talisman array, the entire rising city would still fall back down. It was just that the falling process might not be so beautiful. Lady Jojo was excited. She silently calculated the time it would take for someone to destroy the array, the time it would take for her body to recover after forging her bones, and everything after that. After calculating in her mind, she said to Chocho, "Can you contact Jojo's lotus?" "Master, Chocho can try, but it will take some time." After all, although Great Crown Prince and the others had a branch clone of Chocho, they were still isolated from all kinds of talisman arrays. It would take time to contact them. "Okay." Arbor discussed with Chocho in her conscience for a while before looking up at Xianxia. Second young master's expression suddenly changed, and he stared at the door with a malicious expression. He abruptly turned around. Jojo immediately put on her unchanging stoic face and faced him. "Little Jojo," he said softly to her, "wait for me." Lady Jojo cursed inwardly, "Who wants to wait for you, you pervert?" However, her expression did not change, and she even obediently nodded at him. This action of nodding truly pleased second young master. His icy expression softened in an instant. He looked at her and said with a smile, "Very soon." Then, he led Tang Quan, Tang Li, and the others out. Zhao Qiran clenched her fists and gave Arbor a deep look. In the end, she did not say anything and turned to leave with second young master. Seeing that everyone had finally left, Arbor could not help but sigh in relief. She sat in the cage, but secretly sped up the recovery of her body. Fortunately, her 5 senses had been blocked, so she did not feel any pain. Thus, outsiders could not see the slightest change in her expression. On the other hand, alchemist Ouyang had wanted to check her pulse, but he gave Lady Jojo a fright. If he were to check her pulse now, the true condition of her body would be exposed. After all, her body had been rapidly recovering, and it was much better than it was 15 minutes ago. Fortunately, before Xianxia could begin the examination, second young master sent someone to call her away. Presumably, Tang Quan, Tang Li, and the others had also been injured in the process of stopping people from breaking the array. Thankfully, alchemist Ouyang finally had something to do and did not have to watch her 24 hours a day. The earth shook, but the cage stood firm. Arbor rocked occasionally in the cage, but she was in a very good mood. Looking at this speed, Jojo's lotus would probably break through the array soon. The flying city was about to descend rapidly. Before that, shouldn't Lady Xiao Xiao make some preparations? What are you doing? Duga Ling's low and cold voice came from outside. Arbor listened carefully and suddenly realized that the group outside had begun to move. Wait for me, I still need to edit this chapter. I will finish it today, just a little bit more. Sir Jojo was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. In the end, he still couldn't harden his heart and view them as celestial luck bandits and kill them all. Arbor entered the star domain and hurriedly recovered. In such a tense situation, having the time flow 12 times faster was a great help to her. In less than half an incense's time outside, Arbor completely recovered in the star domain. It was just that fusing with the last strand of soul thought fragment took a little longer. Fortunately, with the help of holy water and holy earth, Arbor finally finished fusing it. Seeing her open her eyes and jump up energetically, Cho couldn't help but wave its 2 tree branches and excitedly jump towards her. Masta, Masta. Tears streamed down Cho's face. You've suffered, Masta. That's great. Now that little Masta's bones had been refined and reborn, her body had become holy bones. Even if it was holy wood, it couldn't hurt little Masta at all. Now, little Masta was like an unkillable cockroach. Even if she was attacked by 5 holy spirits at the same time, they couldn't completely destroy her body. No. How could Masta be so unlucky to be attacked by 5 holy spirits? At least he. Little earth, little water, and the crown prince's holy fire couldn't possibly attack Masta. Arbor blinked and suddenly said, "How is everyone now? The battle outside is very intense. Be careful when you go out, Masta. The array core is almost destroyed. The earth is shaking outside." I'm talking about Fan Meng, Qin Xian, and the others. When Feng Chongqing and the others went out, they saw Fan Yu, the 7 flowers, and young master Song Feng. They were all injured, but it wasn't serious. The most troublesome thing is that Fan Meng's lightning and fire injuries need to be treated. But don't worry, Masta. We've temporarily kept them in a nameless planet to raise them. With little earth and little water's help, Fan Meng should be fine. As for that eldest young master Qin, Cho said solemnly, when we went out, he and Omega Kotoku were gone. Arbor hurriedly brought the little Traiant out of the star domain and hurriedly said, then Jojo's lotus and the others, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire ground shook violently. Moreover, the floor tiles under the cage began to crack like a spider web, spreading out inch by inch. Little Masta, don't move. Cho exclaimed. She had a feeling that if the little Master Silver moved, she might fall down along with the broken ground. Xiaomu expressionlessly looked at the startled Cho. I can fly. Cho blinked its round dog eyes. Oh, that's right. Even if Master Silver couldn't fly, she could still use the flying talisman. At most, she could fly with the cage. Cho really had groundless fears. As he spoke, the ground shook violently a few more times. A figure stumbled through the door and hurriedly pushed the cage to get out. Arbor couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He looked at the man who was struggling outside for a long time and didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Oh Yangsu, you'd better run away quickly. No, this room is going to collapse very soon. Alchemist Ouyangsu didn't have any cultivation, so it was truly a bit difficult for him to push such a large iron cage out the door. Arbor said expressionlessly, my men are about to enter. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run later. Ouyangsu only thought she was joking. What do you mean by your men? Feng Zhangfei and the others had already rushed inside. Jojo. Hurry. At Feng Zhangqing's command, several Feng clansmen dashed forward and hastily carried the person and the cage out together. Xianxia dazedly glanced at her and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You're standing? You're standing. Only now did he discover that the little crown princess was actually standing in the cage. How was this possible? Several hours ago, her meridians were still broken. How could she recover so quickly? This was impossible. As an alchemist, he was well aware of how serious the little stoic's injuries were. Feng Zhangfei grabbed him and raised his sword to chop down. Arbor hastily said, "Forget it. Proper business is more important." Feng Zhangfei tossed him aside, displeasure written all over his face. "You're letting him go just like this?" This person was extremely loyal and devoted to young Master Omega Kotoku. Who knew what kind of disaster would befall him if he was left behind? Arbor nodded. Xianxia normally stayed by Omega Kotoku's side and refined pills to save people. He never interfered with Heavenly Luck's affairs, let alone developed those harmful medicinal liquids. Actually, his crimes weren't that unforgivable. Besides, he didn't have any great enmity with him in his 2 lifetimes. One should spare people whenever possible. Feng Zhangfei sent his brother a look, and Feng Zhangqing instantly understood. Secretly restrain him and toss him to the crown prince to deal with. This darling, the little stoic, was actually just a paper tiger. Don't be fooled by her stoic face, her heart was actually very warm. She was 10,000 times more soft-hearted than that demon-like crown prince. Who knew how many lifetimes Mo Lian had accumulated good karma and good fortune to actually obtain such a stoic? The little stoic paced back and forth in the large cage, instructing everyone to cooperate with Mo Lian to destroy the nearby formation base. Duan Muqing, the little fatty, Qi Xianxian, and the group of senior sisters from the Holy Water sect all moved out to help. Just as the earth quaked and the walls collapsed, an explosion in midair attracted everyone's attention. Arbor looked up, and his gaze instantly froze. He saw a white-clothed figure suddenly drop down from the sky and heavily crash into the cage above his head with a boom. His body bounced weakly and finally rolled down from the iron cage, landing at Arbor's feet with a face covered in dirt. The air instantly turned still. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation as they looked up at the gorgeous red-clothed figure who had seized the opportunity to chase down. That person held a sword in one hand, and his grave and stern face was covered in austere killing intent. His eyes that stared at eldest Qin seemed to be flickering with the flames of enmity. Arbor crouched down and hastily stretched his hand out of the cage to grab that person's wrist. His meridians were in disarray, and the lightning and fire in his body were running amok. His situation was very bad. Arbor hastily took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey! Eldest Xianxia Qin coughed and weakly covered his face. He frowned and teased, I actually let my Charles see my defeated appearance. How embarrassing. Arbor originally wanted to punch him and yell at him, what nonsense are you spouting? But seeing that he was covered in blood and his meridians were broken, he really couldn't have King Bear to be so ruthless. Don't waste your breath. I'll first stabilize the lightning and fire in your body, and then I'll give you. Eldest Xianxia Qin's eyes brightened. My Charles, you don't want me to die. That's great. When I close my eyes now, I can recall the scene when we first met. At that time, you purposely left a row of crooked footprints under the snow plum tree. Your small face was paralyzed, and you even disguised yourself back then, making you look extremely ugly. But you were so bright and dazzling in the snowy world, simply as resplendent as the stars. Eldest Xianxia Qin sighed softly. It truly was the bright moon and stars that he could never chase after in his entire life. Arbor was alarmed. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? You don't need to say your last words right now. You can say them after you've recovered. Jojo, how great would it be if I wasn't a member of the Qin family? But how could there be so many ifs in this world? Qin Xian. Arbor's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but cry out. What was going on with the person in front of her? He was slowly disintegrating and disappearing like fragments right before her eyes. She could save him. How could she not save him? But eldest Qin, whose soul was struck by the lightning and fire, really seemed to be disappearing. Arbor panicked and hastily tossed him into the star domain, stuffing him into the ice coffin that Murong Sin used earlier. He casually cast a few seals, temporarily sealing a portion of his divine soul that was dissipating. His complexion was like jade, and the cinnabar mark on his forehead had also faded by quite a bit. He silently laid inside the ice coffin like this, and there seemed to be a faintly discernible smile on his lips. However, he no longer had any life left. Moreover, his soul was completely destroyed by the lightning and fire, unlike Murong's son, whose soul was perfectly preserved, so the soul-returning pill and body-returning pill were still effective on her. But this person, she didn't know if it was effective. Arbor tightly clenched his fists and flashed out again, sending countless invisible punches flying toward Omega Kotoku through the cage. D*MN lunatic. D*MN pervert. You won't even let off your own older brother. Inhumane, however, Omega Kotoku coldly dodged and stared intently at her. You lied to me. It turned out that she had already recovered. No, perhaps her conscience wasn't sealed at all from the start. She even brought eldest Qin into her mobile spirit domain. When he thought of this, jealousy and hatred flashed through Omega Kotoku's face. This girl Arbor truly would do anything that could infuriate him, boom 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 boom. Omega Kotoku pounced onto the iron cage, and Feng Changqing and the others hastily rushed up to protect him. Everyone only heard a thunderous rumble that reverberated through the clouds. The city in front of them was disintegrating bit by bit like a sandstorm. Rubble and debris flew everywhere, and dust swirled in the air. Everyone felt their bodies sink, as if they were forcefully pulled by something, and all their objects fell down simultaneously. The flying talisman matrix was violently destroyed, the city turned into fine powder, and everything fell straight down. Arbor hastily slapped 2 flying talismans on herself before slapping the outside of the cage to stabilize herself. In a split second, the space in front of them violently distorted. 2 tall figures abruptly shuttled out of the distorted space, and without any explanation, they simultaneously struck out with their palms at Omega Kotoku's head. Omega Kotoku was infuriated, but he had already flashed away. Duanyu laughed brightly and said, "So it's you, second young master. Come, eat 2 of my thunder fireballs." Loud rumbling noises passed by in a flash. Duanyu supported the iron cage with one hand and giggled at the expressionless little stoic inside the cage. "Aya, my Chiao, I didn't expect to meet you in this kind of situation." The little stoic remained expressionless and merely rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Stop blabbering and let me out quickly." Without needing her to say anything, Mo Lian had already swiftly melted the iron cage in front of her. However, Duanyu couldn't resist chuckling. "Jojo, is this cage good? Make one for Lotus later and lock him up inside. It'll also save him the trouble of attracting bees and butterflies outside and being very annoying." Mo Lian was busy melting the iron cage and couldn't divert her attention to refute him, so she couldn't help but feel indignant. Duanyu, this guy, was really trying to steal his woman. He'll leave this cage for him later. Arbor silently glanced at the man courting disaster. "I think Lotus will be left for you. She's truly my beloved wife. She's truly of one mind with me." Mo Lian was secretly delighted, but her hands sped up. It didn't take long for her to melt a gap that was half a person's height in the cage. Sir Jojo's head poked out, and with a lift of his body, he flew out. Mo Lian flung out a storage talisman to temporarily store away that iron cage. After she calmed down and melted her heart, she would reforge it and send it to Duanyu in a magnificent fashion. Humph. At this moment, the cage wasn't important. What was important was that he hastily reached out to catch his wife. Mo Lian's heart finally calmed down when he hugged her soft and fragrant body. At this moment, the 3 people were falling down at extreme speed. When they reached midair, the 3 people's figures tacitly disappeared. At the same time, Feng Changqing, Xianxia, and the senior sisters from the Holy Water sect were also rapidly dragged back to the star domain by the sapling's countless branches. Only Mo Lian's cold shout was left in the air. "Release the arrows." The hornet-like flying arrows turned into small dots, whooshing, 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 whooshing straight into the air. These arrows all contained a trace of divine or sacred energy. Er Rong and the 30,000 elites from the 3 provinces had been waiting for a long time. When they heard the order, they released the arrows on the spot without saying anything. The arrows pierced through the heads of the numerous zombies that fell down. These zombies, whose mobility was far inferior to cultivators, were completely shot to death before they could react in the air. After the arrow attack ended, Arbor and his group appeared in the air again. They floated down to the ground at the same time as Duan Muqing, Feng Changqing, and the senior sisters from the Holy Water sect. At this time, the place they were standing on was already a basin of ruins. Rows of heads suddenly popped out from the surrounding high ground. Rongqing and the rest exclaimed in delight, "Is everyone all right?" Arbor's signature face was stoic. "How could anything happen to us?" He casually tossed out a storage talisman and released the 200,000 divine country guards he had brought with him. Mo Lian ordered solemnly, "Clean up all the zombies in the kingdom of Qingzhou. If you discover people in the base who haven't completely turned into zombies and still retain their consciousness, then, keep them alive for now." Arbor pondered for a moment before instructing again. "Yes." The divine country guards dispersed into action. After Crown Prince Rong waved his hand, the elites from the 3 provinces also moved together. Now that the kingdom of Qingzhou had become a wasteland, the only way to solve this problem from its root was to dispose of all the zombies that had turned into zombies. As for the remaining zombies that couldn't be recovered with medicine, they had to be disposed of as well. Otherwise, the situation would still spiral out of control. This couldn't be considered ruthless. It could only be said to be decisive. In order to preserve the majority of the population, they had to sacrifice the zombified portion of the population. Xiaomu turned her head and looked at the desolated and dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Suddenly, he pulled Mo Lian's hand and retreated a few steps. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from under her feet, and a hand as soft as noodles suddenly stretched out and abruptly grabbed Xiaomu's ankle. Everyone was taken aback. Almost at the same time, they released countless streams of divine and saint power toward the hand. The power of the 5 spirits exploded, and the hand retracted in pain. But in the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 noodle-like hands emerged from the rubble and dragged Xiaomu over. "Jojo!" Everyone was shocked and quickly chased after him. The noodle-like hands and feet stretched out endlessly from the ruins. It was so disgusting that it made them want to vomit. Duan Muqing, Xianxia, and the rest tried their best to chop off these hands and feet. However, these things kept popping out, and it made their hair stand on end. They couldn't help but be shocked. "Master!" Qiu cried out in shock. Arbor, however, was very calm. "Don't panic. It's just a 1,000-year-old zombie. Don't worry, let's see what he wants to do." Arbor was dragged out of the ruins by these hands and feet. This object had been hiding under the ruins all along and had never revealed its true appearance. However, Xiaomu had a rough idea of its identity. "Stop hiding. Come out and meet me, Ancestor He Jin." Boom! A strange ball-shaped object suddenly emerged from the ruins. When everyone saw this strange-looking thing, they almost vomited for a moment. This person had hundreds and thousands of heads that were strangely connected together. Hands and feet kept popping out from the torso. It was like a tree, a strange tree. Leaves, branches, and whatnot kept popping out from the branches. It looked like someone who had gone crazy from taking drugs. It was ugly and made people tremble with fear. Arbor was wrapped around by a few of these hands and hung in the air. As expected of the little stoic, Rongqing and the rest couldn't help but admire her inwardly. If it were any other young lady from another family, they would have long vomited from such a disgusting scene. How could they act like the stoic and stare at Zhang Yichen's unchanging face without any expression? Xianxia was about to cry from disgust. She clenched her fists tightly and stared nervously at Arbor. "Jojo, Jojo." These hands and feet didn't wrap around anyone but Arbor. They dragged Arbor and sprinted towards the mountain forest at an extremely fast speed. After a short moment, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. The monster with hands, feet, and head stopped at the entrance. Heads and limbs kept growing out from the torso. It was as if it freaking ate too many tonics and got high, then became a pervert. This should be the entrance to the 9 Serenities underground palace created by Heavenly Kismet. Duan Yu's expression changed. "We can't let it drag Jojo inside." Everyone attacked that monster with all their might. However, that thing had too many hands, feet, and heads. Even after destroying half of them, they still kept growing like the tree of eternity and couldn't be completely exterminated. Ha 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 ha. A voice came from the countless heads as if it was buried deep inside the monster. Little girl with good talent, your talent will no longer be of use in the future. Don't think of leaving my 9 Serenities underground palace for the rest of your life. This old man wants you to carry such good talent with you and live in pain and sorrow for the rest of your life. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Arbor pulled out the Fushi greatsword with a flip of his hand. This time, Sir Jojo, whose soul had already stabilized, pulled out the Fushi greatsword almost effortlessly. As soon as this sword appeared, everyone felt the surrounding air suddenly turn cold, and their bodies were enveloped by a terrifying pressure. Even the Transcendent Realm experts present were dumbfounded. They could not control the sword intent that surged out of their bodies. Resonance, this Fushi greatsword was so powerful that it could cause the spiritual swords sealed in everyone's consciousness to resonate with sword intent. As soon as this thought appeared, the hundreds of Divine Continent guards standing in the front row could not help but hand over their spiritual swords. Holy Sun Mi Yan and Venerable Peach Blossom, who had rushed over, could not help but twitch their mouths. As soon as they came over, they felt suppressed. A deep power forced them to take out the swords in their own consciousness. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of thousands of spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and even saint artifacts were all guided by the Fushi greatsword and resonated with its terrifying sword intent. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of swords shot out and slashed at the monster's limbs and head. They were scattered all over the place. Even though the freak had many heads, it could only wither on the verge of death after being slashed by so many spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and saint artifacts at the same time. The little stoic stood in the air with her plain clothes and ink-black hair. At this time, she had completely broken free from the entanglement of the soft limbs. Xianxia looked up at her and involuntarily let out a long exclamation. Aya, my Qiao, you're truly beautiful. Arbor held the Fushi greatsword in one hand and looked down at the 1,000-legged, 1,000-armed freak that was gradually going limp like a lump of rotten meat. She turned around and smiled at Mo Lian. Just as she was about to fly past, a red figure rushed out from the side and abruptly clamped down on her waist. Xianxia stared icily at Arbor and dragged her into the 9 Gloom underground palace. Little Qiao, accompany me forever, okay? His gentle voice, which sounded like a raving, fell into Arbor's ears, causing all the hair on Sir Jojo's body to stand on end. This freak, how dare he? Once you enter the 9 Gloom underground palace, there's no possibility of walking out forever. This place leads to the netherworld, to the shattered void. Accompany me. Let's stay in the void together forever, okay? Arbor's pupils abruptly contracted. No. I won't go to the void. I won't go to that ghastly place, I won't go to the void ever again, I won't go to that ghastly place ever again. What else could she have if she went to the void? Would the void's power directly destroy her star domain as well? There were so many things she loved in the star domain, the home she had set up, her friends and family, everything. Was he going to deprive her of everything? Suddenly, a hand tightly grasped her arm. A warm feeling melted into her heart in a split second, and a familiar strength instantly melted her uneasiness. Mo Lian tore open the distorted space and abruptly appeared behind her, grabbing her hand. That warm and solid power instantly made all of her fear and uneasiness disappear without a trace. Jojo's Ren had come. In this life, Jojo was no longer alone. No matter when or where, Jojo's Ren would always be by Jojo's side, accompanying her, protecting her, and sharing life and death with her. Duanyu leaped forward, and the Devil Emperor sword ferociously slashed down with a ball of silver-white flames, slashing at Sir Omega Kotoku's arm. Omega Kotoku's body had been modified to be invulnerable. Although this slash left a mark on his arm, it did not sever his arm. His left hand was still tightly gripping Arbor's waist, dragging her along with Mo Lian and Duanyu toward the entrance of the 9 Gloom underground palace. At the critical moment, Mo Lian and Duanyu once again swung their swords and fiercely slashed at Omega Kotoku. Venerable Peach Blossom and the others chased after them, but they did not care about strategy. Right now, they only cared about headbutting Omega Kotoku. Power surged for a split second. Arbor used the power of time in her body and paused for less than a second. It was in this second that Duan Yu and Mo Lian's combined attack struck Omega Kotoku. Arbor then extended her small leg and ruthlessly kicked Omega Kotoku away. At the same time, Mo Lian hastily tore open a space in front of her. She hugged Arbor with one hand, kicked Xianxia, and pulled Duan Yu. Everyone hastily scrambled back. 1 second, 1 breath's worth of time. Omega Kotoku dazedly discovered that the world had completely changed. At this time, he was the only one left, and he fiercely fell toward the entrance of the Nine Gloom underground palace. Xiao Qiao. His furious roar was ruthlessly suppressed by a figure that followed after him. Arbor was originally afraid that this lunatic would jump out from that whatever Nine Gloom underground palace entrance. However, a beautiful figure inexplicably jumped out from the side and directly fell inside with Omega Kotoku in her arms. This whatever Nine Gloom underground palace was also very strange. It looked just like a cave. After the two figures fell in one after the other, that cave entrance abruptly closed. Only a mountain wall was left in front of them, and that cave entrance was completely gone. Everyone didn't dare to approach. Instead, it was Lotus, who was dragging Jojo, who hastily retreated a few steps. Xiao Qiao hung on Xiao Qiao Lian's body like a koala. Her eyes were wide open as she tried her best to turn her head around. There was a messy pile of minced meat lying in front of the mountain wall. Occasionally, bubbles would emerge from it, as if Ancestor Black Gold hadn't died completely. However, he was truly too disgusting, so no one wanted to approach him. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, Mo Lian muttered to herself as she continuously patted Jojo's back. Beside her, Duan Yu, Xianxia, and the others were also drenched in cold sweat, and their hearts couldn't stop thumping wildly. It was no wonder that Mo Lian was about to go crazy from fright. In that instant just now, they all thought that they were about to lose Jojo and lose her forever. Jojo patted her chest with one hand while her other hand anxiously patted Mo Lian's chest. Don't panic, don't panic. Everyone silently glanced at her. When they saw her sneakily looking around with her forehead drenched in sweat and lively appearance, their moods inexplicably improved. Xianxia giggled and pulled Jojo off of Lotus. She hugged her tightly and pounded her back with all her might. You scared me to death, Jojo. Su Shanshan, Little Pao, and the other holy water sect sisters also surrounded Arbor and hugged her in unison, nearly drowning her tiny arms and legs. Little treasure. A startled cry descended from the sky. Arbor hastily pulled away Xianxia and the others who were hugging her and looked up. She saw two figures swiftly descending and abruptly appearing in front of her. They were dressed in red and had similarly exquisite features. Their noble and gorgeous auras were exceptional and otherworldly. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but be astonished. Master. And Master. Arbor hastily ran over and complained while still in a state of shock. Master, Aunt Master, I almost couldn't see you guys again. I was almost thrown into the void. That pile of flesh wanted to catch me and throw me into the void. She was scared to death, and her heart was still pounding even now. She didn't want to go anywhere. She only wanted to stay by Jojo's side. She wanted to stay by Jojo's side for the rest of her life. Xian Huang and Against the Sky hastily hugged her and checked her from head to toe before sighing in relief when they found that she was fine. After the two of them discovered that their disciple's Fuxi greatsword had moved, they hurriedly rushed over and even released their husband along the way. They worked together to beat up the Heavenly Law before successfully running over. The annoying Heavenly Law kept saying that they couldn't act rashly, couldn't overstep their boundaries, and couldn't interfere with the matters here. Bullsh***, their disciple was almost gone. Who would talk nonsense with him? Little treasure, don't be afraid. Xian Huang held her little hand and patted her chest, then reached out and patted her. It's all right now. Against the Sky couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Xian Huang. Call me senior sister. A certain someone glanced at him. Go over there and take a look. What was that thing? A pile of mincemeat was lying there motionless, and bubbles would appear from time to time. No one would believe that it was a person. At this moment, the pile of mincemeat suddenly rolled, and half a head with a blurry face appeared from the bubbles. Xian Huang? Xian Huang? You are Xian Huang. Against the Sky couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior sister, this pile of mincemeat actually knows you? Senior sister? You are against the heavens. You are against the heavens? Xian Huang couldn't help but twitch her mouth and teased, Junior sister, he knows you too. Speechless, save me. Save me. That person roared in a deep voice. Save me. What are you? Why should I save you? Xian Huang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Junior sister, go and deal with it. Look at it, it is already in this state, but it can still speak. What the hell is this thing? It is simply too unsightly and against the rules of human survival. Against the Sky pursed his lips, and with a swipe of his hand, a heaven-pointing sword appeared. Holding the sword, he took a few steps forward. That pile of mincemeat couldn't help but roar angrily, how dare you? Do you know who I am? I am you. Senior brother Black Gold. Against the Sky's footsteps paused, and Sir Jojo couldn't help but tighten his grip on Master's hand. What? This person said that he was his master and martial uncle's senior brother, then wasn't that, Sir Jojo had been chopping his own martial uncle for so long? Jojo looked at Xian Huang's master, dumbfounded. Master also looked at Against the Sky with a dumbfounded expression. Did I hear wrongly? At this moment, Against the Sky had already walked in front of Ancestor Black Gold. Looking at the disgusting scene, his stomach churned. I am going to vomit. Junior sister, you are pregnant again? Pregnant your head. Against the Sky suppressed the urge to vomit, kept his sword, turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted, No, my heaven-pointing sword, I can't chop such a disgusting thing. Heavenly Tao. Hurry up and use a thunder fire to destroy it, so disgusting. Boom. Along with the thunder flame, Ancestor Black Gold let out a lingering roar, heaven-defying. You treacherous thing. How dare you do this to your senior brother? Xian Huang. Against the Sky. You actually killed me twice. I will reincarnate for all eternity, and even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. Those who obey the heavens prosper, those who defy the heavens perish. Heavenly Tao will last for thousands of years, and prosper with the world. Against the Sky was speechless as he turned back to take a look. All he saw was a pile of ash and smoke. The pile of meat had been blown away by the thunder fire. For those who are still here, please go back and refresh the page to look at the previous chapter. It has been changed. And this chapter will also be changed later. Take a look, freshly baked sesame seed cakes. 10 spirit stones for 1 cake. Sesame seed cakes. Sesame seed cakes that are hard to come by in 100 years, limited to 50 pieces. Once they're sold out, we'll immediately pack up and leave. Little doll, don't push around, what are you doing? Little brat, line up at the back. Our dear baby Mo raised his pair of black phoenix eyes and glanced at the uncle with red eyebrows and green eyes, his little mouth drooping slightly. The little boy was about 4 or 5 years old, his fair and jade-like appearance was instantly lovable. This uncle was also someone who cared about appearances. When he saw the little boy's appearance, his attitude immediately softened a little, and he put on an amiable expression and said, Little doll, where are your parents? Why are you running around alone? Looking at your age, shouldn't you be studying in the boy division of Sacred Academy right now? Why are you wandering around alone here? Baby Mo glanced at the uncle who was talking non-stop, then turned to look outside the crowd. His eyes rolled, and he said pitifully, Uncle, I've been hungry for 2 days and 3 nights, can you let me cut the queue and buy a sesame seed cake first? This sesame seed cake was actually limited to 50 pieces a month, it must be a delicacy in the world. Baby Mo thought. He had probably never eaten such delicious sesame seed cake in his life, he must try it. Little furball, where are you? Everyone turned to look, only to see a bald little fellow who was half the height of a human scampering over, trying to squeeze into the crowd. This little baldy was carrying a small floral cloth package, a simple backpack on his back, and another backpack around his neck. Carrying all kinds of bags, big and small, he jumped over and squeezed into the crowd noisily. Make way, don't squeeze Lord Guangguang. How dare you, what are you touching? You're not allowed to touch Lord Guangguang's head. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and a woman even reached out to touch the child's bald head in amusement. Guangguang squeezed through the crowd with great difficulty, and bounced to Baby Mo's side with bags of various sizes. He took a glance and exclaimed, "Little furball, what are you doing?" Baby Mo was currently raising his little arm up high, handing over 10 spirit stones to the old man who was selling sesame seed cakes. When he turned around and saw Sir Guangguang staring at him with his round eyes and staring at the sesame seed cake in his hand, he felt his heart ache. The little guy took out another 10 spirit stones from his sleeve and handed them to the old man pitifully. "Grandpa, can you give me a slightly bigger piece of cake?" The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and they suddenly felt guilty for exploiting a child. The old man's wrinkled face stiffened, and then he coughed dryly. Forget it, I'll give you another one." Baby Mo's eyes lit up. Lord Guangguang's eyes also lit up. Being stared at by the two little guys who looked like New Year's dolls, Uncle Sesame Cake suddenly felt that the misty Saint Realm seemed to have brightened up a little. The two children thanked him politely and took the pancakes from the old man. They took a bite carefully as they squeezed through the crowd. That was called hard. It was so hard that their little teeth almost knocked out. Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang instantly shed 2 lines of remorseful tears. His 10 spirit stones, why couldn't he buy something else? They shouldn't have had any hope for the food in the Saint Realm. Sitting on the roof far away, Venerable Peach Blossom, who saw this scene, laughed so hard that he fell over. Note: 1. The Saint Realm of JoJo's family varies from 1 to 4 chapters a day. The speed won't be too fast. 2. The supplementation of the supporting characters has to wait until the Saint Realm of the Saint Realm ends. The author likes to speak openly and clearly at the beginning, so as to avoid being nagged later. I'll reiterate here that the main plot of this book has ended. The Saint Realm of the Saint Realm is Arbor's family of 3, plus the daily lives of their relatives and friends. Baby Mo's plot is mostly about him. There were no schemes or plots. At most, there were some small accidents and bumps in the road. Everything was smooth and there was nothing to worry about. Friends who are impatient with these trivial matters can say goodbye to this book, otherwise, when you come back, you'll complain that the author doesn't know what to write and that I update slowly and have no content. Sorry, I won't accept any of that. Because I've already informed you in advance. There will be 1 chapter today and 4 chapters tomorrow. Good night. Oh my god. Baby Mo, this little brat, really had an endless source of jokes every day. This was their 3rd day in the Holy Region, and Baby Mo's jokes could probably last a year. Venerable Peach Blossom couldn't help but think, his JoJo must have been this interesting when he was young. If JoJo knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him expressionlessly, "You guessed wrong. My childhood was very boring." Baby Mo looked at the burdensome hard sesame seed cake in his hand and exchanged glances with Sir Guangguang. The 2 little ones were so regretful that their eyes were brimming with tears. Sir Guangguang even stretched out his trembling hands and held Baby Mo tightly. "Little furball, what should we do?" We were fooled. He didn't expect Baby Mo, who was so smart, to be fooled like this. It was really detestable. When they saw so many people lining up, they thought that this sesame seed cake was the best delicacy in the world and was worth cherishing. They were wrong. They shouldn't have had such expectations for the food in the Holy Region. In the Divine Land, 10 spiritual stones were equivalent to 10,000 spirit coins. 10,000 spirit coins could buy a lot of snacks in China, but now, the 2 of them were speechless and looked at the hard sesame seed cake in each other's hands with tears streaming down their faces. "Let's go back and give it to Daddy." Baby Mo's eyes were watery. He sniffled and thought for a while with his head tilted. He took out a small cloth pouch from his pocket and put the sesame seed cake that he had taken a small bite of into it. Sir Guangguang hurriedly threw the sesame seed cake in his hand into the pouch. "The academician said that we should respect and love our parents. Then I'll give this to the stoic mother." Baby Mo nodded expressionlessly and said ruefully, "It's shameful to waste food." "Yes, we shouldn't waste food." Sir Guangguang looked at Baby Mo with heartache. "We spent 10 extra spirit stones today. Who should we get them back from?" I think it should be Uncle Aoyi. I think so too. Sir Guangguang nodded his bald little head in all seriousness. Uncle Aoyi has been working hard recently. He has to send little Furball to the academy every day. Let's just give him a break tomorrow. Let him pay 10 spirit stones in exchange for a day's break. He should be very willing. Uncle Aoyi, who was hiding in the dark, silently took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his eyes. It really wasn't easy being a subordinate. After being cheated by his master, he would be cheated by his mistress. After being cheated by his mistress, he would be cheated by his little master. Generation after generation, he would never be done with it. The two little ones discussed the countermeasures and felt that the matter was perfectly resolved. They happily put away the bag of sesame seed cakes. Sir Guangguang carried bags of various sizes and followed beside baby Mo. Along the way, he asked, "Little dumpling, where are you going? You don't intend to return to the academy? We've already come out." Since he still had to copy books when he got back, he might as well take a stroll first. At most, I'll copy a few pages of books. They were all copying, so there was not much difference between copying more and copying less. Perfect, Sir Guangguang looked at his little master with adoration and nodded vigorously. Little dumpling, you're so smart. Say, the food in the sacred region is so disgusting. What do these cultivators eat every day? I heard from Uncle Peach Blossom that they didn't eat it before. Every day, I'll drink the wind and admire the moon. If worse comes to worst, I'll just eat dirt when I'm too hungry. What? Lord Guangguang looked at baby Mo in shock. This is too exaggerated. Is it hard to swallow? Pft. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. Supremacy Peach Blossom did not expect baby Mo to misinterpret his words. When did he say that the people of the holy region had to eat dirt? The conversation between these two brats was full of holes. Baby Mo, this little scoundrel, had indeed inherited his father's sly personality. In fact, he was even worse than his father. Little Furball, did you hear anything? Maybe Uncle Aoyi is secretly following us again? Baby Mo made a judgment based on his professional experience. Then, he shook his head expressionlessly. Sigh, they're really worried sick. Lord Guangguang nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's been following us all day. I already said that nothing would happen. Don't bother about him. Let's go. Uncle Aoyi is no longer a child. He will follow us himself. Student Aoyi, who had been following them, twitched his mouth silently. To be a shadow guard now, he had to have another skill to rely on. He held back his laughter. Lord Guangguang kicked Tada as he followed beside baby Mo. Little Furball, there's only one market in the holy region. It wasn't easy to find an old man selling sesame seed cakes, but he's actually a swindler. The sesame seed cakes he sells are so disgusting. There are so many people beside him pulling in business for this old man. I think it's too shameless. They even want to cheat us two children of our money. Baby Mo nodded seriously. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Then let's report him. Lord Guangguang supported his little master unconditionally. As long as his little master said it, it was definitely right. His little master was the smartest person in the world. Whatever he said, Lord Guangguang just had to do it without using his brain. Little Furball, where should we go to report him? Do you remember? 2 days ago, 2 people came to greet Daddy. One was called Dongfeng Yuzhu, and the other was called Beifeng Yuzhu. The 2 little ones nodded. They looked at each other and said in unison, what strange names. Little Furball, now that you mention it, I suddenly remember that there were 2 people like that. Daddy also said that they were 2 big brothers in the holy region, the people in charge or something. Let's go report one of them, the 2 little ones said in unison again. The 2 of them grumbled angrily along the way, it's too disgusting. That's right. My teeth almost fell out. Liar. Since there were so many people supporting them, they should all be arrested. Put him in prison. Little Dumpling, do you think there's a prison here? If you don't, then ask Father to build a big prison for them. Little Dumpling, you're so smart. Little Masta was indeed the smartest person in the world. Stay Up Late, who was following in the dark, almost slipped and fell to the ground. I can't, I really can't. Tomorrow, it would be better to let Xiaoyi follow the little master. He was about to die of laughter because of them, only the peach blossom deity had good eyesight. He hid further away and listened to the conversation between the two little ones on the roof. He could laugh wantonly without anyone noticing. He was having a hard time holding it in. What a pity. I spent 10 spirit stones to buy 2 pieces of broken sesame seed cake. And it's so disgusting. Master Guangguang was angry. Then what else is there to shop around here? I don't know. Mother said that only by being knowledgeable can one be wise. I feel that at our age, we should walk around more, shop more, and see more things. It's good for wisdom. Little furball, I think you're right. Lord Guangguang nodded heavily. Then let's walk around and take a look. We've only been in the holy region for a few days. To be honest, we haven't walked around yet. Lord Guangguang followed baby Mo with small steps. Yeah, I was sent to the Holy Academy by Daddy the moment I arrived. Baby Mo pouted. Yeah, Daddy's bad. Do you think he did it on purpose? He did it on purpose. Humph, he really doesn't want little furball to appear in front of mommy all the time. Bad guy. The two little ones scolded angrily. Lord Guangguang suddenly tugged at baby Mo's sleeve. Little furball, look, these cultivator uncles in the holy region are so pitiful. Yeah. Look at them walking on the road, all of them are drooping their heads as if they can't lift their spirits at all. They look so miserable. Daddy said that those who can ascend to the holy region should be at least mystique venerable rank. Lord Guangguang muttered softly, in our China, which mystique venerable rank big shot isn't unparalleled? Baby Mo nodded vigorously. The holy region should be full of transcendent rank cultivators, starting from mystique venerable rank. If they hadn't reached transcendent rank, it was probably because the children of these transcendent rank cultivators hadn't reached mystique venerable rank yet. For example, baby Mo. Or perhaps, like mommy, who came with daddy, the relatives of transcendent rank cultivators. But look at them. Wow, they're all dressed like beggars. That's right. How strange. Guangguang, let's be careful, they might all be pretending. Why would they want to pretend? I don't know. Baby Mo shook his head and said with a straight face, maybe they're trying to trick foreigners like us? The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They both felt that their suspicions were very reasonable. They had to be wary of these people. These actors might like to bully outsiders like them. The people of the holy region were like frosted eggplants, all of them drooped their heads and looked like they had nothing to live for as they walked past them. A gust of autumn wind rustled past. Baby Mo turned around to take a look. Those figures seemed to be trembling slightly. Boom. A female cultivator who was originally walking in front of baby Mo with a hunched back and drooping head suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. It was extremely sudden. The two little ones jumped back at the same time, holding each other's little paws. With nervous little expressions, they said in unison, "Be careful. Be careful. It's a scam. You can't help her." I've heard Grandmaster and Marshal Granduncle mention that people who suddenly fall in front of you are 100% scammers. If you help them up, you'll be blackmailed. I'll swindle you until your mansion becomes a thatched hut. The two of them hurriedly covered their small pouches, revealing a vigilant expression. At the same time, a tall white figure flashed to the side of the peach blossom god, who was lying on the roof. He saw this fellow holding the wine jug and laughing so hard that he slapped his thigh without a care for his image. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What's wrong? Reverend Peach Blossom laughed uncontrollably and pointed at the street not far away. Holy Sun Miyan looked down and saw Aoyi sneakily hiding under an old tree by the street. Not far away, two little ones were holding hands with nervous expressions on their faces. A middle-aged man with a crooked neck walked out from the side, and with an extremely slow speed, he slowly walked towards the fallen female cultivator. Baby Mo hurriedly went forward and tugged at that person's clothes, his phoenix eyes bulging. This uncle, you have to consider carefully. Look at how old she is, she can fall on the streets just by walking. Even an idiot would know that she's a liar. Right, liar, liar. If you go up to help her up now, I guarantee that your mansion will turn into a thatched hut. A divine artifact will turn into a mystic artifact, you'll lose your family fortune. Right, lose my family fortune, lose my family fortune. Lord Guangguang nodded repeatedly again, expressing his agreement with Baby Mo's words. I'll lose your head. Where did this brat come from? Go play at the side. That middle-aged man suddenly turned around. A pair of eyes glowed with a green light, on his unshaven face, two messy strands of long gray hair hanging in front of his forehead floated in front of his eyes. Ah, it's a corpse puppet. The two little ones suddenly hugged each other, crying out excitedly. Quick, little dumplings, little dumplings. Lord Guangguang shouted. Baby Mo hurriedly took out a small booklet from his bosom, his little hands flipping through the pages. The two little heads huddled together, saying in unison, look. It's recorded in Mother's corpse puppet roster. Eyes glowing green, slow movements, disheveled hair, dull eyes, unable to see its true appearance, this must be a mid-level corpse puppet. Quick, freeze him. The two little ones hurriedly took out a few talismans from their sleeves and threw them over. The surrounding crowd silently watched the two's performance, and could not help but twitch their mouths. That unlucky middle-aged man had over a dozen talismans stuck on his body, fluttering in the wind. This person was so angry that he reached out to grab the talismans that flew to his forehead, glaring at Baby Mo as he said angrily, who's a corpse puppet? How could that damn thing from the lower star domain come to our sacred region? These two brats with damaged brains actually dared to call him a corpse puppet, he was so angry. This is my daughter. The middle-aged man pointed at the female cultivator lying on the ground, his face darkening as he roared furiously. These two kids had so many tricks up their sleeves, he wondered which family they were from. Scamming? Scamming your head. Oh. The two children's black eyes moved, and they held each other's hands and took a step back at the same time. When they saw the middle-aged man helping the unconscious female cultivator to sit up, the two children finally saw the female cultivator's true appearance. He was even more miserable than his father's unshaven middle-aged uncle. He couldn't tell her age, but he saw that the female cultivator's cheeks were sunken, and her entire body was bony like a skeleton. Uncle, what's wrong with your daughter? Baby Mo secretly stuffed the corpse puppet roster into his sleeve and asked curiously. The middle-aged man glared at them. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? What else could it be? Isn't it just hunger? Fainted from hunger? Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang cried out in unison as if they had heard a fantasy story. Following that, GMO Baby hurriedly took a few steps forward and untied a small cloth pouch from his body. His eyes were filled with emotions and sparkling as he cutely looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle, here are 2 pieces of sesame seed cake for 20 spirit stones, do you want to buy them? Aoyi, who was standing in the corner, lost his balance and almost slipped on the ground. That middle-aged man saw the doll-like child in front of him looking at him with sparkling eyes full of emotion. He took out a small cloth pouch from his waist, thinking that the other was going to gift him something. The result, it was money. The middle-aged man took the cloth pouch and angrily threw 20 spirit stones to Baby Mo, then supported his daughter and left. As he walked, he muttered, selling 2 sesame seed cakes for money, I don't know whose child is so shrewd. The Xianxia who had seen Baby Mo buy sesame seed cakes earlier couldn't help but twitch their mouths as they watched. They thought to themselves, if you knew, this little brat was trying to get something for nothing, spending 10 spirit stones at the cost price, then selling it to you for a net profit of 10 spirit stones. The sesame seed cake he gave you, and each of them took a small bite, what would you think? Baby Mo turned around, and reached out a small paw with Guangguang Darren, excitedly bumping palms. That's great. Guangguang Darren said happily, such a disgusting sesame seed cake, I finally don't have to bring it home to show filial piety to father and mother. Little dumpling, we already sold that sesame seed cake to Uncle Idiot? Then, are we still going to find that Dongfang Yuzhu and report that old grandpa? Baby Mo had a serious expression as he nodded solemnly, saying, we have to report when we see injustice. We can't sympathize with old grandpa's inaction because he's old. Mother said, there's no difference between old and young bad people. Bad people must receive the punishment they deserve. Guangguang Darren clapped his hands vigorously, giving face. Little dumpling, you said it very well. Then where do we go to find Dongfang Yuzhu now? This sacred region was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there weren't any manors or residences in sight. All of the Xianxia habitually found a place to meditate and cultivate. This place is really terrible. Baby Mo shook his little head speechlessly. If we knew this damned place wasn't fun, we wouldn't have come here. But Stoic Mother said that we have to go everywhere to gain experience in order to grow. We can't limit ourselves to one place. We've already explored the entire divine continent in these 2 years. Baby Mo nodded. Mother is right. But this sacred region is too simple and crude. That's right. I think these transcendent realm cultivators are all like idiots. They don't even know how to build a house for themselves when they sleep in the wild. I heard from Uncle Rotten Peach Blossom that after they came here, they didn't even have a place to wash up. Baby Mo said expressionlessly with a taut face. Unbelievable. Lord Guangguang also cried out, unbelievable. This is simply not a place for humans to pass through. It's said that you can only bathe once a year. Men and women live together. All of them look malnourished. If I tell little Yuan about this, he definitely won't believe me. I heard that they usually have to find a secluded place far away to relieve themselves. They also have to enclose the ground and make it into a prison, digging a deep hole. Those female cultivators are especially troublesome. What if I have diarrhea? What if I have to relieve myself all day long? Don't worry, they eat dirt every day and won't be full. It's impossible for them to have diarrhea. Baby Mo shook his head and looked at Lord Guangguang sympathetically. The two little ones said in unison, too tragic. Holy Sun Miyan, who was eavesdropping far behind the two, glanced at Divine Peach Blossom in amusement. I say, what do you usually talk about with the child? Did they talk about such funny topics all day long? Speechless, Ma Shurchen glanced at him. Do you think I'm the one who said that? It's most likely Mo Lian who told the child this. What about enclosing the land into a prison and digging a deep hole to relieve himself? How could he say such boring things? I told the child before that the conditions in the holy region are more difficult. If the child is not used to living here, he can still live in the star region. How would I know that he could imagine so much? He even said that we're eating dirt here. Ma Shurchen raised her hand to cover her face. She really didn't want to talk to this child later. Who did he resemble? He clearly had a stoic face, but he was a chatterbox. She wondered if it was because he spent too much time with the little monk that he inherited the bad habit of being a chatterbox. The two of them followed behind the two children from afar. They watched as they walked for a while, taking out a crumpled piece of paper from time to ask passers-by. Holy Sun Miyan couldn't help but tilt his head and want to laugh. What are they doing? What do you think that piece of paper is? Uncle. A passerby realized that the hem of his clothes had been tugged twice and hurriedly pulled it back. Just as he was about to get angry, he lowered his head and saw two delicate little faces looking up at him. The uncle smoothed out the creases of his clothes and patted them rather lovingly. Then, he put on an amiable face and asked, Child, what's the matter? Uncle, do you recognize the person in the painting? That person took the crumpled paper and looked at it. Eh? Isn't this Master Dongfang? Although this painting was crumpled, it captured the essence of Master Dongfang's handsome appearance. It was really quite similar and could be recognized at a glance. Yes, it's Dongfang Yuzhu. Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang nodded repeatedly. Uncle, where are we going to find him? Li Yang lowered his head to look at the two children and saw that they were both dressed in blue boy robes. The color and style of the clothes were clearly the uniform of the boy branch of the Sacred Academy. Children who were able to attend the Holy Academy at such a young age must be from an upper-middle-class family. Moreover, the two children had a fair and tender appearance. It seemed that they usually ate well. How did he sneak out of the academy? My two little friends, why are you looking for Master Dongfang? Baby Mo looked at him with curved eyes. Uncle, let's report this to Dongfang Yuzhu. Yes, report an old grandpa. He set up a stall on the street and hired a lot of people to help him. The sesame seed cakes he sells are very hard. When we bit into them, our teeth almost broke. Baby Mo nodded repeatedly at the side. Uncle, show us the way. We want to report this swindler grandpa to Dongfang Yuzhu. Lord Guangguang nodded and patted Li Yang's calf. Uncle, don't worry. Lead the way for us. We won't betray you. The corner of Li Yang's mouth twitched. For a moment, he was speechless. Strange, why do I feel like laughing? Baby Mo glanced at him and saw his strange expression. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, a light bulb flashed in his mind. The little fellow lowered his little head and took out a piece of spirit stone from his little money pouch. He pulled Li Yang's hand and stuffed it into it. He nodded and said seriously, Uncle, don't worry. We won't skimp on your guide fee. Lord Guangguang nodded his little bald head. We're good people, Uncle. Li Yang's expression instantly looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the spirit stone stuffed in his hand and looking down at the two pairs of black eyes, Li Yang kept feeling like, he even cheated the little kids of their money, he was simply wicked beyond redemption, just as this fellow was uneasy and deliberating, not knowing what to say to appease the children. With a glance, he saw two noble young masters in luxurious brocade robes walking over with smiles on their faces. Looking at that incomparably noble appearance, one could tell that they were definitely not ordinary people. Li Yang hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands, asking with a smile, Young masters, these two children are, oh, they're our children. Hu Shichen glanced at the children with a faint smile. Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang hurriedly lowered their little heads and rubbed the corners of their little clothes. Li Yang smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden and hurriedly cupped his hands with a smile. Then that's good. Young masters, please bring the children home. The holy region hasn't been very peaceful recently, there are often spirit beasts charging into the camp. It won't be good if they get hurt anywhere. Besides, looking at the clothes of the two young masters, I think they should be disciples of the Holy Academy's boy branch. The Holy Academy should still be in class right now, I don't know why they ran out. Hu Shichen bent down to pick up Baby Mo and rubbed the little fellow's head. Him? He played truant to come out. Baby Mo blinked and hurriedly shook his head. No, we didn't play truant. Lord Guangguang pounced and hung on Hu Shichen's leg, saying hurriedly, we didn't play truant. The other students also went back. Hu Shichen raised her eyebrows and patted Baby Mo's little head in amusement. Whether you played truant or not, go home and explain to mother. Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang sighed in disappointment at the same time. Arbor's party arrived at the Holy Region 4 days ago. Their current temporary residence in the Holy Region was a small row of 2-story bamboo buildings built by Qiuqiu on the day they arrived. There weren't many rooms, 2 or 3 of them were enough for the time being. Moreover, their bamboo house was just a smokescreen to fool outsiders. When they really needed to replenish their sleep, they were not stupid. Naturally, they would run to the star field to rest. Speaking of the sacred region, there was no distinction between day and night all year round. The environment was also very humid and full of haze. This place was covered by a layer of white fog all year round. The fog was very thick, effectively blocking everyone's line of sight. Even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse would not be able to see clearly what was 3 feet away. Therefore, when Baby Mo said that he needed to find a secluded place to relieve himself, it was actually nonsense. He couldn't see anything clearly when he was 3 feet away, let alone when he was several meters away. The space of the sacred region was empty and boundless. Compared to the crowded and bustling 3 continents, it was vast but sparsely populated. Generally, the practitioners of the sanctuary were used to finding a place rich in saint power to cultivate, and it was unlikely that they would gather together. In Jojo's place, it was rare to see a group of people living in a row of small bamboo houses and cultivating together. 4 days ago, when they arrived at the sacred region, they were surrounded by people. There was no other reason, it seemed that it had been too long since anyone had ascended to the sacred region. This time, they came with more than 30 people, which was simply shocking. If Lord Jojo knew what the people of the sacred region were thinking, he would definitely snort and laugh at them for making a fuss over nothing. What these people saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Actually, there were more than 2,000 members of the Phoenix clan who stayed in the star domain to retire. This was not including the number of beasts. It was just that they did not come out often. Only Jojo and a few dozen people came out to walk the streets. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the main hall on the first floor. The main hall of the bamboo building was quite spacious and could accommodate a few dozen people, but it was still a little cramped. Everyone was drinking tea and eating melon seeds while watching the show. Ever since Lord Rotten Peach Blossom brought Bao Bao Mo back, the atmosphere became very strange. The mother and son sat opposite the table and stared at each other for more than 5 minutes. Until, Mo Lian slammed the table and scolded, "Why did you skip school?" Baby Mo widened his pair of round eyes. Before he could protest, a childish wail came from the side. Wah, Princess Wu Shuang, who was holding the baby and watching the show, was shocked. She looked down and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you crying? Your eldest uncle didn't scold you." This was too funny, really. The 3-year-old Fu Yun's face was red and he looked at Princess Wu Shuang pitifully. He sobbed and said, "I heard that we have to go to school at the age of 5. I have more than a year before I'm going to be like Brother Tuanzi and have to go to school to suffer. I really feel the same way." Everyone burst out laughing and looked at him speechlessly. Lord Guangguang nodded in agreement and let out a long sigh. "Little Yun Yun, cherish the good times you have now. Third young Master Fu, why did you leave early today?" Lady Chow Chow had a stoic expression on her face. She glanced at her husband, who was slamming the table, and said seriously, "You can't learn from your father, understand? Mo Lian?" He retracted his hand and looked at his expressionless wife and then at his equally expressionless son. He was speechless. Who was his son learning from? His wife always pushed the blame to him. How could he get out of it? Today, Teacher Zhang was teaching. Halfway through, there was a fatty. Baby Mo glanced at his mother's expressionless face, and his voice softened. "Fat." Classmates suddenly stood up and rushed forward to kick the teacher twice. The teacher was furious. He punished the fat student and left in a hurry. I thought that since it was still early, I would go for a stroll on the streets." Stoic Joe's expression was normal, but he was slightly puzzled. Why did he feel that this plot was a little familiar? His face did not reveal the slightest clue as he asked indifferently, "What did you do?" "I saw him bullying other students, so I stuck 2 berserk talismans on his butt." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Little Fu Yun asked with a face full of admiration, "Big brother, how is that fatty?" "He's miserable." Baby Mo turned his little head and said with bright eyes, "He was hit on the hand by the teacher with a ferrule. He cried until his snot bubbles came out." Mo Lian couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Then guess what happened to you? Will you be more miserable than that student?" Baby Mo's eyes were as round as saucers as he rolled off the stool and ran towards the stairs with his 2 short legs. "Adoptive father, save me." He looked for adoptive father before he was beaten, but adoptive father was not looking for Grandmaster. This was Baby Mo's experience in the past 5 years. With a light flick of his sleeve, Mo Lian swept it across the air, and darling Mo tumbled backwards like a small ball. However, when her small body rolled halfway, she was intercepted by a floating figure, who quickly scooped her up and held her in his arms. Upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent, the little fellow's survival instincts were extremely strong, and he scrambled on all 4s, frantically shrinking into the newcomer's embrace. He called out childishly, "Adoptive father, adoptive father. Daddy wants to beat me. He even threatened me. He said he would make my ending very, very miserable." Everyone couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Mo Lian expressionlessly looked at her son who was complaining first. Her gaze swept over a certain person before she harumphed. "Come here." Baby Mo shook his head like a rattledrum. "Not going." Duan Yu glanced at him in amusement before carrying this little imp to Arbor's side and sitting down. "Little furball, what earth-shattering thing did you do now? Did you make mommy unhappy?" "I didn't do anything." Baby Mo quickly defended himself. "I also didn't anger mommy." "Adoptive father, you have to uphold justice for little furball." This child's face was stoic, but he was more eloquent than anyone else. Mo Lian couldn't help but be amused and annoyed at the same time. When Stoic Qiao saw everyone looking at her, she coughed lightly and said expressionlessly, "Children take after their father and like to twist words and force logic since they were young." Everyone nodded in agreement with a knowing attitude. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was utterly speechless. At this time, an energetic woman's scolding came from outside the bamboo building, as if someone wanted to barge in. However, she was stopped by Aoyi and Xiaoyi, who were guarding outside. Arbor blinked and asked his son seriously, "Did you reach out to hit that fat classmate?" Baby Mo shook his head and answered with certainty, "I didn't even touch him with a single finger." Arbor nodded and stood up to open the bamboo building's door. A group of people then filed out. Currently, outside the bamboo building's courtyard, a family of 3 was charging in exasperatedly. Everyone looked over and saw 3 fat balls of different sizes moving about. Outside, there were several busybodies who were watching the show. Seeing several dozen people coming out of the bamboo building, the 2 big fat balls retreated a few steps. They pointed at Xiaomu and company through the bamboo fence and bellowed, "You don't think that you can make people feel afraid just because you have the advantage in numbers?" Arbor raised his eyebrows. The woman, whose arms were 4 times as thick as Lord Jojo's, raised her voice and asked angrily, "Son, was he the one who did it?" It's him. He had suddenly thrown out a purple talisman. Then I fell to the ground. That Baldy was especially bad. He roared and the other students all rushed over to hit me. Wah. The fat ball-like woman suddenly slapped the bamboo fence and roared, "Did you hear that?" Stay Up Late silently took a step back to avoid the woman's saliva. The little fur ball was currently using its 2 paws to cover its eyes, and its little head was forcefully leaning against Duan Yu as it stubbornly insisted, "I just didn't hit him. I didn't even lay a finger on him." Duan Yu couldn't help but be amused. What exactly happened? It seemed that this little fellow only told the story of the first half and would even secretly hide the truth from them and hold back the second half. Guangguang. Sir Guangguang took small steps and hastily moved in front of everyone, his expression filled with righteous indignation. "Stoic mother, he was the one who bullied us first." Stoic Qiao was speechless and looked down at him. "He was the one who bullied Xiaohua first. We beat him up as an eye for an eye and upholding justice." "That's right. As the saying goes, evil cannot prevail over good. Grandmaster said so. Although justice will be late, it will come one day." Baby Mo had a righteous expression as he nodded and said, "Fatso, classmate, he has been abusing us for so long, it's time for someone to teach him a lesson. And I, and Guangguang, are coincidentally suitable candidates." Everyone, this little brat's words were dignified, but it could not hide his deceitful nature. Arbor looked at his son expressionlessly, then turned to look at the flustered and exasperated woman who was stomping her feet, and said indifferently, "How do you plan to settle this?" Fatso's family of 3 glared at Arbor with the same angry expression. "Do you even need to say it? Of course, you have to apologize to my son." The woman said indignantly, "My son was beaten up to this state, you have to pay all the medical fees." "How much?" The woman's expression flickered slightly, and she pointed at the row of bamboo houses behind Arbor. "My son was beaten to a pulp by your son, the medical fees are expensive, you have to use the row of houses behind as collateral for the medical fees." The group of people behind Arbor looked at each other silently, and they all thought to themselves, "This Fatso's family of 3 is really asking for an exorbitant price, they actually came for their house." Speaking of this row of 2-story bamboo houses, they had really been in the limelight in the holy region recently. 4 days ago, when their group of more than 30 people openly entered the holy region, it immediately caused a commotion. The first thing they did on the afternoon of the first day they arrived was to build the houses. When Jojo expressionlessly built the bamboo houses, he attracted many people to come and watch. Many kind-hearted people came forward to strike up a conversation with them. At that time, they all tried to persuade her, "Young madam, don't be stupid. The holy region is filled with holy power. The bamboo houses you built using one of the 5 spirits, the wood spirit, will be washed away by the holy power in less than 10 minutes. Their Jojo continued to build the houses calmly without any distractions, and he did not even glance at the others. In the end, these people became anxious and continued to persuade her one after another. "Madam, don't be so unconvinced. That's right. Let me tell you, you've spent so much wood spiritual energy to build this bamboo building. When the time comes, it will still collapse." Thus, Jojo Sama built the 2-story bamboo building expressionlessly amidst the murmurs of the crowd. A sensation? Naturally, it was sensational. First of all, everyone was suspicious of this young madam's inner world. Who the hell would put a bunch of bamboo in their inner world instead of other precious items? Who could inject wood spirit energy into bamboo in one go, and then build a 2-story bamboo building? How could the wood spirit energy not be exhausted after consuming so much? Everyone was very curious about their Charles. For the past 4 days, there were many busybodies who came here every day to see if the bamboo building would collapse. The result was obvious. The bamboo building didn't collapse, and there wasn't even the slightest sign of cracking. How could a bamboo house made of holy wood be destroyed by the holy power in the sanctuary? Stop joking. Okay, the first luxurious villa in the holy region was born just like that. For the past few days, many people often looked at them strangely, and it wasn't as if they weren't being watched in the dark. It was just that more than 30 of them had ascended here, and they didn't seem to be afraid of trouble. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to those who were sneakily snooping around. They didn't expect that after 4 days, the first to run to their bamboo building to cause a ruckus was actually Darling Mo's family. Looking at the malicious glint in that fat ball-like couple's eyes, it was clear that they were happily plotting something. Arbor didn't say anything, but that fat ball-like man spoke up again. One was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop. Both of them were up to no good. The woman demanded an exorbitant price and demanded their entire house. The man answered with a fake smile, "My wife is insensible. Please forgive her. Actually, your bamboo building has 2 floors, so it's quite spacious. Our family of 3 can take a bit of a loss. We only need 2 of the rooms." Princess Wushuang rolled her eyes and said while hugging the baby, "Our 2-floor building only has a dozen or so rooms, so it's very cramped for over 30 people. Apologies, there's no room for you." The fat ball-like woman was enraged. "This is compensation. Get your facts straight. We didn't come here to ask for your opinion. This is the compensation for the consultation fee that you must pay us." Compensation? She liked these 2 words. Arbor's eyes brightened when he heard this. Everyone couldn't help but laugh inwardly when they saw the little stoic's expression. Mo Lian was standing close to Duan Yu, so when he saw Jojo's expression, he reflexively glanced at Darling Mo. This child's eyes also brightened. It was as if he was carved from the same mold as his mother. Other than his pair of phoenix eyes resembling the fiendish Mo Lian, he resembled his mother in every other aspect. However, his mother was stubborn and never admitted it. "Jojo's Lian, come here quickly." Arbor turned around and beckoned him over. Someone came to snatch Jojo's house, so they had to compensate. Mo Lian twitched his mouth and floated to his wife's side. He asked seriously, "Wife, what do you need hubby's help with?" Arbor quickly nodded. "Your son instigated his classmates to beat people up, and after beating the young one, the old one came. Since their parents came knocking, then you can only step forward as their father and beat them up to vent their anger." Mo Lian, "Wife, you're so good to me." When his son was struck by lightning, his father blocked it. When his son hit someone, his father stepped forward and was beaten up by the other party's parents. Mo Lian glared at Jojo with a pair of misty, almond-shaped eyes. She had an accusatory expression on her face. "Wife, you've changed." "It's nothing." Jojo looked away guiltily and patted the back of his hand. "I'll ask them for compensation after the fight." It seemed like it had been a long time since someone had sent him compensation. When he suddenly mentioned the word compensation, his heart itched. Mo Lian took 2 steps forward and stood expressionlessly in front of the fat ball couple. "Go ahead." The couple was baffled. They looked at each other and couldn't understand what was going on. Mo Lian was instantly enraged. A beam of black flame shot out with a whoosh and swept towards the fat man. "You don't want to fight? If you don't want to fight, I'll do it." Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. He saw that Mo Lian's movements were extremely fast. He extended his leg and kicked the fat man away. The fat ball woman's heart-wrenching scream came from beside them. Glancing over, they saw that ball-shaped woman quickly dashing out with her son. It looked like she was rushing forward to help her husband out of this predicament. Arbor glanced at them and shook his head with a sigh. He muttered to himself, "Hubby's temper is getting worse. So fiery." He was like a small firecracker that ignited at the slightest spark. He walked to Duanyu's side and reached out to take his son. He said earnestly, "Don't learn from your father." Duanyu. Mother, the fat classmate is really a bully. When we were studying, he used the spirit snake to scare Xiaohua and the rest. Machem, Arbor looked down at his son. Mother believes you. But if you encounter this kind of situation in the future, you can use a better method to resolve it. Okay. Then I'll think about it in the future. Baby Mo looked at his mother with sparkling eyes. Mother, why did that fat classmate's parents come to snatch our house? Because they are shameless. Arbor said expressionlessly, Mother painstakingly built this house. They reaped without sowing and only wanted to extort and extort. For this kind of person, we should make them bleed appropriately and spit out a bit of compensation. Because they wasted our time on these senseless matters, they have to compensate us whether it is the cost of our time or the mental damage. Princess Wushuang's mouth twitched, sister-in-law's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Baby Mo's eyes were sparkling as he nodded repeatedly. Then why don't they build their own house? I strolled around the holy region today and felt that the people there are all very strange. Duanyu and the rest couldn't resist laughing when Baby Mo recounted what he saw and heard today. Especially when he talked about the group of shills around the pancake seller grandpa, Baby Mo was filled with righteous indignation, which amused everyone to death. Arbor expressionlessly looked down at his son. Little furball, you can't report the old grandpa. Why? Didn't Mother say that there is no difference between old and young bad people? The old grandpa isn't a swindler, and those around him aren't shills. Arbor thought about it and felt that it was a bit troublesome to explain, so he reflexively glanced at Duanyu beside him and said solemnly, "You say it." Duanyu understood this girl too well. She had always been keen on tossing those time-wasting explanations to other people. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he carried the chubby Baby Mo back. Little furball, adoptive father will tell you about the prices in the holy region. The little furball nodded. Okay. A moment later, Baby Mo finally figured out the prices here, and his face was full of lamentation. I didn't expect. This holy region's resources are so barren. One pancake costs 10 spirit stones, and people are madly fighting over it. The life of the people of the sanctuary was too difficult. It's hard to imagine. When everyone heard his old and heavy tone, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Especially when Lord Guangguang chimed in, then it's fortunate that we didn't report the old grandpa to Dongfang Yuzhu. Otherwise, wouldn't the old grandpa be finished? Dongfang Yuzhu? It couldn't be the one they were thinking of, right? Duanyu face-bombed. Do you know where to find Master Dongfang? We asked for directions with the portrait. Sir Guangguang took out a crumpled piece of paper from his sleeve. Venerable Peach Blossom picked it up and took a look. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. The drawing is pretty good. But little dumpling, can you tell me what the 3 words beside it are? Arrest warrant. Baby Mo said in all seriousness. Seeing that everyone wanted to laugh, he hurriedly pointed at his mother. I've seen Mother writing these 3 words on a stack of drawing paper. He was just following the pattern. Baby Mo had asked Daddy what a warrant for arrest meant, and Daddy had said that it meant to search for someone. Wasn't that the case? Stoic Chow expressionlessly turned around and faced everyone with the back of his head. Everyone couldn't hold back their laughter. Little Baby Mo turned to look at Duanyu, who was close by, and asked in his childish voice, "Adoptive father, why are they laughing at mommy?" Duanyu answered seriously, "They're not laughing at your mommy, they're laughing at you." Baby Mo put on a distressed expression and quietly said, "Then let them laugh." Who told them to be my elders? Sir Jojo couldn't resist curling his lips with his back facing his son. Duanyu poked the child's forehead with a chuckle. In any case, life in the holy domain is quite arduous. Little furball, you can't compare our daily lives in the divine province with here, okay? The prices here are on the high side, so you can't report those old grandpas and grandmas you see selling things on the streets in the future. Baby Mo nodded and clenched his small fists. I understand. Mommy said that I have to go everywhere to gain experience. Only by continuously gaining experience can I become stronger. Moreover, we can't rely on the star domain. We can only be truly strong if we continuously become stronger ourselves. Princess Wushuang couldn't resist rolling her eyes as she quietly muttered, "Everyone else needs to become stronger, so you can rest a bit." This 4 or 5-year-old brat's current cultivation realm had already surpassed 99% of the people in the Divine Province. Okay, half a year ago, that oddball mother and son pair reached the phenomenal success stage of level 15 of the God realm at the same time. These days, little Furball was still prattling on and on about how he was stuck at level 15 of the phenomenal success stage for a long, long time. His cultivation realm had never remained stagnant for so long. If it weren't for the fact that he was her nephew, she wished for nothing more than to throw her shoe at his head. While everyone was chatting and laughing, they saw Mo Lian striding into the small bamboo garden and gesturing to Ma Shichen, who was standing on the side. "Come and move it." Everyone was speechless for a moment. It seemed like this fellow had swindled a lot of things out of that fat ball and wife couple. When everyone went out, they saw a pile of sparkling spirit stones on the ground. Venerable Peach Blossom raised his brows. "What do you want?" "Move it inside and put it in the courtyard." Mo Lian stood on the side and directed them. "Put it in a conspicuous place." Right, just put it on the table." "Pile it all up." Everyone put up a sign in front of the bamboo table and wrote the word compensation on it. Arbor looked very satisfied. In the future, if anyone dared to come to her bamboo house and make trouble, they would have to pay first. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to see if he should build a JoJo restaurant in the sanctuary. Even if she couldn't be the island master, she could at least be the tower master. "Little dumpling, you have to go to school tomorrow, okay?" Mo Lian glared at her son sternly. "If you play truant again, I'll give you a good spanking." Baby Mo flopped into Duan Yu's arms and wailed, "Adoptive father. Why are you being so fierce?" Duan Yu glanced at him irritably. "It's not like Xiao Tuanzi is a disobedient child." Baby Mo nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was very obedient. Fu Yun sobbed at the side. Princess Wushuang was dumbfounded. She lowered her head and looked at her son. "Son, why are you crying?" "I already said that I'm not yelling at you." "Mother, are you especially hoping that I can suddenly grow 2 years older right now so that eldest brother and I can go to the academy together so that we won't bother you?" Princess Wushuang inwardly mused, "You can tell even this?" "Mother, the way you looked at my eldest brother just now was especially envious." Little Fu Yun wiped his tears and sobbed. "Don't deny it." Princess Wushuang pursed her lips. "I don't want to deny it, I do think so." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yun started crying in a world-shaking manner. Princess Wushuang felt melancholy. She turned to glare at Third Fu. Her son was a crybaby, how could she accept this? Third young master Fu hurriedly reached out to carry his son over and did not know whether to laugh or cry. All right, don't cry. Go and play with your brother. Think of it this way. Big brother still has to go to the school tomorrow, but you don't have to go. Do you feel better thinking of it this way?" Baby Mo glared at third young master Fu angrily. How dare they build their happiness on top of his pain? "Stop crying. A man bleeds, not tears." Baby Mo knocked Fu Yun's head. "If you cry again, I'll change your name to Yu. "Why?" "Because you keep crying." "No, I can't have the surname Xia. My father's surname is Fu." "Then I'll call you Fu Yu." Fu Yun stopped crying obediently. He felt that the name Big Brother gave him was too ugly. He should just forget about it. "Big Brother, is the school fun?" "I'm telling you, I can guarantee that you won't want to go there again after going there once." Baby Mo raised his chin proudly and strode into the bamboo building with his short legs. "Why? Do you think it's like the school in China? There are classes, study rooms, clean windows, and a group of friends? Isn't it?" "No." Baby Mo said angrily. "They say it's a school, but it's just a sign by the road with the words Boy Branch of the Sacred Academy written on it. I sat on the ground with a dozen of my classmates. There was white fog all around us. We couldn't see the people 3 feet away from us. Then what should we do? What else can we do? Let's sit in a circle with the teacher in the middle and listen to his nagging. Teacher taught us how to draw today. Little brother, I'll draw you one later." Baby Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled Fu Yun's hand and entered the house. Big brother, can you draw a stick of candied haws for me? Don't you have candied haws in your inner world? Before they came to the Holy Land, the children were already prepared. They had happily collected a lot of snacks a few days in advance and put them all in their own inner worlds. Little Fu Yun was about to cry. Mother said I can't eat it. Mother said that we came to the sacred region to train, and the first thing we have to train is to starve. Your mother is just scaring you. We are children. The most important thing for children is to grow taller. How can we grow if we don't eat? You've been deceived by little Ant again. Baby Mo analyzed the situation logically. As his number one fan, Lord Guangguang nodded furiously. That's right. Let's eat. Don't cry, Big Brother will treat you to meat. Baby Mo patted Fu Yun's head and pulled out a lunchbox from the star domain. Do you want some cloud flower cake? Fu Yun and Lord Guangguang nodded in unison. Not long after, Stay Up Late came to Arbor to report that the three children were happily eating in their room. Everyone didn't find it strange. They only stole glances at their Charles. Arbor said expressionlessly, "Oh, it's already time for dinner. Let's eat." Princess Wu Shuang's mouth twitched. The next day, Mo Lian happily sent his son away. He took his wife's hand and said with a smile, "Jojo, let's walk around too." All right. Arbor nodded. Since he planned to open a Jojo's restaurant in the Holy Land, he naturally had to walk around and look at the place. Arbor told Mo Lian about his plan. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes lit up slightly. Jojo, you can't stand it anymore, can you? You want to lead the people of the Holy Land to become rich? Lord Jojo looked at his husband expressionlessly. You're thinking too much. He was sure that he wasn't overthinking things. He knew Chow Chow very well. She must be thinking, why don't these idiots of the Holy Land even know how to build a house? Or perhaps, the people of the Holy Land actually live such a miserable life. How did they get to where they are today with their cultivation base of the transcendent realm? Trash, 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 a bunch of trash. Lord Jojo's small face did not show any expression. He took a few steps forward and suddenly turned his head to look at his husband suspiciously. You've been staring at Jojo with strange eyes. Mo Lian's eyes lit up. He quickly floated to his wife's side and raised his hand to pick her up. He smiled and said, "Wife, I know that you're a person with a hard mouth but a soft heart. You must have thought of a good way to rebuild this broken place, right? These people don't have the Holy Spirit in their hands, so they're not willing to build a house to make themselves more comfortable. It's strange. Although some people might have their own storage spiritual artifacts and could go in to catch up on sleep, not everyone had them. Teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish." Lord Jojo snorted and said, "The water, wood, and earth spirit talismans I drew now contain the power of the Holy Spirit. If they use it to build a house, one spirit talisman is enough for a single room, and 2 spirit talismans for a double room. If you want to build a small bamboo house like ours, 10 talismans will suffice." Instead of racking his brains to think of ways to steal Jojo's house, he might as well save some money and buy a talisman to make himself. "Jojo, you're too good to them," Mo Lian said with a smile. "Son, where did you say you were going to school?" "It seems to be." The two of them walked along the white fog, and suddenly heard a sudden noise. Soon, he saw several figures flying over within 3 feet of him. The person at the front was carrying a boy in his arms and was running towards them. Behind him were dozens of men, each of them moving at lightning speed, pouncing over like arrows. Xiamu calmly pulled her husband and flashed back 2 steps. The dozen or so men shouted in unison and threw out a spirit-locking rope, grabbing the person at the front. More than a dozen people swarmed up and pressed the man who was holding the boy to the ground. "Hold him down, this is outrageous." Li Yang rushed over anxiously and shouted in exasperation. Following behind him was a handsome young man. He looked around and frowned. When he looked up, he suddenly saw Mo Lian and her husband. The young man immediately smiled and hurried over to greet them. "Your Excellency Mo Lian, Madame Mo, you're here too. Master Dongfang has something to do, you don't have to worry about us." Mo Lian nodded at him calmly. "Ah, it's nothing serious." Master Dongfeng politely salutes the two of them. A large wave of ascended cultivators came to the sacred region a few days ago, and all of them were powerful cultivators. This matter naturally alarmed the stewards of the sacred region. Master Dongfeng and Master Bei Bei are the only two stewards left. On the day Mo Lian and the others came, the two of them came to visit them together. It was a test, and also a friendly relationship. The motto of Mo Lian and the others is that as long as they don't take the initiative to look for trouble, they won't bother. Master Jojo looks at the dozen people pressing the man holding the child to the ground and frowns. What are they doing? Madam, don't worry. We don't want to make things difficult for them. It's just that according to the rules of the sacred region, this Mr. Liang wants to break through the barrier and send his child out. He must be punished. Arbor doesn't know what's going on, so he can only stand aside and watch. The man surnamed Liang has already been caught by the others. A pillar of earth rises from the ground. Li Yang retracts his palm and roars, "Press it. Hit." At the same time the whip falls, the man surnamed Liang cries out, "Let me go, let me go. You want to force our family to death. Master Dongfeng, do you have any pity or sympathy?" Master Dongfeng sighs and shakes his head with a heavy expression. No one can try to open the natural barrier of the sacred region. Everyone who ascends to the sacred region can't go back. You know that. Arbor says in his heart, no wonder the saint-grade summoning talisman I drew may not be able to summon the people of the sacred region one by one. Back then, to be able to attract rotten peach blossoms, what kind of luck did he have? Sob. The man cries out and mutters to himself nervously, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given birth to the child with Ahua back then." "Child, it's father who harmed you, child. Child." The boy is only 7 or 8 years old. He's so thin that he's just skin and bones. There's no flesh on his small face. His whole body is curled up in Li Yang's hand, trembling. "Master Dongfeng, can I ask you something?" "Madam, please speak." Dongfeng Yu was very polite to Mo Lian and her husband. It couldn't be helped. The strength of this young woman's husband was unfathomable. Even he himself couldn't see through his cultivation. At such a young age, he had already surpassed Master Dongfeng's immortal venerable realm cultivation. It was truly hard to describe. Why is this person trying to break the barrier and send the child to the lower realm? I'm ashamed to say this, but it's all because of the lack of resources in the Saint region. This child looked like he hadn't even broken through to the spirit realm. I can't fast for a long time, so I'm so hungry that I'm all skin and bones. Master Dongfeng said with a sigh. Arbor blinked. Did he want to escape from prison because of hunger? Who would believe such a thing? The child of a transcendent realm expert could not survive in the holy realm and had to escape prison to make a living. Arbor couldn't help but look up at her husband. Although her husband didn't say anything, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Why was he holding back his laughter? Lord Jojo rolled his eyes and took a step forward. He's been punished. I think he knows that he's in the wrong. Since it's the rules of the Holy Realm, everyone has to abide by them. However, under the law, there's nothing more than human feelings. This Mr. Liang is also doing this because he loves his son. Master Dongfeng nodded. Madam is right. Master Dongfeng waved his hand with a solemn expression and had Li Yang bring his men to untie Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang, who was a mystique venerable, cried bitterly and reached out to hug his son. He sobbed, "Master, kill me, Master. Master, please kill me. I really can't take it anymore. I can't bear to watch my son die tragically on the spot." Ah. Although Master Dongfeng wanted to keep his handsome face straight, he could not hold it in for a long time. His entire body collapsed. Nonsense. Master Dongfeng squeezed out these 2 words after holding it in for a long time. Arbor could not help but ask Jojo's Lotus in a low voice, "Husband, are these people mentally retarded?" Mo Lian held back the smile on her lips and coughed softly. "Jojo, you have to understand them." "I can't understand." Arbor's face was full of astonishment. He also lowered his voice and said, "These people are all transcendents. The lowest is Mystique Venerable. They're actually living so miserably in such a broken place. How could this be tolerated? But think about it. This place is surrounded by white fog. There's no vegetation around, and sunlight can't penetrate in. They can't grow crops or grow rice. Naturally, there's less and less food to eat day by day. Some people have been in the holy region for decades. Even if there's food in their inner worlds, it should have been eaten by their children long ago. Mo Lian whispered beside his wife, it's not difficult for them to abstain from eating for a year and a half when they've reached Mystique Venerable, but their children can't. No wonder Mr. Liang cried so miserably. Arbor stood there and observed for a long time. He realized that Mr. Liang was like a person with a mental illness. If there was a rope in front of him at this moment, he would definitely go up and commit suicide. He did not look like the high and mighty transcendence in the eyes of the world. Ridiculous, Mr. Liang threw himself beside his master and cried bitterly. In the end, it was Li Yang who could not stand his miserable wails. He took out 2 hard steamed buns from his inner world and threw them to him. It could be considered as charity or a gift. Arbor took a look and felt his mouth go dry. The dried and petrified appearance of the steamed bun was a little scary. To actually be able to chew on such a thing, he could be said to be a ruthless person. Arbor thought for a moment and said, I have some winter fruits here. You, Mr. Liang jumped in front of Arbor with a whoosh. His eyes were practically shining. Yes, yes, yes. Young madam, name your price. Arbor said expressionlessly, I don't need spirit stones or spirit tools. Take a look at what forging materials you have on you. Recently, her family's small cauldron lacked good forging materials to feed it. Although the 9 stars were lit up, the crescent moon in the middle was still dim. It was said that there were not many other things in the Holy Realm, but there were a lot of ores and materials. Presumably, these Transcendent Realm experts had nothing to do, so they would dig and mine for materials. Xiao Mu's words simply struck a chord with this Mr. Liang. What is the most abundant thing in Mr. Liang's inner world? Refining materials were the most abundant. But what was the use of these things? Firstly, he did not know how to refine weapons, and secondly, it was useless. To be able to exchange materials for food was simply overjoyed for him. Yes, yes, yes. I still have Xian Spirit Jade here. Do you want it, madam? Arbor's eyes lit up. Xian Spirit Jade could be used to feed the holy wood, water, or holy beasts. Naturally, the more the better. Sure, she said calmly. She took out a bag of winter fruits from her inner world. Mr. Liang cried tears of joy and almost knelt down in front of Madame Mo. Madam, you're my son's reincarnated parent. Mo Lian's lips twitched, and she hurriedly stopped him. Don't. We have a son. Mr. Liang wiped his tears and hurriedly poured out a pile of materials from his inner world. Arbor hurriedly stopped him. It's enough, there's no need for so much. It's a fair deal, and my bag of winter fruits isn't anything expensive. Just give me 5 black-level materials or 1 earth-level material. Mr. Liang was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. He felt that these materials were useless, and the bag of winter fruits that this kind little madam gave him probably weighed 5 kilograms. It was enough for his son to eat for more than half a month. Madam, you've saved my life, and you've given me a new lease on life. Take these, and these. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Arbor looked at him speechlessly. You should keep some for yourself. Tomorrow, I'll open the first pavilion of the Holy Region in the center of the Eastern region. It specializes in selling food and fruits. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. I'm interested, I'm very interested. Mr. Liang nodded and hurriedly said, Madam, you don't know, but the barrier of the Holy Region is very powerful. Once you enter, you can't leave. Do you have a lot of food? You have to think about the future. You. Mr. Liang glanced at Jojo. He couldn't tell what realm he was at. He looked at Mo Lian and couldn't see through her. Both of them were probably at a higher realm than him. Judging from their age, they looked to be in their early 20s. Presumably, they were talented and intelligent people. Now that they had ascended to the Holy Region, the young couple was still insensible. They were squandering the food resources in their inner world now, and didn't know how miserable they would be in the future. As an experienced person, Mr. Liang felt that he should give this young couple some advice. Madam, you have to hold back. You can't sell all the food. In the holy region, those materials are worthless. The most expensive thing is the ingredients. I'm afraid you two don't know. It was 30 years ago when I ascended to the Saint Domain. Mr. Liang said affectionately. He lifted his chin slightly, and the corners of his eyes were a little moist. At that time I was so high-spirited and wanted to make a big career out of it. Master Dongfeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Were there so many drama queens in the eastern region? Unfortunately, the sacred region is shrouded in fog all year round, and no sunlight can be seen. My wife and I fell in love with each other vigorously. I thought that it would add color to our monotonous life. Who knows? I only know what it means to be miserable after I have a baby. Mr. Liang couldn't help but cry when he spoke of his misery. Madame Mo said expressionlessly, she's already given birth, you can't put it back. That's right. Mr. Liang nodded. All these years, I've been filled with regret. The child can't be sent out of the sacred region, and his aptitude is not good enough. He's already 8 years old, but he still hasn't broken through to the spirit realm and hasn't been able to eat. He's so skinny and sallow from hunger. As his father, I feel bitter just looking at him. Young madam, as someone who has been through this before, I still want to give you some advice. If you can keep some food. In the future, even if you and your wife don't need it, your child will. Madame Mo really wanted to tell this fellow in front of her that her child didn't need it either. As someone who had half a foot in the transcendent realm, her child really had no problem not eating for a year and a half. But looking at this transcendent realm cultivator's miserable appearance, Madame Mo still chose to remain silent. It was better not to attack others anymore. Her husband had once said a few years ago that she must not tell others about refining countless pills in one night to avoid being beaten to death. This was called flaunting one's wealth. Flaunting one's wealth really shouldn't be done. Actually, you can eat fasting pills. Mr. Liang slapped his thigh. Yes, but fasting pills will decrease the more you eat them. Now, a fasting pill is sold at a sky-high price. After all, this place was barren, so it was impossible to harvest raw materials. The fasting pills in everyone's hands were all brought up from the lower realm, so they naturally had fewer pills. Even if there were heaven-grade alchemists in the holy region, they couldn't cook without rice. It wasn't like he could make pills out of thin air, right? Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. Do you want them? Mo Lian, Master Dongfeng hurriedly walked forward and looked at the little stoic with shining eyes. Madame Mo, if you have extra fasting pills, can you give a few to me? I'm willing to use 10 black-grade forging materials to exchange for 3 fasting pills. Sure. Arbor nodded. Mr. Liang was excited. I'll use 30 to exchange for 9 pills. Okay. Arbor thought for a moment and still had Xianxia pick out 12 fasting pills from the basket and put them in a box. He took them out and handed them to the two of them. You can divide them yourselves. Master Dongfeng accepted 3 pills with a smile and handed the remaining box to Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang looked embarrassed and whispered while holding the box, "Little madam, do you want to keep some for yourself?" Arbor thought to himself, I should have taken out the whole basket of fasting pills for them to see just now. Then they wouldn't be so embarrassed. These fasting pills were all made by my son for fun. None of them had any use for these fasting pills, so they were just sitting around and looking at them. After bidding farewell to Master Dongfeng and the others, Arbor tilted his head and looked at Mo Lian. Why don't we stop selling cooked food and just sell some ingredients and fruits? He could even sell fasting pills. I really didn't expect this. The corners of Mo Lian's eyes twitched. Half a year ago, his son became obsessed with alchemy. Every day, he squatted beside the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron and refined this and that. Every time he refined a large number of pills, they were all useless. What fasting pills, detoxification pills, etc. Her son had refined too many of these things and threw them all into baskets. Baskets after baskets were thrown into the storehouse. Alas! Arbor let out a long sigh and said regretfully, I didn't realize we were so rich before. Now that we're here, the contrast between us and these starving people is too stark. Mo Lian mumbled softly, it's always been distinct. It was just that the people of the 3 states had never been so miserable. Their misery had been greatly magnified here, as well as Jojo's wealth. I hope I can feed the small cauldron until it is completely bright. In this way, the refining speed of the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, as well as the quality of the pills, and the success rate, would definitely increase. Master Jojo's little abacus rang loudly in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. The holy region was indeed a good place. Jojo was starting to like this place. What should he do? Since there were so many materials here, Jojo had to send people to mine them. He heard that the spirit stone mines here were like cabbages. Only when a holy stone mine was mined would it attract many cultivators to fight over it. After all, it was closely related to one's cultivation level. No one would not care. The two followed the white fog and walked forward hand in hand for a while. Mo Lian smiled and said, I see the sign. The wooden sign of the boy branch of the Sacred Academy was floating up and down in the thick fog. There didn't seem to be anyone in front. The couple wanted to see their son on the way, but after walking one round, they didn't see a single student. A middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared in the thick fog beside them. Seeing the two of them, he was obviously stunned. Then, he cupped his hands and said, You are? Oh, we came to see how the children of the boy branch are doing in school. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Today, the boy branch ended school early. The two of you must be here to look for your children. I'm afraid you've already gone back. Xiaomu blinked her eyes, and a bad premonition instantly surfaced in her heart. She felt that her son seemed to be up to no good again. You're a teacher? My surname is Wang. Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang waved his hand and said, I'm a teacher of the youth branch. Today, I'm here to replace Teacher Zhang of the boy branch to go to a student surnamed Mo's house to understand the situation. Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and she silently glanced at her wife. Xiaomu hastily asked, Did something very serious happen? Teacher Wang of the youth branch smiled bitterly and said, The two of you are here to look for your children, so I might as well be frank. Today, that student surnamed Mo led a group of students to play truant. Mo Lian, both of your children should have gone with them. If you want to find your children, you have to find that student surnamed Mo first. By the way, what's the name of your children? Mo Xiao, Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. Teacher, after talking for so long, the two of you are the parents of that student surnamed Mo who led the mischievous students. Teacher Wang was furious. Young master, madam, do you know? Today, not only did your child bring a group of children to roast sweet potatoes during her free time, but she also brought a group of children to roast sweet potatoes. She even skipped school with all the children. Mo Lian coughed and hurriedly said, I didn't know before, but now I know. Don't worry, teacher. When we go back, we will definitely discipline, teach, beat, that child, beat, him, good, Jojo remained expressionless. The child is hungry. These words made the couple blush a little. Their child had already abstained from eating. However, according to Jojo's tradition, 3 meals a day were unavoidable. I am indeed hungry. Sigh, I know that the conditions in the sacred region are tough. The children have also suffered, but if they don't study hard now and become illiterate, they will only suffer more in the future. Oh, by the way, I heard from Teacher Zhang that your child is extraordinarily intelligent and has a keen aptitude. He is indeed very intelligent, but he can't lead a group of students to skip class. Mo Lian nodded repeatedly. Teacher, you're right. I'll teach him a lesson later. Then, do you know where your child will go? I do. Arbor nodded, and 3 revealed talismans instantly shot out from his fingertips. The air in front of them distorted slightly, and they stirred up like water ripples. Soon, the dozen or so children who were roasting sweet potatoes in a circle appeared in the invisibility talisman array. Baby Mo was holding a sweet potato in his hand, and he exchanged a look with his stoic mother. Our dear baby Mo floated all the way back by himself, and he even floated away like a thief. As soon as he reached the court's entrance, he wailed bitterly and looked for his foster father. Duanyu had just walked out of the room when he saw a child rapidly plummeting from midair and leaping into his arms with a whoosh. Foster father, save me. This little imp wailed prettily and wailed loudly on all fours. What happened? Duanyu quickly hugged him. Baby Mo scrunched up his miserable little face and whined while sobbing, "Mommy and Daddy beat me. They beat me all the way back home. They're especially fierce. Foster father, little Furball's heart is very bitter." Duanyu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Barely suppressing the smile on his lips, Duanyu hugged him straight. "Little Furball, what did you do this time?" Baby Mo scrunched up his small face and pitifully said, "Little Furball treated my classmates to sweet potatoes." "Treating your classmates to sweet potatoes is a good thing. Why would Mommy punish you?" "I used an invisibility talisman matrix." Our dear Baby Mo quietly muttered, "Teacher Zhang was so anxious that he searched everywhere for us." "So you're being naughty again, right?" Duanyu poked his forehead lightly. Meanwhile, the stoic Xiao approached Bamboo Garden with her small paws behind her back and hollered, "Mo Xiao. Come down." Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Our dear Baby Mo timidly climbed down from his foster father's body and pitifully shrunk to the side with his small paws. Arbor angrily demanded with a frosty expression, "Do you admit your wrongs?" Baby Mo sobbed on the side while Sir Guangguang wiped his tears with him. "Do you think it's very fun to tease the teacher?" Arbor angrily retorted, "It's fine if you're naughty, but you brought a group of children to fool around with you. Tell me, are you wrong or not?" "Jojo." Mo Lian meekly called out. "Shut up." Mr. Jojo interrupted angrily. Poor Mr. Mo quickly shut his mouth and did not dare to make a sound. After sending her son a helpless look, Mo Lian quietly moved to Duanyu's side, and the two of them secretly exchanged a look. The clueless Duanyu, "What's going on, Mo Lian? Oh no, oh no. Our son has really offended his mother this time. Usually, your grandparents spoiled you, and your uncles and aunts all let you do whatever you want. I've spoiled you to the heavens. You don't even know the simple principle of respecting your teacher. Do you still think it's right?" Arbor reprimanded harshly. There was complete silence all around. "Everyone in school calls you Big Brother leader. How awe-inspiring. Who are you leading? What Big Brother? If the parents of those children can't find their children today, what will you do? Are talisman matrices for you to use blindly like this?" Supremacy Peach Blossom and Holy Sun Miyan, who had heard the news, glanced suspiciously at Duanyu and Mo Lian. Mo Lian secretly waved her hand at them, meaning not to poke the hornet's nest. Jojo was currently in a fit of anger, so whoever tried to persuade him would be unlucky. Whoever went up would be looking for a beating. Our dear Baby Mo was a bit scared out of his wits when he saw his mother harshly reprimanding him like this for the first time. After staring blankly for a long time, he saw that his mother had finished lecturing him and angrily turned to enter the room, slamming the door with a bang. The child started bawling and aggrievedly turned his small head to look in his daddy's direction. How would Mo Lian dare to oppose his wife just now? If he dared to speak up for his son, he would definitely be bombarded by his wife's verbal barrage. She might even dig up the matter of him spoiling his brother-in-law back then and give him another scolding. When he saw his son looking at him with teary eyes, his heart instantly softened, and he hastily walked up to pick up the sobbing little fella. Oh you, why are you so naughty? You caught your mother red-handed." Ma Shurchin was exasperated. "Daddy, what do we do now?" Baby Mo asked while sobbing. His pair of phoenix eyes were wide open as he stared at his father. "Mommy is ignoring me." Baby Mo wailed pitifully, "Does Mommy not want little Furball anymore?" "How could that be?" Mo Lian quickly consoled, "Mommy is only angry at you for being naughty. If you obediently and sensibly apologize to Mommy, then Mommy will definitely forgive you." Baby Mo blinked his watery eyes and nodded repeatedly. "I'll go apologize right now." The little fella pressed a hand to his chest and cried bitterly, "Godfather, whenever little Furball thinks about how Mommy will ignore little Furball in the future, little Furball's heart hurts so much." Duanyu and the others couldn't resist twitching their mouths. They were originally quite worried, but when they saw this clown, they couldn't help laughing in exasperation. "Do you want Daddy to go in with you to admit your mistake?" It was hard being a father. Fathers had to take the blame for their sons' mistakes. Baby Mo shook his head solemnly. "Forget it, your son will bear the consequences of his own actions. I'll go by myself. You all stay here and don't move." Duanyu's mouth twitched. This child was quite loyal, Everyone was both amused and annoyed as they watched him stride forward with his short legs. With a heroic look on his face, he ran to the second floor of the small bamboo building and knocked on Jojo's door. Baby Mo peeked his head out uneasily and peeked inside the room. At that time, Sir Jojo was leaning against a brocade couch and absent-mindedly flipping through a book. He was thinking, was I too strict with my son just now? Xianxia was still young and was at the age when she was naughty and playful. Thinking about her, when she was 7 or 8 years old, she was also so mischievous, she even went around beating people with a ruler. How should he explain this, mother? Mo Baobao's childish voice called out, and he ran in with his short legs. He knelt down in front of Jojo, giving her a fright. The little guy raised a ferrule over his head with both hands, blinked his eyes, and said with a serious face, "Mother, beat your son. Don't be angry after beating up your son." Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but his little face was still tense. "Get up." She reached out and picked him up, saying indifferently, "Don't kneel here and there for no reason." Baby Mo said in a childish voice, "Isn't it natural to kneel to the heavens, to kneel to the earth, and to kneel to our parents and teachers?" "Mother, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I'll give you the ruler." "Hit him hard." Arbor was so infuriated that she laughed. She lifted him to her face and smacked his butt. "Who feels embarrassed?" Baby Mo took advantage of the situation to roll into his mother's arms and hugged his mother and rubbed against her. "Mother, Xianxia knows his mistake. I won't dare to do it again in the future. How about this, if mother still feels angry, I'll call daddy in and let mother beat him up, how about that? You really are a filial son." Arbor couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Your father cheated your grandfather, and you cheated your father. This may be the Mo family's tradition." Sir Jojo rubbed his son's soft head and said faintly. The boy's eyes lit up. "Mother, you're not angry anymore? Don't do it again." The boy nodded repeatedly. How would he dare to do it again? Who knew that joking with the teacher would provoke his mother's anger? The boy would never dare to do it again. "Mother, a classmate fainted from hunger while studying." Arbor was silent. "That's why I brought everyone to roast sweet potatoes. The students all say that the sweet potatoes I roast are fragrant and sweet. Everyone loves to eat them. But you can't fool the teacher. Make an invisibility talisman array and make it easy for people to find you." Arbor placed her son in front of her and held his little hand. "If the boy suddenly disappears, don't you think mother and father will be worried?" "Yes. So, put yourself in their shoes. If the parents of your classmates find out that their children have mysteriously disappeared, won't they be worried?" The boy blinked and nodded repeatedly. "Mother, I'm wrong. So before we do anything, we have to think carefully and maturely before we decide to take the next step. Mother knows that Xianxia actually knows everything and has learned everything. You've learned everything the teacher taught." Arbor reached out and rubbed her son's head. "Mother just hopes that our family's little dumpling can go to school to meet new friends. Grow up happily like an ordinary child and don't come into contact with the troublesome matters of imperial power too quickly." The boy nodded and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Then I'll invite my classmates to eat at our house next time. Is that okay?" "Of course." Qiamu smiled faintly. Xianxia's eyes immediately brightened a bit, and he shouted, "Mother is smiling. Father, father, mother is smiling." The little dumpling loved his mother the most. "I love to see mother smile." Mo Lian paced outside for a while and finally couldn't help but push the door open and run in. He saw his wife sitting there with the child in her arms. Her eyes were crescent-shaped. She suddenly felt that her son's head was bright and shiny. She really wanted to throw this child out. Father Mo resisted the urge to abandon his child and quickly walked forward. He pulled his wife into his arms and said, "Wife, let me make it clear first. You can't vent your anger on me when you're angry with our son. Also, my son is my son, and I am me. A son's stupidity could be taught slowly. I'm a flower, and I need to be nourished." As he spoke, he took out a pot of black lotus from his inner world and showed it to Jojo. "Jojo, look at the pot of flowers you gave me. It's grown so well." Arbor reached out and hit him on the head. He couldn't help but smile. Baby Mo's eyes widened as he cried out angrily, "Daddy is shameless." Mo Lian increasingly felt that this child was truly too much of an eyesore by staying here at a time like this. "Go play with your uncles." Mo Lian carried the child to the door. Baby Mo clung to his arm and shook his head repeatedly. "No, I won't. I want to be together with mother. Mother, mother. Imperial grandmother. Imperial father wants to throw the boy away." Mo Lian said expressionlessly, "Your imperial grandmother is far away in the divine continent." Arbor got up and ran over. He took the child from Mo Lian's arms and glared at him. Since his wife was glaring at him, Mo Lian had no choice but to turn around and glare at his son. Baby Mo refused to let go of Arbor and kept rubbing against her neck, calling out cutely, "Mommy, mommy, daddy is naughty." Mo Lian smiled faintly. "Do you want to be beaten?" This child was so annoying. Mo Lian carried the child over and placed him on the table at the side, then picked up his beloved wife. "Jojo, why did you hit me just now? Take a look at this pot of lotus you gave me. Is it well taken care of?" Arbor wanted to laugh, but she suppressed it and nodded seriously. "It's pretty good. Of course it's great. I've been taking good care of it." Mo Lian smiled and leaned closer to her, whispering, "You're not angry anymore?" "Mommy is definitely not angry anymore. Mommy loves little furball the most. How can mommy keep being angry at little furball?" Baby Mo huffed and spun around Mo Lian's legs. He wanted to climb up, but his father didn't like him. "How infuriating. Wife, he's annoying." Arbor retorted exasperatedly, "You're the one who's annoying." Baby Mo's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he nodded repeatedly. Right, you're the annoying one, you're the annoying one. Don't always come and disturb me and mommy in our two-person world. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked you to come and see mommy's smiling face." Mo Lian's mouth twitched. Xiaomu couldn't resist snickering before bursting into laughter. Father and son looked at her with smiles on their faces. Mo Lian smiled and said, "How about we put the first tower of the holy region aside for now? I think our son needs a school where he can squat. To prevent today's incident from happening again." It wasn't easy for him to send his son to school, so he wouldn't have to disturb the couple during the day. Could he still make him roll back here? Impossible. Hearing this, Baby Mo lay down beside the two of them and looked up to ask, "Mother, are you going to build a school for us?" Arbor thought for a moment and nodded. "Consider it a good deed. We'll build the Boy Branch Academy. When the time comes, you can come and help." "Yay." Baby Mo nodded happily. The next day, the family of 3 went to the Sacred Academy and explained the situation to the dean. The dean was naturally overjoyed and nodded repeatedly to express his welcome. The 2-story bamboo house that Jojo and the others lived in was now famous in the sacred region. There was no other reason. This was the first house ever built in the sacred region. Moreover, inside the house, the thick fog was isolated outside, so people could see more clearly. Such good news had suddenly descended upon the Academy of Holy Light. The dean was extremely excited. However, Arbor also said that they were only building the Boy Branch Academy for free. As for the Academy's juvenile and youth academies that needed to be built, the Academy would have to pay for them. The dean expressed his understanding. As long as the bamboo building could be built, it would be a great thing. The dean wasn't someone who didn't understand the ways of the world. He naturally knew that the other party was only building the Boy Branch Academy for free to give his son a better learning environment. Originally, everyone had thought that building the Boy Branch Academy would take at least 4 to 5 days. However, Jojo and the others had a lot of people and were very fast. In less than half a day, the construction of the Boy Branch Academy was completed. This really caused a stir in the sacred region. The Xianxia that came after hearing the news curiously surrounded the Boy Branch Academy. The meddlesome cultivators secretly asked around and found out that Arbor had actually helped Sacred Institute build a boy branch for free. They couldn't help but feel envious. After decades of living in desolation, suddenly seeing a house made his heart itch unbearably. Everyone rushed forward to ask about the house. There were even more meddlesome cultivators who looked at Arbor in confusion, secretly asking, "Why does this madam's inner world seem to have an endless supply of bamboo? This madam seems to be a great talisman master. A middle-aged cultivator lowered his voice and said. Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. It turned out that these bamboo were brought up using storage talismans. But if they had many storage talismans, they would definitely bring more food, drinks, and daily necessities, right? This madam was really a weirdo, bringing so much bamboo in her storage talisman. Could it be that she knew before ascending that there were no houses to live in the sacred region? Just now, this madam said that the sacred region's first tower will be opened in the center of the eastern region tomorrow. If we are interested, we can go take a look. I heard that they will sell bamboo and jade talismans. Oh, right, they also said that they will sell ingredients. When everyone heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Sell ingredients? This madam was sure she wanted to sell ingredients. Ingredients were very precious in the sacred region. The more one ate, the less one had. The sacred region was vast and sparsely populated, but in the entire eastern region, there were at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators. In all these years, although there were only a few tens of thousands of people who ascended to the sacred region, in addition to cultivation, they had given birth to many children. The eastern region now had the largest population in the sacred region. If all the cultivators in the eastern region heard the news and came to the sacred region's first tower to buy ingredients, the middle-aged cultivator who spoke couldn't help but shudder. The sacred region's first tower would collapse, right? Moreover, how many ingredients could they have and how many days could they sell them? 1 day or 2 days? Or 3 days? What a joke. A sarcastic laugh came from the crowd. The one who spoke was a female cultivator. She was thin like a bamboo pole, with corn-like eyes and an upturned nose. Her appearance was somewhat frightening. Arbor glanced at her, but didn't say anything. The dean personally sent everyone out of the boy branch and made an appointment with her to go to Sanctuary number 1 tomorrow afternoon to look at the price of the materials. Lady May, lower your voice. The surrounding Xianxia didn't want to offend Arbor's group. The female cultivator, however, was not the least bit afraid of Arbor and the others. She continued to mock them. What? Did I say something wrong? Anyone with a brain would know. This kind of boring consumption is meaningless. What are you showing off for? So what if this woman was an extremely rare grand talisman master in the saint level? It was common knowledge that talisman masters consumed a lot of time and energy to draw talismans. Since she was a great talisman master, she would naturally draw offensive and defensive talismans. Could it be that he could draw 1 or 2 storage talismans a day and gather a few hundred storage talismans to store things? Even if this talisman master had a few hundred storage talismans on him, how big could the storage talisman be? How long would she be able to supply the bamboo materials for? He was simply trying to please the crowd with claptrap. He deliberately came to attract the attention of the crowd to satisfy his vanity. Stoic face mother, there's someone staring at us. Guangguang Darren suddenly shouted. Ignore him. She was going to the center of the eastern region to build the sacred region's first tower. Proper business was more important, so she didn't have time to bother with miscellaneous people. The female cultivator called Lady May saw that the people from Arbor were ignoring her and she couldn't help but get angry. However, seeing that they had already left quickly, she knew that she would only be asking for trouble if she chased after them. Thus, she could only turn around awkwardly. She wanted to see what these newly ascended people could do to the holy region. The holy region had been covered in white fog for hundreds and thousands of years. No one had ever said that they wanted to reform the holy region and build houses. Once these people arrived, they started causing trouble all day long. No one knew what they wanted to do. Master Dongfeng seemed to be very respectful towards them. No one knew where these people came from. However, no matter where they came from, so what if you could break through the sky in the lower realm? Once you reached the holy region, you were like a blank piece of paper. Wouldn't you have to start all over again? Lady May. A gloomy and miserable voice made her stop in her tracks. Lady May turned around and saw an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair. She couldn't help but smile. Aunt Zhao, have you come out of seclusion? Yes. The old woman walked forward slowly with her walking stick. She sized her up. Why haven't you improved your realm in 10 years? Don't mention it. Lady May said with disappointment. 10 years is like a day. I'm stuck at the Mystique Venerable realm. I can't even take a small step forward. Maybe my talent isn't good enough. The old woman sighed. Oh right, I saw that you looked gloomy just now. Did something happen? Lady May looked at the old woman in front of her and her eyes lit up. She quickly walked forward and whispered something to the old woman. The old woman's eyes lit up. Oh? There's such a thing? Aunt Zhao. Lady May covered her mouth and laughed. She approached the old woman with a flirtatious expression. Among the group of people who recently ascended to the holy region, I saw a few good-looking boys. They're the most suitable for Aunt Zhao. The old woman's cloudy eyes lit up. She suddenly grabbed Lady May's hand. Where do you think they're staying? Lady May's lips curled up into a sinister smile. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Just now, they dared to ignore me. I'll teach them a lesson tonight. Aunt Zhao was someone who was about to step into the hierarch realm. Aunt Zhao's methods were not something a mystique venerable rank junior like her could compare to. He had so many resources, yet he didn't know how to keep a low profile. Instead, he flaunted his wealth everywhere. That was courting death. Today, it was only Aunt Zhao who was looking for trouble with them. Tomorrow, it might even be Aunt Li or Aunt Zhang. Hee. Auntie Zhao loved to torture those young and beautiful men the most. Oh, right, if that arrogant stoic face dared to resist, who knew what cruel methods Auntie would use to punish her? When Lady May thought of this, she laughed happily. Not long after, a few inconspicuous little butterflies flew out from the crowd. He flapped his wings and happily returned to Arbor's side. Arbor stood to the side, watching stay up late and the others quickly build the first sacred building. He stretches out his finger to let the little butterflies fall into his hand. After receiving the message they sent, his eyes are so cold that they almost fall into ice shards. How long has it been? It had been a long time since someone dared to face his anger. Ever since the 3 states and the 4 seas were peaceful, no idiot dared to find trouble with the Empress of the Divine Lands. Today, they came. She wanted her to think about how she could repay them for their blindness. Oh right, let her set up a Death 9 Palaces grid formation for them so that they could properly experience Sir Jojo's gratitude before they died. Jojo. Mo Lian flashed to his wife's side and hugged her in high spirits. Should we hang up the plaque now? It was only when he looked down that he realized his wifey's displeasure was written all over her face. What's wrong? Which idiot dared to anger his wifey? Nothing. Arbor shook his head. Bring the little dumplings and the rest to the star domain to sleep tonight. Mo Lian blinked. What's wrong? I want to deal with 2 people. Mo Lian exclaimed softly, putting on a good show. We've only been here for a few days, and someone in the holy domain is already so blind as to target Jojo? They're targeting your face. Arbor said expressionlessly. Mo Lian instantly hugged his wifey and suppressed his shock. Jojo, hubby is scared. Arbor, why did it feel like this guy was getting more shameless with each passing year? Wifey, you have to protect hubby well. You can't let hubby be bullied. Arbor nodded. Roll inside with Duan Yu and the rest tonight. Don't obstruct Jojo. Jojo is going to set up a Death 9 Palaces array. Anyone who steps into my array will die. Mo Lian twitched his mouth and revealed an expectant expression. Wifey, hubby can't stay by your side and watch. Arbor replied emotionlessly, no. Mo Lian, heartless. His darling was too heartless. What are you talking about? The house is finished. Come and take a look. Yechen's figure flashed and floated in front of the 2. What's wrong? Jojo's expression is so serious. Jojo wants us all to return to the star domain tonight. Why? For the past few nights, because they had to put on an act, they had spent most of their nights in the bamboo house. Just as Mo Lian was about to speak, she saw stoic Jojo glancing at them resentfully. He heaved a long sigh and lamented endlessly, it's really so difficult to protect all of you. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at each other in confusion. She took out dozens of thin, hand-sewn booklets from her sleeves. He Chan and Mo Lian both had a bad feeling, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Xiamu shuffled around and handed out pamphlets to everyone present. She raised her voice and shouted, copy. 50 times per person. Leave it to me tomorrow morning. Holy Sun Miyan lowered his head and looked at the booklet in confusion. For a moment, he didn't know which direction was which. What did he do wrong? How did he offend Stoic Xiao? Why did he want him to copy quotes the moment he arrived? Last time, when he saw a rotten peach blossom copying quotes, he even mocked her. Was it his turn today? Feng Chongqing and his brother, who were watching a good show and mocking Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and He Chen, were startled by the booklets Arbor handed out to them. They looked at him dumbfoundedly and asked in unison, "We also have to copy?" What did they do? Didn't they not do anything? They didn't violate the quotes. Arbor turned around and heaved a long sigh at the sky. You're all so worrisome. It was too difficult for her. She had to make them copy quotes from time to time to regain Jojo's spirit. Everyone, it was still our dear Duan Yu who meekly said, "Jojo, I can memorize everything. If I memorize it, I won't copy anymore, right?" Princess Wushuang couldn't hold it in and instantly burst into laughter. Heavens, Songzhou's emperor's pitiful expression was exceptionally hilarious. Mo Lian quickly nodded when he heard this. Right, I copied more than Duan Yu. I can even recite it backwards by now, Xiao. Let's have Feng Zhongqing, Feng Zhongfei, Little Taisui, and Duan Muqing, who have never copied before copy. Princess Wushuang laughed even more merrily. What do you mean recite backwards? Didn't eldest brother find himself comical when he said that? Little Taisui glared at Mo Lian, his face flushed red. He, the great little Taisui, was actually being forced by this stoic little girl to copy some **T quotations. If news of this spread in the pugilistic world, he would definitely become a laughingstock. The two brothers, Feng Zhongqing and Feng Zhongfei, were also glaring at Mo Lian. Duan Yu and Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity nodded repeatedly, expressing their full support for Mo Lian. However, Jojo was very heartless and rejected Mo Lian's suggestion with a single no before turning around and leaving them with the back of his head. Hang up the plaque tomorrow. It's getting late, so you guys should go back early and pack up. Scram. Jojo would be left to guard the erase core alone and deal with those two disgusting people. Since it was an eyesore, then, let Jojo be the eyesore alone. Everyone sullenly took a small booklet and copied it when they went back. Before leaving, they all resentfully sent Mo Lian a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." Mo Lian was the one who was sullen. His wife was stirring up trouble. It was fine if she didn't bring him along for such a joyous occasion tonight, but she actually made him obediently stay in the star domain to copy quotations. Heartless Jojo. After returning to the bamboo house, stoic Jojo dismissed everyone who obediently left and started setting up the array. A time delay array was set up outside. A 9 palaces fancy death array was set up inside. After Arbor finished setting up everything, he clapped his hands and sat in the bamboo house's main hall, waiting for those two idiots to arrive. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhao and Aunt Mei were not the only ones who came. Lady Mei was surprised but also not surprised. She looked at the few familiar cultivators and nodded with a smile. She cupped her hands and said, "Since everyone has similar goals, why don't we go together?" An old man with 3 cheekbones squinted his cold eyes and said, "Oh? How are we going to distribute the resources we have obtained?" Aunt Zhao leaned on her walking stick and raised her chin arrogantly. She coldly glanced at the old man who spoke. "Chen Zhongming, don't put on airs in front of this old woman. When I ascended to the sacred region, you were still picking up potatoes to eat." The old man was provoked by her disdainful tone, and his eyes turned cold. However, the old woman's cultivation base was almost at the ultimate god realm. They were no match for her even if they worked together. But this time, if he couldn't get a share of the pie, how could he be satisfied? The inner worlds of these people must be very valuable. How about this? Those handsome young men will all belong to Granny. We only need 20% of the resources. What do you think? This Chen Zhongming seemed to be a tactful person. He was also very familiar with Aunt Zhao's preferences. Aunt Zhao heard this and didn't even move her eyebrows. She was as steady as a mountain. She sneered. "Why should I bring you along for something that I can do alone?" Chen Zhongming's anger accumulated. "Aunt Zhao, if this matter gets out of hand, no one will be able to live with it, right? After all, Master Dongfang Yu had explicitly prohibited the act of stealing resources in private." the old woman sneered. She seemed to have considered Master Dongfengyu's words. She nodded and said, "All right then. But when it's time to act, don't drag me down." Lady May laughed coldly in her heart. "Stoic face, I'll let you show off. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. Before you're strong enough, don't show off your wealth. House, haha, this is such a good bamboo house. I, Lady May, will accept it." The group of people jumped into the bamboo garden casually. They weren't worried about making any noise and being discovered by Arbor. So what if they were discovered, with such a huge difference in strength? Even if they were here to rob, the other party couldn't do anything about it. They could only obediently submit and hand over everything. Lady Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. After she led the group into the bamboo garden, she ordered casually, "Lady May, if anyone dares to disobey, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Kill a few disobedient ones first." "You start first," the old woman said with a gloomy face. "HM? Did you hear me? What's wrong with Lady May? She followed behind and listened to me but didn't say anything. How dare she?" Lady Zhao turned her head and her pupils constricted. She saw an empty space behind her. Not far away, there was still the small bamboo garden door, but Lady May, Chen Zhongming, and the others had disappeared. In just a few breaths' time, she had been leading the group in front. How could Chen Zhongming, Lady May, and the others suddenly disappear? She quickly activated her defensive spirit artifact and looked around cautiously. Her old face was slightly distorted. "Who's there?" Lady Zhao shouted. However, the only response she got was the gentle wind that quietly blew by. The bamboo garden was completely silent. There was no one behind her. In front of her was a small two-story bamboo house. It wasn't too far away. Aunt Zhao shuddered inexplicably and wiped off her cold sweat. She jumped forward with a whoosh and rushed in the direction of the row of bamboo buildings. However, she quickly realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with her current speed, she should be able to reach the small bamboo house in a few breaths' time. However, she felt that she had run a distance of 4 to 5 miles. The small bamboo house was still a small bamboo house. It stood quietly in front of her, but it was still a distance away from her. Lady Zhao knew that something was wrong. She was careless and fell into the enemy's trap. It looked like the other party was prepared and had set up some kind of subtle formation in the courtyard, causing her to be trapped in it. As for Lady May, Chen Zhongming and the others, they were definitely in the same situation as her. They were all trapped in the bamboo garden's array formation. Huh. What an arrogant girl. He actually dared to use a formation to assassinate them. Did he think that a small array would be able to trap her? Those from the lower realm were from the lower realm, they had no common sense at all. How could a broken formation trap a cultivator who was about to step into the hierarch realm? Aunt Zhao waved her sleeves, and a ball of saint power shot out in all directions. Hearing the buzzing sound of vibrations everywhere, Aunt Zhao smiled coldly and continued to fly forward. Balls of saint energy were constantly being released from his hands, and they were constantly being blasted in all directions. A quarter of an hour later, she stopped, panting slightly. With an unsightly expression, she looked at the bamboo building, which was still some distance away. Why couldn't he use his saint energy to break through this damned formation? Aunt Zhao's eyes were filled with horror. What kind of broken formation was this? She didn't give up. This time, she retreated straight back. She planned to leave this damned bamboo garden first and set a fire outside to burn down this bamboo garden first. Balls of saint energy were constantly being used up. Drops of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Aunt Zhao's face. After another 15 minutes, Aunt Zhao stared at the small door of the bamboo garden that was so close yet so far away. Damn it, she couldn't retreat now, she seemed to be really trapped in this broken array. No, she couldn't be too nervous. Aunt Zhao took a deep breath and suddenly raised her arm. A long black staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She raised the staff and waved it in the air. Boom! A rebounding force caused her palms to feel slightly numb. Aunt Zhao took a few steps back in horror, and her face immediately turned pale. Bastard, do you dare to come out and fight? Aunt Zhao couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Under such circumstances, the only way to break this damned unknown formation was to get the person who set up the formation out and kill him in one strike. At the same time, Lady May, who was in a similar predicament, was in a much worse state than Aunt Zhao. Lady May's cultivation level was much lower than Aunt Zhao's. Because of the continuous use of her holy power was almost depleted. She panted heavily, her eyes darting back and forth in fear as she cursed, "Come out! Come out! Come out!" Whoosh 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 whoosh, hundreds and thousands of vines drilled out of the invisible air, piercing straight into her body. The thick vines made Lady May look like a clown. She jumped up and down and dodged left and right. Her face was filled with hatred and anger. Her lips were pale. "Facial paralysis, I know it's you. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You set up an array in the garden to trap us. You wretched villain. If you dare to cause my death here today, my master will not let you off." Lady May was shocked and panicked as she yelled out. "My master is the silver envoy of the holy region. Do you dare to kill me? Do you know what the consequences are if you kill me?" Boom. What responded to her was a huge, thick vine that ruthlessly slammed into her chest. Lady May was already at the end of her rope. After the last hit, her chest almost caved in. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She was flung backward and crashed heavily into the ground where the roots and vines intertwined. This time, she was in great pain. His entire body was riddled with holes by the iron thorns on the vines, and his body was hanging on the two vines, unable to be pulled out for a while. Ah! Ah ah ah! Lady May was shocked and scared. Her eyes were red as she looked around and screamed, "How dare you? Junior, how dare you? If you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. Come out if you dare. Come out, you cowardly tortoise. You don't dare to see me?" Ah! A vine that was as thick as an arm slammed into her face. The sharp pain in her cheeks woke her up, and she immediately screamed, let me go, Madame M.O. Madame M.O., I beg you, please let me go. In the future, I won't dare to come to your bamboo house to make trouble. I won't dare to. You're a magnanimous person. Forgive me for thinking wrongly. I beg you, please let me go. I, Lady May, will definitely repay your kindness in my next life. A cold figure suddenly appeared in the air. Lady May raised her head and looked at her. She froze and couldn't control the anger in her eyes. It was the spatial paralysis, damn woman, she dared to set up an array to harm people. Let's see how I'll kill her, I'll make sure she dies a horrible death. Xiaomu gazed coldly at her ugly face that was contorted in pain and indifferently spat out, so ugly. Lady May almost fainted from anger. She hated it when people called her ugly to her face. Although she wasn't beautiful, she was quite powerful. She had been in the holy region for so many years and was respected by the Silver Messenger. Now, this stoic man dared to humiliate her like this. The anger in Lady May's heart surged again and her entire face was distorted. Yet Xiaomu merely glanced at her coldly before raising her hand. Green vines emerged from his fingertips and slithered towards Lady May like snakes. They pierced through Lady May's body. Ah! Lady May screamed tragically. Her eyes were filled with terror as she looked at Xiaomu, and she stuttered, you, she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. She could clearly feel her life force slowly flowing out of her body. Xiaomu expressionlessly retrieved the green vine that had burrowed out and swept Lady May a mocking glance. Do you think you can still walk out of this door alive today? Dirty and smelly thing. I still have to wash your dirty and smelly blood later. Arbor was furious. He raised his hand and dozens of green vines came out again and pierced through Lady May's body. Lady May could clearly hear her bones cracking as the vines pierced through her body. Her body was like a piece of rotten cloth in the little stoic's hands. She was at the mercy of the little stoic man. Lady May hung on a vine that was as thick as a bowl and was on the verge of death. Her eyes were filled with anger. Stoic face. One day, you will pay the price for this. Lady May's spiritual consciousness suddenly came out of her conscious and turned into a gust of wind, rushing out of the array formation. At this critical moment, the spiritual sense body actually slowed down in midair. In the blink of an eye, Xiaomu raised her hand, and countless streams of water enveloped that spiritual conscious avatar. Ah, 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 ah. Lady May screamed again. Her eyes almost popped out as she stared in Arbor's direction. She screamed in horror, no, no, no. I admit defeat, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Ah. A tearing pain rushed out from his consciousness. Lady May shook her head violently. To her horror, she realized that her conscience was disappearing bit by bit. Her inner world was also slowly disintegrating. The items in his inner world fell out with a crackling sound. Soon, about 10 cubic meters of things were piled up under the dense vegetation. Is it fun? Arbor asked coldly. I have nothing to do with you. You actually want to bring people to harm Jojo's Ren and the others just because of a little selfish desire and a little bit of jealousy. You heartless trash, what right do you have to cry and beg for mercy in front of me? Today, if Jojo wasn't strong enough to control everything, he would have died. The one who was squatting here, crying and screaming, was Jojo himself. Clearly, there was no enmity between them. In this world, there was too much hatred and hatred for no reason. Arbor glanced at Lady May coldly. The startled swan dagger slid out of his conscience and gave her a quick death. Lady May couldn't understand until she died. Didn't she come here with Aunt Zhao to get some benefits? How did she die on the spot? She widened her eyes in disbelief. There was a hole in her throat, and something was gurgling out. Arbor glanced at her coldly, and raised his hand to touch the water droplet's head. Wash this place clean. She didn't want the courtyard to be ruined by these smelly bugs. Okay, okay. The water droplet jumped to the ground, and stretched out two bright little fists, shaking left and right. With a loud bang, a thick stream of water drilled out from the ground. Aunt Zhao turned her head abruptly, and her sharp eyes swept across the empty space in front of her. No, this feeling was very wrong. It was as if someone was standing in front of her. This feeling of reality made her heart tremble, and she angrily shouted, "Die!" She raised her hand, gathered the grand half-saint power in her body, and blasted to one side. Poof! A dark figure fell out like a kite with a broken string, and rolled heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, it lay face down on the ground. Aunt Zhao was delighted, and could not help but laugh to the sky. Damn little bitch, how dare you trip me up? Don't you know who I am? The blow just now had merged too much of her power, and no one could withstand such a blow from her peak celestial venerable. Whether it was a human or a ghost, they all had to submit to her. Dong! Aunt Zhao's walking stick hit the ground hard. She took a few steps forward, and used the walking stick to flip the body of the person lying on the ground. When the person's face was revealed, Aunt Zhao could not help but exclaim, "Qin Zhongming? How could it be Qin Zhongming? She killed Qin Zhongming." Aunt Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank, and she turned her head to look vigilantly. She keenly felt that there seemed to be someone behind her left, but she could not see clearly with the naked eye. She would rather kill the wrong person than let one person go. Aunt Zhao once again used all her strength to throw out a palm, and struck out. At the same time, another figure flew up and rolled on the ground. Aunt Zhao panted heavily, and felt the saint power in her body flowing out very quickly. She suppressed the churning qi and blood in her chest, and stepped closer to the person who was sent flying by her for the second time. When the person turned over to look, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the cultivator who followed Qin Zhongming. Damn it! The owner of this house was teasing her like a cat playing with a mouse. Aunt Zhao's eyes were filled with anger, and she scolded coldly, "Shameless rascal, do you only dare to peep from a dark corner like a mouse? Do you dare to come out in the open and fight this old woman?" Arbor's figure suddenly appeared in the air. His face was expressionless and his eyes were cold. He looked at Aunt Zhao as if he was looking at a screaming corpse. "Since you're asking for a fight, I'll grant you your wish." Arbor looked at her coldly. Without saying a word, the startled swan dagger came out of his conscience and slashed towards Aunt Zhao's neck again. Aunt Zhao was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't expect the young woman in front of her to have the temperament of immediately attacking after saying 3 sentences. She hurriedly created partial divine armor around her neck, but to her surprise, the dagger didn't stab at her neck. Instead, it pierced through her left leg. Aunt Zhao covered the wound on her left leg and roared angrily. However, she couldn't stand steadily and took a few steps back. You. Aunt Zhao's expression changed. If it was before, she wouldn't be afraid of this girl who had not even broken through the mystique venerable rank. But she could clearly feel the danger. Aunt Zhao had used up too much of her holy power in the previous attacks and was now completely drained. It seemed that she was powerless to deal with this expressionless person in front of her. However, this old woman was never one to admit defeat so easily. Her snake-like gaze swept past Arbor. "Stupid girl, do you think you can trap me with this stupid array?" Arbor would not waste her breath on her. She raised her hand and lashed out with a vine whip at her old face. It was a direct hit, and two of the old woman's teeth flew out. Aunt Zhao never thought that this girl would come up and slap her in the face. Her entire face turned green on the spot. "How dare you?" Aunt Zhao rebuked angrily, but she was met with another vine whip, which landed on the same spot with a smack. Aunt Zhao's expression changed abruptly, and she felt a salty and wet taste in her mouth. She opened her mouth and spat out half a tooth, along with a mouthful of blood, onto the ground. Aunt Zhao immediately pounced in Arbor's direction as if she had gone mad, throwing out a few punches in a disorderly manner. Her fierce eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she shouted incoherently, "Come out!" Bang! In the blink of an eye, a giant golden-brown dog jumped out from behind Aunt Zhao, and with a roar, rushed toward Arbor. Arbor raised her hand slightly, and the little white snake coiled around her wrist immediately scurried out. A giant snake shadow was cast in midair, and with a snap, it bit down. Aunt Zhao was dumbfounded. She never expected that such a young girl would have such a frightening giant snake by her side. As soon as the giant snake poked its head out, the heavy pressure suddenly enveloped her golden-brown giant dog, directly pressing it to the ground. It hugged its head and whimpered. By lying down, it happened to avoid the little white snake's huge mouth. With a cautious sound, he bit down and naturally missed. The giant snake circled in midair and turned around to hiss at the golden-brown dog. The other party lay on the ground and did not dare to move at all. It did not even dare to raise its head. In just a single exchange, it had completely submitted. Aunt Zhao finally felt a little scared. Her old face was pale with fright. What was going on? Didn't Lady May say that these people were only from the lower realm, and they had only been here for a few days, and they hadn't even gained a foothold? Why was this little girl who didn't seem to have broken through to the transcendent realm so powerful, and she had a sacred beast snake with her? No wonder she was so fearless. It made sense. A sacred beast could deal with more than a dozen people who had just entered the immortal supremacy realm. Although she had reached the peak of the supremacy realm, she had yet to enter of the supremacy realm. In front of this sacred beast, she was already struggling to hold on with just her strength alone. Moreover, she was currently in a situation where she had lost most of her strength and cultivation. There was simply no way to resist. Arbor glanced at her coldly. Aunt Zhao clutched her chest and coughed loudly. She said incoherently, "Little friend, we don't have any great grudges. Today, this old woman was too reckless. I trespassed into your courtyard. I can compensate you slightly. I just hope that you can let me live on account of how difficult it is to cultivate." Arbor didn't like people like this the most. He was a god, and he was also a ghost. He said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. This kind of person usually only knew how to put on airs and put on the airs of an upper realm cultivator. Once they lost a fight, they would immediately beg others to let them go. Did they have any backbone at all? If they knew that they would lose, wouldn't it be better if they had a better attitude before? Arbor waved her hand and let the white snake deal with the woman who was at the end of her rope. She assisted from the side, using the time delay formation to make the woman reveal a flaw. The white snakelet's tail instantly coiled around Auntie Zhao's body, directly dragging her back to Qiao Mu. Arbor looked at the person coldly. Her fingertips drew in the air and gently pushed. A life-taking talisman formed in the air, carrying thousands of yin energy, entered between Aunt Zhao's eyebrows. Aunt Zhao felt chills all over her body. A bone-piercing chill came from the depths of her bones. She rolled back and forth on the ground uncontrollably, wailing and begging for mercy. Arbor just watched coldly from the side. After these people lost the fight, they kept asking the others to be merciful and let them go. But did they even think about it? If she did not master Arbor's skills today, her ending might be 1,000 times more tragic than theirs. At that time it would be her, Xiao Mu, who would be rolling around on the ground in a wretched state, wailing and pounding her heart out. Arbor turned around coldly and ordered the water baby to clean up the ground. After returning to the galaxy, Emo Lian, who had finished copying the little emperor's words, came up and hugged the cold little wood into her arms. "Jojo, you're cold all over. Let me warm you up." Arbor did not push him away. Instead, she reached out and hugged his narrow waist. They cried and begged for mercy, but I turned a blind eye. "I'm not a bad person." "How could that be?" Emo Lian quickly hugged her waist and looked at her with her head tilted. Jojo knows the answer in his heart. "If we don't fight back as soon as possible and kill them in one blow, we'll be the ones who will suffer. We're the unlucky ones." Jojo nodded, but there was a hint of displeasure on his face. "It's been a long time since I've encountered something like this." They had only been in the sanctuary for a few days, yet someone had already set their sights on them, and even wanted to snatch Jojo's lotus. "These people really deserve to die," Arbor said coldly. "Tomorrow, we'll show everyone in the sanctuary a good show." On the second day, the double row of bamboo buildings became the focus of the entire sacred region. Several earth spikes were erected in front of the bamboo building. There was a person hanging from each spike. Some were completely unrecognizable, some were riddled with holes, and some had even turned into a pile of mush. Many shoujo were watching from afar in horror. Many people exchanged information with each other, trying to find out what was going on. "This family is really generous. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey?" A middle-aged practitioner around 40 years old smiled coldly. "You're so arrogant when you've just arrived at the sanctuary. I can't stand it." "Hey, that's Aunt Zhao. I heard that Aunt Zhao's cultivation base has reached the peak of the immortal sovereign realm. She's only one step away from breaking through. My God, why does Aunt Zhao look so miserable? There's not a single piece of unharmed flesh on her body. Who killed her? This family is too cruel. I see that they're all young, and they even have children. How can they be so unreasonable and cruel? This family is not to be trifled with. Who knows? They have just arrived, yet they are already so high profile, they will offend many people." A few practitioners disappeared into the crowd with gloomy expressions. Another day passed, and there were a few more spikes at the entrance of the bamboo building, and a few more corpses. In order not to affect everyone's appetite, Arbor's group went in and out of the bamboo building through the back door. The first tower of the sacred galaxy also opened smoothly. The price was clearly marked, and the amount of materials could be exchanged for food, bamboo, and talismans. Thinking about it, her little cauldron would be in luck for a period of time. On the first day of business, the first tower of the sacred galaxy was very popular. The dean of the Sacred Academy was very supportive, and bought a few bamboo talismans in one go. He organized a group of people and went back to build the junior branch and the youth branch. The others were originally in a wait-and-see mode, but after seeing that the junior branch was built smoothly, no one could sit still anymore. The practitioners who had some assets rushed to the first tower of the sacred galaxy to buy bamboo, planning to build a house for themselves and end their primitive lifestyle, so that they could live happily for the rest of their lives. But when they went to the first tower of the sacred galaxy, they realized that the other party was already closed. "Want to buy bamboo? Come early tomorrow." Every day, the first tower of the sacred galaxy would only be open for 2 hours, starting in the morning and closing at the end of the day. Those who wanted to buy all kinds of things had to bring their own materials. Those who did not buy anything after 1 minute would be asked to leave. Who had the time to waste with others, so they naturally closed and went home after finishing their business. When the people of the sacred galaxy heard the news, they scolded the first tower of the sacred galaxy for being unkind. Would Arbor care? She couldn't be bothered. Anyway, she was only willing to let people open for 2 hours a day at the first tower of the sacred galaxy. After 2 hours, it was purely a waste of time. Everyone was not idle, and making the best use of their time to cultivate was the way of the king. After the new rules were announced, the business of the first tower of the sacred galaxy became even more popular, and everyone was on time to buy things. Thus, a strange scene appeared in front of the first tower of the sacred galaxy. At first, there were people who came 2 hours early, but they found that there was a long queue at the door, and it was not their turn. Some smart people counted the time, and everyone's transaction took at least a minute. Every day, they could only operate for about 60 to 70 people, and this was already a very tight schedule. If any crazy person were to cause a ruckus in the first tower of the holy region, all the time wasted would be on the buyers. The people in charge of the first sacred tower wouldn't care if you had enough time. In any case, it was time for him to pack up and leave. No one could stop him. Thus, some people started lining up in the middle of the night. Gradually, in order to get to the top 60, some people started lining up yesterday at all costs. The number of people sleeping on the floor in front of the first tower of sanctuary gradually increased. Master Dongfang Yu had gone to patrol the area, but there was nothing he could do. Due to the scarcity of resources, the first floor of the holy region's sales were booming. As for the two-story bamboo building in Arbor, new corpses were hung on the thorns in front of the door every day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days later, after that, there were no more new corpses. Everyone finally understood one thing. No matter how many people came, those who dared to barge into the house were simply courting death. This group of young people might not have ascended from the lower realms for many days. But their methods, their boldness, were not something anyone could compare to. All those who tried to break into their homes and plunder the resources in their hands would die in strange ways. Someone found that the corpses hanging at the door of this family all died in different ways, but they all died in horrible ways. The 9 Palaces death formation was not a joke. It really had countless ways to die for the intruders to enjoy. Starting from the 5th day, no one dared to foolishly barge into the little bamboo house anymore. In the minds of many people in the sacred realm, this 2-story little bamboo house almost became synonymous with the devil. Aya, I've been in line from yesterday to today. I've clearly been in line for almost 20 hours, how can you be like this? You came to steal my spot without another word. Hurry up and leave. That's right, big sister. You're too rude. This spot is the girls, leave. The Xianxia behind them laughed as they chased them away. Their eyes, however, were fixed on the graceful woman standing in front of them. The woman who was called Big Sister had a simple and honest appearance. She was about 50 years old. Hearing this, she was so angry that she almost trembled. She pointed at the Xianxia who kept telling her to give up her seat, and then pointed with a trembling finger at the graceful woman. You don't go too far. I've been in line from yesterday to today. You've all been in line behind me, how can you not know who this spot belongs to? Aya, big sister, don't lie. I've clearly been standing here in line, don't you think so? The woman threw a flirtatious look at the 3 vulgar men behind her. The result was that the 3 immediately became smug, nodding and smiling as they said, yes, we can testify that this spot is Mrs. What are you arguing about? Mei Yi, who was responsible for maintaining order, floated out and said impatiently, we're about to open for business, and you're still arguing. Little brother, uphold justice for me. Big sister shouted angrily. These people are colluding to help this woman take my spot. Mei Yi glanced at them, unable to suppress a thread of impatience in his eyes. They would come a few minutes earlier to open the shop before 7 o'clock. But almost every day, there would be people arguing and fighting over a spot. Today's incident was nothing. Yesterday's incident was even more outrageous. A few burly men fought over a seat and beat someone until his head bled. Of course, these people who snatched the seats would not have a good ending in the end. They would forever be blacklisted by the first pavilion of the holy region, and they would never be able to buy anything from the first pavilion in their next life. Mei Yi didn't waste his breath on them. He took out the time reversal stone and the image rune array to check what had just happened. Then, he looked coldly at the coquettish woman. Miss, I advise you to leave this place immediately. I'm warning you. Since you dared to disrupt the order of the first tower of the sacred Saint region, you will be blacklisted in our tower. The smile on the beautiful woman's face froze. Big sister heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. She quickly praised, everyone says that the first tower of the sanctuary is orderly. It seems like it's true. She had been queuing since yesterday afternoon and had been queuing until now. If they still couldn't buy some rice, then it would be too frustrating. The beauty was clearly indignant as she glared at Mei Yi and the rest. Since you're doing business, why do you need others to line up? Shouldn't everyone have a share? Oh, I get it. It's because you're running out of resources. Who knows if there'll be a tomorrow if you sell it all out today. So you're doing this on purpose to whet the appetites of the people in the holy region, right? Mei wasn't angry at all at her provocation. He nodded with a smile. Yes, yes. You're the smartest. You can even see through this. Then can you get lost now? The beauty was so angry that she almost choked. Obviously, with her beautiful appearance, she had never suffered such a loss before. She stomped her feet in exasperation and pointed at Mei. You don't regret it. At this moment, the holy region's first floor was already open for business. Many people were moving forward with the flow of the crowd. This woman was blocking the path of many people behind her. Some people were already yelling impatiently. Let's go. What are you still talking about? You didn't come to line up and now you want to take a spot. What are you thinking? That's right. Hurry up and get lost. Don't block other people's path and hinder them from buying things. The beauty was furious, but she couldn't say much. In the end, she could only stomp the ground and leave reluctantly. After she left the crowd, her arrogant and domineering expression faded slightly. She turned and ran into the white fog for a few minutes. A brawny man with a missing left arm was waiting for her. When he saw this woman, he grinned. Lawner, how is it? Are there a lot of things in that floor? We'll talk when we get back. She pulled the one-armed brawny man and left with him. The holy region was surrounded by white fog. Everyone relied on the road signs that appeared every 3 miles to find their way. They quickly returned to their place. A kind-looking old man with white hair had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Li Lawner, he smiled and nodded. How did it go? I couldn't get in. That place is very strict. You can't enter without queuing. Li Lawner cupped her hands and said. Supremacy, but I believe there should be a lot of things. There are more than 100 people queuing at the entrance. They've been operating for a few days now. They've let in more than 100 people every time and sold so many things. Clearly, these people have more resources in their hands. Yes. The one-armed man chimed in and turned to look at the silent man. The dog knows how to scheme. He knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. He knows how to prioritize. Why don't you tell me? Zhao Guzi raised his pair of gloomy eyes, squatted on the ground and took a deep breath. Didn't you notice that there has been no movement from the bamboo house where they live for several days? Everyone was silent for a moment. According to my secret research, this family should have set up a very powerful talisman array in the court. The one-armed man suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder they entered but never came out. It turns out that these young people who have just ascended to the sanctuary are so vicious. Just by looking at them, I really can't tell. What do you know? Zhao Guzi smiled viciously. The brighter a person's appearance is, the darker their heart is. The white-haired venerable mulberry frowned. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Retreating in the face of difficulties might also be a way to save one's life. But knowing that there was a big piece of fat meat in front of them that was almost at their fingertips, there was no reason not to snatch it. Zhao Guzi smiled. It's impossible to give up. Since we can't beat them in the open, we can take a roundabout battle line. What roundabout battle line? The few of them were slightly agitated when they heard this. They thought to themselves that Zhao Guzi was indeed not bad. He had brains. Whenever they encountered something that required brains, they could definitely throw it to Zhao Guzi to solve. Zhao Guzi rubbed his index finger and thumb and smiled sinisterly. Do you still remember that there are 3 children in that family? 2 of them go to Holy Academy to study every day. The few of them hit it off on the spot and decided to find an opportunity tomorrow to kidnap the 2 brats. However, Li Lawner was a little worried. These people's methods are quite vicious. Don't tell me there's no one around to protect the 2 children when they go to and from school? Moreover, it was said that there were more than 30 people in this group. It was impossible for everyone to continue cultivating at home. Someone had to pick up the children. Zhao Guzi rubbed his fingers and smiled secretly. Of course we can't snatch it in the open. So, we need your cooperation. As he spoke, he waved at the few people beside him. Supremacy Mulberry, Leelaner, and the one-armed centaur stretched their heads over. The four of them whispered for a while before nodding repeatedly. The next day, Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang went to Holy Academy's boy branch to study, play, as usual. Now that there was a new school, the group of children lived very comfortably. They listened to the class more seriously than usual. Of course, Baby Mo was an exception. Baby Mo listened to the class nonchalantly and did not affect the classroom environment. When it was time for school to end, he pulled Lord Guangguang along and walked out together with a group of little radishes surrounding the moon like stars surrounding the moon. Mo Xiao, you said that you would roast sweet potatoes for us after school today. Does that still count? A few half-grown children stared at Baby Mo with expectant looks. Lord Guangguang put his hands on his hips and snorted. Of course it's true. When has my little dumpling ever gone back on his word? The little girl who spoke said embarrassedly, but, I heard from my mother that your family has opened a food ingredient restaurant. What he meant was, now that your family is doing business, isn't it a little unkind of us to come and freeload? Lord Guangguang waved his small hand. You guys should eat more. We can still afford it. The children cheered and swarmed around little Mo Xiao, walking out of the school. Baby Mo became the king of the children and was in the limelight for a while. Ma Weixian, who was standing far away outside the school, turned his head and looked at Li Lan'er behind him. He lowered his voice and asked, what should we do now? Are we still going according to plan? She didn't expect that this family's child would have such good luck with other children. She was actually pushed out by a large group of people. With such a noisy group of children, how was he going to deal with them properly? Li Lan'er was a little calmer than Ma Wei. Why are you panicking? Let's wait and see. If we keep looking, they'll be gone. Ma Weixian couldn't help but feel anxious. Seeing this, Li Lan'er gritted her teeth. Do it. Let's get rid of those little bastards first. Then, the two of them ran out one after another. Li Lan'er ran in front and pretended to cry. Ma Weixian followed behind her and chased after her fiercely. Help! Help! As soon as Li Lan'er's words left her mouth, she heard a childish voice yelling, spread out. The group of children instantly dispersed from Baby Mo's side with a whoosh. Be careful of the scammers. Lord Guangguang yelled in a sharp tone. Then, he grabbed Baby Mo's little arm and retreated a few steps. Li Lan'er froze for a moment. Then, she exchanged glances with the other kids who had scattered away. What kind of trick was this? Was there still any innocence left? Lord Guangguang took out a black stick from his inner world and waved it in Li Lan'er's direction. What are you trying to do? Li Lan'er was speechless. Ma Weixian, who had chased after them, was also dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that he could not continue acting. Li Lan'er, on the other hand, was more experienced. She fell to the ground in tears and yelled, You bastard, how could you hit your own wife? I don't want to live anymore. I can't live anymore. Mo Baobao's expression became even more vigilant. He pulled Lord Guangguang back a few steps and said to the group of kids, fellow students, we are still young and can't interfere in the matters between adults. Let's all go home first. We'll have a meal together tomorrow. The children were scared by Li Lan'er and Ma Weixian and lost their interest in roasting sweet potatoes. Hearing Baby Mo's words, they quickly nodded and left after bidding him farewell. Guangguang. Yes, Master Guangguang took out a spiritual energy ball from his pocket and threw it at Li Lan'er without hesitation. Li Lan'er was speechless. Ma Weixian was speechless. What kind of trick was this? They hadn't even done anything yet. Why did these two little brats attack first? The two of them held each other's hands and strode forward on their 4 short legs. Thump, 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 thump. Li Lan'er flicked her sleeve and swept all the spiritual power balls outside the barrier. Then, her face turned gloomy. Zhao Guzi, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. He did not expect these two little brats to be so difficult to deal with. He gave a meaningful glance to the amiable-looking venerable mulberry tree beside him. He nodded and pretended to walk out of the white fog. When he saw the two children rushing over, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and stopped the two of them. With an amiable expression, he asked with a grin, "Children, why are you running so frantically?" "Grandpa, there are two weirdo uncles and aunties chasing after us." Baby Mo answered seriously, "I suspect that they are pawns who specialize in tricking children." This time even Zhao Guzi, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Who would have thought that these two brats would be so alert? Li Lan'er and Zhao Guzi's scene hadn't even started yet, and the two kids had already seen through it. What was going on? Even someone as smart as Zhao Guzi couldn't understand. He had no choice but to speed up the process and throw the old man out to fool the two brats. The old man's amiable-looking face was very deceptive. The two children were inexperienced and didn't understand that the kinder a person looked, the more vicious his heart was. When the old man chopped off someone's thigh bone, he would not be merciful at all. As expected, the two brats let down their guard when they saw the old man. "Is that so? There's actually a peddler in the holy region? Could it be a misunderstanding?" Supremacy Mulberry smiled kindly. "Children, where do you live? Grandpa will send you home." Sure. Baby Mo clapped his hands innocently. "Grandpa, we live in the bamboo garden." The bamboo garden was a well-known name in the holy region. The nearby road was now called the Bamboo Garden, and the most iconic building was Jojo's two-story bamboo house. The old man nodded kindly. "Oh, so you're children of the bamboo garden. Children, don't be afraid. Grandpa will send you home." Baby Mo nodded cutely and tugged at Master Guangguang. "Don't be afraid. Grandpa will send us home." Master Guangguang nodded. "Don't be afraid. Master Guangguang isn't afraid." Supremacy Mulberry heaved a sigh of relief as the huge rock in his heart was finally lifted. He heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw how the two brats dealt with Ma Weixian and Li Lan'er, he thought that they would be very difficult to deal with. But now, it seemed that they were just slightly smarter than the average child. Supremacy Mulberry chuckled as he reached out to hold Baby Mo's hand. Baby Mo raised his head adorably and extended his little hand to old Master Mo. The instant Supremacy Mulberry held his hand, he felt as though the child had stuffed something into his palm. Round, alarm bells rang in his mind as he lowered his head to take a look. It was a round, pitch-black, golden ball of holy power. Baby Mo giggled and pulled Master Guangguang to run outside. As he ran, he waved defensive talismans and called out in his childish voice, "Explode!" Boom! A huge explosion shook the entire holy region. Supremacy Mulberry was miserably sent flying by a strong gust of wind and fell heavily to the ground. When he fell to the ground, his mind was still in a daze. A sentence kept replaying in his mind: he was beaten up by a child. He was beaten up by a 5- or 6-year-old brat. Ah! Supremacy Mulberry tried his best to sit up, but just as he sat up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The unlucky Venerable Mulberry fell backwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. Zhao Guzi, who was also affected by the shockwaves, was closer to Sage Mulberry. Naturally, he was also affected by the shockwaves of the holy power ball. His entire body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He raised his head in astonishment and saw two children walking up to him, hand in hand. Unknowingly, one of the little baldies had a big golden hammer in his hand. He couldn't help but bring the hammer down, smashing it heavily on his head. Zhao Guzi immediately fainted like a dead dog. Li Lan'er and Ma Weixian were both startled. They looked at the child as if they were looking at a ghost. At this moment, the two of them had an unusual tacit understanding. They turned around and quickly retreated into the white fog. However, at that moment, Lord Guangguang shouted, "Little wonton, come out." After a furious roar, Li Lan'er and Ma Weixian fainted before they could see anything clearly. A huge crimson claw suddenly slammed on the ground, dispersing the thick fog in front of him. Baby Mo's phoenix eyes shone brightly as he walked forward with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. He walked around the 4 injured, unconscious, and battered adults. Among the 4 of them, only Supremacy Mulberry was still conscious. However, at this moment, he really wished that he could be like the other 3 idiotic teammates and just faint together. Little wonton. Baby Mo waved his hand. The 6-legged, 4-winged, fiery beast shrunk to the size of a dog and pounced into the child's hand. Supremacy Mulberry felt that he should die first. This child actually had a holy power ball in his hand. Not only that, the shrunken beast also looked extraordinary. Could it be a divine beast? He didn't dare to think further. Zhao Guzi was really courting death. It was fine if he wanted to die, but he just had to drag them down with him. Now, not only did he fail to kidnap them, he was also knocked out by this child. Supremacy Mulberry didn't know how to ease the current situation. He lay on the ground, his entire body aching. He had been sent flying by the holy power ball at close range, and the impact had been great. He knew that his injuries were very serious, and he urgently needed to find a quiet place to treat them. But, that kid who was holding the golden hammer, what was he trying to do? Grandpa, do you think we're all idiots? Your acting was so fake and obvious. You suddenly appeared in front of us and said that you wanted to send us home. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't fall for your trick. Venerable Mulberry gritted his teeth and thought to himself, only you two devilish children didn't fall for his trick. His benevolent face is actually very deceptive, and he has deceived many people before. When you saw us, your eyes kept darting around as if you were a thief. Who would believe you? Lord Guangguang snorted. You don't even know how to do something bad. And here I thought you had some clever trick up your sleeve. Turns out you just wanted to kidnap us in exchange for resources. So stupid. Isn't that right? The stupidest ones are the one-armed man and that old auntie. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that you two aren't husband and wife. Why are you still pretending to be an old couple? So stupid. You don't even know how to act properly and be a little more professional. You were seen through with a single glance. What a joke. Venerable Mulberry felt his throat turn dry and he couldn't say a single word as the two little brats in front of him echoed each other's words. He spat out a mouthful of blood and closed his eyes, pretending to pass out. Baby Mo looked at him expressionlessly and suddenly turned to give Sir Guangguang a look. Lord Guangguang nodded and swung his hammer down fiercely, directly hammering the old man. The old man let out a strange cry of pain and sat up straight out of reflex. His movements were very strange and funny. He straightened his two hands and sat up straight. There was even a hint of pain on his face. Mo Baobao blinked and said, Grandpa, your acting skills are so lame. A normal person's breathing rate after fainting is completely different from when they are awake. You pretended to faint in order to avoid responsibility. Do you think you can just pretend to faint? Sovereign Mulberry's complexion paled. He felt as if something bad was about to happen. He hurriedly begged for mercy, Little Master, please spare me. This little ancestor, we didn't know that such a noble person had arrived and offended you. Please let us off on the account that this is our first offense. They had intended to kidnap him, but they didn't succeed at all. They didn't even touch a single hair on his body, and the mission was declared a failure. Supremacy Mulberry thought that a child would be a child after all and would definitely be soft-hearted. As long as he tried to curry favor and say a few nice words, the other party would definitely let him go. However, he didn't expect that Baby Mo wasn't a child who followed the routine. The two dragged them to the front of the first tower of the holy region and tied them up with a few earth spikes. Can you tie them up? If not, let's reinforce a wooden cage for them. The two children discussed as they worked. After tying up Ma Weixian and the other three, they set up several wooden cages and added binding talisman arrays to trap them. It shouldn't be a problem to trap them until tomorrow, right? Definitely not a problem. Lord Guangguang patted his chest and giggled. Little dumpling, what do you want to do now? Baby Mo blinked. Call mommy over. Why are you calling stoic face mother? Are you stupid? Call mommy over to rob us. Baby Mo expressionlessly said, think about it, these people actually thought of kidnapping us to threaten mommy. Then we must give them something in return. Right. I heard stoic face mother say that it's impolite not to reciprocate. Mo Baobao grinned. Holding Lord Guangguang's hand, he swaggered back home. Reverend Mulberry felt tears welling up in his eyes as he shouted from behind, Child, come back, child. Let's talk things over. What's there to talk about? Baby Mo turned his little head and shouted at them from a distance. Child, don't you just want something? I'll give you everything. Supremacy Mulberry hastily called out to them with an expression of a wise man submitting to circumstances. Let me go first, and I can give you everything in my inner world. Baby Mo pulled Lord Guangguang back and expressionlessly looked at him through several layers of binding talisman arrays. Then he shook his head. You're coaxing me. Supremacy Mulberry, he really wanted to slap these two brats to death, especially the one who just spoke. They were especially hateful. They wouldn't listen to soft words and wouldn't listen to harsh words. They were truly stinky brats who couldn't be persuaded by force or persuasion. This old man is already so old, how could I trick you two dolls? Hee hee. Baby Mo laughed coldly. Lord Guangguang was used to imitating his little master's way of doing things. Hearing this, he also let out a cold laugh. Then take out the valuables from your inner world first, Baby Mo said. Supremacy Mulberry was speechless. But what if I take it out first and you two don't let me go? Then you can only endure it, Baby Mo said firmly. Supremacy Mulberry thought. Why does this sound a little unreliable? There is only one chance in front of you. Try it or not, it's up to you. Venerable Mulberry Tree endured the pain and took out a great eastern pearl from his inner world and threw it out with a wave of his hand. The instant the item passed through the barrier, Supremacy Mulberry also tried to break out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, he slammed into the barrier and was completely useless. Baby Mo's little stoic face was cold as he held the eastern pearl in his hand and harumphed. You want to bribe this baby with this lousy thing? What kind of dream are you having? Guangguang. I know. Little dumpling, let's go and ignore this stinky old grandpa. Even a lousy pearl is worth showing off. There's definitely nothing good in his inner world. Forget it, let's inform the stoic woman to come collect the goods. Come back. Supremacy Mulberry was about to explode from anger. He tried to negotiate with the two children. How about this old man will give you another treasure. After you take it, you must let me out, alright? Baby Mo remained expressionless. The old man's hands trembled as he took out a piece of purple stream gold from his inner world. He stammered, this old man obtained this piece of purple stream gold by chance when he was mining in the sacred region. It's a saint-grade material. The little fellow's eyes lit up. Supremacy Mulberry hurriedly let out a sigh of relief. These days, children were actually so hard to deceive. It was only when he took out such a precious item that the child's eyes lit up a little. It seemed that there was hope for this matter. He just needed to put in a little more effort. Child, this old man will gift you this piece of purple stream gold. The old man's face was filled with pain. He clearly knew that purple stream gold was a good item. You have to let this old man go, okay? Baby Mo nodded his little head, looking like an obedient little boy. The old man was overjoyed. He raised his hand and tossed the purple stream gold over. Baby Mo reached out and caught it. He turned it over and over in his hands as he examined it. His eyes sparkled as he turned to look at Lord Guangguang. When the old man saw his happy expression, he once again let out a sigh of relief. He used a coaxing tone and squeezed out a benevolent smile. Child, this old man didn't lie to you, right? This is really a good item. Don't worry. If you let me go, this old man will leave the eastern region and never come back to cause trouble for you. Baby Mo's little face was taut as he nodded his head repeatedly, looking very obedient. The old man's heart stirred. He looked at the child expectantly. Baby Mo turned his little head and pulled Lord Guangguang away with his short little legs. Supremacy Mulberry was dumbfounded. He immediately called out, Child, hey, child. These two F** kept up babies, were they actually like this? They took the item and left without looking back. They turned a deaf ear to his cries. Even now, Supremacy Mulberry was still doubtful. Had he been deceived by two 5- or 6-year-old children? Pfft, a chuckle came from the side. Venerable Mulberry angrily turned his head and saw that Zhao Guzi and the others had already woken up. It seemed that they had clearly heard and seen everything that had happened between him and the child. The one-armed centaur said angrily, Mulberry, you are too disloyal. Do you want to abandon us and slip away on your own? They had clearly heard the conversation between Venerable Mulberry and the child. They knew that Mulberry wanted to abandon all of them and escape by herself. Senior Mulberry's face immediately sank. What can I do? Zhao Guzi said that he would definitely succeed in kidnapping the two children. What was the result? After expending so much effort, we're the ones who were tied up. If this were to spread, it would be a huge joke. Cut the crap. Ma Weixian roared, you were the one who betrayed us just now. You abandoned your brother and ran away. Don't talk nonsense. This matter was caused by Zhao Guzi. It has nothing to do with us, Supremacy Mulberry said angrily. Zhao Guzi smiled sinisterly. Oh? Is that so? When I said that I wanted to kidnap the two children, didn't you also clap your hands and cheer, saying that this plan would definitely succeed? Supremacy Mulberry's face burned. He knew that he would be looked down upon for going back on his word. But what could he have done just now? At that critical moment, he could only think of saving himself first. Was it so ridiculous to have such a thought? If it were the three of them, would they foolishly talk about the righteousness of the pugilistic world and not take advantage of such a good opportunity to leave? What brotherly love! They made it sound so extravagant, but it couldn't hide the fact that each of them would flee in the face of disaster. Guzi Zhao was thinking of us brothers, Ma Weixian said angrily. Enough, what's there to argue about? Li Lan'er was furious. We're all tied up here anyway, so we can't leave anytime soon. What's the point of arguing? The few of them fell silent, their faces revealing bitter expressions. They really poked a hornet's nest this time. They didn't expect that their group of 4 adults would have such a miserable ending when they tried to catch 2 5- or 6-year-old brats. Not only did they fail to catch the culprits, but they also lost their entire group here. However, Li Lan'er thought further than them. She couldn't help but shudder violently when she recalled the adults' ruthless methods. Here's the author. Arbor was currently tilting his head and carefully listening to Aoya's marvelous report. He listened with great interest. His son was really promising. He was knowledgeable, intelligent, and very attentive, just like Sir Jojo. Mo Lian was used to reading his wife's expression. Seeing this, he quickly teased with a smile, our son is really like my wife. He's smart and quick-witted, very intelligent. Seeing this, he immediately became vigilant. My heavens, this really is my wife's son. He's carved from the same mold as my wife. Sitting on the side, Ma Yichen tilted the teacup in her hand. Duan Yu also choked, but he didn't say anything. They had long gotten used to Mo Lian this guy's shamelessness. Sir Jojo nodded in satisfaction. Aoyi quickly lowered his head and coughed to cover his smile. She expressionlessly said, so my son will be back soon? Yes, master. Stay up late coughed again. She then heard baby Mo's childish voice from outside the courtyard, Mother, I'm back. Jojo responded. She saw her son cross the threshold and run all the way in. He jumped into her arms and rubbed against her softly. Mother, Xiao Tuanzi has gained a lot today. Is that so? Jojo pretended that he hadn't heard Stay Up Late's report and put on a surprised expression. Everyone looked at Jojo, who was possessed by a drama queen, and helplessly lowered their heads to drink their tea as they continued to enjoy the show. Baby Mo nodded repeatedly, beckoning to Lord Guangguang behind him. Go on, go on. Lord Guangguang hurriedly reported everything that had happened along the way, no matter how big or small. Then he said, Stoic face mother, we've tied up those 4 bad guys at the entrance of the first tower of the sanctuary. If you have time tomorrow, you can go and receive it. Everyone was well aware of what they were going to accept. They were going to accept compensation. Arbor nodded and wasn't stingy with his praise. You all did very well today. You used especially gentle methods to resolve a matter. You even told Mother about it and let Mother resolve it in the end. Very good. Everyone, Baby Mo threw a sacred energy ball and even summoned the sacred beast, Hun Dun, gentle, why didn't it feel gentle? Baby Mo's eyes brightened, and he hugged his mother and rubbed against her joyfully. Isn't little furball very smart? That old grandpa thought he was flawless. In reality, he was full of flaws from head to toe. The moment he appeared in front of little furball, I knew he was definitely a big scoundrel. Sir Guangguang also nodded. MHM. A scoundrel. Did he think we would listen to him just because he looks benevolent and amiable? Stop dreaming. Arbor nodded in admiration. You two are very good. You must continue to maintain such vigilance in the future. Strangers with ulterior motives should approach you. Arbor clenched his small fists. Just beat them up. Everyone, Duan Yu and Hichin even turned to look at Mo Lian. The latter was baffled and glared back at the two of them. Arbor scooped up his son and pattered outside. Mother, we'll just tie them up at the entrance of the first floor of the holy domain. We originally planned to leave them out for a night to make them suffer a bit. Is Mother going to receive them now? On second thought, Arbor felt that his son was still the most considerate. Just leave them out for a night. It was also not bad to let them be on tenterhooks and panic for a night. Son, what you say is very reasonable. Mom will listen to you. Xiaomu hugged her son and retreated, patting her son's small head. Baby Mo kissed his mother's cheek with a smack, eliciting an angry glare from his father. Little Furball pretended not to see his father's angry glare and turned his head away. Mother, let's go eat. Arbor nodded and carried his son downstairs. Son, you performed very well today. What do you want to eat? As long as it's from Mother, this child likes to eat anything. Hu Jingchen gave Mo Lian a meaningful look, which directly made the latter's hair stand on end. What are you looking at? Little Furball is so young, but he already knows how to coax his mother. He's just like you. Right. Duan Yu immediately nodded. Back then, he also coaxed Jojo away like this. Just looking at him makes me angry. Let's go. Everyone went out one after another, leaving Mo Lian behind. Mo Lian, come back and explain clearly. What do you mean by coaxing? Which eye of yours saw me coax my wife back? Clearly, it was just a little more patience and a little more love, slowly seeping into his wife's heart. The next day, Arbor leisurely strolled to the entrance of the first sanctum after having his lunch to check on those unlucky fellows. Li Lan, Ma Weixian, and the other three had been waiting for the whole night. They had been suppressing their emotions and couldn't control their wild thoughts. He thought that those people would definitely appear the next morning. Unexpectedly, Stay Up Late and the others, who had come to open the shop, didn't even look at them. They walked around them and went into the building to do business as usual. Although the others looked at them curiously from time to time, no one dared to touch them. Naturally, no one would meddle in their business. Ma Weixian's group of four waited left and right. Only at noon did they see the stoic face leading a group of people over. Li Lan's emotions were about to break down. When she saw Arbor and the others coming over, she couldn't resist shouting anxiously, Madame Mo, I know my mistake. Let us go, let us go. Xiaomu's small stoic face frostily swept an indifferent glance over them. Didn't you want to capture my son? What? We're not going to catch him anymore, Arbor said in a mocking tone. Did these people think they were so smart that they could plot something just by finding a secluded place? They didn't know that when she first came to the sacred region, she already knew that this place was special and had no cover. In order to ensure the safety of her group, she had sent shamans and magic eyes everywhere in the eastern domain of the holy domain on the first day she arrived. Demon Pupil was hidden in the thick fog. As long as it wasn't destroyed by the water spirit, it could continuously send her the information she wanted. Therefore, these people thought that they were secretly plotting something, but in fact, Arbor had already seen it. Moreover, other than Aoyi, Baby Mo also had many people secretly protecting him. How could he be kidnapped by these trash? That was simply wishful thinking. Who came up with this idea? Arbor asked coldly. In fact, she already knew that Zhao Guzi had always been the strategist in this small team of four. She only asked this because she was bored and wanted to see a good dog-eat-dog show. Him. As expected, Li Lan and Sage Mulberry pointed at Zhao Guzi without hesitation. Ma Weixian said with a pained expression, Didn't you say that we're brothers? Why do you only want to cut ties when something happens? When brothers are in trouble, shouldn't they advance and retreat together? You're really naive, Arbor said coldly and looked at Ma Weixian a few more times. This person was missing an arm, but he wasn't stupid. His three brothers all had ulterior motives. How could they not see it? Since you came up with this idea, you should cripple one of your arms and one of your legs, Arbor said coldly and casually threw a spirit dagger into Zhao Guzi's barrier. Zhao Guzi, like the other three, had been trapped in this defensive array for a long time. At this moment, his whole body was cold. His fingers trembled as he picked up the dagger from the ground. He stared coldly at Arbor. A woman's heart was truly the most vicious. They didn't catch the child at all. Instead, they were played by the child. Now, this young madam actually wanted him to cripple one of his arms and legs. Wasn't this too much? You think it's too much? Arbor couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for my son's powerful support yesterday, I would be the one sitting here crying today. Do you think you're being wronged? You clearly didn't succeed, so why should I find fault with you? Just because it didn't succeed, it doesn't mean it hasn't been done before. If my son is deceived by you and suffers any mishap, then today, you won't just leave behind your hands and feet. Qiaomu gazed at them coldly, and her voice abruptly turned even colder. I want all of you to not be able to enter the Yellow Springs or the underworld. You won't be able to control your life and death. Li Lan'er felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at Arbor as if he was a ghost from hell. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If he hadn't listened to Zhao Guzi's words, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to jump into this matter. She shouldn't have come in the first place. In the sacred realm, if she offended someone more powerful than herself, no one would help her if someone came to seek revenge. Very few people were able to make friends in the sacred region. Most of them lived their lives alone. Therefore, Arbor and his group of more than 30 people ascending to the sacred realm together was simply the most sensational and rare thing in 100 years for others. Duanzong. Arbor suddenly thought of something and called out. A middle-aged man hurriedly jogged over from the crowd behind and asked with a drooling expression, Dun Jizu is here, Dun Jizu is here. Little master, what are your orders? Venerable Peach Blossom stood beside Mo Lian and raised his hand to cover his eyes, looking as if he could not bear to watch. Little Taisui could not help but scold, Dun Jizu, look at what you've become. A wretched old face with a puppy's expression asking for a bone. What an eyesore. In any case, Dun Jizu used to be the tower guardian of the Tower of Punishment. How did he become such a dog now? Dun Jizu turned his head and glared at little Taisui. If it weren't for you, would I be in this state today? What's wrong with me? Is this wretched appearance me? It's all because of that Gung Pengcheng's wretched appearance. Do you think I want this? Little Taisui was rendered speechless by the barrage of attacks. Mo Lian could not help but want to laugh. She reached out and patted the gloomy little Taisui's head. Little Taisui was instantly enraged. Because of his short stature, he was always patted on the head by others. It was infuriating. Brother Dun Jizu. Dao Wuji crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. From what I see, if Manor Lord Gung was still alive, he would definitely not show such a wretched face. Whether one was handsome or not depended on the person. Dun Jizu was so angry that he ignored them and kept asking Jojo, Master, did you find me a good-looking body? Arbor nodded and pointed at the 4 people in front of him. Dun Jizu immediately exclaimed, them? His voice sounded like a dying duck. Lord Jojo frowned unhappily. Are you not satisfied with any of these 4 people? Master, look at the 4 of them. Which one of them meets my requirements? His master was expressionless. Your requirements are too high. You despise the dozen or so people I found for you previously because their cultivation levels were too low. Any one of the 4 today has a cultivation level above Mystique Venerable Realm. What else do you dislike? Master. Dun Jizu quickly brainwashed his troublesome little master. Look. That old man is so old. How can he do it? The one with only 1 arm. Master, you wouldn't want me to have an incomplete body, would you? Arbor continued to be expressionless. Isn't that Zhao Guzi over there pretty good? His body is healthy, he doesn't lack any arms or legs, and his cultivation is decent as well. He completely meets your requirements. If you're satisfied, then I won't let him harm himself. No. Dungeon immediately cried out in horror. Absolutely not, Master. He's too ugly. Everyone held back their laughter as the corners of their mouths twitched. The little master was furious. What kind of person are you looking for? Dungeon pointed behind her. Arbor turned his head and glanced at the group of pretty boys led by Emolien. Their eyes were filled with innocence. Jojo was furious. You've been in the sanctuary for so many days. Other than Master Dongfeng and Master Bei, have you found anyone worth looking at? All of them are ugly. You're not good at this and that, and you're picking all of them. Are you trying to anger me to death? Master, calm down. Dungeon sobbed, which made the group of pretty boys behind her laugh to death. This person was actually imitating Qiuqiu's tone and acting cute. However, his old Gung Pengcheng face was a little scary when he acted cute. Arbor glanced at him and pointed at Li Lan'er, who looked inexplicably frightened. This one is quite pretty. Pfft. Sovereign Peach Blossom couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing on the spot. The background music behind this laugh turned into laughter. Arbor glared at them angrily. What are you laughing at? Wasn't she pretty good? She completely met the requirements of the plant. Her face was beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous. Gung Pengcheng's eyes widened in horror, and the muscles on his aged face started trembling lightly in front of Qiao Mu. He suddenly jumped back a step and covered his chest with his hands. His face looked like he would rather die than submit. He screamed in shock, "Ma master, TT that emo Xing brew? That mouthful of vegetable cold. Xianxia." He was so shocked that the tone of his voice changed. Even his pronunciation was wrong, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Arbor said expressionlessly, "Don't you like beauty?" I'm a man." Dun Zhuang covered his chest with his hands. He widened his eyes and looked like he would rather die than submit. My innocence is not allowed to be tarnished." Whimsical, Master was really whimsical. He actually wanted to provide him with a female body. How could he allow that? Everyone was speechless. Arbor couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He waved at him with a headache. Okay, you can leave." Dunju hurriedly slipped away. Yenna ran to Ma Shurchen's side and hugged his arm. "Ma master, are you crazy?" Little Tai Sui took a glance at the two of them, and its eyes suddenly lit up as it teased, "Not bad. I think your little master Silver has good taste. Are you instigating me?" Tun Tun stuttered again, glaring angrily at the little Tai Sui before furtively peeking at Xiao Mu standing over there. He was only afraid that his little master would lose his mind and be slandered by the little Tai Sui, which would destroy his happy life in the future. Isn't that so? Little Tai Sui glanced at the two of them leisurely. Venerable Peach Blossom expressionlessly stood next to Emolien and Duanyu, one arm firmly held by Duanjia. From what I can see, back when we were in the tower, I already felt that the relationship between the two of you wasn't quite right. Emolien and Duanyu both twitched their mouths at the same time. They suddenly felt that they were standing a bit too close, so the two of them tacitly moved away from each other. Little Tai Sui continued to expose, "At that time, in order to let you out, Duan Shuang was even willing to risk his life. Speaking of which, it was true love." "That's right. True love is nothing more than that." Everlasting Blade nodded in agreement. "Think about it. If Duan Shuang becomes a woman, won't the two of you be together forever?" Little Tai Sui couldn't help but shudder at this point. Dun Zhuang immediately let go of He Chen's hand, and He Chen quickly ran to Feng Chongqing and his brother's side, standing 18 feet away from Dun Zhuang. "I don't like men," Venerable Peach Blossom said immediately. I know. Infinite Blade laughed out loud. "Isn't he talking about turning into a woman?" Dun Zong. "Master. I don't want to live anymore, I don't want to live anymore, I don't want to live anymore. How dare they tease me like that?" Everyone, Sir Jojo. After a while, there was silence. Everyone thought that this matter was over, but Sir Jojo suddenly said in all seriousness, "Actually, if it's true love, it's probably not a problem even if the gender is the same, right?" Everyone, they all glared at Emolien. "Did you teach Jojo something improper?" the latter. Emolien quickly distanced herself from Duanyu and waved her hand at him. "Stay away from me." Duanyu also despised him. She usually felt that Jojo's gaze was a bit strange when he looked at them. It turned out that this guy was spouting nonsense beside Jojo's ear when he had nothing to do, causing her mind to be filled with all sorts of strange thoughts. I think you should check what books Jojo has been reading recently. Isn't it a medical book? Duan Yu rolled his eyes. When I was reading when I was young, I habitually put a storybook in between my books. Mo Lian immediately snorted. No wonder you're so unreliable. When I was young, I was obediently reading history and learning national policy. Scram. Duan Yu turned his head away and ignored him. On the other end, Dunju sobbed, which annoyed Sir Jojo. He glared at him and roared, "All right, what are you crying for? Since you're not satisfied, then look again." What was there to cry about? Look at how miserable he was. He wanted nothing more than to cry to the heavens of the holy domain. Actually, Mata suddenly said hesitantly, I think that Zhao Guzi is a bit better than his current body. How was Gung Pengcheng's old face better than Zhao Guzi's wretched face? Everyone was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhao Guzi's body had broken through to mystique venerable realm after all. Although his looks were passable, he was honestly a bit better than the wretched Gung Pengcheng. Dunju widened his eyes and frantically shook his head. No. Master, you promised me, sob sob sob. All right. Sir Jojo was a bit impatient. I'll look for you next time. Dunju whispered, actually, it's not like I don't have a choice. Master, the body you preserved in the ice coffin is not bad. F***ck, Dunju really dared to dream. Everyone looked at Dunju sympathetically. Sure enough, Jojo roared at him, shut up. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes, and he chased after him, wanting to beat him up. Dunjun was frightened and subconsciously ran towards Venerable Peach Blossom. The corner of Feng Zhongqing's mouth twitched. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop Arbor, who was running over, and comforted him, okay, don't be fooled by Dunzong's age. He is old but not wise. He's just spouting nonsense. Don't hit him. Feng Zhongfei also nodded. That's right. The more you fight, the more stupid you become. All of them glared angrily at him. The Venerable Peach Blossom God raised his hand and patted Dunzong's head. He muttered softly, you dare to think about the body of that Qin. Don't you feel disgusted? Besides, Jojo had always been a stubborn and soft-hearted little thing. Although she didn't say it, she had always tried to save Qin Xian. Unfortunately, that person's divine soul had been struck by young Master Omega Kotoku's thunder fire, and gradually, his divine soul had dissipated. Whether it was the soul-returning pill or the soul-returning pill, the reason why it was effective on Bai Wuxia and Murong Sun was that at least their divine consciousnesses were intact. But this person was in a completely different situation. Nurturing a soul was easy to say but very difficult to do. If Jojo wanted to nurture eldest Qin's soul, it would be difficult to recover within 100 years. As for 100 years later, it seemed a bit too far away. Who knew what would happen then? Dunju let out an aggrieved oh and quietly said, I just think that he looks alright. Venerable Peach Blossom couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He didn't expect Dunja to have such high standards. He actually said that eldest Qin's suave and elegant appearance was alright. Back then, Dunja's body didn't even have 1/10 of eldest Qin's elegance. High standards and all kinds of troublesome things. No wonder Jojo wanted to beat him up. He was asking for it. On the other side, Arbor couldn't be bothered with Dunja. She walked over to Zhao Guzi and the others and shouted impatiently, why aren't you doing anything? If you can't do it, I'll find someone to help you. Zhao Guzi's face was ashen. He naturally heard the conversation between Arbor and the others just now. These people actually said that they wanted to take over his body as if there was no one else around? Wasn't this a little too much? What was even more outrageous was that the little old man with the wretched gaze actually looked down on his body. Who was he showing that disdainful expression for? Qiu, help him. The moment Arbor's voice landed, a vine as thick as an arm slid out from her sleeve. It suddenly probed into the barrier. Zhao Guzi turned pale with fright. He hurriedly raised his wrist, and the sharp tip of his dagger pierced towards that vine. In the blink of an eye, the vine swiftly wrapped around his arm and shook lightly. The dagger in Zhao Guzi's hand was thrown out with a thud. That vine was very energetic. It swayed proudly in front of Zhao Guzi. Then, it swept up the dagger on the ground and slashed towards Zhao Guzi's arm. Zhao Guzi took a deep breath and hurriedly created a divine armor on his left arm to protect himself. When the knife landed on the vine branch, it bounced back with a dang sound. Immediately, it shook its branch unhappily, swaying and swaying. With a paw-paw sound, it slapped Zhao Guzi's face. "Little guy, you still want to pretend in front of Lord Holywood?" In Xiaoqiu's anger, the vine that was originally as thick as a wrist suddenly split into 4 or 5 branches. With whooshing sounds, it quickly wrapped around Zhao Guzi's body and arm and tore them apart tightly. Ah! Zhao Guzi felt an incomparable pain all over his body, and his eyes were filled with fear. What kind of vine was this? It was actually so intelligent that it could attack others at will without the control of its master? Xiaomu ordered, "Qiuqiu, stop playing with him." Qiuqiu immediately rolled up his dagger and chopped down at Zhao Guzi's arm again. At this moment, Zhao Guzi's entire body was entangled by the vines, and he was unable to resist at all. He could only watch as the dagger fell, and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Madam, please, please stop. I am willing to pay the price, I am willing to serve." Ah! After a miserable shriek, Zhao Guzi's eyes widened. An arm fell to the ground, and the crowd of people from the sanctuary, who had been watching the commotion, cried out in surprise. This young madam was too ruthless. He really didn't give them any room for negotiation. He chopped off the arm just like that and didn't even discuss it with them. Arbor stared coldly at Zhao Guzi. After Qiuqiu chopped off that person's leg, she just coldly stared at the dying man lying in a pool of blood. Li Lan'er was already trembling with fear. With a plop, she knelt on the ground. She didn't care about her face or her dignity anymore and repeatedly kowtowed to Arbor, saying, "It's not my fault. Madam, please let me go. I was instigated by others and was blinded for a moment. That's why I did this. I won't dare to do it again. Madam, please forgive me." Ma Weixian was completely scared out of his wits. He immediately felt that the wound on his broken arm that had been healed for many years was starting to hurt. He had only heard of the little madam's vicious means before. Now that he had seen her use it on his companion, he knew that this woman was really a malefic star that should not be provoked. Whoever provoked her would have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. There was no room for regret. Arbor looked at Li Lan'er coldly and stared at her. Then, she turned to look at Ma Weixian. Ma Weixian quickly followed Li Lan'er's example and knelt down. He clenched his fists and said, "Please spare our lives, madam." Arbor looked at the two of them and said, "Hand over a strand of your life soul." "I'll think about it." Li Lan'er and Ma Weixian both trembled and looked at her in disbelief. This little madam's face was really cold. It seemed that she was not joking at all. However, in the sanctuary, all of them were reputable figures. Handing over their life souls was almost equivalent to giving up their self-esteem and being willing to be slaves or maids. Li Lan'er immediately took out a strand of her life soul and handed it over. Nothing was more important than one's life. Ma Weixian hesitated for a moment and stood up. He said, "Although I'm not a hero, I still have a bottom line. Madam, if you take one of my arms and one of my legs, I swear that I won't hand over my life soul." Arbor looked at him with a faint smile and nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll respect your choice." Her tone was soft and unhurried, with a trace of unknown gentleness. However, in the ears of the others, they felt as if they were in an ice cave. They could not help but tremble slightly. "Since you've lost an arm, I'll take one of your legs as a warning to others. If I find out that you have bad intentions and want to take revenge and kidnap my son," Arbor's cold voice sounded in Ma Weixian's ears, "I'll let you live. No. If you die." Everyone shuddered and was momentarily at a loss for words. The young madam's voice was too cold and resolute. For a moment, other than her incomparably cold voice lingering in their minds, they couldn't hear any other sound clearly. Ma Weixian breathed a sigh of relief. At least he still had one hand that could move for the rest of his life. At first, he thought that he was going to lose both hands, so he was really worried. He glanced at Arbor with a wry smile. It couldn't be said that he didn't feel any resentment at all, but Ma Weixian's personality was just like that. Since he was the one who committed a foolish crime and was caught alive, it wasn't impossible for others to punish him. He wanted to kidnap someone's child, but his hands and feet were chopped off by the adults. He could only admit that he was unlucky. As for slowly taking revenge or something like that? He couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself as he thought to himself, how would I dare to think about it, after seeing a ghost? How could he not be afraid of the dark? The young madam's methods were already so powerful, not to mention that she had so many people behind her. Although this young madam was the only one who came out to solve the problem, the men and women behind her didn't look like good people. Ma Weixian gritted his teeth and chopped off one of his legs. Li Lan'er couldn't help but shudder. She didn't dare to cut off her own limbs. As long as there was a chance of survival, she wouldn't beg for death. Kill him, Arbor ordered coldly. Li Lan'er's pupils shrank, and she was so scared that she suddenly felt cold all over. However, she soon found that she had made a mistake. It turned out that the young madam's words were directed at Venerable Mulberry. Supremacy Mulberry, who had yet to speak, did not even have the time to refute before he was pressed down by several vines. A furry little fat squirrel darted out from the side and casually swiped its paw. With a soft pop, the crowd was horrified to find that Supremacy Mulberry's skull looked like a cracked coconut. Ah! Someone cried out in alarm. The crowd took a few steps back and looked at Arbor's group with inexplicable horror in their eyes. This seemingly harmless little fat squirrel even turned its little head and swayed its 12 little tails as it giggled. Arbor waved at it. The little fat squirrel quickly jumped into her hand. Arbor stroked its fur and coldly looked at the ashen-faced Li Lan'er. Her expression was devoid of warmth. From today onwards, you will be the shopkeeper of the first tower of the sanctuary. You will be provided with a certain amount of goods every day until they are sold out. You will hand over all the materials you obtain to me. Arbor looked at her coldly. You don't have a second life for you to continue squandering, do you understand? Li Lan'er trembled and quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Young madam was reminding her that if she was found to be a traitor, her life would be taken. Go and put up a sign and change the rules. Provide a list of goods the next night and start selling tomorrow until all the items on the list are sold out. Once the rules were changed, the people of the sanctuary would probably curse even more. In the past, they could buy as much as they wanted without any restrictions. As long as they were in the first 100, they could buy whatever they wanted. But now, the list of ingredients, daily utensils, and the quantity provided the next night would be clearly listed. Although the quantity was not small, if they encountered a large quantity, they would basically be sold out by a dozen people. The rest of the people did not even need to line up. Therefore, the people who came to buy the goods after that were even more troublesome. Before they lined up, they had to count how many things the people in front of them wanted to buy and whether they would be the one who sold out. Therefore, not long after, the people lining up at the entrance of the first tower of the sanctuary started to line up earlier. Everyone wanted to fight for the first, second, and third seats in line. Li Lan'er started doing business in the first tower of the Holy Region. What she didn't know was that the first pagoda of the Holy Region was filled with demonic eyes and hidden image talisman arrays. Her every move in the building was actually recorded every day. Xiaoqiu and the others would be the first to detect any abnormal movements. In this way, Aoyi and the others would no longer have to think about opening a shop at the first tower of the Holy Region to sell things. It would be so troublesome to change shifts every few days. With Li Lan'er as a free laborer, Aoyi and the others could focus on their cultivation without worrying about anything else. Thus, Arbor led his group of friends and settled down in the eastern region. Ever since they revealed their incomparably terrifying methods and deterrents, from that day onwards, very few people came looking for trouble. No one dared to covet the resources in their pockets. What a joke. Before coveting other people's resources, one had to first see if one had the life to enjoy them. However, the sacred region's environment was really not that great. Most of the time, they would hide in the star region to practice refining pills, and drawing talismans. In their spare time, they could read books, play the zither, and chat. On this day, Master Dongfeng came looking for them with a smile. Master Dongfeng and Steward Li Yang came together. The two of them stopped outside the small courtyard very politely and waited at the door with a smile. Who didn't know that Madame Mo's small courtyard was like a tiger's den? Although he had some friendship with young Master Mo and Madame Mo, it was better to abide by the rules. After a while, Aoyi hurried over and led the two of them in. Third Fu and his wife came to receive Master Dongfeng and politely asked them to sit down. "Why don't I see young Master Mo and Madame Mo today?" Master Dongfeng asked with a smile. "Oh, they haven't come out of seclusion. Master Dongfeng, if you have something to tell us, it's the same." The truth was that the two of them were playing happily in the herb garden with their children and couldn't be bothered to come out to deal with Master Dongfeng. Master Dongfeng nodded politely. "It's a big matter that concerns the East region. Please pass it on to young Master and Madam." Of course, of course." Third Fu nodded repeatedly. Every year around this time, the East, West, North, and South regions of the Holy Region will hold a preliminary competition. Every region will choose 200 people to go to the Holy Palace together. Third Fu blinked and then laughed. "Don't joke, Master. You rarely even see houses here, how can there be a palace?" Princess Wushuang nodded and said, "Isn't everyone used to using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their table? Do you have a palace here?" Don't think that they were uncultured. Although the East, West, North, and South regions were very wide, they had traveled to all parts of the East region. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there was no difference between them. There shouldn't be much of a difference in the other three regions. Master Dongfeng touched his nose embarrassedly. "You two misunderstood. Our holy palace will descend from the sky around this time every year. This is actually the benefit of ascending to the holy region. Every year, the heavenly Tao will send the holy palace down to the holy region. In addition to many rare treasures, it is said that there are many holy beast eggs." Dong 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 dong. The sound of the bamboo stairs suddenly sounded. Third Fu and his wife couldn't help but silently twitch the corners of their mouths. At the same time, they turned to look at the stairs and pretended to be surprised. "Ah, big brother, sister-in-law, you two are out of seclusion?" "Bah." His sister-in-law must have heard about the sacred palace and couldn't hold back her curiosity. She ran out of the star domain and pretended to come down from upstairs. Lady Jojo expressionlessly walked down the stairs with small steps, trying her best to maintain a face that was as cold as ice. Mo Lian had a smile on his lips as he held his wife's hand. He smiled and nodded politely at Master Dongfeng. "Master, what brings you here today?" Master Dongfeng hurriedly stood up with a smile and bowed. With a face full of courtesy, he said, "Just now, I mentioned this matter to young Master Fu and Madame Fu. It's about the descent of the heavenly Tao into the holy palace. Every year, the North, South, East and West regions of the sacred region will hold a general election for this reason. The top 200 will be chosen to enter the holy palace. I have 2 guaranteed spots, and I'm willing to give one to one of you." Master Dongfeng smiled. "I have a presumptuous request. I hope that after entering the sacred palace, young Master Mo and Madame Mo can bring me along." Arbor blinked. Master Dongfeng was actually here to express his goodwill. Third Fu and Princess Wushuang couldn't help but cheer in their hearts. Master Dongfeng Yu was really a scheming person. He actually wanted to use a guaranteed spot in exchange for Jojo's teammate. This was a business that would definitely be profitable without any losses. Everyone knew that being Xiao Xiao's teammate was definitely not a bad thing. Without waiting for Arbor to speak, Master Dongfeng hurriedly said, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I entered the sacred palace to find a divine dagger called Crimson Dawn. I only want this one thing. If you encounter anything along the way, you can take it. I don't need it." Master Dongfeng opened his fingers, and a dagger lay in his hand. He stroked it gently, and a faint light seemed to flow in his eyes. This divine weapon is called Pearl of Light. It was originally a pair with Crimson Dawn. Decades ago, I went to the sacred palace with Madame. Madame accidentally left Crimson Dawn in the palace. After that, this humble one searched every year for the sake of finding this crimson sunset. Princess Wushuang nodded. "I see. Then, won't your wife accompany you?" Master Dongfeng's expression dimmed, and he sighed. "My wife passed away many years ago. I want to find Crimson Dawn every year because I want to fulfill my wife's last wish." "I'm sorry." Princess Wushuang hurriedly said. Master Dongfang shook his head and looked at Arbor. Madam Mo, I wonder if you can agree to my presumptuous request. Arbor wanted to refuse. After all, if they wanted to go to the sacred palace, they just needed to get into the top 200. With their strength, they could just fight. There was no need to accept Master Dongfang into their team just to get a guaranteed spot. In essence, Lady Xiao Xiao was quite repulsed by strangers. However, hubby secretly held her small hand, and Xiao Mu's words of refusal got stuck in her throat. Master Dongfang, it's hard to refuse such kindness. Then, give this guaranteed spot to my son. When Dongfang Yuzhu heard Mo Lian agree, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he said with some surprise, Young Master Mo, the child is so young. Are you planning to bring him to the sacred palace? Sir Jojo nodded. Our family of 3 will go in and out together. Even if it's a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, 1,000 miles of glaciers, we will have to go together. Master Dongfang, she suddenly felt that she had nothing to say to Madame Mo Lian held back her laughter. Actually, what his wife meant was that when they went out to gain experience, they had to take the baby with them. They had to start training from a young age. Only when they were away from the adults would the baby have the ability to protect himself. But when his wife opened her mouth to speak, it was a little funny, seeing that Master Dongfang didn't speak, Madame Mo didn't speak either. Dongfang Yuzhu was silent for less than 3 seconds. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Mo Lian, Young Master Mo, then it's settled. Let's wait for everyone to pass the top 200 before heading to the sacred palace together. As for the time of the competition, it will be posted in front of the first tower of the Holy Region tomorrow. The first tower of the Holy Region was now the place with the most traffic in the eastern region. If the notice was posted there, everyone would know about it very quickly. Third Young Master Fu sent Master Dongfang out. When he returned to the room, he heard Master Jojo complaining, "Why did you bring an outsider with you?" With Master Jojo's temper, he probably wanted to secretly release some members of the Phoenix clan in the sacred palace, but if there was an outsider in his team, it would be inconvenient to do anything. Mo Lian smiled and pinched her little hand. I don't believe that you are not curious. Sir Jojo tilted his head. What am I curious about? We have never been to the sacred palace before. Master Dongfang has joined us, so he can be considered to be our guide. Even if he has an ulterior motive, my Jojo, are you really not curious about what Master Dongfang wants to do? Arbor blinked and nodded his little head reluctantly. You have a point. You have a point. Mo Lian could not help but laugh. If we put him in the team, he can't do anything. If we observe him secretly, we will definitely be able to find out what his motive is. Princess Wushuang opened her little mouth in surprise. You mean that Master Dongfang is not a good person? He joined us because he has evil intentions? And Wushuang almost jumped up with a look of disbelief. God, she had been fooled by Master Dongfang. She had even felt a little uneasy because she had mentioned his deceased wife and made him sad. *CK Princess Wushuang said angrily. Is this person pretending? He wasn't looking for that dagger for his wife at all? That may not be so. Mo Lian shook his head with a smile. I saw that he spoke methodically, so he should be telling the truth with a hint of falsehood, and the falsehood with a hint of truth, leaving the other half unsaid. Yes, yes. Sir Jojo nodded his little head in agreement. Pearl Light and Crimson Cloud are a pair of divine weapons, so this matter should not be hidden. It should be true that he went to look for Crimson Cloud. But he must have other motives. Third Young Master Fu walked up with a smile and held on to the furious Princess Wushuang. Forget it, let's not bother about this person. No matter what, when we enter the sacred palace, his motive will be revealed sooner or later. I am so angry. Princess Wushuang said angrily. I sympathized with him just now. Lady Xiao Xiao sighed and looked at Princess Wushuang faintly. You are all too naive. Without Lord Xiao Xiao watching over you, you would often be deceived. With these words, the little emperor turned around and walked upstairs. Everyone was speechless. Princess Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry as the corners of her mouth twitched. She looked at her eldest brother and said, Eldest brother, you should control sister-in-law. She looked so proud that she wanted to pounce on him and rub his head. Mo Lian shrugged helplessly. I can't do anything about it. It had always been his wife who took care of him. There was no reason for her to take care of her wife, and how could a daughter-in-law control her? She had to spoil her. Baby Mo section break, little Tuanzi, I also want to sign up for the preliminaries. Fight for a spot in the top 200. Lord Guangguang's short body was squeezed out of the crowd as he waved his small fist and said. Baby Mo leaned close to his ear and whispered. Sir Guangguang furrowed his brows. But the stoic mother said that there's an outsider in our group this time and we have to move together with him. I might not be able to come out from time to time. You've forgotten. You can transform into your original form. Baby Mo looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Can't I just hold on to you? That's right. Lord Guangguang's eyes lit up and he immediately jumped up and down. He hugged Baby Mo and said happily, okay, then it's settled. Even if I don't participate, I can still leave an extra spot for those pitiful idiots. Sai, let's go to the sacred palace and get some materials so that we can exchange food and bamboo with the stoic lady later. These idiots in the sacred Saint Galaxy really made one's heart ache. Baby Mo's eyes brightened as he held Lord Guangguang's hand and said, Guangguang, you really are a kind-hearted child. Let's leave the opportunity to those uncles and aunties. Look at how enthusiastic they are. The two little ones were squeezed outside the crowd and couldn't see what was going on inside. They looked down at their short limbs and sighed sadly. Registration ends tonight. If you want to register, do it early. A hoarse voice shouted. Why are you two little rascals squeezed here? Do you want to register too? Lord Guangguang raised his head and saw a fierce-looking, muscular middle-aged man glaring at the two of them with his fierce eyes. Without waiting for Lord Guangguang to speak, that muscular man said, Where's your family's adult? Why did he let two little children come to watch the show? Look at your small bodies, what if they get crushed? Do you want to sit on Uncle's shoulder? Lord Guangguang was about to tactfully refuse when his body was lifted up by someone. That muscular man carried Guangguang with one hand and Baby Mo with the other, throwing the two of them on his shoulder. I'll bring you two out after reporting your numbers. You're still so young, don't register, okay? Uncle, we're not here to register. Baby Mo said. It's even more wrong to come to watch the show. There are so many people here, and you're still so young, why are you here to join in the fun? Your family's adult is too much, not taking care of such little children. That muscular man kept nagging. Lord Guangguang was really afraid of him and hurriedly interrupted, Our family's adult is just in front. That's even more ridiculous. The muscular man's face was filled with indignation. He knows it's crowded here, but he actually threw you two little ones here. In the muscular man's opinion, this adult was really unreliable. Baby Mo blinked. Uncle, it's your turn to register. As they spoke, the line slowly moved forward a few inches. That muscular man had already moved to the registration point at the speed of a turtle. He took the pen and wrote down his name, Zhang Feng. Registration fee is a yellow-grade artifact forging material. Zhang Feng was taken aback, and he hurriedly said, Wasn't the registration fee 10,000 spirit coins in the past? Someone behind him shouted, Didn't you see the notice? The registration fee this year has changed. What was the use of spirit coins? They couldn't even buy ingredients. Now, only refining materials can be used to buy the things you want. The man was stunned. The expression of the hoarse voice at the registration point changed. Why is there another troublemaker? If you don't have the registration fee, then get lost. Don't stay here and cause trouble. That's right. Don't affect the registration of others. Yeah, big guy, hurry up. The burly man's face flushed red. He scratched his ears and cheeks but couldn't say anything. He just wanted to go to the sacred palace to find some refining materials so that he could go to the first floor of the sacred palace to buy some ingredients and other necessities. The materials he had on him were all used up when he was shopping a few days ago. Thinking about how the sacred palace would open in a few days, and how he only needed to pay 10,000 spirit coins, he was in a good mood. He didn't expect that the registration fee this time would be so fraudulent. Why aren't you getting lost? The hoarse voice at the registration point scolded impatiently. Baby Mo's phoenix eyes narrowed. Who doesn't have money? What are you yelling about? That's right, that's right. Lord Guangguang chimed in. We have money. Isn't it just a registration fee? What's the big fuss about? Here. Lord Guangguang took out a piece of yellow rank refining material from his sleeve and slammed it on the table with a thump. He waved his small hand like a tycoon. Take it away. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, their expressions somewhat startled. That brawny man was very embarrassed and wanted to reach out to take the material on the table. He said, I really don't have the material you want. Forget it, I won't register this year. Who would have thought that the hoarse voice at the registration point had already put the material into the bag beside his hand and threw a bamboo tablet over while shouting, next. The brawny man looked down at the bamboo tablet on the table with a dazed expression. Hey, I already said I won't register. The hoarse voice shouted, what are you blabbering about? The registration fee has been paid and you've signed your name. Hurry up and scram to the next one to continue. Don't waste everyone's time. The brawny man was furious. Uncle, let's go. What's there to fight over with him? This person at the registration point was clearly robbing them. Baby Mo patted Zhang Feng, indicating for him to take the bamboo tablet and lead them out of the crowd. Zhang Feng was very embarrassed as he scratched his head and said, I'll strive to enter the top 200 and enter the sacred palace. I'll find a few good refining materials and return them to you. He was such a big person, yet the registration fee was paid by 2 children. It was truly shameful. If the children's parents found out about this, would they blame him for scamming 2 ignorant children? When Zhang Feng thought of this, he unconsciously became deeply worried. Baby Mo looked at him in confusion. Uncle, we've already registered and paid the fee. Why are you still frowning? Zhang Feng laughed bitterly. You 2 children took the initiative to pay the registration fee for me. If your parents find out, I'm afraid they'll come to settle the score with me and say that I cheated you. Lord Guangguang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Uncle, you're thinking too much. Stoic Face won't go through so much trouble with you for a mere yellow rank material. That's right, that's right. Baby Mo nodded vigorously. If Little Cauldron eats one less mouthful, there will be a pile of materials left. Zhang Feng didn't understand, so he didn't say anything. Baby Mo saw that he was suddenly in low spirits and raised his hand to pat his half-bald head. How about this, Uncle? We'll come to watch the competition tomorrow, and you'll help us squeeze to the front. That would be a great help to us. Zhang Feng smiled and said, you 2 kids must have snuck out. If I come out to watch the competition every day, won't the adults at home be worried? Why are you in such a hurry? We're incognito, ahem, we didn't sneak out. It was Mother and Father who let us come out to gain experience. Zhang Feng thought to himself, his parents are really big-hearted. Then he nodded and said, then you must tell your family before you come out. Also, if Father and Mother don't allow you to come out, then don't come out. After all, you guys are still too young. Don't worry, Uncle. Lady Guangguang held his small arm. Little Dumpling and I are actually very strong. Even if 8 or 10 of them come, they won't be able to defeat us. Zhang Feng, he thought to himself, looks like the parents of these 2 kids are definitely a pair of weirdos. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to raise these 2 awesome little fellows. Alright, if you can make it out, I'll see you here tomorrow. I'll bring you in to watch the competition. The 2 children jumped up and cheered. Okay. Uncle, don't worry. We'll be there on time tomorrow. On the other side, Stay Up Late was telling Mo Lian and Arbor about what had just happened. Little Master made a silly friend in less than 10 minutes. They even agreed to watch the competition together tomorrow. Stay Up Late said, speechless. He really had to hand it to this child. She was born with a wide range of social connections. Don't be fooled by her expressionless face. She could mingle with people wherever she went. I've already checked on that person. He's a loner in the holy region. He doesn't have any close friends or relatives. He's been a loner for many years. Master Jojo nodded slightly. Let him be. He meant that he was going to let the child go. Stay Up Late was amused. He cupped his hands and left. Arbor squeezed to her husband's side and gave him an ebony blue talisman. Here, use it. Mo Lian looked at him bitterly. We're just going to the competition tomorrow. Why do I have to use a transformation talisman? Xiaomu's face was taut as she pinched him with 2 fingers. In order not to cause trouble. This face of yours is too good at attracting suitors. If you become uglier, no one will look at you like crazy during the competition. Mo Lian hooked his arm around his wife's waist and leaned close to ask with a grin, Xiao, you just don't want other people to notice how handsome your husband is. Arbor chuckled and slapped the transformation talisman on his head. Stop talking nonsense and transform. Mo Lian asked bitterly, why am I the only one using the transformation talisman? Don't worry. Everyone has a share. Jojo drank a bottle for himself. Then, he took out dozens of transformation talismans and threw them into a small basket. When the crowd saw a short, chubby girl of 16 or 17 come down the stairs, they froze for a moment. Then, they realized what was going on. Naturally, it was impossible for anyone to barge into their bamboo house. Therefore, this little chubby girl was undoubtedly their family's little clever Xiao. Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but hold her forehead and subconsciously take a step back. She glanced at the small basket on the girl's shoulder and hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't need that transformation talisman. This kind of shape-shifting talisman's directionality was too unclear. Who knew how ugly it would be if the talisman was slapped down? Moreover, it would be ugly for 10 days to half a month. This was simply too much of a scam, Jojo sighed. Holding the basket, he raised his chin and sighed to the sky. Guess, will I use violence to force you to use the talisman, or will I use even more violent means to force you to use it? Everyone was speechless. Duan Yu took out a talisman aggrievedly. Why must I become ugly to compete? A low-key life doesn't need to be explained. Arbor shook his head and put the basket on the table. He glanced at the crowd and roared, activate the talisman. A moment later, everyone cried out in surprise. Oh my god, I've become a burly man. Oh my god, my arm is deformed. Blarg, quickly take the mirror away, take it away. Quickly take it away. I don't want to look at the mirror for the next few days. Arbor speechlessly glanced at the crowd who were singing their praises. Actually, how was he ugly? It was just that his face was a bit ordinary. Like Yuan Shurchen, who turned from a dashing and handsome man into an ordinary middle-aged burly man, he actually wasn't ugly. Arbor said expressionlessly, if you're not satisfied with yourselves, you can use another talisman and transform again. Everyone waved their hands. No need. Let them off. What if they used it again and turned out to be less reliable than they were now? What should they do then? Arbor silently glanced at them. A bunch of idiots possessed by acting geniuses. There were actually people who cried because of their ugliness and hid in a corner to secretly wipe their tears. Truly hilarious. Alright, get ready. Perform as usual tomorrow. She thought for a moment before instructing, but don't beat them to death on the spot. After all, they were only going to participate in the competition to get a spot in the top 200. There was no need to beat those bitter idiots in the holy region to death. Those people had already suffered enough these years. It wasn't easy. Arbor heaved a long sigh and turned to leave with his little paws behind his back. Jojo's attitude is a bit off, Feng Zhangfei couldn't resist exclaiming softly. His elder brother, Feng Chongqing, irritably smacked him. Don't speak nonsense. If she usually went to a mystic realm or something like that, she would definitely be very excited and have long planned to take it down. But look at today. She doesn't seem to have any designs on this holy palace at all. Everyone silently nodded and gave Feng Zhangfei a thumbs up in their minds. He was very right. If it were in the past, Jojo would have long planned to refine the holy palace and store it in the star domain. But now, she was actually so modest. It truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Jojo is a person with a hard mouth but a soft heart. Duan Yu smiled faintly. Her heart must have softened when she saw the people in the holy region suffering so much. Ma Yichen nodded and then covered his eyes. Don't smile, you're too ugly. Duan Yu's smile suddenly froze on his face. The bets are open, the bets are open. Place your bets, place your bets. The competition list is here. Everyone can place their bets and have a chance to win. Place your bets before the start of the competition. Stop placing bets before the start of the first match. Hurry up, hurry up. There's less than 30 minutes left. Time waits for no one. As he spoke, 17 to 18 hands squeezed out from the crowd and placed a piece of yellow-grade crafting material on the table. Rattling off my bets on who to win. Grandpa, I want to bet on my father, mother, and adoptive father winning. The old man who opened the gambling house looked up and saw a little boy who looked like he was carved from jade sitting on the arm of a strong man. He took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. So many people? After a series of actions, the old man collected more than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials from Baby Mo. He then chuckled and gave him a list of bets with his fingerprint on it. It was obvious that this child was from a wealthy family. Otherwise, how could he take out so many materials in one go? Old Grandpa, don't tell me that you're going to take all of our bets and run away with the money? Baby Mo asked in a childish voice. Lord Guangguang glared at Old Man Kai and said, if you dare to covet our little dumpling's money, I will kill you. Everyone, although they felt that these two imps were speaking in an old-fashioned manner, it was inexplicably hilarious. But some shrewd people also stared at the old man suspiciously. I think we should all take turns watching him here. Otherwise, he might really run away with the money like the child said. The old man felt guilty and couldn't help but grumble in his heart. What a bastard Xiao Tong, he really dared to say anything like a child's words to outsiders. However, this old man really did plan to do so in the first place. He wanted to get some money and run away first. Anyway, these people would definitely pay attention to the competition later. As the banker, he was guaranteed to win and not lose. However, this little brat had actually seen through his little scheme. He was truly one of the 7 fiends. Old Grandpa, you're frowning. Did I hit the nail on the head? Baby Mo looked at him suspiciously. Hearing the child's words, the people around felt that there was something wrong with the old man. Old man, you can't be thinking of swindling us, right? You've grown gutsy, right, daring to scam so many of them, are you courting death? The old man who opened the bet felt guilty and said angrily, child, don't talk nonsense. I'm here, aren't I? Why should I run? Where can I run to? Watch him, watch him. A few youngsters said worriedly. We'll take turns to watch over this person. That won't do. Baby Mo said innocently. Uncles, if the competition becomes exciting later, your attention will definitely be attracted. The child is right. Then what should we do? Some of the people who paid the money frowned and looked at each other. Look, this old grandpa's abacus is really good. At the start, when he asked us to bet on who would win or lose, he even signed a contract and stamped it, right? But if it's a draw, no one will lose and no one will win. The old grandpa will definitely take all. Everyone slapped their thighs. That's right, they didn't pay attention when they were buying just now. Now that the child said it, it was indeed so. Old man, now, the old grandpa can't even satisfy the banker's appetite. He intends to run away with the money. It doesn't matter if he wins or loses, the materials are all his. Everyone glared at him. The old man wanted to cry but had no tears. Now, I have a way to make the old grandpa stay here. Child, tell me, what is it? Yes. Tell me, uncle will do it for you. Yes, child. Auntie will back you up. Just say whatever you want. Baby Mo nodded and said, what if we use a cover and cover the old grandpa with a few layers to prevent him from running away? Then we can watch the competition in peace. Everyone slapped their thighs in agreement. That's right. Use that defensive spiritual artifact to protect him. That's right. Use the god-locking rope to lock him in the defensive barrier. Yes. Let's do that. Kids are really smart. The old man wanted to cry. He glared at Baby Mo angrily. Which freaking family did this kid come from? Where the hell were his parents? Why don't you hurry up and take this swindler away? Mo Bao Bao glanced at the old man who was trapped within multiple layers of defensive barriers and had his legs bound by the spirit-locking chains. He looked at him sympathetically and said emotionally, "Grandpa, don't panic. Just wait here. The competition will be over soon." If the old man could get out of this cage now, he wished he could smash this child into the melon ground with a hammer. If it weren't for this child, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. "Uncle, let's squeeze in and watch the competition." Baby Mo was now very relieved. He patted Zhang Feng and said. Zhang Feng was stunned. Who would have thought that with just a few words, this brat would be able to trick everyone into teaching the old man a lesson and locking him up in the defensive barrier? This was really... Zhang Feng did not know what to say. Could this brat be the reincarnation of a demon? How could he be so meticulous? What he thought of, those adults did not think of. This brat was too sharp. "Uncle Zhang, let's go in further." Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang urged him. "Uncle, when you participate in the competition later, we will cheer you on." Although Zhang Feng's face was ferocious, he was very shy. Hearing the two children say this, he actually felt embarrassed and said softly, "Don't be so loud. Actually, I'm not that powerful." Baby Mo took out a small bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Uncle, when the time comes, don't worry and drink it when your holy power is exhausted." Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "This is recovery medicine? It's very expensive, right?" "You guys. Uncle, don't worry and drink it. This is a substandard product refined by Little Furball. The effect is slightly worse than the finished product. Drink the substandard product for a few days first. When you enter the finals, I'll give you the finished product." Zhang Feng was speechless. Zhang Feng wanted to ask the two children in detail if they knew how to refine pills. The drum noise in the arena instantly rose and covered his voice. Lord Guangguang said excitedly, they're fighting. Baby Mo's phoenix eyes were also wide open as he watched the fight on the stage with great interest. Both sides were moving around in a wide arena. In order to prevent the power from flying, the arena was set up with a very thick defense. Xiao Tuanzi and Lord Guangguang watched the fight without blinking. Their gazes were fixed on the two people who were exchanging blows. Seeing the excitement, the child could not help but comment, "This yellow-haired uncle's attack speed is so fast. Look at him flying up and kicking at him. His leg trembled 5 times in a row. Amazing." Everyone was speechless. Zhang Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. That's because the yellow-haired brother used too much force when he stomped down just now. His leg is hurting now. Amazing. Lord Guangguang pointed at the arena and said, "Little dumpling, look at that red-eyed uncle. His punching speed isn't bad either. Look at the wind from his fists. He's so strong. I'm guessing that he'll definitely win." That might not be the case. The red-eyed uncle seems to be lacking in strength. I think he will be defeated within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. At first, everyone thought that the two children were just joking around. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he realized that this little rascal had guessed correctly. Following that, several consecutive times, after the child guessed correctly, everyone was speechless. "Little girl, look. Uncle Stay Up Late is going up. This is just the preliminary round. Don't be so agitated," Baby Mo said calmly. Zhang Feng felt someone patting him from behind. He turned around and saw a middle-aged woman curiously staring at the two children on his shoulders. "Little babies, are you two the young masters of the first tower of the Holy Region?" The name of the first tower of the Holy Region was like thunder to the ears. Even though everyone's attention was focused on the arena, they couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. Lord Guangguang shook his head, "Of course not. How could we be related to the first tower of the Holy Region? Stop talking nonsense." The woman could not help but roll her eyes. "I've seen the two of you at the first tower of the Holy Region." Lord Guangguang glared, "Then what do you want?" "This auntie. You better think it over carefully. If you dare to kidnap our little dumpling, those cripples from before will be your lesson." The woman laughed awkwardly, "This child, what are you talking about?" She suddenly reacted and roared with an ugly expression, "What auntie? Call me big sister." Everyone was instantly silent. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This woman looked like Sun Yang, but who knew how old she actually was? A few hundred-years-old woman actually had the nerve to let the two children call her big sister. Child, big sister wants to go to the first floor of the sanctuary to buy something. Seeing you two little bosses, I'm happy. Zhang Feng turned around and asked, you guys are really the little bosses of the first floor of the sanctuary? Lord Guangguang hurriedly waved his small hand modestly. No, we're not. We're not some boss, the first floor of the sanctuary is our stoic mothers. Buy things early tomorrow. Baby Mo curled his lips. Now, don't disturb him from watching the competition. He saw Uncle Aoyi, Uncle Ma Ta, and Uncle Duanmu in succession, winning the competition almost effortlessly. There wasn't any suspense in today's qualifier. The little dumpling counted with his fingers, and only then did he give the old grandpa more than 30 yellow-level materials. Logically, the old grandpa should compensate him close to 70 pieces. Later, when Uncle Zhang's competition is over, we'll go find the old grandpa to settle the accounts. Lord Guangguang nodded vigorously, that's for sure. Look, stoic mother is going up. What's there to be excited about? Mother will definitely win. Baby Mo looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely excited on the inside. He watched as his chubby stoic mother hopped onto the stage with small, quick steps. The opponent rushed over, 5 meters, 4 meters, and 3 meters, already right in front of his eyes. The chubby stoic mother suddenly flew over like a cannonball and fiercely punched that person's chin. Everyone heard a crack sound, and their hearts shrunk. That unlucky competitor was kicked out of the arena like a kite with a broken string and rolled into the crowd. Lord Guangguang exclaimed, stoic mother is as scary as always. A matter that could be solved with one fist would never be solved with 2 fists. Zhang Feng could not help but tremble. Just now, he had clearly seen the contorted expression of that fellow in the competition, as well as the teardrop at the corner of his eye when he was sent flying. One move was enough to kick him to the point where he couldn't find north. Everyone was shocked by his combat ability. Uncle, can we choose our opponents in a small area for tomorrow's match? That's right. We'll finish this batch today. Tomorrow, we'll probably continue in groups of 10. Among these 10 people, each member would designate their opponent. Both sides must point at each other before the next round can begin. Zhang Feng regained his senses and hurriedly nodded. That was, if he didn't hit the target the first time, he would choose a new one. This way, it would prevent the strong from directly challenging the weak. If the weak didn't choose the strong one, they would have to make a second choice. Then hurry up and make a copy of this list. Don't choose my father, mother, and foster father. The kind-hearted baby Mo hurriedly slapped his wager list onto Uncle Zhang's chest with a conflicted expression. If you're really that unlucky, you'd better admit defeat immediately and jump off the stage yourself. Lord Guangguang hurriedly said. Uncle Zhang, remember this. Yes, remember this. Zhang Feng nodded his head with a solemn expression and began to memorize the names on the list. He felt that the two children's reminder was definitely true. Just look at the match just now. The chubby woman that the child called the stoic lady moved extremely quickly and dislocated her opponent's jaw in one move. Forget it, the competition was secondary. Life was so precious that it only came once. Uncle, the fact that you can listen to Xiao Tuanzi's advice means that you're very smart. Lord Guangguang praised with a smile. Zhang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As they spoke, it was Zhang Feng's turn to go on stage. He needed to go down the stage to prepare. Thus, he hurriedly whispered, don't wander around. Wait here for Uncle. Hurry up and go, Uncle. Baby Mo urged, don't worry, we won't wander around. They were all good children, how could they cause trouble everywhere? They wouldn't, Zhang Feng reminded him again, and squeezed down the stage worriedly. Baby Mo jumped onto Lord Guangguang's back. The two brats were stacked together like a human pyramid. Lord Guangguang stood in the air, and Baby Mo was stacked on his back. Lord Guangguang shook his bald head, what if Uncle can't beat the other contestant later? Should we secretly help him? Baby Mo shook his head with a serious expression, no. Even if we help Uncle and let him barely enter the top 200, Uncle probably won't be happy. I think Uncle is an honest person. If he wants to enter the sacred palace, he must follow the rules. Use his own strength to win. Then I hope Uncle's luck will be better. The guy on the other side is a weakling. Xiao Tuanzi laughed, thinking to himself, how could he be a weakling? In this competition to select the top 200 in the Holy Region, the participants were basically all Transcendent Realm experts. It was rare for there to be a few Transcendent Realm contestants, and they would be eliminated very quickly. However, Zhang Feng did not meet a weak opponent as Guangguang had expected. His opponent's realm was not much different from his own. The two of them fought very strenuously. After fighting for an incense stick's worth of time, the crowd saw that there were no new tricks up their sleeves, and all of them felt a little tired. A few people whispered under the stage, "It will be over when the incense sticks burn to the end." Looks like this match is going to end in a draw again. Lord Guangguang held Xiao Tuanzi's hand nervously. He wanted to secretly help Uncle Zhang several times, but was stopped by Xiao Tuanzi. "Uncle, why are you so silly that you don't want to drink the medicine?" Right now, both of them were exhausted, and they had taken pills just now. But how could those pills that could restore Saint energy be compared to the potion that Xiao Tuanzi had made? Lord Guangguang wished he could scold Zhang Feng for being a fool. Even if Xiao Tuanzi's concoction was substandard, it was still 1,000 times better than those pills on the market that could restore Saint energy. He drank it. Guangguang's eyes lit up as he focused his gaze. Sure enough, he saw Zhang Feng suddenly take out the bottle of medicinal liquid given by Xiao Tuanzi and pour it into his mouth. Suddenly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he burned and revived. Baby Mo heaved a slight sigh of relief and looked up, only to see the chubby stoic woman floating over to them expressionlessly. "The competition is over, let's go home." Mo Baobao blinked and naturally obediently scrambled back with his mother. For this reason, he specially instructed Uncle Aoyi to stay behind and report their movements to Uncle Zhang. This was to prevent this uncle from crying when he returned and couldn't find him. As his mother floated, Mo Baobao followed behind her head and floated along with her. Sir Guangguang said sweetly, "Stoic mother, that move of yours just now was seriously too cool. You broke that old uncle's jaw with one punch." Mo Lian was a bit speechless and hastily said, "Your mother didn't do it on purpose. She used too much force just now and was very vexed about it. She went to deliver medicine to the other party." Ever since the little stoic advanced to a saint bone, the strength of her punch truly could penetrate the divine armor defense of a Transcendence Realm cultivator. There were still times when Mother was embarrassed? The two brats blinked their eyes and looked at each other. "Mother, I made a good friend of an uncle these 2 days." "Mother knows everything," the little stoic said expressionlessly. "What did you do today?" "Mother, I didn't do anything." When the little dumpling said this, he suddenly slapped his thigh and hastily turned to fly back. "Mother, I have to go back first." When his mother called him just now, he followed her in a daze and hadn't collected his gambling debt yet. Arbor was speechless and carried his son back. "Don't go. That person ran long ago. Why would he wait for you to go back?" Mo Lian said in amusement. "You think he can't run just because you're a bit smart?" The stoic mother continued to poke at her son's heart. "You have to know, he's several hundred years older than you. His life experiences are different from yours. You considered it, but he already considered it long ago." Mo Baobao sighed. "I was actually cheated of more than 30 pieces of materials." Sir Guangguang also exclaimed, "That's too much of a loss." "So what did you learn from this matter?" "You have to be more cautious in the future and watch him personally." Mo Lian grumpily patted Mo Baobao. "Think again." Mo Baobao sneaked a glance at the stoic mother's expression and hastily said, "I can't gamble. I'm still young, so I can't gamble." Then, he quickly added, "You can't gamble even if it's big." 15 minutes later. The old man who opened the gambling house was put in a gunny sack and beaten up violently, and all the materials that he had swindled were looted. "Where did you go wrong?" the person asked faintly. The old man hugged his head and curled up on the ground. Trembling, he cried out, "No, I shouldn't have lied to you, young master. I shouldn't have cheated him of his private money." "Hit!" Jojo gave the order, and dozens of fists smashed down, beating the old man violently. "Don't hit me, don't hit me." This old man admits his mistake, this old man admits his mistake. The old man cried bitterly. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and howled, no, I shouldn't have lured the young master to gamble. This old man knows his mistake. Oh, oh, oh. Heroes, please be merciful. Stop. Jojo waved his hand. Tomorrow, I want you to, she muttered a few words to the old man in a low voice, and the old man's eyes instantly widened. Can you fool him like this? The old man said, this old man isn't bragging, but your son is extraordinarily intelligent. Normal trickery can't fool him at all. Enough nonsense. Just do as I say. I know. This old man will definitely do as you say. The next day, Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang were still immersed in the bad news of we were cheated. They even looked listless in class. Sigh. Baby Mo felt sorry for himself and touched his chubby little face. I didn't expect that I would be so stupid this time. I actually misjudged and got cheated by that old grandpa. That old grandpa is really quite shameless. He even cheated us children of our things. If we bump into him on the road next time, we definitely won't let him off. A few small heads came over from the side and asked curiously, classmate Mo Xiao, have you been deceived? This was really a weird encounter. Mo Xiao was such a smart child, how could he be cheated by others? No one would believe it even if they told others. Little Mo nodded and said listlessly, sigh, how can one not wet their shoes if they walk by the river often? He was used to cheating people, so he felt that he could not accept the fact that he was cheated once in a while. A few little heads came over in front of Baby Mo and said, Mo Xiao, don't be sad. What were you cheated of? More than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials. What? More than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials. The little children sighed. While they sympathized, they could not help but feel that this classmate of theirs was really rich. Then what should we do? Will your parents help you get it back? Lord Guangguang said indignantly, they won't help us. They even mock us and say that our intelligence is not enough to make up for it with money. Baby Mo sighed sorrowfully and stretched out a pair of chubby little arms to support his little chin. You're so pitiful, Mo Xiao. A few little girls surrounded him and said softly. How about this, after school ends, we'll accompany you to walk around. Who knows, we might meet that swindler old grandpa. Everyone, thank you for your kind intentions, but you can't help me. We can help. Everyone said at once. We can help you beat him up. Yes. Beat him up. Baby Mo turned his face and looked at his classmates pitifully with his watery eyes. Will you guys really help me? How could the group of children refuse such a delicate little face? They immediately nodded in unison without any moral integrity. Lord Guangguang jumped down from his seat. Let's gather outside the courtyard after school. I have a lot of sleeping pills with me. I'll feed the old man when I see him later. Why don't we just strip him and search his body? Let's tie him to the tree and make him spit out all the yellow rank materials he swallowed. All right. Baby Mo gave the final word and nodded with a smile. Students, you are all so talented, that's why it's said that there's strength in numbers. Look at how many ideas we can come up with when everyone is gathered together. The group of little radish heads gathered at the entrance of the courtyard after school. There were a total of 16 children, with an average age of about 7 years old. Under the lead of Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang, they set off towards the entrance of the first tower of sanctuary. What's the use of going to the first tower of sanctuary now? That old grandpa got the materials yesterday. If he wanted to go to the first tower of sanctuary to exchange for something, he would have already done so. Lord Guangguang shook his finger. No, our tower opens every day at 7 a.m. Yesterday's competition lasted until the afternoon, the old man did not even have time to queue up. He definitely won't be able to buy it today. Baby Mo expressed his agreement and nodded his head. According to my reliable analysis, the old grandpa might be queuing up at the first floor of the sanctuary now. Tomorrow morning, he will exchange all the materials he cheated for food or other things. A young girl expressed her doubts. How can the old grandpa be so stupid? Yesterday, he didn't just cheat you of your materials, he cheated many others too. Everyone has the same idea as you, to come to the first floor of the sanctuary to stop him. How can he escape? You don't understand. Lord Guangguang shook his head. I'm guessing he knows how to disguise himself. At this point, they could see from afar that there was a long queue of 100 people at the entrance of the first floor of the sanctuary. Lord Guangguang waved his hand and a group of 6- and 7-year-old children all ran forward to check the people in the queue. The crowd that was queuing up at the entrance of the first floor of the sanctuary was shocked by the group of children. A young lady in a plain green dress could not help but laugh and ask, "Children, what are you doing here? Children, go away. If you want to queue up, go to the back. Don't think that you can cut the queue for no reason just because you are a child." The children did not care about what they said and continued to do their own thing. After checking the queue, they ran to Baby Mo's side and shook their heads at him. "I don't see the wretched old grandpa. I don't see one here either. I don't even see the wretched uncle. Looks like the old grandpa didn't disguise himself." Baby Mo touched his chin and turned his head. Suddenly, he waved his hand. "Everyone, follow me." Everyone hurriedly followed him and ran forward. The crowd in the queue looked at each other in dismay. This group of children came quickly and ran quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared completely. Baby Mo led his group of schoolmates and ran for a few dozen meters before stopping a man wearing a bamboo hat with his head lowered and waist bent. This person was originally unremarkable, but he just happened to appear not far from the first floor of the sanctuary. The moment he saw Baby Mo, he turned and ran away with a guilty conscience. No one would believe that he was not a ghost. Baby Mo took a step forward and swatted the bamboo hat off his head. It revealed a face that was completely different from the face of the old man from yesterday. "That's him." Baby Mo clenched his fist and waved it. "Go." The children's blood was boiling. Under the little fellow's command, they quickly rushed up, their small arms and legs landing on the man's body. "So this is what you should look like." Mo Baobao was furious. "What old man?" It turned out that the person who traded with him yesterday wasn't an old man at all. Looking at his muscular body, he was just pretending. He was on the verge of tears. He agreed to cooperate with young Master Mo and Madame Mo to act, but he didn't agree to be beaten up. These children swarmed up and hit him with their small arms and legs. Although it didn't hurt or itch, it was really a loss of dignity. However, he could not get angry and push them away. Baby Mo took the chance to throw out a spirit-locking rope, which coiled around his arm with a whoosh. "No, no, no, children, children. Calm down, calm down." This person dragged the spirit-locking rope and took a few steps back. He said to Baby Mo in tears, "Tell them to stop. Tell them to stop hitting me. I'm already miserable enough. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." "What are you miserable about? You big scoundrel." Baby Mo shouted crisply. "Big liar. Hurry up and return my more than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials. Speak, what's your name? Speak quickly. Don't lie. Woo-woo. G-dog leftovers." The group of children choked in unison, as if they didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Sir Guangguang's loud voice roared angrily, "I'm asking for your name." "And my name is G-dog leftovers." Sir Guangguang, the two of them looked at dog leftovers with incomparable sympathy. They shook their heads and sighed, thinking at the same time, "I originally thought that the stoic mother was the world's #1 name lousy, but I didn't expect that she was still slightly better than dog leftovers' parents." "Speak, why did you lie?" Dog leftovers wept noisily. If it weren't for Sir Guangguang grabbing the back of his collar, he would probably be able to talk about his birth until now, acting pitiful as he spoke. The eyes of the inexperienced little girls couldn't help but redden. Master Guangguang punched him in the head. "I'm really very unlucky," dog leftovers said while crying. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." The man wiped his tears and used his other hand that wasn't bound by the god-locking rope to gently pull off a grey headscarf on his head. Instantly, a head of short, withered hair was revealed. The group of children sucked in a breath of cold air. They instantly felt that the big scoundrel in front of them was indeed a bit miserable. Half of his head without the headscarf was barren, and the other half was also full of bumps and hollows. Only a few small tufts of hair remained on his withered head, standing firm in the wind. Why are you like this? Baby Mo jumped in fright from his miserable appearance. Only then did she realize that this person's face seemed to be very dark. It was as if he had been ruthlessly struck by lightning. Dog Leftovers pounced over with great acting. He suddenly threw himself onto the ground and hugged Baby Mo's short legs, pounding the ground and wailing loudly. I'm miserable, little young master, I'm truly miserable. Didn't he just want to make his life better, so he thought of setting up a gambling house to cheat people, and the result, he didn't even have enough time to warm up the pile of materials that he had scammed yesterday. Halfway through, he was put in a gunny sack and beaten up violently. Even the assets that he had swindled yesterday were all plundered. You look quite pitiful, Baby Mo said to him sympathetically. It wasn't just miserable. It was incomparably miserable. Goshing's eyes were red as he hugged Baby Mo and cried loudly. The group of children at the side couldn't help but feel depressed. They all said at once, Uncle, don't cry. Uncle, I've stopped crying since I was 6. Uncle, you're a little weak. Go Leftover looked at these childish faces and listened to a string of childish words. He really couldn't bring himself to cry. The emotions that had been brewing up almost disappeared in an instant. He gritted his teeth in anger and hurriedly pulled on Baby Mo's little robe. After brewing for a while, he wailed, Child, you don't know how miserable your uncle is. That's why I say that bad things really do come with retribution. One mustn't take even half a step wrong. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Uncle. Baby Mo looked at him suspiciously. You saw my mother yesterday. Go Leftovers trembled and couldn't help but cry in his heart. He had already told that Madame Mo that her son was talented and smart and wasn't easy to deceive, but Madame Mo insisted that he follow the plan. He said that he had to give his son a scare. Sob sob sob, if he wanted to trick his son, could he not involve a small fry like him? He knew that he would not be able to fool this smart little brat. Indeed, in less than 3 minutes, he was about to be exposed. Go Leftover tried his best to keep his expression unchanged and said as fast as he could, Child, look at Uncle. I knew that liars would not have a good ending. The reason why the hair on my head is black and withered is because after I cheated yesterday, the heavenly Tao punished me and I was struck by lightning 18 times. It was not easy to keep my life. Uncle, it's too late for regrets. Baby Mo, Lord Guangguang said, Liar. There was no thunder at all yesterday. The group of little radishes also nodded, expressing their doubts. They weren't deaf. How could they not know about the lightning punishment from the heavens? Go Leftover hugged Baby Mo's leg and cried. It's true. Believe me. Then, the lightning punishment will hit me alone, and I will be covered in a cover. Then. Sob sob sob, sob sob sob. He cried miserably. It was especially cruel and struck me alone. Baby Mo, no matter how he looked at it, why did he feel that this person in front of him was crying and screaming fake? Even his experience felt fake? You're lying to me. Little Mo Xiao stared at this person sharply. No, no. Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. It's all true. Then where are my materials? Yes, quickly return the 30 over materials to Mo Xiao. Go Leftover cried and wailed. Little ancestors, after the lightning strike yesterday, all the materials in my inner world were, sob sob sob. They were all struck by the heavenly Tao. Baby Mo's eyebrows twitched. Lord Guangguang opened his mouth slightly. It can't be. The heavenly Tao struck your inner world? This is not true. Go Leftover did not dare to hide and answered honestly, it just struck all the savings that I had accumulated for a long time. All of them were struck away. Baby Mo immediately understood and patted Go Leftover's face comfortingly. It's been hard on you. You must have been robbed by my mother. Everyone, Go Leftover, Madame Mo, come out, come out. I already said that your son is not easy to fool. Why did you make me suffer so much? You're so pitiful. Lord Guangguang expressed his sympathy. No matter how he looked at it, why did he feel that the person in front of him was crying and screaming fake? Even his experience felt fake? You're lying to me. Mo Xiao stared sharply at this person. No, no. Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. It's all true. What about my materials? That's right, hurry up and return Emojiao's 30+ materials. Goshen cried and wailed, dear little ancestors, after yesterday's lightning strike, all of the materials in my inner world were. Woo-woo, they were all struck by the heavenly Tao. Baby Mo's eyebrows twitched. Lord Guangguang's mouth opened slightly. No way, the heavenly Tao destroyed your inner world? This is not the case. Goshen didn't dare to hide anything and answered honestly, that all of the savings this one had accumulated for a long time, all of it gone. Baby Mo immediately understood and patted Goshen's face comfortingly. It's been hard on you. You must have been robbed by my mother. Everyone, Goshen, Madame Mo, come out, come out. I already said that your son is not easy to fool. Why did you make me suffer so much? You're so pitiful. Lord Guangguang expressed his sympathy. The group of little kids watched as Goshen left pitifully, and their little faces involuntarily hung a few traces of sighs. This person looked quite pitiful, his back was bleak and desolate, looking somewhat miserable. Sigh, the children heaved a long sigh and silently glanced at each other. Then, let's all return home. Baby Mo suggested. The children nodded one after another, saying their goodbyes, and each returned home to find their mothers. Little classmate Mo Xiao sighed softly, mother is too bad. Yeah, stoic mother is really bad. She clearly already helped us and brought back the materials, but she didn't tell us. She even let that uncle act out a farce and pretend to be struck by the heavenly law. What does stoic mother want to do? Lord Guangguang said angrily. Mother just wants us to know. Swindlers don't have a good ending. Swindlers will be beaten by Grandpa Heavenly Law. Lord Guangguang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed exaggeratedly, stoic mother is too ridiculous. Does she think we're 3-year-old children? How could this kind of thing deceive us? Baby Mo nodded with a dazed expression, we're not 3-year-old children anymore. This kind of thing, just use your brain and you'll know. The two chatted as they walked. When they returned to the bamboo house, they even deliberately looked at each other and helped each other adjust their collars. You look alright. Amen, it doesn't look like you hit Goshen. I didn't hit him. Baby Mo tightened the belt around his waist, I just stepped on him twice. Who told that guy to lie on the ground without any moral integrity and grab his robe? The two children stepped into the bamboo garden's courtyard at the same time, and they called out, we're back. The one who warmly welcomed them was little friend Fu Yun. This guy had just woken up, and he hurriedly ran towards Baby Mo with his short legs, big brother. Did you run into that swindler grandpa today? Did you ask for all your things back? Baby Mo expressionlessly held his small hand, you might not believe me when I say this. We ran into that person on the way home after school today. Little Yun, you didn't see that person's miserable appearance. If you saw it, you would definitely feel that he was very miserable. Little Fu Yun followed his big brother and asked, you beat him up, didn't you? Big brother is the most powerful. That old grandpa is definitely not your match. Did the old man cry after that? Lord Guangguang and Baby Mo nodded in unison, of course he cried, but he's not an old grandpa, he's a young man. Oh no, he changed his appearance to deceive us. Wah, big brother, you guys made a big guy cry. He's a swindler, so of course we have to beat him. Lord Guangguang said with conviction. When they looked up, they saw Arbor walking over expressionlessly. He glanced at them and asked, why are you back so late? Mother. Baby Mo pounced forward and hugged her leg, mother, hug me. Don't think that you can fool your mother by acting cute. The stoic expressionlessly bent down to pick up his son and asked while holding him in his arms, I heard you ran into yesterday's swindler on the way? Baby Mo nodded vigorously, Mn. How was it a coincidence? Wasn't that swindler personally escorted by his mother? What did you guys talk about? Arbor pretended not to know about this and asked. Nothing much, it's just that the swindler was struck by lightning a bit miserably. We comforted him. Arbor coughed lightly. Tell me what you think. You absolutely can't cheat in the future. Sir Guangguang nodded fiercely. Right, cheating doesn't have a good ending. Not only will you be struck by lightning, everything in your inner world will also be destroyed. Arbor nodded. Then how did you comfort that swindler? We beat him up. Arbor, is this your way of comforting people? Mommy. Baby Mo's little head burrowed into her embrace. Little Furball loves Mommy the most. Mommy treats little Furball the best. What do you mean? Mommy, don't be embarrassed. I already know everything. You robbed that uncle yesterday. The stoic mother looked at her son expressionlessly. No. Baby Mo blinked. I already beat the uncle until he told me the truth. Arbor, this son seemed to be a bit difficult to handle. Husband. She immediately thought of her son's father. He was the most suitable person to discipline her son. Mo Lian was currently boiling soup in the room. When he heard his wife's roar, he hurriedly ran out with a soup ladle. Wife, what's the matter? Arbor walked up and stuffed his son into his hands. Discipline your son. He didn't want to continue talking to him. Just looking at him was annoying. What did you do? Mo Lian held his son with one hand and lowered her head to glance at him. Baby Mo said aggrievedly, I exposed some of Mommy's little tricks, and she flew into a rage out of humiliation. What did you expose? Mommy robbed that swindler from yesterday and even had the swindler trick me. She said it was the one who was struck by lightning. Daddy, I already beat the uncle until he told me the truth. Mommy can't lie to me. Baby Mo puffed up his cheeks. She clearly already robbed him clean, but she still insisted that it was the heavenly law's punishment and that lightning struck the uncle's inner world. Does Mommy want to steal little Furball's yellow grade materials? Mo Lian slapped his butt. Those materials aren't yours. It's all your mom's fault. Baby Mo looked at his father pitifully. He was really a pitiful little guy who was not loved by his parents. Mo Lian picked him up and walked a few steps before throwing him to Venerable Peach Blossom, who had just walked in. He then returned to his room to continue cooking soup to coax his wife. The little doll lay in Ma Shurchen's arms and said pitifully, Uncle Peach Blossom. I'm penniless. Revered Peach Blossom acted as if he was hugging a hot potato. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, You are the richest child in the world. Don't cry about being poor in front of your uncle. I don't have money to give you. Baby Mo raises his head in melancholy and gives a long sigh, My assets have all been confiscated by mother. In the future, I'm destined to be a person without a single cent of wealth. I won't even be able to marry a wife in the future. Venerable Peach Blossom God, you're still so young, yet you're already thinking about getting a wife. Why did I think of my wife? Look at my father and mother. They're together. It's 2 against 1, and I'm the one who's at an absolute disadvantage. If I find a wife, won't it be 2 against 2? Venerable Peach Blossom couldn't bear to hurt him, but he still couldn't help but say, Why don't you think about it? Maybe it's 3 against 1? Baby Mo's mouth gaped open in shock. After a while, he exclaimed, It can't be that tragic, right? Didn't I say we couldn't fool that imp? The husband and wife were hiding in the room and chatting while eating a pot of fish soup. That guy wasn't boasting at all yesterday. He said he couldn't last more than 3 minutes in his son's hands. Mo Lian picked up a piece of fish for his wife and giggled. I reckon he wouldn't even last a minute before he exposed himself. Arbor blew on the scalding fish and sent it into his mouth with a sigh. He's already so hard to fool at such a young age. When he grows up, he won't be able to fool anyone. That's true. Bam. Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity came over after smelling the fragrance and kicked open the door. He carried Baby Mo in one hand and grabbed Lord Guangguang in the other as he boldly appeared at the door and hollered, Great, you too. You actually hid in the room and ate fish soup without calling us. Mommy is bad, but Daddy is worse. Baby Mo wailed indignantly. Lord Guangguang waved his 2 small hands and also shouted, Stoic mother and scoundrel father hid in the room and ate without calling us. Arbor calmly set down his chopsticks and waved his hand. We're just tasting. If it's good, we'll cook it for you guys later. 1 adult and 2 children quickly ran over and took their bowls and chopsticks. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly scooped out the soup and picked up the fish. The fish was tender and delicious, and the bones melted in his mouth as if they were crispy. 3 pairs of eyes, 1 adult and 2 children, abruptly lit up. They were practically as bright as the stars. "There's more in the pot. You guys can slow down." Arbor exasperatedly glanced at the 3 of them. The big one and the 2 small ones ignored her, minding their own business as they ate. "Wow, stoic mother, this fish is even more delicious than the colorful divine fish." "What is it?" "Don't know, I randomly fished it out from the sea of orchids." In less than a quarter of an hour, the whole pot of fish was eaten clean. In the end, not even a drop of soup was left. Arbor was a bit speechless and asked them, "Do you still want to eat?" The 3 heads nodded in unison. "Wait a bit. Wait until Duanyu and the rest come out tonight." "Mother." Baby Mo ran to his mother's side and climbed onto her, rubbing his head against her chest. "The fish you cooked is so delicious. Little dumpling likes it very much." His father couldn't help but glare at the back of his head. This fellow clearly knew that his father had worked hard to make this fish soup, yet he turned around and flattered his mother. He was really a child that made people speechless. Arbor couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand to rub his son's head, but warned him, "You're not allowed to gamble tomorrow, okay?" Baby Mo nodded profusely, replying in a childish voice, "After seeing a ghost, wouldn't you be afraid of the dark?" "Mother, Xiao Tuanzi has been fooled once, and will never be fooled a second time." Xiaomu broke into laughter and poked her son's small head with her finger. "You're the clever one." The next day. Early in the morning, the competition venue was already filled with people. Everyone had come early in the morning to reserve seats. It couldn't be helped. There were obviously more people watching the competition today than yesterday. After all, those idlers who were eliminated in the first round yesterday all had time to come and watch the subsequent matches today. 2 young men stood on the stage. Their robes were washed until they were white. It looked like they hadn't changed into new clothes for a long time. Baby Mo sat on Zhang Feng's shoulder, the burly man who resembled an iron tower. He shook his legs and exclaimed, "Wow! The 2 big brothers in this competition are too poor." When the uncle on the left turned his head, Baby Mo could see an inconspicuous patch on the back of his neck. "The people in this sacred sanctuary are all quite poor." Lord Guangguang expressed his opinion. Then, he suddenly realized that the people around him were staring at him as if they wanted to eat him up. "Why are you staring at Lord Guangguang? Is what Lord Guangguang said not the truth?" The truth was that the people in the sacred sanctuary were all ridiculously poor. The sacred palace that was about to descend was probably because the heavenly axioms saw that the people in the sacred sanctuary were living too pitifully, so it gave them some benefits and supplements every other year. If not for the heavenly axiom daddy giving them some help from time to time, most of the people in the sacred sanctuary would have starved to death. The 2 people on the stage had already started fighting. Today's match was obviously more interesting than yesterday's. The 2 people on the stage exchanged punches, and as they fought, Baby Mo could not take his eyes off them. His eyes were watching, but his little brain was working non-stop. Standing in the uncle's position on the left, how should he neutralize the opponent's moves and counterattack? After analyzing the moves, Baby Mo stood in the uncle's position on the right, and analyzed the opponent's moves again. After he finished analyzing, he thought to himself, "The uncle on the left is weak and unable to continue. I'm afraid he's going to lose." In the blink of an eye, the winner was decided. It was as Baby Mo had predicted. The little fellow was secretly pleased. When the second pair of opponents went on stage, he started to focus on watching, analyzing the moves of the 2 people. Then, he said, "Wah, in less than 2 minutes, the one on the left is going to lose." As expected, not long after, the person whom Baby Mo had predicted to lose was stabbed in the thigh by his opponent, and fell to the ground. After this happened a few times, the few people around him could not help but look at this little child in a new light. It was really amazing, wasn't it? This little child could not be so lucky every time to predict which one of the opponents would lose, right? A middle-aged woman beside him couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Kid, then guess who won and who lost between the 2 on the arena?" Baby Mo was also staring intently at the 2 people who had suddenly jumped onto the stage. This time, there was no need to analyze the moves. Baby Mo smiled and said, "Of course I know. The one on the left will win." Wasn't that obvious? That unlucky guy on the right ran into his foster father, so it was impossible for him not to lose. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party was sent flying out at a speed comparable to that of light. Victory and defeat were decided in a single exchange. This time, the middle-aged woman was truly shocked, and she turned to stare at Baby Mo with a bewildered expression. "Child, you're actually able to discern the opponent's cultivation level? What realm did he see?" He was just taking advantage of the situation. Baby Mo pursed his lips and ignored the middle-aged woman. However, the other party kept sizing him up, as if he had developed a little interest in him. Seeing that he didn't speak, the middle-aged woman smiled kindly and asked, "Little friend, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Master Guangguang couldn't help but turn to look at her. "You want to recommend yourself? To be Little Furball's master?" The woman's face turned slightly red. That little rascal's gaze seemed to be saying, "You're overestimating yourself." Cough, indeed, with her strength, it seemed that she really wasn't qualified. However, she inexplicably wanted to try. This little brat looked very talented. If it was possible, taking him in as a disciple would definitely not be a loss. With that in mind, the middle-aged woman put on a friendlier face. "Child, what's your name? Where do you live? Why don't I talk to your parents personally?" Lord Guangguang waved his hand. "Our little dumpling can make decisions for himself." The middle-aged woman couldn't help but smile. "All right then, child, are you willing to take me as your master and become my disciple?" Baby Mo shook his head repeatedly. "I'm a disciple of the Holy Water sect." Holy Water sect, that should be some sect from the lower realm. The woman chuckled. "Silly child, that's a sect from the lower realm, right? Don't worry, you've already ascended to the saint level with your parents. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't be able to go back in this lifetime. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your parents. If you take me as your master, I guarantee that you will be able to do whatever you want in the saint realm." "Thank you, Auntie." Baby Mo said seriously, "I don't really want to walk sideways like a crab. I just want to walk normally." Lord Guangguang chuckled. The woman looked at him speechlessly. "Child, I'm just making an analogy." Baby Mo patted his chest. "Once a Holy Water sect disciple for a day, a Holy Water sect disciple for a lifetime." Sir Guangguang lowered his voice and whispered into his ear, "Little dumpling, the Holy Water sect won't accept you at all. They don't accept male disciples." "Who said so?" Baby Mo rolled his eyes. "You have to accept it even if you don't want to. I was already a Holy Water sect disciple when I was in my mother's womb. Who dares not to accept me?" Sir Guangguang thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded and said, "That's true. The Holy Water sect simply can't reject the little dumpling." When the little dumpling was in the stoic mother's stomach, she was already a disciple of the Holy Water sect, so what the little dumpling said seemed to be very reasonable. The middle-aged woman frowned slightly. "How about this? Let me talk to your parents." Since this child was so stubborn, it was better to look for his parents. Perhaps they would be able to persuade him. Sir Guangguang looked at the woman with a strange expression. Baby Mo sighed, not wanting to bother with her anymore. He turned to look at the pair of figures fighting in the arena. After so many battles, the atmosphere of the competition was very intense. Below the ring, the crowd of onlookers cheered and shouted, sometimes dancing and sometimes clapping their hands. Baby Mo reached out and patted Zhang Feng. "Uncle, let's go over there and choose our opponents." The next round was Uncle Zhang's turn. Zhang Feng squeezed his way to the edge of the arena and saw that the 10 members of his group had already gathered. The judge held a small booklet and looked back and forth a few times. "Let's begin." He repeated the designation 3 times before the team members were all arranged. Zhang Feng's opponent was an old man, who glanced over with a worried expression. "Uncle's luck is not bad." Baby Mo patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. "You will definitely win today." The little guy's mouth was really sharp. The following match between Zhang Feng and the old man was without suspense. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman became even more determined to take Baby Mo as her disciple. When Arbor walked over expressionlessly, he saw a middle-aged woman chatting up her son with a smile. But the two children didn't seem to want to talk to her. Mother. When baby Mo saw his mother, he immediately floated over and landed in Arbor's arms. Arbor was still under the effect of the transformation talisman. That middle-aged woman couldn't help but be inwardly astonished when she saw the child's ordinary appearance and figure, a bit indescribable. How could such a mediocre woman give birth to such an exquisite and outstanding child? Daddy. The middle-aged woman looked up and saw a thin man walking over. His appearance was so ordinary that it wouldn't make a splash if he was thrown into the water. She couldn't help but be even more puzzled. The child's parents only had this kind of appearance. That was the karma accumulated over several lifetimes for them to obtain such an intelligent, smart, beautiful, and adorable child. Arbor glanced at the middle-aged woman. What business do you have? The middle-aged woman deliberately put on a smile and tried to worm her way into being friends with Arbor. Madam, I intend to take your son as my disciple. How about we find a secluded place to sit down and have a good chat? Arbor was taken aback before waving his hand and saying, no need. Mother, I already told her that I have a master and that I'm a disciple of the Holy Water sect. But she just had to pull me along and talk nonsense. Baby Mo looked at his mother in distress and said, sigh, it's also very vexing to have such a high aptitude. Even when I'm walking on the streets, I'll casually be pulled in as a disciple by others. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but be speechless when they heard this. This little brat was too arrogant and comical. How could he praise himself to this extent? Who knew that his mother would actually nod along with this child and say in full approval, back then, your grandmaster only took a fancy to mother because her aptitude was exceptionally outstanding. Sigh, I bitterly chased mother through 18 streets and all the way to the water boundary before I received her. Everyone, the mother and son were the same. Blowing their own trumpet was a bit too much. The middle-aged woman smiled very awkwardly and could only place her hopes on that father who looked more normal. You're the child's father, right? I think. The father didn't wait for her to finish speaking and raised his hand to stop her from continuing to nag. Don't say any more. My son won't acknowledge you as his master. The middle-aged woman still wanted to persuade him. However, that father expressionlessly said, my son already acknowledged the heavenly law as his master when he was born. Everyone, why can't you just blink when you're talking big? The middle-aged woman's face instantly turned red. This couple was really funny. The child's future would be ruined if he followed them. Even if he looked down on her as a child's master, there was no need for him to bring up the heavenly Tao. You don't believe me? Mo Lian continued to look at her son expressionlessly. Son, try shouting. Mo Bao blinked and jumped into his mother's arms. He shouted happily, Grandpa Heavenly Tao. If I call you, do you dare to throw a grenade at me? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of rolling thunder exploded above Mo Lian's head. Mo Lian, that idiot, had long sensed it. He first raised the defensive thunder barrier, and expressionlessly glanced at the mother and son. Arbor wanted to laugh. Her husband was really pitiful. For so many years, the heavenly Tao did not like the mother and son, so it struck her husband. Sometimes, it would even throw a grenade at you in the middle of the night. Her husband had been trained for a long time and was already fearless. Everyone was dumbstruck as they stared dumbfoundedly at that strange family of three. Did you see that? Mo Bao said complacently. My master responded to me. The middle-aged woman's face was deathly pale as she nodded repeatedly. This time, she didn't dare to say anything more. She hurriedly withdrew from the crowd and ran away. What else could she do if she didn't run? This child actually acknowledged the heavenly Tao as his master. This was really like seeing a ghost. If she didn't run, what if the heavenly Tao went crazy and struck a lightning bolt on her head? What could she do then? She could only cry as she went to meet her death. Not everyone could withstand a lightning bolt without batting an eyelid. From the looks of it now, that family of three was undoubtedly a weirdo. Watching the middle-aged woman run away like a wisp of smoke, baby Mo looked at Arbor with a puzzled expression. Mother, why did that auntie run away? Didn't she want to take this baby as her disciple? Baby Mo said unhappily. If a lightning bolt can scare her away, then if she encounters a strong enemy in the future, she'll definitely abandon little Furball and run away by herself first. Arbor nodded in full agreement, reaching out to stroke his son's head. Son, you're absolutely right. We can't have this kind of master. Amen, amen. Baby Mo vigorously nodded his little head. Jojo turned to look at her husband, lifting her hand to shove her son over. Let's go home. Baby Mo climbed onto his father, reaching out to hug his father's neck as he asked, Daddy, did Grandpa Heavenly Dao's lightning bolt hurt you just now? Mo Lian was expressionless. I'll be thanking the heavens and earth when you stop causing trouble for your father. Little Furball pursed his little mouth. How is this causing trouble? Without little Furball, Daddy and Mommy would have a lot less fun. His father chuckled. I have to thank you, ah. Baby Mo nodded in all seriousness. You're welcome, Daddy. You're my father, it's only right for me to be filial to you. Mo Lian, Lord Jojo suddenly burst into laughter. Father and son hurriedly turned to look at her. Your mother smiling. Daddy, hurry, take out the image talisman array. My mother is really the most beautiful person in the world, she's so beautiful when she smiles, I want to preserve it. Mo Lian irritably slapped her son's butt. Scram. That was her wife, she still wanted to preserve it with the image talisman array. Dream on. Not letting anyone see it. The little dumpling angrily twisted his little body, Mother. Her mother turned a deaf ear to her words and ran off without saying a word. Mother ran away, quickly chase after her. The family of three chased each other out of the crowd. Suddenly, someone whispered, Why does this kid look so familiar? He looks like the child of the couple in the bamboo garden. It can't be? The couple in the bamboo garden could be said to be one of the most beautiful people in the sacred region. Most importantly, they had a group of eye-catching handsome men and beautiful women with them. All of them were outstanding. Who didn't know about this? Oh, that's right. Why haven't those youngsters from the bamboo garden come to participate in the competition? Someone immediately chuckled and interrupted that person's guess. Is there a need to ask? They don't even care about the materials in the sacred palace. Think about it, what kind of place is the bamboo garden? Now, everyone in the sanctuary knew about this. The bamboo garden is a place where resources are concentrated. The people in the bamboo garden are still selling materials every day. That's right, why would they need to go to the sacred palace and go through so many hardships and dangers to obtain such a small amount of materials? Everyone was talking at once, and they all felt that their analysis was very reasonable. Letting out a long sigh, she looked up at the misty sky with a sorrowful expression. If they had the resources in hand, they naturally wouldn't need to go to the sacred palace and risk their lives. The next morning, Xiao Tuanzi and Lord Guangguang were dressed neatly at the entrance of the bamboo garden. They looked at the group of uncles and aunties who came out of their rooms and looked at each other. The two children were dressed in pure white robes and had furry hats on their heads. Both of them had bags on their chests and backs. They looked like they were fleeing for their lives. Reverend Peach Blossom couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He coughed lightly and asked, Children, where are you going? I heard that after today's competition, we will be heading to the sacred palace. We have prepared in advance and can set off at any time. They were going to take an adventure as they wished. Lord Jojo came down from the bamboo house expressionlessly. With a wave of his hand, a series of golden talismans immediately concealed the bamboo building. During the time they were away, to prevent the bamboo house from being used by some shady people, they needed some special defensive measures. For example, they could hide the bamboo house and sprinkle fire poison around it. They could also set up layers of defensive barriers on top of the bamboo house. It was set up perfectly. Lord Jojo kept Wu Shuang and her son back into the star region. He then walked to the children who were carrying bags and said expressionlessly, You are the only recommended candidate. You can't bring Guangguang with you. The two children hugged each other on the spot. Lord Guangguang grabbed baby Mo and shook his head like a rattle drum. He shouted, No, I want to live and die with Xiao Tuanzi. In the fire, in the fire, in the water, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Looking at this little expression that was so good at singing and acting, it really made one speechless. You should use your original body to follow Xiao Tuanzi. Lord Jojo ignored him and said, "You know that if you go against the heavens, you will be struck by lightning again. Anyway, Daddy is used to it." Everyone, Mo Lian glowered at Sir Guangguang, who had a loose tongue. "Say that again?" "Xiao Tuanzi." "Wah wah wah." Lord Guangguang hurriedly hugged Baby Mo. Baby Mo hugged him back and shouted, "When we reach the entrance of the sacred palace, let Guangguang change back." "No." The couple shook their heads at the same time. That stingy heavenly Dao finally put down a holy palace for people to go and retrieve some things. If you cheat at the entrance, you will definitely be kicked out. Baby Mo looked pitifully at Lord Guangguang. The latter was also looking at him eagerly. Mo Lian was speechless. It was just making the light-congealing mirror return to its original form. It wasn't like it was leaving his son. Did these two little actors really have to put on such a show of life and death so early in the morning? Hurry up! Mo Lian shouted impatiently. After the light-congealing mirror finished crying, it turned into a small handheld mirror and landed in Baby Mo's hand. The two bags that he was originally carrying also fell at Baby Mo's feet. Inhumane. Mo Bao Bao wiped his eyes miserably and bent down to put the two big bags back on his body. As a result, this strange child hung 4 bundles from front to back, almost drowning himself. Lord Jojo silently twitched his mouth. "You can keep them back into your inner world first." "Mother, don't think of tricking me. Didn't you seal Xiao Tuanzi's inner world every time we went out for training?" "Lord Jojo, this time it's different from the previous training. Mother won't seal your inner world." The little girl's bright phoenix eyes widened as she looked at her mother suspiciously. She asked hesitantly, "Really?" His mother nodded. "Mother never lies to you." Little Furball thought for a while and kept all 3 bags in his inner world, leaving only 1 bag on his arm. Everyone, Little Furball carried the bag on his back and floated out with his mother. "Mother, Little Furball hasn't had breakfast yet. Don't you have steamed buns in your bag?" Lord Jojo said in annoyance. "That won't do. That's for after the training." Little Furball quickly floated to his mother's side. "Mother." Arbor was speechless. He took out 2 roasted sweet potatoes and gave one to his son. "Back then, I thought your Aunt Xianxia was stingy enough. I didn't expect that there would be another mountain higher than you. You're even stingier than her." Mo Bao Bao blinked and said modestly, "It's all thanks to Mother's good teaching." Jojo, Mo Lian couldn't resist chortling. This little fellow had choked his mother to the point that she couldn't even speak. The family of 3 rushed to the arena. Little Furball mixed into the crowd and found Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was also looking around. Seeing him come over, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He smiled and picked him up. "Eh? Little Furball, where's your little friend?" Mo Bao Bao said pitifully, "Sigh, the world is unpredictable." He hung the mirror in his hand on his waist. His entire person looked desolate as he raised his hand to touch the mirror. Zhang Feng was shocked. "Could it be that your little friend is dead?" "Pei." Mo Bao Bao glared at him. "Uncle, how can you curse Lord Guangguang?" Zhang Feng quickly apologized. Sorry. He saw this little rascal's worried face and said that the world was unpredictable. Naturally, he thought of something bad. Mo Bao Bao pouted. "He can't accompany me for a while." It's fine. Uncle Zhang will play with you when he's free." "Uncle, if you make it to the top 200 today, then you'll follow the team to the sacred palace." The little guy snorted and deliberately whispered, "And you said you'll play with me." Zhang Feng patted his head and said apologetically, "That's right. How about this, when Uncle comes out of the sacred palace, I'll bring you a gift." Baby Mo blinked. "Alright, then I'll forgive you for not keeping your promise." Zhang Feng gave a simple and honest smile and nodded repeatedly. Then, he hurriedly went below the arena to choose his opponent. Today's matches had to be finished before noon, so each match was set to last for half an incense stick's time. There were more than 300 people participating in the competition, and they needed to eliminate more than 100 people before the competition could end. The setting was that within the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, no matter what method was used to defeat the opponent, the victory would be obtained. Therefore, the match was filled with the smell of gunpowder from the beginning. Everyone gave it their all, no longer holding back, throwing out all their trump cards. It had to be said that Zhang Feng's luck was pretty good. The person he was fighting against had been defeated by Mo Lian in one move and had even been injured. After being eliminated and then fighting with Zhang Feng naturally had the upper hand. The 200 matches from start to finish were hastily announced to end not long after noon. Master Dongfeng walked up with a smile, holding a list of winners, and announced a string of names. Finally, he said, there are 2 guaranteed spots. One is young Master Mo Xiaoma, and the other is this one. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not understanding what was going on. Master Dongfeng Yu had recommended them to the sacred palace, so they naturally knew about it. Because it was like this every year, they didn't feel surprised. But who was that young Master Mo Xiao? He was nowhere to be seen during the competition. Now that he had been recommended, why was he still nowhere to be seen? A middle-aged man with a fat head, big ears, and a big belly stepped forward, shaking his head and asking, I wonder who this young Master Mo Xiao is. Master Dongfeng Yu smiled, his gaze falling on the crowd. Everyone, there's no need to be curious. The most important thing now is for everyone to see if you have prepared enough medicine and defensive equipment. According to the usual practice, we will be teleported to the entrance of the sacred palace in about an hour. Everyone should prepare as soon as possible. What he said was true, but in fact, everyone didn't have much to prepare. What needed to be prepared had already been prepared. Who would still be busy preparing supplies at this crucial time? Their things were basically stuffed in their inner worlds or space rings. 200 people were now eagerly waiting for the arrival of the sacred palace. Zhang Feng was just about to put baby Mo down from his shoulder when he saw the little guy pointing to the front. Uncle, go over there. Find my father and mother. Zhang Feng responded and walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. At this time, there were only 200 people on the field. Zhang Feng saw a group of more than 30 young men and women gathered together. The little dumpling wailed, Nyangqin, Nyangqin. A woman in snow-white clothes with an icy appearance turned her head and waved at the child. Zhang Feng was a little confused, muttering to himself, Eh? That's your mother? Why is she different from the last time I saw her? Baby Mo giggled, last time, my father and mother used a transformation talisman. It was to avoid trouble during the competition. Now that the effect of the talisman had passed, she naturally returned to her original appearance. Zhang Feng thought that was true. He had always heard people say that the group of people from the bamboo garden were all extremely outstanding. Now that he saw it, they really lived up to their reputation. Baby Mo floated down from Zhang Feng's shoulder and stretched out a small hand to pick up one of Zhang Feng's fingers. Uncle, let's go. Zhang Feng followed over. He was still a little reserved, hurriedly greeting Mo Lian, Arbor, and the rest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mo Lian said with a smile, my son has disturbed your excellency for several days. I'm really sorry. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand, touched the back of his head, and said, No, no, no. The little dumpling is very obedient. It's not troublesome at all. Baby Mo nodded repeatedly to express his agreement. At the side, a fat man with a big belly who was secretly sizing them up suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Oh, I know, this child is the young Master Mo Xiao that Master Dongfeng Yu mentioned. Wasn't the male master of the bamboo garden surnamed Mo? There was no doubt about it. Damn, this group of people really didn't even let go of the sacred palace. There were more than 30 people in a row. That meant that they had all signed up for the competition. He had even secretly changed into a human form so that no one could recognize him. Now that the competition was over, he had finally revealed his true appearance. All of them were so sinister, they were aiming for the resources of the sacred palace. Someone couldn't help but murmur, who said that the people of the bamboo garden didn't care about the resources of the sacred palace? Did the person who said this feel like he was being slapped in the face? This was the biggest joke in the world. Everyone was speechless as they stared at Arbor's group in bewilderment. F***ck, these people really wanted to head to the Holy Palace and compete with them for resources and the legendary sacred beast egg. Someone couldn't help but muster the courage to say, aren't you guys still selling resources? They had enough resources, yet they still wanted to compete with these pitiful people in the palace. It didn't make sense. Moreover, their group of 30-plus people was simply an oddity. Even the Saint-level practitioners like them had formed several teams after the competition. However, they usually form teams of 5 or 7 people. A team of 10 people was considered a large team. But them, did they have any shame at all for having 30+ people in a team? Arbor glanced at everyone's expressions and knew what they were thinking. He couldn't be bothered to care what they were thinking. In any case, they had already obtained the right to enter the Holy Palace, so why bother with these mediocre people? They've already sold so many resources, yet they're still greedy enough to want to go in and compete with us, another person muttered quietly. Arbor abruptly turned his head and stared at him coldly. Say that again? Feng Chongqing and the others couldn't resist rubbing their foreheads. This was a sign that the little stoic was about to fly into a rage. It was dead silent all around, and no one spoke again. They were probably scared stiff by the little stoic's icy provocation. After a long time, no one uttered a word. Like a peacemaker, Master Dongfang hastily stepped forward to smooth things over. Everyone is equal before the Holy Palace. Resources are abundant, and everyone relies on their own abilities. No need to panic. After we enter the palace, we'll act separately. We naturally won't delay everyone's search for resources. Why didn't everyone make a move? They just didn't feel confident. A young man in his early 20s weakly raised his hand. I have a question. Madam Mo, is your team still accepting people? Everyone, King spineless thing, you saw that there were so many people in the team and that their prospects were obvious, so you wanted to follow them and take advantage of them. Bah, what a shameless dog. Fortunately, that Madame Mo expressionlessly rejected him with a stoic face. Otherwise, they also planned to join Madame Mo's team. In any case, taking in 1 was the same as taking in 2, 3, 10, or even 8. What right did they have to let 3 to 5 of them fight fiercely? Only a fool would refuse when they had the support of a large group. Sigh, what a pity. Everyone lamented in their hearts and glanced at the stoic face with self-reproach. The little stoic was baffled. It was as if these people were all sick, looking at her with a bitter expression. She didn't have any candy for them. Mother. When are we leaving? Baby Mo floated behind his mother's head and asked excitedly. I'm so happy. I'm going to go on an adventure with my parents. Would the sacred palace be fun? Would there be any ferocious beasts inside? If there is, I wonder if I can release Hun Dun and swallow it in one gulp. Recently, Hun Dun kept saying that he did not have enough to eat. This child was really pitiful. Baby Mo planned to let the little pitiful chaos out after entering the palace so that it could take a breather and let out some fresh air. Don't let that little cutie die from holding it in for so long. If his uncles knew what Baby Mo was planning, they would definitely wish for nothing more than to go up and beat him up. What a super ferocious beast. Cutie my ass. Quickly look, it's the sacred palace, someone shouted excitedly. Hearing the sound, everyone looked up, only to see a palace standing tall in the vast white fog, like a feather, slowly sliding down. Until the entire palace landed steadily on the ground. Click 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 sounds of gears turning, followed by a series of rumbling noises from within the palace walls in the distance. That palace was now in front of everyone, the palace door was closed, and the side doors were all tightly shut. An impatient brother ran forward a few steps, reaching out to push open the front door of the palace. However, his body stumbled forward a step, and his hand touched the air. Everyone roared with laughter. Master Dongfang smiled good-naturedly, shaking his head. Brother, don't be impatient. The palace you see in front of you is not real. We still have to wait for the heavenly axiom to teleport us to the real palace. Only when we meet up with the people from the north, west, and south can we enter the sacred palace together. Everyone smiled good-naturedly, and that man awkwardly raised his hand to touch his head. This was the first time he had won and entered the top 200, obtaining the qualification to train in the sacred palace, so he was a little impatient. After all, he had been in this broken sacred domain for almost 10 years, and there was always a vast expanse of white fog in front of him. Now that he could finally change the environment, how could he not be impatient? Brother Wang, don't be impatient. One of his companions in the team said with a smile, according to the usual practice, after we are teleported to the sacred palace, we can still have a sumptuous meal to use. This could also be considered a gift from the heavenly axiom once a year. In the sacred domain, this damned place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs, the heavenly axiom's annual feast could be considered a sumptuous reward for all the victors. Someone on the side added with a smile, the heavenly axiom's feast is really good. Master Dongfang raised his hand and pressed down. Everyone, please be patient. Everyone's heart surged, and everyone stared at the sacred palace's phantom in front of them, rubbing their fists and palms, their blood and vigor high. As long as they thought of being able to enter this sacred palace immediately, and then obtain some good things for themselves, everyone's heart was filled with a layer of fire, and they were extremely happy. Arbor glanced at Master Dongfang beside him expressionlessly. How much longer do we have to wait? Master Dongfang smiled and said, they should be here soon. After he finished speaking, a teleportation light fell on everyone, and everyone's spirits were lifted. Not long after, the group of over 200 people disappeared from where they stood. A moment later, they landed on a meadow filled with fragrant grass. Except for the people in Arbor, everyone could not help but cheer. There were also people who were so excited that they rolled on the grass and touched the grass with their hands. Their eyes were filled with tears. Arbor, baby Mo blinked his eyes. Do they have to be so agitated? Mo Lian coughed softly. You have to understand how others feel. Many people haven't seen grass for decades. Baby Mo thought that she was right. Every day, they could enjoy the blue sky, white clouds, green grass, or the sun, the beach, and the ocean. These people's real names were bleak. Many of them had not left the sacred region for hundreds of years, let alone decades. Master Dongfang pointed to the side. Those are the people from the northern region. Master Dongfang and Master Dongfang were on good terms. When they saw them, they smiled and went forward to greet them. Brother Dongfang and the others have arrived. Young Master Mo, Madam Mo, hello. Everyone greeted him and exchanged a few pleasantries. The Master of the North had always been on good terms with the Master of the East. At this moment, he brought a group of people to stand beside them. At this moment, there were still many practitioners rolling around on the grass. Baby Mo lay on his father's shoulder. His paralyzed little face was filled with a serious expression. Daddy, I feel that these people are sad and pitiful. Why do you say that? They're already so old, yet they're still so retarded. Baby Mo sighed and said. This sacred region is really not a place that people can stay in. Daddy, let's play for a while or go back. Mo Lian was amused and angry at the same time. She stretched out her finger and poked her son's forehead. Do you think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Let's greet Grandpa Heavenly Dao and ask him to let us out. Mo Lian really wanted to ask her son, what made you think that Heavenly Dao would be so easy to talk to? Just because you said you wanted to leave, would he let you go? This place is really too desolate. Baby Mo shook his head and said. Daddy, look. Those people are so happy even when they see the grass. If they enter the palace and see the lake or the ocean, wouldn't they go crazy? Mo Lian rubbed her son's head in amusement. In a blink of an eye, the people from the west and south also arrived one after another. On the grass field in front of the palace, there were now 808 people standing. They were jostling and pushing each other. It was a little noisy. The Master of the South was an incomparably enchanting woman. Half of her slender legs were bare, and her figure swayed gracefully. When she started to move, it was really frightening. The gazes of many men gathered on her body. When her small waist swayed, it really made people feel incomparably excited. The Master of the West smiled and went over. He raised his large palm and hugged the woman's waist. Nan Nan, long time no see. I really missed you. The Master of the South giggled and twisted her body, knocking away the Master of the West's perverted hand. Get lost. You rotten old man, don't think that I don't know that you've taken in 3 more beautiful concubines. The Western Master licked his lips and smiled. In the blink of an eye, he saw the Eastern Master and the Northern Master standing not too far away. He chuckled and walked over. He said with ill intentions, brothers, we meet again. Hey, the 2 brothers have selected quite a few able-bodied men this time. The Western Master's gaze swept across everyone's faces. When it landed on Arbor's face, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Miss, you don't look familiar. Are you new here?" The Western Master took a few steps forward with a smile on his face, and one of his hands brushed Arbor's face maliciously. Little Emo Bao Bao, who was in his father's arms, immediately exploded. She pulled her two small hands together and shouted angrily, "Guang Guang, whip him." A small mirror suddenly jumped out from his waist and rushed forward without any explanation. "Pa! Pa!" It smashed towards the Western Master's wretched face. "Hey, hey!" The Master of the West didn't expect that a mirror would suddenly jump out and beat him up. He hurriedly stretched out his hands to block, but that demon mirror's speed was too fast. Without any explanation, it gave him that old face of his and hit him twice. The Master of the West simply couldn't stop its attack. "Weakling, you still want to take liberties with my mother. I think you're courting death." The little kid roared fiercely with an expressionless face. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Holy shit, this seems a little explosive. They hadn't even entered the sacred palace yet, and the people from the western and eastern regions were already fighting. Whoa. The one who attacked was a child who hadn't even grown hair yet. Looking at the brat's arrogance, Master Dongfeng just watched with a smile. He didn't say anything to stop him. Master Jojo glared at her husband. Her son had been led astray by her husband. He was like a moving volcano. Her husband was carrying this child. If he wanted to stop him, he would have done so long ago. It was all her husband's idea. He let his son stand up for him while he watched the show from the side. Emo Lian had an innocent look on her face. Master Dongfeng put down his hands and hurriedly took out a bronze mirror from his inner world to look at himself. Then, he roared angrily, "Come out, come out. Which villain dares to trick your father?" Holy shit, his face was hit twice by a stupid mirror. Now, his left cheek was swollen. What was even more hateful was that a small portion of his originally well-trimmed beard had been snapped off by the mirror. It was simply heartbreaking for him. Baby Emo kicked his two short legs. "Daddy, this person spoke rudely to you. I'll kill him for you." Emo Lian's mouth twitched. She hurriedly reached out to hold down her funny son. This child probably took after his mother. He looked like a warmonger. Everything about him was like his mother. Of course, he only cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. If he said it out loud, he would definitely be beaten by his wife, Yi Xiaoyi. Yes. The two of them shot out from behind the crowd. Yi kicked Master Dongfeng's lower body fiercely. Xiaoye's fist was infused with holy power, aiming for his cheekbone. Master Dongfeng was shocked. He hurriedly turned around to dodge. He waved his sleeves, trying to deflect the attack. However, these two people were extremely powerful. His casual sweep was simply too late to sweep away the two forces of energy that were pouncing towards him. The two forces of holy power rushed to his legs. Master Dongfeng's knees immediately went soft. He was about to kneel on the ground. The Western Master was shocked. He hurriedly raised his right hand and slammed it on the ground. He did a somersault in the air, but when his feet landed on the ground, they went limp and he almost fell to his knees. Aoyi and Xiaoyi giggled. Their expressions turned solemn as they attacked the Western Master again. The three of them immediately began a chaotic battle, flying back and forth on the large lawn, swords and sabers clashing. Everyone was dazzled, and they couldn't help but be speechless in their hearts. The Southern Master giggled and couldn't help but tremble. I say, old Western Master, why are you getting more and more backward? Why haven't you made any progress after a year of seclusion? Instead, you've regressed? From the looks of it, you can't even stabilize the early stage of the immortal venerable realm." Some people couldn't help whispering when they heard this. It can't be, right? My cultivation level will regress? Hey, look at you little brats. Some of you are entering the sacred palace for the first time, so you don't understand. If you don't understand, I'll tell you. The Southern Master let out a string of bell-like laughter. When the Western Master was fighting with late night, his face instantly darkened. His entire face could not hide his ugly expression. Let me tell you. This sacred palace was really fun. After you enter, there's also the luck ranking. The higher the ranking, the luckier the person is. Last year, your Western Master's points were -500, and he was ranked last. He was the unlucky one who ranked last in the Sacred Palace's trial. Do you know the reason? Some people covered their mouths and snickered, while others looked at the Southern Master in confusion, their faces begging for an explanation. Your Western Master, it's because he accidentally ate some immortal herb while exploring the Sacred Palace. Oh my, it was bad then. The Southern Master chuckled and covered his face with a handkerchief. Arbor felt that if the Southern Master could walk out of the Sacred Palace, he might be able to become a storyteller in a tea house. She was actually quite good at telling stories. The Western Master's face had long turned black. He glared at her fiercely and scolded, "Shut up." The Southern Master pursed his lips and raised his handkerchief to soothe his chest. "Why are you so fierce? I just want to remind these little friends not to think that the Sacred Palace is a fun place. It's full of danger. If you're not careful and don't get any benefits, you might end up like Western Master. You accidentally ate an immortal herb and your cultivation regressed. Is it true?" Someone secretly asked the others. Seeing that a few seniors who entered the Sacred Palace every year nodded in unison, they became vigilant. The Sacred Palace was so deceitful. It was possible that they wouldn't get any benefits after entering, but would end up in big trouble. The Western Master's face turned green and black. Seeing the curious gazes around him, he was so angry that he laughed. "What? You all want to challenge this old man? Even if my cultivation regresses to the early stage of the immortal supremacy realm, you're still no match for me." Everyone shook their heads in unison. Seeing that the Western Master was angry, they hurriedly took a few steps back. At this moment, the Sacred Palace's door creaked. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw the towering pitch-black doors of the Sacred Palace moving by themselves despite the lack of wind. They were slowly being pushed inwards by a heavy force. Everyone's heart tightened and they hurriedly moved forward. The people in the front row were the first to rush over. But before they could step on the steps, a few of them were sent flying by the force. The Eastern Master smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Look at the road. You can't pass by the side. You can only take the path in the middle." When everyone heard Master Dongfeng's explanation, they all looked up. Sure enough, from the first level to the far end of the stairs, there was a pine and cypress stone path that could only allow one person to pass. Everyone has a chance to go in, but you can't be impatient. Is that so? Everyone, hurry up and line up. Everyone rushed to the front of the line, but the people from the eastern region had already taken the initiative and lined up at the bottom of the steps. "Young Master Mo, Madam Mo, please go ahead." Master Dongfeng smiled politely. Mo Lian held the baby and nodded at his wife. Jojo did not decline. He lifted his small steps and walked towards the path in the middle. However, as soon as she stepped onto the first step, she felt a wave of pressure rushing towards her. Her entire body was pushed back by an invisible hand on her shoulder. Lady Jojo raised her other leg and stood firmly on the first step of the stairs. She frowned. Mo Lian and Master Dongfeng also noticed that the situation was a little strange. Especially Master Dongfeng. It was not his first time participating in the Sacred Palace's training. Naturally, he knew that the passage was not that big of a resistance. But now, just by looking at Madame Mo's first step, the resistance she faced was quite strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been swept away by this tyrannical obstructive force. Only Madame Mo could still stand steadily on the first level at this moment, her eyes sweeping coldly in front of her. "What?" Everyone looked at each other and followed behind the group of people from the East region, anxiously craning their necks to look up. Arbor turned to look at Master Dongfeng. "You guys are like this in the past too?" It took half a day to take a step. It wasn't that she couldn't walk up after half a day, but it was fine if everyone was like this. But obviously, looking at Master Dongfeng's expression, it didn't seem so. Master Dongfeng hurriedly shook his head. "Madame Mo, there wasn't such a strong resistance when we walked through this passage in the past." Arbor sneered. That would mean that the heavenly Tao was targeting Lord Xiao Xiao, Master Dongfeng watched the commotion from the side and chuckled delicately. "Io, little girl, how about this, you come down first and let sister pass first." Scram. Master Dongfeng, whose face was bruised and swollen, hurriedly waved his sleeves and put on a fake smile. The muscles on his face trembled slightly. "If you can't, then come down. Don't waste everyone's time. I think it's better to let me open the path first." Arbor ignored everyone's chatter and took another step forward. She said expressionlessly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't let Jojo pass, then we'll fight to the death. No one can think about passing." The 4 masters behind her looked at each other, not understanding who this Madame Mo was talking to. 1. Mo Lian hugged her son, the corners of her mouth twitching. Baby Mo shook the light congealing mirror in his hand, blinked, and suddenly shouted, 2, 3. Mo Lian looked at the sky speechlessly. Arbor turned her hand and condensed a wave of water spirit power. A waterspout suddenly rushed into the sky, instantly scaring the group behind her. A faint shadow suddenly appeared on the stone path of pine and cypress. A short old man stomped his feet on the stairs, exasperatedly shouting, "You can't go in. You can't not enter. You just can't enter." What a joke. If this little ancestor were to enter his sacred palace, would his sacred palace, which had been perfectly preserved for thousands of years, still exist? What was this guy's usual tactic? It was to refine the mystic realm. His sacred palace was still thinking of continuing to operate for a long time, okay? Grandpa Heavenly Dao, you're still so petty. Baby Mo pursed his lips and said, "If you won't let mother enter, then let little furball enter first." Scram, scram, scram. Tian Dao roared furiously in Baby Mo's direction. How could he allow this little ancestor to enter? She was a little thing that was 10,000 times more evil than his parents. The Heavenly Dao then raised his hand and threw a thunderclap over. The expressionless Mo Lian silently raised a frying pan. Boom! Everyone saw the purple-red lightning bolt explode on top of the frying pan, producing a sizzling sound. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The little old man formed by the Heavenly Dao jumped up and down the stairs. This scene petrified all the onlookers. Duan Yu couldn't resist silently turning his face away. Venerable Peach Blossom quickly used his sleeve to cover his face, pretending not to recognize the Mo family's father and son. Everyone finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Heavenly Dao disdained that family of 3 in the bamboo garden. There was actually such a thing. The Heavenly Dao actually appeared and blocked the way, not allowing the bamboo garden family of 3 to enter. This was really unheard of. The Western Master, who was blooming with joy, chuckled as he stroked his beard. How is it, little madam? Are you convinced now? Hurry up and come down, don't waste everyone's time. Just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't. Lord Jojo turned around and retorted, You can't, your whole family can't. The Western Master was speechless. Why did he feel that this sentence was extremely ear-piercing? The Western Master couldn't be bothered to continue talking to Arbor. He directly faced the Heavenly Dao and bowed respectfully. Lord Heavenly Dao, time is limited. Since we have been teleported here, it means that the exploration has already begun. Now that this madam is blocking the way and not letting others pass, she is wasting everyone's time. I hope Lord Heavenly Dao can deal with it as soon as possible. The Heavenly Dao directly gave the Western Master a bolt of lightning. The Western Master was completely unlike Mo Lian, who frequently withstood lightning tribulations and remained unperturbed in the face of danger. He had long gotten used to being struck by lightning, and now, he carried his self-developed lightning-resistant frying pan everywhere he went. The Western Master was stunned by this bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that his body was bound by the power of the Heavenly Dao, and he couldn't escape at all. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the clap of thunder directly exploded on top of his head. The Southern Master cried out in shock. He glanced over and saw that the Western Master's head had been blasted black. A black Mediterranean circle appeared above his head, and not a single blade of grass grew on his bald head. His face had been struck black by the lightning, leaving only the whites of his eyes. He faced the crowd, his eyelids trembling, and his eyes rolling back and forth in fear. The Heavenly Dao roared, Audacious human, how dare you order me to do something? I want to deal with it, but I don't want to deal with it. How can I allow you to talk nonsense? The southern master hurriedly lowered his body in fear and trepidation, putting on a respectful posture. Lord Heavenly Tao, please forgive me. Lord Heavenly Tao, please forgive me. Everyone hurriedly followed her and bowed together. Arbor glanced at Heavenly Tao expressionlessly. Stop showing off and let me pass. Tian Dao was so angry that he was jumping up and down, waving his arms on the steps. You. Little bastard. This old man has only tolerated you for the sake of your master and martial uncle. Don't think that this old man is afraid of you. Baby Mo suddenly started bawling. The light congealing mirror in his hand trembled as he hurriedly leaped up and rubbed it against Baby Mo's cheek, caressing it continuously. This cry frightened Heavenly Tao so much that his body suddenly trembled. His narrowed eyes suddenly turned round, and he roared shrilly, "What are you trying to do?" Sobbing, Baby Mo took out a Saint-grade golden talisman summoning talisman. You scared this baby and mother. I'm going to summon Grand Master and Martial Grand Uncle to settle the score with you. The Heavenly Tao was so frightened that he staggered. He hurriedly stretched out a hand and shouted, "No." Baby Mo turned to look at him with teary eyes. Tian Dao hurriedly said, "Cold, calm down. Calm down. Put down the talisman in your hand. I'll let you pass." Everyone? Was there something wrong with their vision? The Heavenly Tao would actually compromise with a 4 or 5-year-old child. Illusion, it must be an illusion. You're scaring me, Baby Mo cried out while sobbing. Tian Dao's eyebrows twitched, revealing a kind and amiable expression. He shook his face and comforted him. Little dumpling, Grandpa Tian Dao knows that you are a good kid, right? Baby Mo nodded. Put down the sacred grade golden talisman in your hand. The smile on Tian Dao's face became even more amiable. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get out of the way. Arbor grumbled in annoyance. Tian Dao's face was bitter as he glanced at Sir Jojo. Jojo, how about we make a deal? You can go in. All of you can go in. But, shouldn't we be more or less the same? Sir Jojo's little face was tense as he looked at him expressionlessly. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Get straight to the point. Tian Dao fantasized about rushing over and trampling on Sir Jojo right now to give him a good beating. You little thing, I won't be calculative with you. I'll just let you defy the heavens all the way. I'll turn a blind eye to it until now. I still have to continue indulging your son. You still freaking want me to get straight to the point and talk about your granny's ancestors. Sir Jojo waved his little hand, and 100 sacred grade golden talismans summoning talismans appeared in the air. Tian Dao at Tian Dao, yen #at hashtag. As long as you don't refine the sacred palace, you can do whatever you want with the rest. Tian Dao stretched out a hand and roared in heartache. Then, he waved his hand and immediately removed the barrier in front of Jojo. Jojo snorted. He waved his hand and put away a bunch of summoning talismans. He said angrily, "What a waste of my time. After nagging for so long, couldn't he just let him pass earlier?" Daddy, we can go now, Daddy." Baby Mo lay on his father's shoulder, his little fist tugging on a strand of his father's long hair as he commanded excitedly. Go, Daddy, go. Mo Lian walked up the stairs in annoyance. You talk too much. Baby Mo puffed up his cheeks and fell silent with a pout. What's wrong? Mo Lian patted his small body. I said that you talk too much and you're unhappy. Little Tuanzi doesn't talk much. Big brother is the talkative one. Mo Lian sighed softly and patted her son's head. Your brother has chosen his own path. Shouldn't you give him your blessings? Baby Mo pursed his lips. Mo Lian reached out to rub her son's little head and chuckled softly. Everyone's path of growth is different. Since you've made a choice, you must continue walking it. Don't you think so, little dumpling? Baby Mo nodded vigorously. The father and son stepped onto the platform and walked to the wide entrance of the divine palace. Mr. Jojo was standing in front of the gate of the majestic palace, as slender as a willow leaf swaying in the wind. She turned around and looked at the father and son expressionlessly. she roared, why are you so slow? Come here. Mo Lian carried his son and quickly ran to his wife. Before the others came up, he hurriedly bent down and stole a kiss on her little face. Wife, you miss your husband. Mother misses little dumpling. Mr. Jojo patted her son's head and then patted her husband's head. The father and son were speechless. Let's wait for someone to come and enter together. Mo Lian pulled his dear wife's little hand and carried his son with one hand as they walked a few steps forward. They saw a note hanging at the entrance of the palace door, 38,888 Jean. Gather the strength of the crowd and knock it open to enter. Otherwise, scram. 38,888 caddies, the people who rushed to the door all revealed strange expressions at this time. They looked at each other, and finally, someone couldn't help but howl, Lord Tiandao. Aren't you too deceitful? Last year, the door was only 10,000 caddies. Why did it increase so much this year? You know very well how much it increased by. Tiandao thought angrily. If it weren't for you bastards who attracted those gods of plague here, he wouldn't have lost so much face just now. Humph, it's all your fault. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's work together to open the door. The Master of the North turned to look at the Master of the East, Brother Dongfeng, let's go together? The Master of the East nodded and smiled, I will do my best. The Master of the South took a few steps forward with a smile and turned to look at the Master of the West who was dawdling. Hey, old man, what are you dawdling for? Now is the time for you to show off. Don't tell me you want to fish in troubled waters and retreat? My cultivation has deteriorated. Aren't you all clear about it? With my little strength, forget about it. You guys go first. Humph, the Master of the South twisted her enchanting body and scolded, not like a man. Then, she smiled and walked to the side of the Master of the East. She called out sweetly, Brother Dongfeng, Brother Beifeng, don't worry. I won't be a coward like that old man in the West. I will definitely advance and retreat with you. The Master of the East smiled awkwardly and thanked her. He took 2 steps towards the Master of the North and pulled a small distance away from the Master of the South. However, the Master of the South acted as if she didn't see it and snuggled up to the Master of the East, Brother Dongfeng, then let's start now. The Master of the East hurriedly dodged to the side, leaving the Master of the South to lean on empty space. He coughed lightly and turned to the East region cultivators, saying, everyone, let's gather all our strength and try once. This time, the door is much heavier than last year. Everyone must not be careless. We must do our best. Yes. The Master of the South turned around and smiled enchantingly, this time, the door is close to 40,000 caddies. It's not a joke. Everyone only has 3 chances. If you can't push this door open 3 times, then you have to get lost. The cultivators who knew the rules naturally nodded in agreement. Those who were here for the first time and didn't know the rules also had grim expressions on their faces after asking others. What a joke. They had already come this far, so naturally, they couldn't back down. Master Dongfeng smiled and waved his sleeves. Everyone, please. Master, please. The crowd gathered their power and gathered their saint energy. The 3 masters took the lead and stood at the front of the crowd as they gathered their 3 powerful saint energies together. At the same time, hundreds of saint energies gathered behind him. The turbulent energy was like a tidal wave as it merged with the power of the 3 masters. He let out a furious roar that sounded like a tsunami and a thunderous roar as he smashed his way toward the palace door. After a deafening sound, everyone felt the ground under their feet shake slightly. A cloud of sand and dust seemed to have slid down the door of the palace. Taking a closer look, the door of the palace did not budge at all. Not even the slightest crack could be seen. Everyone's heart skipped a beat at the same time. They suddenly opened their eyes wide and involuntarily clenched their fists. Oh no, the heavenly Tao, this huge pit, is waiting here to ruthlessly pit everyone. Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced behind him. He only felt that this bunch of idiots' intelligence was a bit touching. Mommy, we can't go in? Baby Mo exclaimed excitedly. Mo Lian irritably poked his forehead. You're still rejoicing in our misfortune. That's not it. Baby Emo childishly replied, I wanted to ask Mommy if we should summon little Wonton and have it kick a hole in this door. No need. Arbor glanced at his son and casually drew in the air, producing a dazzling golden talisman. Grabbing the void talisman, Xiaomu slapped it on herself. Then, she directly passed through that palace door, and passed through it. Duan Yu, Supremacy Peach Blossom, and Feng Chongqing hastily shuffled a few steps forward and speechlessly looked at the expressionless Emo Lien. Your wife abandoned you and ran off, Supremacy Peach Blossom teased. The little dumpling hastily reached out to hug his dad's neck and exclaimed, Daddy, quickly chase Mommy back. Hidden in the air, Heavenly Dao watching the show, he really wanted to thrash that brat to death. Heavenly Dao was so angry, so angry, so angry, how could that damned talisman of hers pass through his heaven and earth door? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Sir Jojo passed through again and expressionlessly glanced at Master Dongfeng and his party, whose mouths were agape. If one had to describe Master Dongfeng and his party with one emotion right now, it would absolutely be freaking seeing a ghost. Who exactly was this Madame Mo? Why could she enter and exit the sacred palace's entrance so easily and so freely without any effort? The little dumpling understands. Baby Mo's eyes brightened, and he hastily took out 2 talismans from his pocket and slapped one on himself and his dad. Daddy, let's go. With the baby in his arms, Emo Lien expressionlessly strode in with his long legs and directly passed through the hall's doors. In less than half a minute, he came back with the baby. His stoic-faced wifey turned back to glance at the father and son pair as she handed out god-rank wall-crossing talismans to the team members. Wait. Western Master, you saw that she had distributed the talismans to more than 30 people in the team. Even Eastern Master, you had received a talisman. He couldn't help but exclaim, why did you only give it to Eastern Master? Why didn't we? Arbor glared at him and shouted angrily, Who are you? Everyone was speechless. Who the hell are you? When your son beat up the Western Master just now, you didn't even know who he was. Master Dongfeng held back his laughter and said, Western Master, don't be angry. Madame Mo, young Master Mo, and I are in the same team. Are you? Since you're not, how can you ask others to treat you the same? Look, this is foresight. He knew that following young Master Mo's group was definitely a good thing. Dongfeng Yu felt that it was worth it to use a small quota in exchange for the protection of a peer. The Southern Master rolled her eyes and giggled. It's fate that we meet. Madame Mo, do you want me to join your team too? Give me one of those talismans too. The Western Master glared angrily at the fence-sitter of the Southern Master. Do you have any King shame? What kind of lousy talisman is this? Look, you're completely bought over. Heavenly Dao was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. He stomped his feet in the air and roared, How dare you cheat? Forget it. I'll reduce the weight of this door. You can try again. What could he do? He couldn't possibly watch as a portion of them used the wall-passing talisman to slip away first, right? In that case, how unfair would it be to the remaining portion of people? Thinking of this, Tian Dao couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for himself. He could only blame Arbor and the rest for coming to the sacred palace to join in the fun, making things so difficult for him. Lord Jojo passed through the palace door, and after 3 times in a row, Tian Dao couldn't take it anymore and roared, What are you doing? Are you showing off that you can enter and exit the sacred palace freely? Bah! There's a huge pit behind. Arbor glanced at Tian Dao expressionlessly. Are you trying to trick people? Digging a huge pit behind the palace door, are you trying to make people jump in? What lousy palace, there was nothing inside, just a huge sinkhole with a vast expanse of white on both sides. Tian Dao chuckled at Lord Jojo. If you're blind, don't say that I'm tricking you. Emo Lien glanced at Tian Dao, and the latter's entire body quivered, and he roared at Emo Lien, What are you trying to do? Stinking brat, could it be that you want to make a move on Tian Dao? Wait. He went to take a look himself. Not even a second later, Tian Dao flashed back with a puzzled expression and said to Arbor, Impossible. Entering the palace was indeed a huge sinkhole. What was going on? He didn't remember setting up such a huge pit. Take a closer look. Arbor glanced at him indifferently. Behind your sinkhole, there's a vast expanse of white fog. Don't trick people in, there might be nothing. Still looking for treasures, I reckon you don't even know what's going on inside. Arbor glanced at him mockingly. Isn't that right? Tiandao. Just you wait. The old man angrily waved his sleeve. The tightly shut palace door immediately opened from the inside with a creaking sound, revealing a vast expanse of fog inside. Everyone took a closer look, and there was indeed a huge sinkhole at the door, wide and bottomless. The Western master was overjoyed. In the past, everyone had to work together to open the palace door. Unexpectedly, it was so smooth this year. The heavenly Tao opened it for them on its own. Let me go down and take a look. The Western master chuckled and wanted to dodge into the door. Unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao jumped down from the sky and kicked him out. You want to fish in troubled waters? No way. Wait until this old man has a clear look, then I will close the door for you. Heavenly Tao snorted and walked to the side of the sinkhole with his claws behind his back. He slowly moved and stared at the abyss below the sinkhole thoughtfully. Kid, what do you think is going on? I remember that this time last year, there wasn't a sinkhole. This is really strange. The old man lowered his head and looked at the sinkhole, studying it carefully. In the blink of an eye, he was kicked in the back. Caught off guard, the old man cried out in alarm and fell straight into the sinkhole. Lord Jojo raised his hand expressionlessly, and a defensive barrier appeared on the sinkhole. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, this fellow completely sealed the sinkhole with a series of strange operations. Water, fire, earth, and spiritual power. Everyone was stunned and stared at the girl in front of them as if they were petrified. Lord Jojo clapped his hands and threw out hundreds of binding talismans expressionlessly. He threw them directly above the sinkhole, forming a powerful vortex binding array. At the same time, Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the Venerable Peach Blossom Divinities group, who had a tacit understanding of each other, also ran up and directly piled up several layers of partition above the sinkhole, truly sealing the heavenly law inside the sinkhole. Keep. Sir Jojo took out the Heart of Misfortune and scooped up the sinkhole under everyone's stupefied gazes. Then, he sealed it in the realm of misfortune. Only then did everyone realize that this wasn't some sinkhole. This was just something that looked like a sinkhole on the outside but was actually a camouflage talisman array. Sir Jojo did all this in one go without any hesitation. After the matter was settled, she turned around and waved at Feng Chongqing and the others. Let's go. Master Dongfeng was completely stunned by her actions. The other three masters' jaws almost dropped from shock. Master Dongfeng suddenly realized that the person in front of him was the real ruthless person. She was a bastard who could trap the heavenly Tao without even blinking. What else in this world could suppress her? Arbor turned to look at Master Dongfeng and said kindly, let's each find our own things and opportunities, understand? Everyone nodded like chicks pecking at rice. This ancestor, you don't have to point it out, okay, everyone understood the reason. There definitely wouldn't be anyone who wasn't afraid of death and came to find trouble with you. After all, this person in front of them was a ruthless person who even the heavenly Tao dared to capture alive. Everyone looked at Arbor with anticipation. Master Dongfeng cowered in the back and didn't dare to show his head. Thinking of how he was beaten up by his son just now, he suddenly felt that the world was very beautiful. Oh God, he had just come back from the gates of hell and suddenly realized that his series of actions just now was actually him constantly courting death, right? Fortunately, these ruthless people didn't stoop to his level. Fortunately. Master Dongfeng nudged Master Dongfeng, who was standing in front of him. Tell us. Master Dongfeng shuddered. She also saw clearly just now that this young madam joined forces with a group of people to trap the heavenly Tao without any explanation. Now, the heavenly Tao was sealed in a dark and swarthy ball by her. What kind of ball was this? It didn't look like an ordinary object. What could something that could store the heavenly Tao and not come out for the time being be? She, the master of the South, could not go against such a character, and she did not want to. The Western master pushed her from behind, and she kicked him fiercely. She smiled awkwardly at Jojo, who was looking at her from the side. Arbor turned around and led his team away. Everywhere she passed, the flourishing green grass and green land was like a painting that was being pushed open, gently unfolding in front of her eyes. It was only then that the Western master and his man realized in horror. Just now, Madame Mo had used other illusions to turn the surroundings into a white fog. There was a fake Heavenly Pit talisman array in the middle. It was waiting here to trick the Heavenly Tao. F***ck, this guy is really a ferocious guy. No one dared to speak any more nonsense. They hurriedly dispersed, pulling their own teams and jogging away. Arbor tossed the heart of misfortune in his hand and muttered to himself, "How long do you think we can hold him for?" 4 hours? Duan Yu muttered. "What if I summon my master and Ant Master out now? Everyone, Jojo, the Heavenly Tao will probably cry if you trick it like this." Baby Mo grinned and clapped his little hands. Good, good. Find Martial Granduncle and Grandmaster. Xiao Tuanzi wants to bring them out to play. Venerable Peach Blossom blinked and said, "I think we should let Tian Dao off." Feng Zhangqing nodded. "I think so too." In their opinion, Grandpa Tian Dao was really miserable. He offended this pair of mother and son just like that and even had his face covered in blood. Anyway, our goal is to not let Tian Dao cause trouble. Now that we've reached our goal, let's set off first. Everyone nodded in unison. Master Dongfeng recovered from his stupefied state and silently followed behind the group. This master was someone who even dared to cheat Tian Dao. Was there anything she didn't dare to do? At this time, Grandpa Tian Dao was so angry that he was stomping his feet and cursing in the sinkhole. He didn't expect that after tricking people all day long, he would be tricked by this little fellow to the point of vomiting blood. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? At this moment, the old man realized that there were several layers of binding talisman arrays around him. If he wanted to get out, he had to break these talisman arrays first. "You little bastard." Grandpa Tian Dao cursed angrily. "When I get out, let's see how I'll deal with you, little bastard." While this little bastard's martial parents and martial uncle couldn't rush over, he would catch her and beat her to death first. The old man is scolding me right now. Arbor pursed his lips and snorted. "Jojo, did you hear that?" "No." Master Jojo fiddled with the vine in his hand. "I'm not going to listen to his nonsense." Arbor ran 2 steps forward and pointed ahead. 9 Palace Illusion Talisman Array. Tian Dao was set up here. This was another trap. Unfortunately, Lady Xianxia was able to recognize what sort of spirit formation it was with a single glance. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Master Dongfeng took a few steps forward and looked around. "Madame Mo, is there a way to break this talisman array?" "It won't be fun if it's broken," Arbor said seriously. "The so-called dangerous place must have opportunities. There must be a lot of good stuff in this 9 Palaces illusion glyph formation." Baby Mo moved closer to his father's ear and muttered with a chuckle, "Mother can't break the array." Mo Lian held back her laughter and nodded gently. After all, the Heavenly Tao was not to be trifled with. The reason why he was subdued by the little fellow earlier was because he was not wary of her at all. Moreover, who would have known that the moment Jojo used the wall-passing talisman to enter the palace, he immediately created a sinkhole at the entrance. No one could keep up with Jojo's weird train of thought. Arbor walked to the front of the illusion rune array, drew and reveal rune in midair, and swept it out. The tranquil air before his eyes trembled for a while, and hundreds of talismans with a leisurely purple light suddenly appeared in midair. They flashed for an instant, and then disappeared in an instant. "Let's go." Sir Jojo waved his small hand and instructed everyone to quickly enter the array. The scenery before their eyes suddenly changed from spring and summer to midwinter. In front of them was a natural moat with high mountains and dangerous obstacles. The north wind whistled. Arbor was expressionless. He had already taken out a large fur coat from his inner world and wrapped himself in it. Looking back at everyone's thin spring clothes, he revealed an expression as if he was looking at an idiot, and silently turned his head back. "Daddy, little dumpling isn't cold." Baby Mo, who was wrapped in the fur coat by Mo Lian, was like a small round ball, protesting in his arms. End of chapter 5632. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.